77, and our crew has finally reached their destination. Looking down at the cracked, lifeless husk of a planet below, it's hard to believe this was once Earth. Even our leader, Seryung, has her doubts as she stares out the viewport. But once the coordinates are confirmed, there's no mistaking it, their target is definitely down there. Their red ship cuts through the void, descending toward the orange wasteland. Inside, Robert is busy yelling about stolen snacks, completely oblivious to the danger waiting for them. As they prep for landing, Robert freezes at the sensor readings. The place is radioactive and airless, hardly the spot you'd expect to find high-value fugitives. Seryung stays calm despite Robert's panic. This intel was swiped directly from the Beggars Guild, so she's certain it's legit, and turns to Sunja for the final data check. Sunja's analysis only chills the room. Oxygen is low and contamination is off the charts. It's a suicide mission for any human, making them wonder if their target is even real. They've come too far to turn back now. Seryung checks the gear. Even with top-tier radiation shielding, they only have a 6-hour window once they head underground. Seeing the look on Seryung's face, Robert tries one last time to talk sense into her. He's not keen on dying for a rumor, but our fiery leader has clearly made up her mind. They touch down at the ruins of Mount Tai, where a violent energy vortex rages. Standing before the ancient stone gate, Seryung preps the team to breach a site that's been sealed for millennia. The ship touches down at the ruins of Mount Tai, but the Holy Land is now nothing but a desolate wasteland. Seryung gazes out, confirming they've reached their destination. Staring at the metal scrap heap, Robert scoffs at the Martial Alliance. It seems these noble elders won't lift a finger to clean their sacred land unless there's profit involved. Although the surface looks empty, Seryung's intuition is certain. With a sharp gaze, she declares that the source of the signal is hidden directly beneath the ruins. Facing Robert's doubts, Seryung calmly stretches her limbs. Since she's confirmed something is alive down there, she's ready to meet this neighbor in the most direct way possible. As she activates her internal power unit, a brilliant green aura envelopes Seryung. Feeling the energy surge like a tide, she locks onto the pit and prepares to leap. The massive impact shatters the rocks, sending dust flying. Caught in the chaos, Robert dodges the debris and grumbles, wishing Seryung would give a warning before her grand entrances. A massive, bottomless pit now lies before them. Seryung contacts Sunja to confirm the vitals. The life signal is faint, but something ancient is definitely beginning to stir. While Robert is still debating whether to call for an electronic ladder, Seryung loses patience and dives headfirst into the abyss. Her freefall entry leaves Robert staring in total disbelief from the edge. Robert can only sigh at his captain's impulsive streak as she disappears into the dark. Meanwhile, Seryung fully embraces the thrill of the fall, landing gracefully at the bottom of the massive pit. Deep in the shadows of the pit, they stumble upon a majestic stone gate covered in ancient inscriptions. The text serves as a chilling warning. Anyone reckless enough to wake what lies within will be greeted by death first. Seryung isn't one for ancient history, so she calls in Sunja, their technical expert. After a quick scan, Sunja confirms it's a 2,000-year-old dialect that basically says, "Open this and you're dead." While Robert is sweating bullets over the curse, Seryung's logic is a bit different. To her, a threat this serious is just a fancy way of saying there's incredibly higher loot hidden behind that door. Driven by the promise of treasure, Seryung doesn't hesitate to reach out. Even as the air grows heavy with forbidden power, she remains determined to force open the long-sealed entrance. As the seal breaks, a grand stone hall is revealed. Right in the center sits a man with messy white hair, his back to the door. In a deep meditative state, our boy has finally appeared, lost in a 2,000-year slumber. Seryung steps into the grand stone hall, and the sight before her is breathtaking. In the heart of these ancient ruins sits a man with long, ash-gray hair, his back to her in a deep, eerie state of meditation. Staring at this mysterious figure buried for 2 millennia, Seryung can't help but wonder there's no way he's still alive, right? Still, driven by instinct, she decides to get a closer look. The moment Seryung's fingertips brush those gray locks, something goes wrong. Purple lightning erupts instantly, sparking a powerful energy resonance between them that leaves her completely stunned. Amidst the crackling lightning, our boy, the 6th-generation heavenly demon, Lee Mokjin, is finally waking up after 2,000 years. As he slowly rises, a terrifying pressure floods the hall. The energy from his awakening forms a massive pillar of light, punching through the earth and into the stars. The impact is so immense that even Sunja, up on the orbital ship, watches in horror as the light pierces the dimensions. The massive energy surge fries the ship's comms instantly. Sunja frantically calls out for her team, but gets nothing but static, as the situation underground spirals completely out of control. Thrown back by the raw power, Seryung hits the wall, her helmet shattered. She's alive, but as a figure rises slowly through the settling dust, she is gripped by a fear unlike anything she's ever felt. As the smoke clears, Seryung is left reeling in the corner. Just as she struggles to catch her breath, our boy Lee Mokjin slowly rises, his overwhelming presence instantly filling the room. Facing the awakening of this 2,000-year-old legend, Seryung instinctively asks who he is. But his only response is a low, ancient murmur, "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Ignoring her confusion, our boy scans his surroundings with eyes like a predator. There's almost a hint of anticipation, as he wonders aloud if a martial artist finally exists, who can challenge him. The tension is suffocating as our boy looks down at the trembling Seryung, his voice cold and demanding. "Speak. Why did you wake me?" Seryung desperately tries to understand him, but as her translation system finally decodes the ancient tongue, the message is chilling. He intends to kill her simply for interrupting his rest. Pushed to the brink of terror, Seryung decides to go all out. She overloads her power unit and screams in desperation, unleashing a devastating, full-power strike. A massive explosion consumes everything, making the entire space tremble. Seryung holds her ground in the chaos, staring intently into the smoke, praying for a miracle. But reality is cruel. With her power unit failing and her breath ragged, the smoke clears to reveal our boy standing there completely unharmed, a sight that brings utter despair. On the desolate earth, the legend of 2 millennia finally awakens. Standing with his back to the crew, our boy's knee-length hair flutters in the wind, radiating an overwhelming aura. He instantly sees through Seryung's techniques, noting they are impure imitations of ancient arts. Mistaking Seryung for a lowly tomb raider, our boy is utterly incensed. Suddenly, terrifying purple energy erupts around him, swirling in a vortex beneath his bare feet. The sheer force of his presence leaves a guarded Seryung visibly shaken by the looming threat. "How dare a mere thief disturb my eternal slumber?" Our boy roars from the heart of the energy storm. With eyes glowing blood red and filled with lethal intent, he prepares a strike so powerful it threatens to vaporize everything in its path. But the glory is short-lived. Before he can even launch the attack, our boy suddenly tips over and faceplants into the dirt. This hilarious anticlimax leaves Seryung completely bewildered, staring at the legendary warrior who just inexplicably took a dive. The crew quickly gathers around to perform an emergency scan. Looking at the defenseless, curled-up figure of our boy, they initially fear radiation poisoning. However, the data shows his vitals are surprisingly stable, though something about his condition remains odd. Thanks to Sunja's high-tech diagnostic, the truth finally comes out. This ancient powerhouse simply fainted because he hasn't eaten in ages. His stomach battery is completely drained. A dead silence falls over the group as they process the absurdity of the situation. With no other choice, they haul the starving legend back to the ship. Robert is absolutely livid, screaming at Seryung for bringing a useless, radiant cockroach aboard, but she remains convinced that our boy is a priceless asset that will change their fortunes. The bounty hunter squad finally hauls our boy back to the ship. Looking at the silent, bundled-up mess, Robert snaps, calling him a worthless radiation cockroach. Seryung, however, sees things differently. She's convinced this man from 2 millennia ago is a goldmine, her eyes gleaming with the prospect of a massive payday. In the year 3077, the more ancient the martial arts, the higher the price. Even basic techniques are worth a fortune, let alone a grandmaster from 2 millennia ago. Seryung estimates he's at least S rank. As they dream of their upcoming riches, they overlook one terrifying possibility. What happens if he actually wakes up? Seryung boasts that the specialized silkworm thread used to wrap him can hold a spaceship together. But right then, a chilling rip echoes through the room. The restraints are torn apart like paper as our boy stands up, radiating a terrifying purple aura. His voice is cold and lethal, mistaking the hunters for lowly grave robbers. The team is paralyzed with fear. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Robert and Seryung break into a cold sweat, realizing they might be torn to shreds in seconds. But at the height of the tension, our terrifying Grandmaster takes a sudden turn. Spotting a tray of hot dogs, he devours them like a maniac, leaving the entire squad stunned. Our boy is absolutely devouring a mountain of sausages after his long slumber. Seeing him eat like a starving beast, Seryung remarks that processed meat is probably the best welcome-back gift for a legend. With a full stomach, it's finally time for some answers. As their massive red ship cruises through the stars, Seryung clarifies that they aren't mere grave robbers, but part of a much bigger operation. Staring out from the cabin, our boy finally grasps the heavy truth. 2,000 years have passed. Humans destroyed the world through endless conflict and were forced to migrate into the vastness of space. Seryung explains that to prevent total annihilation, all weapons except martial arts are strictly banned. Our boy looks completely bewildered, as terms like nuclear weapons are entirely foreign to his ancient mind. When Seryung casually mentions it's now the year 1105 of the galactic calendar, our boy is stunned. The era he once knew has been reduced to a distant legend lost in the cosmic dust. The cultural shock triggers an explosion of raw power. Enraged, our boy erupts in purple energy, refusing to believe these third-rate grave robbers would dare try to deceive the great heavenly demon with such nonsense. Look closely, old man. That's the place where you used to live. Seryung points toward a desolate, glowing planet, her words hitting our boy like a physical blow as he stares at his former home. As he gazes at the silent planet, the fire in our boy's eyes fades into a hollow emptiness. Seryung gives him a gentle nudge, trying to anchor him to a reality that is as cruel as it is undeniable. Our boy is so out of touch that he didn't even know the earth is round, leaving Seryung totally speechless. Between his ignorance and his ancient fragrance, she's had enough and orders him to go get cleaned up immediately. Stepping into a high-tech bathroom, our guy finally washes away 2 millennia of grime. Looking at the mess of old clothes and hair, it's less of a shower and more like a deep cleaning restoration of a priceless relic. While Seryung and Robert worry if a mummy will walk out, our boy emerges clad only in a towel. Freshly scrubbed and sharp-eyed, his raw presence and toned physique immediately change the entire vibe of the ship's corridor. But the cool act doesn't last long. His first question is whether there's any more of that hot dog left. Seeing the handsome legend standing there, Seryung finds herself momentarily dazed, her heart skipping a beat. Gazing at the vast starscape, our boy reflects on how small his world used to be compared to this strange, infinite galaxy. Deep within his eyes, a hint of ancient power flickers, reminding everyone of the monster he truly is. Shaking off her daze, Seryung tries to gauge our guy's actual age, hibernation years excluded. He might look like a heartthrob now, but the crew is starting to realize that this ancient is anything but normal. Our journey brings us to the Asteroid Space Tavern, also known as the Mars Pub, a multi-layered hub perched on a cratered rock for the galaxy's most notorious figures. Inside the bustling tavern, while others scheme, our boy is busy at a food stall, focused entirely on devouring a massive pyramid of hot dogs. The crew watches in pure disbelief. Having been sealed away for 2,000 years, our guy seems determined to make up for every missed meal in a single sitting. While our boy eats his fill, Seryung meets with the broker on the 18th. She cuts straight to the chase, claiming she has something incredibly valuable and needs a high-end buyer. When Seryung reveals she has original S-rank martial arts manuscripts from 2 millennia ago, even the seasoned broker is momentarily stunned by the sheer scale of the claim. However, Wong quickly regains his cool, valuing the scrolls at 0 credits. He's convinced that a mid-tier hunter like Seryung couldn't possibly possess such legendary artifacts. Dismissing her claim as total nonsense, Wong treats Seryung like a common fraud. Insulted and frustrated, Seryung has no choice but to head back to the group. Returning in a bad mood, Seryung finds herself stunned once again. Our boy has actually finished that mountain of food. Is his stomach a literal black hole? A crisis seems to have just subsided. Seryung, though exhausted, luckily managed to stop her injuries from worsening. The silver-haired man beside her remained tense, clearly still rattled by the unexpected turn of events. The restaurant on Tortuga was supposed to be a place to relax, but the atmosphere has turned ice-cold, and even the nearby diners can feel the tension rising. Before our boy can even enjoy a quiet moment, trouble finds him. An armed enforcer activates a scanner, trying to gauge the strength of this mysterious ancient warrior. The enforcer clearly underestimates our guy's terrifying power, acting all superior and ordering him to surrender to the Martial Alliance if he wants to avoid a beating. Instead of fighting back, our boy does the unthinkable. He reaches out and starts patting the guy's head with a proud, elder-like look that catches everyone off guard. He goes as far as pulling the guy into a big hug, lamenting how hard the youth must work these days. This sudden fatherly embrace leaves the tough guy completely bewildered. Watching our boy's bizarre behavior, his teammates are breaking a sweat, desperately trying to explain that he's just a bit socially challenged. In an instant, the warmth vanishes. Our boy's eyes turn bone-chillingly cold as he whispers a warning. If he felt even a trace of martial arts on the guy, he'd already be in pieces. The sheer humiliation and lethal pressure finally snapped the enemy's resolve. Roaring in rage, he forces his energy system to the limit, activating the Blood Wolf demonic art at max power. As the system blares at max level, a surge of violent dark energy sweeps through the room, signaling that the real fight is only just beginning. As the standoff continues, the purple-skinned leader in the center falls into excruciating pain, clutching his head and roaring uncontrollably. The violent energy shockwave shatters the surrounding tables and chairs in an instant. Behind him, the mysterious hooded figure, the purple-skinned warrior, and the silver-haired woman watch coldly. In front of him, the three visitors, the gray-haired man with sunglasses, the woman in red, and the hooded youth observe him calmly. One of the leader's subordinates is stunned into silence by his superior's breakdown. From the opposing side, the gray-haired man speaks up with provocative coolness, essentially asking if the leader isn't at his best. The gray-haired man's companion, the silent, black-haired youth, produces bizarre readings on the leader's scanner: gender unconfirmed, internal energy 0, his martial arts an unregistered enigma. The scan reveals an astonishing truth: this person's internal energy is completely out of sync with his life force, and his martial arts remain at the most basic level. The black-haired youth turns his back, coolly pointing out the fatal flaw in the opponent's cultivation method. These words enrage the leader completely. He flares his cape, declaring that meeting him today is the chance of a lifetime, and that he intends to correct this youth personally. In a flash, the leader ignites with flame and lunges forward like a streak of light, unleashing his secret technique: Bloodthirsty Wolf Demon Art Red Wolf's Claw. Fiery red wolf energy claws erupt alongside a massive explosion, instantly filling the entire hall. The violent shockwave blasts several unprepared bystanders off their feet. However, as the smoke and energy torrent from the explosion begin to clear, the attacking leader freezes in place, stunned. He realizes, to his horror, that his mountain-shattering red wolf claw was effortlessly blocked by the youth's single, outstretched hand. Gazing at the completely unharmed youth before him, the leader's power boils uncontrollably, even the dragon patterns on his body glowing with light. Only one thought, both shocking and furious, remains in his mind: what kind of monster is this? The battle ends as quickly as it began. Our boy unleashes a surge of purple energy, slamming his arrogant opponent into the rubble with overwhelming force. The crowd is left speechless. From hardened thugs to elite guards, everyone is paralyzed by the sheer power of martial arts that defies modern logic. Looking down at his defeated foe, our boy offers a stern lesson: martial arts aren't about mindless imitation. You have to adapt and make the technique your own. Refusing to accept humiliation, the enemy commander roars in fury, ordering his subordinates to swarm our boy and make him pay for his arrogance. For masked assassins strike at once, their glowing energy blades carving deadly arcs through the air. Even surrounded, our boy stands at the center, calm as a mountain. Panning out into space, we see the chaos unfolding within the District 32 space station of the Celestial Demon Sect. Inside this massive fortress, a new conspiracy is brewing. With the fight paused, the wounded are rushed to mechanical medical bays for repair. A heavy silence fills the hall as everyone awaits the commander's judgment. Commander John Ritak finally steps forward. Surveying the wreckage, he seems less concerned with his men's defeat and more fascinated by our boy's incredible power. Staring at the mysterious stranger on the monitor, the commander is consumed by doubt. Who is this kid, and how can an unknown fighter take down an entire elite squad? While our boy and his crew traverse the stars, the enemy is already closing in. A mysterious leader investigates their background, only to find that the man who crushed the Red Wolves has no official records. Although our boy's past remains a mystery, his companion Seryung is well known. By tracking the S-Devil's digital footprint, the enemy has already pinpointed their location and begun their pursuit. Declining the offer to send a standard pursuit team, the mastermind decides to handle things personally. It seems our boy's overwhelming power has finally caught the attention of the faction's top brass. As orders are dispatched, the mysterious Greenwood faction is mobilized. After contacting Commander John Ritak, a lethal plan to intercept our boy has officially been set into motion. Back on the ship, the atmosphere is strangely tense. Our boy sits with a deadly serious expression, clutching his utensils over an empty plate, a bizarre aura that has his teammates feeling completely on edge. Watching our boy's intense focus on his meal, Seryung and Robert can't help but feel nervous. Even though he's just hungry, the sheer pressure from this ancient legend makes them feel genuinely intimidated. In a dimly lit room, a black-haired woman in red tight clothing crossed her arms and impatiently questioned her companion. "What are you talking about? Her companion, a silver-haired man with blue sunglasses, didn't answer directly. Instead, he lowered his voice and brought up something that had left a deep impression on them both. You saw it too, didn't you? Sanjin and the Red Wolf platoon. Clearly, he was referring to how those A-rank martial artists, formidable in their eyes, had been effortlessly slapped aside by a mysterious figure, a scene that left them both shocked and at a loss. The silver-haired man tried to salvage some pride, claiming that if he fought for his life, he might also be able to defeat the lowest-tier A-ranks. But before he could finish, the woman in red cut him off abruptly. The woman in red was clearly deeply intrigued by the person who could casually sweat A-ranks aside. She strode forward and pinned a young black-haired man, who was about to eat, against the table with an intimidating stance. Ignoring his weak protest of, "Food first," she demanded he talk immediately. However, the pinned man remained surprisingly calm. He repeated in a steady, unwavering tone, "Food first." Irritated by his attitude, the woman in red finally contained her temper. Crossing her arms again, she asked in an interrogative tone, "You? What's your name?" Behind her, the silver-haired companion cautiously approached and whispered a reminder that it might be better to start the conversation with a more respectful term, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Meanwhile, another companion arrived at the table carrying a huge tray of food. Under everyone's gaze, the black-haired young man who was firmly pressed against the table finally stated his name calmly. Lee Mokjin. With his name obtained, the woman in red was not satisfied. Her gaze sharpened as she pressed on with the next question. What's your identity? Like, your past profession? Right in front of our boy, a mysterious voice suddenly called out his title, Heavenly Demon. Then, another exclaimed Supreme Heavenly Demon, leaving Seryung puzzled and unsure what they were trying to convey. Seryung was utterly confused by the strange and exaggerated title, even wondering if our boy had eaten a bad hot dog, prompting such a ridiculous utterance. Before they could even sort things out, the alarm blared. Sunja urgently reported from the cockpit that an unknown target was approaching, and it was very close. Seryung immediately flared up, assuming it was the Heavenly Demon sect again. After all, our boy had just dealt with the Red Wolf platoon, so they wouldn't let it go. But just as Seryung furiously prepared to retaliate, Sunja realized something was wrong. After cross-referencing data, she confirmed that these attackers were not from the Heavenly Demon sect. Meanwhile, in space, a massive ship emblazoned with a skull hovered. A bald man, his back to the window, coldly confirmed, S-Devil's ship confirmed. There are bounty targets. Next, a man with a tablet and a pirate hat division leader Kim Sungbom from the Galaxy Division of the Crescent Moon 72 Strongholds of Greenwood Black Tiger consulted the bald man about firing EMP capture rounds. The bald man pondered, You said they're bounty hunters, right? Kim Sungbom affirmed, stating their intel showed S-Devils mainly operating on the galaxy's outskirts, led by Blazing Devil Seryung. Hearing this, the bald man frowned, looking ahead with doubt. Why would the Heavenly Demon sect bother with such a small group? He seemed perplexed by a deeper reason. Beside him, a holographic projection revealed the image of Heavenly Demon sect Commander John Rittek. A cold voice from the screen issues a ruthless command. There's no need for prisoners, just erase them from existence. In this lawless sector, lives are nothing more than digital noise. Kim Sungbom stares at his tablet, sensing something off about the job. The clients are far better at killing than his own crew, so why outsource the task? There's definitely a hidden agenda here. Meanwhile, the deep space outside is swarmed by a massive fleet. Watching the horizon, the crew hasn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation, jokingly assuming it's just some petty bandits looking for a score. Despite the enemy's numbers, the girl in red is already rolling up her sleeves, ready to fight these space bandits. However, the blonde technician brings back news that's about to dampen everyone's spirits. It turns out this isn't some small gang, it's the entire Galaxy Division of Greenwood, with the legendary Black Tiger Kim Sungbom leading the charge. Hearing the name, one of the guys actually thinks it sounds pretty cool. Realizing the crew is being delusional, the girl in red delivers a reality check. If they fight, they won't last 3 moves. The priority isn't being a hero, it's staying alive. To survive, she orders a policy of total compliance. Whether it's taking an EMP blast or letting them board and search, they'll endure anything. It's not really cooperation, it's a textbook surrender. Facing a sudden interception, Seryung stays calm while reassuring a panicked Robert. She assumes the enemy will only use an EMP, as space regulations usually prevent direct lethal force. However, reality is far more brutal. Sunja realizes with horror that the enemy isn't following protocol. They've locked on with a massive photon cannon, clearly intending to leave no survivors. The enemy commander is a ruthless strategist. To avoid any future complications, he decides to blow our team to dust and shift the entire blame onto the heavenly demon sect. Chaos erupts as warp drive fails, and the enemy closes in. To make matters worse, the shields are down because the crew previously sold the parts just to cover their daily expenses. With a cold command to fire, the photon cannon reaches full charge. A deadly glow fills everyone's vision, making any attempt at struggle seem futile against such overwhelming power. A brilliant beam of energy pierces the dark void. In a massive explosion, the ship carrying our boy is swallowed by blinding light, leaving their ultimate fate hanging by a thread. Watching the distant flames fade, the commander remains completely indifferent. To him, destroying the team was nothing more than sweeping away a few insignificant specks of space dust. As the story begins, a commander appears calm, eyes slightly closed, seemingly awaiting or contemplating something important. Outside, however, chaos reigned. A vehicle was engulfed in fierce explosions, a mysterious device whirred, and a shadowy humanoid silhouette could be vaguely seen amidst the conflict, signaling an extraordinary battle. Amidst this fierce battle, a silver-haired woman stood calmly on a platform, weapon in hand, her back to the flames. Her mere presence exuded a powerful, awe-inspiring aura. Witnessing this terrifying scene, some huddled together in fear, while the bald commander gravely whispered her identity as the 8-foot fighting ghost. Immediately after, someone seemed to recognize her, calling out her name with a tremor. Elena! Meanwhile, several team members stood side by side, their expressions tense, hands raised as if in caution or preparing for an unforeseen change. It turns out this powerful individual, Elena, stood alone on the platform, backed to numerous enemy ships emblazoned with skull emblems, radiating an imposing aura. A vehicle approached her from a distance. The bald commander was lost in thought again, while his companion puzzlingly asked, "Why is she here?" Someone suggested recharging the photon cannon to penetrate the terraformation-grade shield, but the commander seemed hesitant to start an interstellar war over a cockroach. Ultimately, he decided to use teleportation instead. Meanwhile, another squad was also discussing the arrival of this monster. They knew Elena, the 8-foot fighting ghost, was an S-class bounty hunter feared even by sect leaders. What puzzled them most was why she had saved them. After a narrow escape from a photon cannon, a man named Kim Sungbom appears via hologram. He casually greets Elena as his sister, acting as if they're old friends catching up. Elena isn't interested in a family reunion. Under her icy gaze, she shuts down the self-proclaimed brother with a blunt "get lost," leaving him visibly stunned. Dropping the act, Sungbom reveals his title as a leader of the 72 strongholds of Greenwood. He warns her that rejecting him is a direct insult to his entire organization. Sensing the rising killing intent, the observers quickly back away. They know Elena's fearsome reputation as the descendant of the mother lioness. She isn't someone to mess with. As Elena unleashes a terrifying surge of energy, Sungbom instantly raises his hands in surrender. He admits that this job isn't worth dying for and suggests a peaceful resolution. Sungbom tries to negotiate, even offering to step aside if their targets overlap. In the world of outlaws, survival is always the priority over pride. Elena has zero patience for his deals and delivers one final warning. Faced with such overwhelming power, Sungbom can only sigh in resignation and prepare to retreat. Cornered by a formidable intruder, the team is pushed into a dead end. The silver-armored woman brandishes her blade, coldly demanding they hand it over or face death. Confused and panicked, the crew can't figure out the motive. They have nothing valuable enough to attract an S-rank hunter, leaving them wondering if they're being robbed. While the others jokingly suspect our boy's past romantic drama, he remains serious. He senses that the current situation isn't as simple as a regular bounty hunt. Looking at his stunned companions, our guy calmly concludes that the hunter isn't after him, but rather the mysterious child hidden among them. To clear the air, our boy calls out into the shadows to reassure the child. Suddenly, a strange surge of energy begins to manifest throughout the corridor. Amidst the rising purple light, a mysterious girl in a baseball cap finally appears. Though surrounded, her calm expression signals an unexpected turn in the confrontation. Our boy noticed someone following them from the inn, impressed by their advanced stealth techniques. Seryung, however, is far from calm, demanding answers as she realizes a stranger has slipped past their guard. Facing Seryong's aggressive questioning, the mysterious girl in the baseball cap finally speaks up, identifying herself as Hua Rin. Despite her calm demeanor, her reasons for sneaking aboard remain unclear. Before they can dig deeper, a fleet of warships appears outside the viewport. Seryong immediately senses trouble, questioning if these hostile forces are targeting the mysterious girl they just found. The moment he hears the name Hua Rin, Robert loses his cool, shouting in excitement. It turns out their stowaway is actually the lead vocalist of the galaxy's most popular rookie idol duo. Seryong watches in confusion as Robert recites idol facts like a hardcore fan. It's hard to believe this legendary star, who hails from Manhwa, is currently hiding out on their very own ship. The mood shifts instantly as the pursuers issue a final ultimatum via hologram. They demand the girl be handed over within 10 minutes, or everyone on the ship will face total destruction. While Robert frets over his idol's safety, the situation has reached a breaking point. With the enemy closing in, our boy and the bounty hunter crew face a desperate choice. Tension rises on the ship as the captain delivers a cold ultimatum to her uninvited guests, making it clear they have no business staying and need to leave immediately. Ignoring her crew's shock, the captain stands firm. As commander, she makes the final call to leave, refusing to entertain any further arguments about the situation. The crew whispers in concern, knowing they are severely outmatched. They simply don't have the strength to hold their ground against Greenwood, let alone the terrifying demon Elena. Despite her internal conflict, the captain prioritizes the ship's survival and unlocks the gate. Amidst flashing alarms, the heavy metal doors slide open to the corridor. Seryong remains remarkably calm, offering a reassuring pat on our boy's shoulder. In this moment of uncertainty, she is the only one who seems to have absolute faith in his power. Before anyone can react, our boy has already slipped into the airlock. The crew is left speechless and terrified, wondering how he even managed to enter the restricted zone unnoticed. Chaos erupts inside the ship. While some scream in panic to shut the gate, others suggest watching to see if this mysterious man can actually survive and perform a miracle out there. In a jaw-dropping move, our boy steps right out into the freezing vacuum of space. As the crew desperately tries to pull him back, Sunja realizes that the gate is already beyond control. Looking out the porthole, the crew is absolutely losing it. She can't help but call him a total nutcase. Just what did she see to make her this horrified? Outside the hatch, our boy is floating in the void with Seryong as if it's no big deal. Seryong is busy warning him to stay sharp against their powerful enemies. But then Seryong realizes the most insane detail. Our boy didn't even turn on a protective shield. He's facing the vacuum of space with his bare body. The negative 300-degree chill hits instantly. Even with his godlike powers, our boy's organs are at their limit, leaving the crew inside in a total panic. The experts below are just as stunned. Who would jump ship without a shield? In this environment, a normal person would burst within 10 seconds. In this critical moment, our boy struggles in agony, his eyes bloodshot from the pressure. How will the ancient heavenly demon survive this impossible crisis? As he grows weaker in the void, Seryong rushes to his side. Is this epic entrance about to turn into our boy's final curtain call? As the nano-shield activates, a red hexagonal grid pulses across the surface, providing a desperate layer of protection against the harsh vacuum of space. The crew rushes in, desperate to see if our boy is still breathing. While they're frantic with worry, his calm, wide-eyed stare suggests he's far more composed than anyone expected. Seryong tries to hide her relief behind a string of insults, but our guy isn't bothered. He coolly reminds her that as a supreme being, a little void can't end his legend. They finally regroup on a massive floating platform. It's a temporary sanctuary, especially considering that even the most elite warriors usually can't survive more than a minute without a shield. The diagnostic data reveals the impossible. Our boy survived for over 6 minutes in the void. Not only is he unharmed, but he has completely shattered the known biological limits of mankind. Before they can catch their breath, a group of powerful figures emerges. The air thickens with tension as elite warriors, like Kim Sungbom, fix their gaze on the newcomers. Never one to back down, Seryong steps forward to meet their gaze. She boldly announces her identity as the leader of the S-Devils, the infamous flaming demon. The others respond with cold, calculating stares. In the midst of this silent standoff, a subtle gesture hints that the negotiations ahead will be anything but friendly. Sensing his companion's anxiety, our boy stays cool and offers some reassurance. However, she remains skeptical and shaken, convinced that the woman they're up against is anything but human. Legends say this opponent is a literal fighting spirit who travels the stars seeking combat. Seeing her absolute focus, even our boy admits she's an extraordinary talent who's given her soul to the blade. While Seryum claims she wants to talk things out, she's already braced for impact. The enemy isn't interested in chatting either, diving from the sky like a bolt of blue lightning with her spear leveled. A massive explosion rocks the platform as energy erupts on impact. Narrowly avoiding the blast, Seryum loses her temper, screaming at the attacker for swinging a weapon without saying a single word. Watching from the sidelines, the masked man notes that the strike wasn't even at full power. Without missing a beat, the silver-haired warrior repositions and dives again, like an arrow piercing the void. As the relentless assault continues, our boy's eyes flare a deadly red. He knows this opponent is like a mad scorpion. The more she's provoked, the more lethal she becomes. The real trial has only just begun. Facing a massive surge of energy, our boy remains completely unfazed, calmly telling his companion that this grand display is nothing more than a flashy but hollow firework. Clearly provoked, the purple-haired warrior dives like a falling star, her spear unleashing a violent burst of purple energy that shatters the surrounding ground. Amidst the chaotic aftermath, our boy stands firm while protecting the others. His unwavering composure puts immense pressure on the bald commander watching from the shadows. Strangely, the enemy's scanners find no data on our boy at all, even suggesting he has zero internal energy, as if he were just an ordinary person. Growing impatient with the persistent interference, our boy tries to wave them away, but a sudden, massive explosion instantly turns the tension icy cold. In the blink of an eye during the surprise attack, our boy does the unthinkable, catching the lethal spear mid-thrust with nothing but his bare hand. Seeing our boy stop a lethal blow with no internal energy, the enemy is completely stunned. Is this logic-defying strength the true power of an ancient legend? As the battle intensifies, our boy notices the girl blending sword techniques into her spear play. Her internal energy is shockingly advanced and pure for her age. As her power surges, she even switches to Wudong's divine arts. Our boy looks on in surprise, realizing she possesses a rare and versatile martial heritage. While Robert is absolutely floored by her power, our boy remains composed. He clenches his fist and coolly asks if this is truly the extent of her strength. The girl unleashes a devastating burst of purple energy, putting everything into this strike. But suddenly, an ominous warning alarm pierces through the chaotic energy. The alarm triggers a vivid memory of her mother. When she gave her the ring, she set a strict rule: if it ever sounds, the opponent is unbeatable. Her mother allowed her to roam the world but forbade her from seeking death. Only the legendary few at the peak of martial arts could trigger this ring. Now, the frantic flashing of the ring is a cruel reminder. Our boy is the exact nightmare her mother warned her about, the one she must flee from. Staring into our boy's unfathomable eyes, she finally realizes the vast gap between them. If she doesn't retreat now, only total destruction awaits her. In a mysterious, dim void, a robed figure addresses those sharing his blood as brothers. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, he suddenly asks for a name, as if awakening a long-buried memory. Suddenly, the energy readings skyrocket, surging past the 120% limit. This unexpected burst leaves our boy visibly stunned, as he is instantly engulfed in dense blue mist and blinding light. As phantoms of various masters flicker by, a gold-armored warrior charges up, her spear erupting in a blinding radiance. Witnessing this transcendental awakening, our boy admits her talent is truly extraordinary. As eras passed, ancient martial arts evolved into these flashy, futuristic forms. A maze-storm sword technique turns into a torrent of light, launching a relentless assault against our boy under the starry sky. Kunlun's sun and moon twin spheres, Ginsong's piercing spear, these once simple moves are now dazzling spectacles. Facing this cinematic siege, our boy struggles but manages to hold his ground amidst the chaos. Soon, even the beggar sex dog beating staff and the esoteric sex red needles join the fray. This blinding medley of techniques leaves our boy sweating under the golden glare, struggling to keep up his defense. Enough, our boy roars, unleashing his internal energy in a powerful counterattack. With a deafening boom that rocks the facility, a massive explosion erupts atop the dome as the golden energy spirals out of control. As silence returns, our boy stands amidst the ruins, his back to the camera. He gazes up at the sunlight piercing through the heavy clouds, looking solitary yet imposing, as if reflecting on this 3 millennium martial farce. The atmosphere thickens as everyone watches the sky with bated breath. In this suffocating tension, it's clear that something massive and unstoppable is about to descend upon them. Suddenly, a girl in blue mechanical armor appears against the starry backdrop. Wielding golden swords with 8 mechanical arms, she looks like a goddess of judgment radiating incredible energy. She dives down with world-shattering force, aiming straight for our boy below. The sharp light from her blades tears through the air, making even the distant stars pale in comparison. Faced with this rampaging girl, our guy acknowledges her talent but warns that she's crossing the line. He urges her to stop before things reach a point of no return. Her awakening is spinning out of control and consuming her from within. Realizing the danger as she builds up energy, our boy knows he might have no choice but to use lethal force. To protect his companions, our boy stops hesitating. Amidst a blinding light, he vows to save her and prepares to unleash his ultimate trump card, the Heart Sword. A massive symbol of life and death hangs in the air, signaling the final stage of the duel. Our boy roars as he lunges forward, determined to end the chaos with one strike. Under the shocked gaze of the onlookers, two terrifying forces collide. A violent explosion instantly consumes the platform, sending debris flying across space in a flash of light. As the light fades, silence returns to the void. However, in the dark corners of space, new players have noticed the commotion, and a far bigger storm is already brewing. It was a heart-stopping escape. If the teleportation had been just a millisecond slower, they'd be toast. Looking at the battered crew, the tension in the air is thick enough to cut. Shockwaves from the explosion still ripple through the void, scattering debris everywhere. The crew can't help but scream in rage. That reckless move nearly sent them all to their graves. Our boy didn't walk away unscathed, with blood trickling down his neck from the intense struggle. For the first time, he looks truly grim, feeling a pressure unlike anything he's faced before. He mutters how the enemy's power exceeded his expectations. Just then, a divine golden light erupts in the void, and a mysterious figure begins to emerge within the radiance like a miracle. Everyone stares at the figure drifting in the halo, assuming she was finished. But our boy notices something off. She isn't dead, but rather suspended in a strange, ethereal state of life. It turns out a much greater force intervened to protect her at the last second. Not only did it save her life, but it kept her in a sacred, untouchable state amidst the floating wreckage. The scene leaves everyone paralyzed with shock. The legendary West Heaven Sword Mother has truly arrived. As the massive carrier beams down its light, the real galactic storm is just beginning. Under the silent starlight, our boy gazes ahead. Behind this apparent calm lies a mysterious pulse of life within a high-tech laboratory tank. Inside a massive transparent container, a girl curls up in a green glow as if in deep sleep. The arrival of a silver-haired woman fills the air with a heavy, solemn pressure. In the courtyard, a once arrogant subordinate now kneels bleeding, desperately begging for forgiveness before the prestigious Sword Mother, drenched in cold sweat. Dismissing her kneeling subordinate with a cold word, the silver-haired woman turns to our boy and introduces herself as the legendary matriarch of the Western Heaven Sword. Seeing this top-tier powerhouse acting so humble, and even bowing to our boy, the companions' jaws drop. They can't believe he's receiving such extraordinary respect. Unfazed by titles, our boy asks if the girl in the tank is her daughter. To his surprise, she offers to cut off her own arm as an apology for her earlier interference. The companions are frantic, fearing our boy's casual tone will provoke this goddess of death, who is rumored to be able to tear a man apart with a single look. As the truth surfaces, the plan behind this mysterious machinery begins to unfold. Meanwhile, a massive starship cuts through the void toward the unknown abyss. After tracking our boy's path, the silver-haired woman recognizes his Asura demon heart sword. She begins to wonder if he has a secret connection to the legendary heavenly demon cult. Facing her direct questions, our boy remains remarkably composed. To him, time has a way of eroding even the strongest bonds, and the world he once knew has long since moved on. The onlookers are stunned to find that our boy's internal energy is entirely natural. His perfectly refined martial arts, free of any artificial tech, belong to a legendary era long past. Seeing our boy's youthful appearance, the woman wonders if he's achieved true rejuvenation. Drawn to his immense presence, she finally asks for a duel to test his legendary strength. Our boy easily sees through her polite exterior to the killing intent beneath. He knows that at their level, a real fight means death or crippling injury, and he isn't looking for that today. As her energy surges, the atmosphere turns heavy with tension. Yet, our boy remains unfazed, simply asking if there's truly a valid reason for them to risk everything in a pointless battle. Choosing to save the fight for another day, our boy decides to walk away. For now, he's more interested in exploring this strange new era than settling old scores with his fists. In the vastness of space, fleets from various factions are gathering. Amidst this cold steel, A conspiracy against our boy is quietly beginning to take shape. A mysterious white-haired woman is baffled. The heavenly demon sect has actually ordered our boy to be silenced, despite him possessing their supreme martial arts. News of the Red Wolf platoon's total annihilation adds to the tension. The woman decides to send a tracker to watch our boy's every move from the shadows. The task falls to Greenwood, an organization priding itself as the best trackers. Their order is clear: report everything, but do not interfere with the target. The woman warns her subordinate not to let her son get hurt. Behind this strange concern, the net is already being cast around our boy. Back with the crew, Sarah Young is absolutely fuming. She demands to know how our boy managed to offend heavyweights like Greenwood and the matron of the sword all at once. The atmosphere turns heavy as the girl in the baseball cap shares her story. With a downcast gaze and a voice full of regret, it seems as if her entire world has been turned upside down. She recounts returning home after her tour, only to be met with violence instead of warmth. The very people she once knew were trying to kill her, forcing her to flee for her life. As the group struggles to process the story, the mention of Planet Manhwa sends Robert into a rage. He slams his fist into the floor, visibly shaken by the name of his own homeland. In a dimly lit lab glowing with an eerie green light, the air is thick with dread. Looking at the figures trapped in containers, one can't help but feel that humanity has truly lost its way. Shifting back to reality, our boy and the crew arrive at the Mars pub. Here, personal tragedies take a backseat to business as a high-stakes deal involving 2,000-year-old martial arts manuals begins. Someone drops a bombshell. What if those S-rank originals are all real? The revelation hits like a truck, leaving the seasoned veteran trembling as the impossible truth finally sinks in. Under the starlit void, a massive surge of energy erupts. As a mysterious silhouette flickers within the blinding light, the raw, ancient martial pressure leaves even the strongest experts chilled to the bone. Staring at the panicked face on the monitor, the man remains eerily calm. He points out the familiar martial technique on screen, asking with a smirk if these ancient moves don't bring back some memories. The majestic Kim Yunhwa, the Sword Mother, steps forward to confront the mysterious figure. While the martial prowess displayed is unprecedented, she is more concerned by the unsettling sense of familiarity hidden within the strikes. Seeing the confusion on his face, Yunhwa realizes he's truly in the dark. Still, the heavenly demon sect officer remains defiant, warning her to stay out of their internal business as tensions reach a breaking point. Without a word, a cold flash of steel erupts as Yunhwa strikes without hesitation. Her blade pierces his neck in an instant. Gasping and clutching his wound, he stammers in disbelief, asking if she truly intends to declare war on the sect. Yunhwa responds with a disdainful smirk. For a martial fanatic like her, political consequences and threats of retaliation mean nothing compared to the thrill of witnessing ultimate martial arts. Her blade glows with a lethal crimson light, signaling the end of parley. Yunhwa delivers a chilling ultimatum: either give her the answer she seeks, or die right here with your secrets. Facing the current situation, a golden-haired man gravely states that even if all 1076 martial artists from District 32 united, they would stand little chance against the matron of the Western Heaven Sword. Meanwhile, a white-haired man slowly spreads his arms, his palms gathering fiery orbs of light, as if saying, if you intend to cut down all 1076, then you'd better hurry and begin. Bystanders buzz with disbelief, some exclaiming that this is the Asura demon heart sword technique, thought lost for millennia. Others can't believe it, as no one in their sect has ever practiced such a martial art. Faced with doubt, the white-haired man, wreathed in flames, coldly retorts, "It's not my problem if you don't recognize your own sect's martial arts." He then repeats his interrogation, clearly pressing for crucial information. After some exchange, the golden-haired man seems to suddenly grasp something, muttering, "It wasn't him." The black-haired woman beside him also realizes, "We were chasing the girl." Meanwhile, a red and black spacecraft arrives at Manhwa planet. From high above, the ancient-style city appears bustling and vibrant in the daylight. However, the golden-haired man with glasses notices a crucial detail, looking up to say, "I don't think so." All the shops are still open. This suggests Manhwa planet's anomaly is far more complex than it appears. The team witnesses a vast, traditionally styled city aglow with countless lanterns. Hwa Mountain Star. Technician Sunja, however, reports something chilling. Despite appearances, there are absolutely no life signs. Upon hearing his homeland described as a dead city, our boy's companion, Rong Chi-shan from Hwa Mountain, loses control. His raw anguish and fury inside the protective bubble escalate to the point where his coughing nearly suffocates another crewmate. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, our boy calmly turns to Rong Chi-shan, pressing him for any information he might have, as something clearly went terribly wrong here. Amidst the heavy silence, Sunja makes a new discovery. Her equipment finally picks up a single, incredibly strong live signal emanating from the heart of Hua Mountain's headquarters, the Ja Pavilion, the leader's residence. Facing this crucial lead, the group arrives before a grand, imposing complex shrouded in eerie mist and smoke, steeling themselves to investigate further. Leading the way, Robert suddenly activates and dons his heavy combat armor suit. The unexpected deployment gives his teammates a momentary pause. Meanwhile, Rong Chi-shan is already consumed by rage at the sight of his homeland's ruin, swearing fierce vengeance against whoever is responsible. To his teammates' question, Robert simply states that his instincts as a former Special Forces soldier have kicked in, keeping him prepared for battle anytime. The team approaches the entrance to a dark, stone tunnel. Seryung confirms the life signal persists, even growing stronger, indicating they are closing in on the source of the mystery. Before the team can figure out what's happening, a terrifying non-human presence appears. They decide to launch a drone for reconnaissance to identify the threat. Suddenly, a massive beam of orange energy strikes from above, tearing through the ancient structures and leaving a trail of destruction and flames in its wake. The destruction reflected in their eyes says it all. Facing such overwhelming power, even these battle-hardened bounty hunters are left completely stunned. Everyone huddles together to survive this sudden bombardment. Amidst the smoke and fire, they struggle to process how an attack this brutal could happen so fast. Robert's heavy armor hits the ground hard after the blast. While our boy stays calm nearby, the rest of the crew is frantic, checking to see if their friend survived. Thankfully, Sunja's data confirms the armor saved Robert. He's silent not because he's gone, but likely because he's paralyzed by the sheer terror of that strike. But the danger is far from over. Before Robert can recover, an eerie purple lightning begins to gather overhead, signaling the arrival of yet another devastating strike. Amidst a haunting purple glow, a luminous flower blooms. Our boy gazes ahead as a mysterious figure, wreathed in crackling violet energy, stands at the center of the arena. Getting closer, we see the man at the eye of the storm. Despite his calm expression, violet flames erupt from his body, his overwhelming presence marking him as a legendary master. Seryung recognizes him as Yong Jiaxin, the leader of Manhwa. However, the plum blossoms surrounding him have turned a sinister purple, a clear sign that his cultivation has gone horribly wrong. Our boy instantly sees through the mystery. This man is trying to force a fusion of extreme yin and yang techniques. This clash of polar energies is pushing him toward the brink of total instability. Seeing her kin lost in madness, Seryung whispers in despair. But our boy senses the grim truth: the man is being consumed by his own power, losing every trace of his humanity. As the energy spirals out of control, violet light threatens to tear the arena apart. The obsession with reaching martial perfection has planted an inescapable demon in Yong Jiaxin's heart. Sensing the fatal shift in the air, our boy commands Seryung to flee immediately. This is no longer a normal duel. They are facing a mechanical sword demon ready to vanish everything. Facing the surging energy, our boy calmly warns that even he can't guarantee anyone's safety. Seryung screams in desperation, terrified of what's about to unfold. But it's too late as the blinding energy consumes everything. On the monitor, the countdown hits 17 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds, leaving a mysterious figure sitting amidst the flames. As danger peaks, someone rushes toward our boy at the center of the blast. Meanwhile, the clock ticks down to the final second, and the world seems to tremble. As the light fades, our boy stands silently at the end of a grand hall, his commanding presence as strong as ever. Seryung watches, dazed by the sudden silence. Our boy catches the falling figure, and in his embrace, the chaos finally settles. Seryung realizes with shock that reality has miraculously returned to normal. As the clock strikes 1800 hours, the empty streets suddenly bustle with life. The vanished people reappear, as if the city had never faced a crisis at all. Watching the world return to its daily routine, our boy is deep in thought. The fact that everyone reappeared at once suggests a hidden truth only he understands. The storm has passed for now, and the team gathers at a market table to enjoy the peace. The crisis is over, but the mystery of the disappearances is only beginning. In the middle of this bustling night market, the team senses something is off. Despite the crowds, the scanners reported no one was here, a glitch that feels way too deliberate. As Sunja performs a deep scan, a chilling truth emerges. Everyone in the market, from adults to children, has had their internal energy completely drained. While the others are weary, a hungry Robert tries to break the eerie tension the only way he knows how, by loudly shouting for a waiter to take his order. But something strange happens. The waitress walks right past them with a hollow smile, completely ignoring their shouts, as if she's just a programmed puppet in a play. Robert is completely baffled. Watching her serve another table, while ignoring him entirely, makes his skin crawl. It's like they've become invisible to the rest of the world. Sanja's data confirms the impossible. The locals aren't just ignoring them, they literally cannot see them. It's as if they've stepped into a dimension severed from reality. While the weirdness gives Seryung the creeps, our boy remains unfazed. He seems to have already seen through the trick, calmly pouring himself a cup of tea in total silence. This man in traditional attire is calmly sipping tea, completely ignoring everyone around him. Even though our boy is right there, the man acts as if the guests simply don't exist. This isn't just rudeness, it's something far weirder. Like a clockwork doll, he mechanically follows the exact same routine every day, drinking tea and tending the garden as if on a loop. To test him, our boy tries touching his head and messing with the tea set, but there's zero reaction. It's as if he's living in an entirely separate dimension from everyone else. The piece shatters instantly as the man lashes out without warning. Sharp sword chi tears through the air, and a lethal threat swamped in crimson light arrives in a split second. Surrounded by a terrifying aura, the man's every strike carries enough power to pierce through space. Under this relentless assault, our boy is forced into a desperate, high-stakes struggle. Then, the two forces collide head-on, sending a massive hemispherical shockwave screaming through the area. The blast is so intense that the air itself seems to warp under the pressure. It's that feeling again. The man is radiating a paradoxical mix of extreme yin and yang energies. As purple flames erupt, our boy realizes this familiar anomaly means the real trouble is just beginning. The situation turns critical as the girl screams to return the teacup before things get out of hand. Nearby, the boy is paralyzed by the overwhelming energy radiating from our guy. Our boy is on the verge of losing control as a purple energy vortex swirls around him. This ancient pressure is too much for any mortal to handle, threatening to shatter everything. Stunned by this inhuman display of power, the girl manages to keep her head. In the middle of the chaos, she lunges forward to grab the metallic container, hoping to stop the madness. A massive shockwave sends the boy flying as blinding light and energy fragments fill the air. At the center of this destructive blast, that mysterious cylinder remains the focal point. Just as things reach a breaking point, our boy catches the teacup with ease. Even surrounded by terrifying purple flames, his absolute composure radiates the chilling aura of a true legend. In a sudden shift, the chaos vanishes like a dream. Our guy is back to his serene self, calmly pouring tea by the window as the sun sets over the futuristic cityscape. Watching this mysterious and dangerous man, the boy and girl are left in stunned silence. Who exactly is he? It's clear that this ancient legend has only just begun. With the interstellar tour wrapped up, the story returns to a brief moment of calm. It's been a long journey, but the storms of the black market are far from over. Our boy and the crew are walking through a busy street, but Robert senses something is off. He realizes the crowd around them is acting like clockwork dolls, mindlessly repeating the same motions over and over. Driven by suspicion, Robert reaches out to stop a passerby for questioning. He wants to know why everyone is acting so strange, but the moment he makes contact, an eerie feeling washes over him. Robert's expression shifts to shock as the bustling market suddenly falls deathly silent. Every person on the street stops moving at the exact same moment, creating a chilling atmosphere of total stillness. Before anyone can react, a strange flash occurs, and the entire crowd vanishes into thin air. Looking at the now empty street, Robert is stunned, wondering if they just witnessed a massive planetary teleportation. Sunja, the team's tech expert, immediately begins analyzing the data. With a grim look, she confirms that while it resembles teleportation, the sheer scale of the event is beyond anything she's ever seen. Sunja then delivers a conclusion that leaves everyone cold. It's not just this street, every life signal on the entire planet has vanished in an instant. It seems they are now truly alone on this silent world. Amidst the eerie death quiet, a girl in a black cap collapses in the shadows. She seems to know the horror that follows. Whenever people vanish like this, the truly terrifying things are about to emerge. With heavy footsteps echoing through the ancient streets, the team is met not by people, but by rows of silent, sword-wielding mechanical soldiers. Seeing the cold steel machines filling the entire district, the atmosphere grows heavy. Young can't help but wonder if they've just walked into a hornet's nest. Sunja calmly explains that these are actually outdated construction robots with low-level AI, typically used for simple manual labor like planetary development. Relieved they're just civilian models, Young relaxes. Robert cites the 3 laws of robotics to reassure her, though his grim look suggests otherwise. Despite it being weird for construction workers to carry swords, Young dismissively waves them off, telling them to stop crowding and scaring folks. Without warning, a massive force blasts Young back. Staring at the machines that just turned aggressive, she angrily demands to know if they've malfunctioned. Before they can even recover, countless mechanical soldiers leap into the air, surrounding them. It seems these relics have no intention of following any safety laws. A massive explosion tears through the traditional courtyard, lighting up the night. Watching from the shadows, a girl in a baseball cap notes that whenever people vanish, they always appear. Swarms of silver mechanical beings descend like cold-blooded killing machines. They strike at anything that breathes, turning the area into a frantic battlefield of steel and sparks. Standing at the end of the corridor, the girl looks out at the ruin and recalls her own narrow escape. She admits she wouldn't have survived the attack if her father hadn't risked everything. Deep within the somber hall, her father remains. Though everyone else has vanished, he stands his ground like a lonely fortress, shrouded in a burning aura of purple energy. Her father is pushing himself to the limit, burning his soul and internal energy to hold back the darkness. He's sacrificing everything to protect what remains in this haunted night. After hearing her story, our boy's expression turns serious. He gives her a reassuring pat on the cap and calmly steps forward, heading straight into the heart of the purple mist to settle the score. Though the path ahead is uncertain, our boy's confident stride offers a sense of hope. He moves toward the source of the power, ready to confront whatever is waiting in the depths. Surrounded by a sea of silver mechanical soldiers, Young and Robert stand their ground in the courtyard. What was once a peaceful setting has now turned into a deadly trap. Young can't hide her shock as the machines close in. She's baffled why on earth are these robots, programmed to serve, suddenly hunting humans? Even Sunja is at a loss, as her data confirms that harming humans is a direct violation of their core logic. Their systems must have been completely overwritten. A chilling thought crosses their minds. Maybe these things don't even recognize them as human, or perhaps they aren't conventional robots at all. Before they can piece it together, the mechanical horde lunges. With a fierce glare, Young dives into the fray, shouting for her team to stay sharp. The scene erupts into chaos as explosions and metal debris fill the air. The speed of these soldiers is terrifying, with every strike intended to kill. As the battle rages, Robert spots a strange white glow emanating from the enemies and realizes the truth. These aren't robots, they are iron Jiangshi. A twisted fusion of machine and human flesh, these monstrosities have lost their will, serving only as cold-blooded killing machines. As the smoke clears, Young sits amidst the wreckage. But the tension returns instantly when a mysterious voice calls out her name from the shadows. From the shadows, a mysterious force monitors the team's every move. They've already identified Robert as a former Special Forces sergeant and arrogantly claim they could wipe the S-Devils out in mere seconds. However, Rachel seems intrigued by Robert's tactical background. As a subordinate asks for the elimination order, the masked mastermind falls into a chilling silence, leaving the team's fate hanging in the balance. Back on the battlefield, the clash has come to an abrupt end. Our boy stands amidst a sea of mechanical debris in the ancient courtyard, seemingly processed the sudden conclusion of this high-tech skirmish. Unlike our boy's calm demeanor, Robert is absolutely hyped. Laughing heartily, he boasts about his well-maintained gear, thrilled that he finally got a chance to go all out in a real fight. Listening to Robert, Young feels a wave of relief that they didn't sell his gear for food money. However, Sunja drops a reality check. They didn't win. The enemy simply chose to retreat, saving them from certain doom. Picking up a severed mechanical limb, our boy is visibly confused. To an ancient legend like him, the concept of a droid is alien. He struggles to understand how this metal armor even works. Exhausted from the fight, Young doesn't have the energy to explain 3,000 years of tech to our boy, leaving the task to Sunja. For now, the weary team finally finds a moment of hard-earned peace. The conversation turns toward machines capable of thinking and acting like humans, a concept that leaves everyone in the room visibly stunned. In an instant, the scene turns to chaos. Mechanical wreckage litters the floor as terrified screams echo through the ruined building following a fierce struggle. The enemy system fails to identify our boy in its database. Even more shocking, he has no internal power drive, making him a pure natural powerhouse. The villains begin to strategize. While they dismiss some actions as foolish, they recognize Robert as a top-tier elite soldier and order strict vigilance. Suspecting a calculated move, the enemy orders a full investigation just as a glowing sphere streaks across space, closing in on the base at high speed. With a violent tremor, the spherical pod slams onto the landing pad. As the hatch opens, a robed figure emerges to the respectful bows of everyone present. The base commander bows deeply to welcome the high-ranking officer, showing absolute deference as the situation grows increasingly complicated. At the Heavenly Demon Sect's headquarters, First-Class Officer Cho Dayan appears with a massive spherical protector. Judging by the heavy gear, this assignment is proving to be a real headache. Cho Dayan is in visible agony, clutching his head as if it's about to explode. His colleagues watch closely, trying to decipher the nature of this strange spiritual backlash. Another powerful figure steps in to soothe the pain. Though the agony recedes, Dayan is still unnerved by the persistent, searing heat lingering deep within his mind. But then, things take a horrific turn. With a surge of energy, a deep blue substance is forcefully injected into his mind, and his agonizing screams echo through the facility. After the chaos, a strange palm print is left on Dayan's head. Investigators note that the old and new wounds differ significantly, leaving the experts puzzled by these inconsistent scars. Just as they debate the technique, the truth comes to light. These are the marks of the 9 palm, a devastating martial art that our boy had already mastered back when he was only 7. Despite the growing shock around him, our boy stays calm, analyzing the technique's variations while eyeing his meal. To him, what they see as a dire threat is just basic martial arts. High-level martial arts are all about the details. The elder explains how the 9 palm can reverse its freezing nature into searing heat, a feat that leaves everyone speechless. Reversing martial nature is like making fire from ice, theoretically possible, but incredibly rare. However, dinner comes first, and the elder suggests starting with some black bean noodles. Switching scenes, the team discusses the mysterious Iron Gangster. According to Robert, it's a dark rumor about a new type of combat android being developed by the government. To bypass the laws of robotics, these madmen replace AI circuits with human brains. This twisted technology is the horrifying truth behind the Iron Gangster legend. Seeing our boy's shock reaction, Sunja offers to dismantle her own limbs just to prove she's an android. It leaves him feeling like this era is completely bizarre. Though they've managed to share a meal, the idea of using human brains as processors haunts the group. Just how deep does this insane government conspiracy go? Faced with such an inhuman conspiracy, the team falls into a heavy silence. It seems the murky waters of this interstellar world are deeper than they ever imagined. Our boy looks completely lost, staring blankly at the table. Seryung notices his strange expression and leans in with concern, asking if something happened to him or if he's feeling alright. It turns out the crisis is just a lack of food. Our boy stares at the empty tray in despair. Seryung tells Sunja to grill more sausages, but is shocked to hear they've completely run out. With the food supply officially gone, a heavy silence falls over the group. Seryung looks at their messy surroundings, realizing that they've landed themselves in a pretty tough spot. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts from our boy. As a legendary powerhouse, he's deeply offended by this lack of hospitality, and his pure intimidation begins to fill the room. Shaken by the pressure, Seryung finally snaps back to reality. She repeats his title, the Supreme Heavenly Demon, with a mix of excitement and fear, realizing the legend standing before her is very real. Realizing they need to act, Seryung heads off to handle priorities with Robert and Sunja following behind. Meanwhile, our boy stays behind, staring at the empty tray in silent contemplation. Our boy pokes at the remaining sauce as his thoughts drift back to the battlefield. Seeing the scattered robotic debris in his mind, he knows a conflict spanning eras is far from over. As a transport ship glides over the ancient streets, Robert inspects the mechanical ruins. He complains about the poor quality of the alloy, noting that these machines are far too fragile for real combat. Amidst the smoking wreckage, our tech expert Sunja scans the remains. She discovers that these robots were powered by ancient MZ-07 chips hardware, so primitive it barely qualifies as advanced tech. Sunja explains that these chips lack any form of free will, designed only to execute external commands. This means the entire mechanical onslaught was being puppeteered from the shadows. Surveying the courtyard now carpeted in scrap metal, Sunja calmly drops a bombshell, Exactly 9,817 robots were deployed in that single relentless wave of attack. The logic is chilling. Deep within the facility's glowing blue pods, at least 9,817 humans are being used as biological processors, controlling the machines from a state of forced slumber. Seryung asks for the district's total population, only to hear the number 9,818. It's a horrifying realization. Every single resident except for one has been consumed by this inhuman project. As the group reels from the shock, the mastermind behind the scenes calmly finishes his meal and orders a total lockdown of District 32. The conspiracy is far deeper than they imagined. Deep in space, a massive spherical station glows with a chilling light. High Command has issued a lockdown, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving and ordered all deployed teams to return immediately. Inside the station, a pivotal conversation unfolds over a meal. In these trying times, they're less concerned with food and more with the shifting power. What happens when the mountain's ruling tiger finally falls? The wolves, once forced to pack together under the tiger shadow, are now growing ambitious. No longer content with their lot, they aim to devour their own and seize the throne for themselves. Under watchful eyes, the sect's high-ranking members stand solemn. In the absence of the tiger, former allies become prey. In such times of upheaval, the strongest wolf is often the first to be targeted. With the martial world on thin ice, the sect must act with extreme caution. Suddenly, a shocking report arrives. An unidentified individual, mastered in their own sect's arts, has surfaced, putting everyone on edge. Worst of all, this mystery man, our boy, is heading straight for Manhwa. The mere mention of the name sends a shiver through the room. That place is a powder keg, and he's the spark that could blow the whole world apart. As the heavy doors slide shut, the white-haired leader sinks into deep thought. Even a veteran like him finds this variable troublesome. He must grasp the full situation before making a move to avoid total collapse. As twilight blankets the ancient city, a mysterious pillar of purple energy erupts from the quiet streets. Seryung is questioning the rumors of missing people returning, only to learn a chilling truth. Everyone seems caught in a cycle, except for those left behind. At the heart of the energy, a man stands with eyes closed, lost in an unconscious ritual. Purple light fragments drift like petals, beautiful yet unsettling, blurring the line between a divine miracle and a high-tech curse. Our tech expert Sunja reveals the truth. On planet Hua, day and night flip every 6 hours. When Seryung asks how long until sunset, Sunja calmly drops a bombshell. 1 second. In that instant, the very atmosphere of the world shifts. It turns out the residents here are mindlessly repeating a single day of their lives. Whether drinking tea or reading, every detail is a precise reenactment. This programmed piece feels hollow, as if the entire planet is nothing more than a giant mechanical music box. The expected loop fails to trigger, leaving the streets eerily empty. From the rooftops, Robert sees no one, sparking a wave of anxiety in Seryung. Is the program malfunctioning, or is the true anomaly only just beginning to surface? Just then, Sunja makes a terrifying discovery. Instead of the residents appearing, our group is the one fading away. Enveloped in purple energy, the sensation of disappearing becomes lethally real, as an unknown law begins to erase them from existence. Faced with this incomprehensible phenomenon, even our seasoned heroes lose their cool. Staring at their dissolving hands, they realize they are no longer spectators on planet Hua. They've become the prey, and time is running out. The scene shifts to a mysterious hall bathed in an ominous purple glow. Urgent reports echo through the room. The captain's vitals are fading, signaling a crisis lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, a starship marked with a skull emblem cuts through the deep void. A mysterious figure stands by the window, silently watching the cosmos as if planning something sinister. Monitoring stations pick up a sudden energy surge from Mount Hua. Analysis confirms the entity as Blazing Devil Seryung, who is currently being teleported straight toward the moon known as Jinta. On the desolate surface of Jinta, a massive black vortex swirls violently, acting as a chaotic gateway and the final destination for this high-speed teleportation. Caught in the eye of the storm, Seryung is absolutely terrified. Watching her body fade, she genuinely thinks she's kicked the bucket and turned into a ghost, screaming in pure desperation. Just as she's hysterically pleading for her life, her physical form suddenly snaps back into focus. Looking at her solid hands, she's completely stunned by this whiplash of a situation. Before she can process anything, the scenery shifts. At the end of a dimly lit corridor sits a mysterious figure on a leopard print cushion, waiting just for her. It looks like her troubles are far from over. Inside a dimly lit corridor, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. A subordinate reports a highly unusual teleportation signature that defies standard physics. Further investigation reveals the transfer was forced without the target's consent, a direct violation of galactic law known as unilateral teleportation. Despite the alarming report, the high-ranking official remains eerily calm, staring out at the stars while ordering his team to maintain strict surveillance. Looking at the drifting planets, he knows that anyone using forbidden tech on the moon has massive backing, and the stakes are higher than they seem. Peering through his glasses, he seems to be calculating his next move. In these turbulent times, any minor disturbance could trigger a galactic storm. Elsewhere, in a mysterious estate, a warrior kneels before her leader, recounting a shocking encounter at Manhwa with a man claiming to be her father. To her humiliation, she was utterly defeated in their duel. The sudden emergence of this mysterious powerhouse has completely derailed everyone's plans. While the plot thickens, a mysterious figure watches from across the stars. She's been tracking the man who defeated her daughter, and learning that he's now at Manhwa has clearly set a new storm in motion. Back with the crew, Robert is losing his cool. Consumed by worry for the missing Seryung, he's shouting that they need to save their captain immediately, his emotions reaching a total boiling point. Sunja is busy scanning for clues on the holographic interface. The team suspects Seryung's disappearance is linked to illegal teleportation on this planet, and though proof is scarce, the mood has turned incredibly grim. Overwhelmed by stress, Robert finally snaps and grabs a teammate by the collar. It's not entirely his fault. His military past left him with severe PTSD, making his anger nearly impossible to suppress when the pressure mounts. After the group intervenes, Robert finally calms down and lets go. Looking at his shaken teammates, he realizes he went too far and offers a low, heavy apology as the tension in the room hits rock bottom. With the conflict settled, the red ship streaks across the galaxy once more. Technical analysis suggests that interstellar teleportation has its limits, meaning Seryung is likely still within reach, but they need to move fast. With Manhwa ruled out as a literal ghost town, the crew is struggling to pinpoint their next move. They're stuck choosing between two moons, Jinta and Cyceris, with no clear lead. Facing a difficult choice, the team decides to follow the captain's golden intuition and head for Cyceris. At this point, a gut feeling is all they have to go on. The mention of Cyceris leaves Seryung looking stunned. Just then, a cold voice cuts through the air, revealing the true target is actually Jinta, Manhwa's second moon. Suddenly, Seryung finds herself being completely exposed. The mysterious figure's scans have identified everything, from her hidden soft sword to the massive energy drive she can't yet control. Realizing this stranger knows her secrets better than she does, Seryung is visibly shaken. Through the pain, she demands to know who this person is, and how they possess such terrifying knowledge. Meanwhile, in a far more peaceful setting, a disciple consults his master. It seems this sect has been monitoring the chaos at Manhwa all along and is already making their move. The master warns against acting too hastily. The events at Manhwa are deeply complicated, and he insists on a patient approach to ensure their long-term plans aren't ruined. Just like a bud that hasn't bloomed, the master explains they must wait for the forces backing our boy to fully reveal themselves before they can strike with absolute certainty. The sect's leader questions his subordinate's maturity before revealing a shocking discovery. An outsider has surfaced, one who can manipulate energy in ways thought lost to their order. The revelation leaves everyone stunned. This stranger isn't just using basic moves, he has mastered the Demon Heart Asura sword technique, a secret core art of their own sect. Realizing this master is an uncontrollable anomaly, the elder's calm vanishes. With a furious roar, he issues a direct execution order. This monster must be eliminated without fail. As the death sentence is sworn, the scene shifts to the silent void of space, where a mysterious sphere floats, signaling a storm brewing across the stars. Meanwhile, Seryung finds herself captured and restrained by cold mechanical shackles. As she tries to figure out her captor's identity, she's cornered by glowing-eyed robotic sentries. Seryung attempts a desperate counterattack, but a silver mechanical creature pins her down with impossible speed. Gasping in shock, she realizes these enemies are faster than anything she's ever faced. The creature's movements defy human reaction limits. As steel claws tighten around her, a terrified Seryung realizes she's not fighting a drone, but a true killing machine. To extract information, a silver-haired interrogator forces a bound woman in red to see the situation for what it is, declaring her resistance futile. However, the captive woman clearly has no intention of cooperating, snarling for him to shut up. This action triggers something, prompting the surrounding silver machines to immediately move into subdue and attack her. Unexpectedly, the woman doesn't just take it. A violent surge of blue energy erupts from her, spinning like a cyclone to forcefully repel the attacking machines. She then launches an even fiercer counterattack. Light erupts from her arm as her body transforms into a whirling blade, directly slicing through and fragmenting the encroaching machines. Despite this fierce resistance, the silver-haired interrogator coolly declares it's pointless, as these combat robots possess data on all martial arts in the world. The woman seems to realize this truth, yet she doesn't stop. Confronting the next approaching machine, she crouches, dashes in, finds an opening, and unleashes a powerful strike. Finally, she leaps high, the light sword coalescing in her hands poised to rend the very clouds. With her power focused to its peak, she takes aim at her enemy. Facing a formidable foe, her gaze is resolute. Even against a tough opponent, she refuses to back down. Seryung brandishes her glowing blue blade, charging towards the target at incredible speed, yet she seems to sense this encounter won't be easy. However, the silver mechanical creature is no ordinary opponent. It dives down with overwhelming force, sending Seryung flying and spinning uncontrollably through the air. Despite being on the defensive, Seryung refuses to yield. She fiercely counterattacks mid-flight, her blade tearing through the air to precisely strike the mechanical creature's head with a heavy impact. The immense power of both sides clash violently in the air, the dazzling light almost consuming the entire space, with no clear victor yet. Regaining her stance, Seryung decisively activates her mechanical left arm. Golden energy gathers in her palm, forming a spiraling beam of light, ready to unleash. Yet, this immense energy wasn't for attacking the enemy. Instead, with a resolute intensity, it pierced directly through Seryung's abdomen, seemingly undergoing a painful and extreme self-enhancement. With a sharp crunch, the mysterious mechanical device is crushed to pieces. Clad in a dark hood, the stranger stares ahead coldly, the debris in his hand signaling an even greater storm on the horizon. Battle erupts instantly, as the silver mechanical beast is impaled by a glowing blade. Meanwhile, our girl Seryung uses the momentum to leap back, her movements sharp, though the situation remains dire. Seryung drops to one knee, gasping for air. With blood on her brow and a strained expression, she's clearly at her limit. Despite the crushing pressure, she holds her ground as the enemy grows suspicious. The masked man recognizes her style and is shaken. The Sichuan Tang clan was wiped out a decade ago. How could their long-lost martial arts appear in the hands of a mere bounty hunter? Cornered, Seryung decides to go all out, forcibly activating the Xuanwu Divine Art, a secret technique reserved for the Tang clan leader. This sudden surge of power finally makes the enemy uneasy. "Shut up!" With a fierce roar, emerald energy erupts like a volcano, piercing through the entire room. It's more than just a technique. It's the release of Seryung's long-suppressed rage. A strange star pattern glows in Seryung's eyes, signaling the start of the infinite rain flower. Dense beams of energy lock down every exit, their sheer power leaving the entire facility trembling. With one final, violent energy surge, the entire battlefield is blanketed in emerald dust. This level of destruction far exceeds human limits, leaving any hidden observers in stunned silence. The scene shifts as a long-buried past begins to surface. Deep in interstellar space, at the distant Manhwa, the origin of all this chaos seems to lead back to a masked, silver-haired woman. The silver-haired warrior recalls a haunting memory. After losing consciousness, she woke up in a cold industrial corridor, finding herself face-to-face with a mysterious figure. The figure admits he used a unilateral teleportation to bring her here. His goal? To fulfill her hidden desire for absolute strength. The stranger knows everything about her, even her title as the 8-foot fighting ghost. He mocks her endless battles, and the secret despair she feels every night. Despite the offer of supreme power, she finds him incredibly annoying. Unfazed, the figure suggests that words are useless, only through combat will she truly understand. Combat erupts, but it's a total shutdown. Amidst a haunting green glow, a mechanical shackle clamps onto her neck, leaving her paralyzed and in agonizing pain. As she loses all resistance, the figure embraces her from behind and drops a chilling revelation. He will make her strong because she is his daughter. As suffocation and shock intertwine, what twisted plan does this father have? This brutal memory seems to be the very origin of what she has become today. In the dim labs of deep space, some were willing to sacrifice their useless minds for a stronger body, chasing the ultimate power of steel. This power, known as steel fortification, eventually clad immortal frame in majestic armor, revealing its chilling presence once more across the stars. Back in reality, our boy's crew was cruising along until Sunja suddenly spotted a massive red blip on the radar, blocking their flight path. An impossibly large starship loomed in the cold void, radiating a suffocating pressure that made their little red ship look like a mere insect. Facing this roadblock, Robert lost his cool, demanding they move. However, Sunja sternly warned him that this wasn't just any ship, it was a Celestial-class Titan. Worse yet, the owner of this giant vessel was the legendary Heavenly Demon Sect. Hearing that name, Robert's bravado instantly vanished into a cold sweat. While the whole crew was on edge, our boy remained calm as ever. He was busy slicing up hot dogs, as if the world ending could wait until he finished lunch. A high-ranking official from the sect stepped forward, introducing himself. His tone was calm, but the sheer weight of his presence made the air feel like lead. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. This bald kid is actually a first-class officer of the Heavenly Demon Sect. His sudden appearance leaves even a veteran like Robert sweating, yet the kid remains eerily calm. The officer reveals the mastermind, Richel Archimond. This former top scientist once directed the Steel City, a secret project aimed at fusing martial arts with advanced weaponry to create the ultimate war machine. Richel was expelled for his inhumane methods, but he didn't disappear. Instead, he's been operating in the shadows with massive secret funding, conducting even more horrific experiments right under everyone's noses. Despite dropping such earth-shattering intel, the kid just calmly asks for a glass of water. Robert is completely rattled, realizing that a visit from someone this high-ranking means the military is involved. "This is beyond what civilians can handle," the kid warns. He tells them to stay out of it, claiming that against a conspiracy of this scale, all they can do is pray for their missing captain. That was the wrong thing to say. Robert slams the table in a fury, telling the kid to shut up and get out. Regardless of who the enemy is, they are never going to abandon their captain. Throughout the chaos, our boy remains cool, taking a sip of his drink. He sees right through the kid's plan, calling him out for sharing info just to use them as pawns to do the sect's dirty work. Our boy's unshakable composure leads Robert to wonder who he really is, even addressing him as Noble One. It seems the true nature of this high-stakes game is only just beginning to unfold. A mysterious bald man, eyes closed and serene, sits at a table, seemingly severing ties. He firmly declares that if they have no connection, there's nothing more to know, as they will forever remain separate. The hooded figure beside him simply replies, "No connection." Things are looking grim for Seryung. Trapped and hung upside down, she manages to wake up sooner than expected, much to the surprise of the masked man nearby. He can't help but credit her legendary Tang clan bloodline for such resilience. Seryung is in agony as machines tear through her consciousness. The villain plays the savior, claiming he's freeing her while simultaneously preparing to wipe her memories and those of her teammates forever. Despite her struggles, the villain remains unfazed. He's already blocked her meridians and paralyzed her nervous system, smugly declaring that her body no longer belongs to her. She's trapped in her own skin, a helpless puppet. Watching her writhe in pain, the villain mocks her, telling her to be a good pet. But he's making a fatal mistake, underestimating the Tang clan. Even with her nerves shattered, Seryung's eyes still burn with a terrifying defiance. Just as the villain thinks he's won, Seryung delivers a chilling warning: you can kill a Tang clan member, but you will never dominate them. Her eyes flare deep crimson, signaling the awakening of a power she was never meant to use. In an instant, a violent surge of energy erupts. Caught off guard, the villain is slammed by a lethal wave of toxic energy. This isn't just poison, it's a forbidden Tang clan bloodline technique that turns the tables in a heartbeat. This is the legendary pigeon blood poison. Every Tang clan member carries a grain of it in their heart, a final gift meant for their own end. As her heart races, the poison grows more potent, fueled by her absolute resolve to drag her enemy down with her. Covered in blood and fueled by pure vengeance, Seryung's resolve is absolute. If there's no escape, she'll make sure they both burn. As she screams for a mutual end, her desperate counterattack reaches its most terrifying peak. The battle reaches a fever pitch as Seryung, gripped by agony, desperately clings to the silver robot. Energy surges and fluids spray everywhere in this chaotic struggle. Alarms blare through the facility as the intruder alert triggers. While others panic at the sudden shift, our boy remains unfazed, calmly scanning the tactical data flashing before his eyes. Suddenly, a tide of mechanical warriors emerges, filling the horizon like a relentless army of iron zombies. The sheer scale of the force brings a suffocating sense of dread. Watching the red plumes rise in the distance, our boy stands silent. The dense mechanical phalanx waits for the signal, ready to wipe out everything in its path. Realizing the urgency, Robert roars for our boy to save the captain while he holds the line. With a thunderous impact, his massive mech strikes the ground to pave a way forward. Amidst gasps of shock, a terrifying beam of energy erupts from the ground, shaking the very planet. Countless mechanical soldiers are swept away in the searing light and shockwave. But the numbers are overwhelming. Even while surrounded, Robert keeps firing through his grumbling. Through the smoke and flames, the Iron Legion continues its cold, relentless advance. As the battle intensifies, Robert's mech goes full throttle, unleashing a barrage of searing energy beams. He's holding them off for now, but the true crisis has only just begun. Inside a hidden control room, a silver-haired commander watches the monitors with cold intensity. The screens are filled with high-stakes, heavy-fire combat. On the battlefield, heavy mechs unleash absolute chaos. Blinding laser cannons fire massive energy blasts that swallow everything in their path. A barrage of automatic laser missiles triggers a chain of massive explosions. The resulting shockwaves send entire ranks of security units flying. With anti-gravity rockets and elite gear deployed, it's clear this is no ordinary skirmish, but a calculated clash over forbidden technology. As the situation spirals out of control, the commander gives the final word: eliminate everyone on site, and leave no witnesses behind. The base's alarm suddenly blares. Someone is tearing through the facility at incredible speeds, breaching District 7 in the blink of an eye. Our boy is moving so fast it's like he's teleporting. He blasts past rows of experimental stasis pods, outrunning the base's tracking systems. Confronted by this supernatural speed, the villain finally snaps. He screams in pure disbelief. There's no way anyone could move like that. Following a massive energy blast, a half-masked cyborg emerges from the debris, bracing himself after the violent impact as dust and smoke fill the air. The facility is a chilling sight, with rows of glowing blue pods housing human test subjects, all part of the horrific Iron Zombie project. Our boy suddenly appears at the breach above. Looking down upon this den of sin, his commanding presence alone seems to freeze the very air in the room. Caught completely off guard by this mysterious intruder, the masked cyborg stares back in shock, frantically demanding to know who exactly has interrupted him. As our boy's eyes fall upon the bloodied young girl lying unconscious on the platform, his calm demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold, rising fury. Descending from the ledge, our boy condemns the enemy's lack of humanity, calling him a heartless monster for inflicting such cruelty on a mere child. Paralyzed by our boy's soul-piercing gaze and overwhelming killing intent, the villain trembles in fear. The ultimate clash of ancient and modern power is about to begin. Facing a half-human, half-machine opponent, our boy remains unfazed. Despite the enemy's explosive power, it barely scratches the surface of the ancient heavenly demon's overwhelming presence. With a violent surge of blue-white energy, the battle intensifies instantly. Before the enemy can react, our boy strikes like lightning, forcing a desperate evasion. Drawing his blade, a deep blue glow envelopes him, the mark of primal martial arts capable of warping space. The enemy is stunned to see what looks like high-level void manipulation. Even more shocking, the scanners reveal our boy has no internal power drive. Performing such feats without a tech core leaves the opponent in a state of pure existential dread. Seizing the moment, our boy steps forward calmly. With his armor cracking under the strain, the enemy curses his previous injuries, feeling a mounting sense of total despair. Distraction is a bad habit in a fight, our boy mocks. In his eyes, this cyborg isn't just non-human, he's not even a worthy warrior. Enraged and cornered, the opponent roars and launches a final, desperate charge. Green energy flares wildly as he gambles everything on one last strike. Unfortunately, struggle is futile against absolute power. Our boy counters with a precise strike, his blue lightning shattering the mechanical limb with cold efficiency. As the dust settles, our boy looks toward the girl unconscious on the platform. He murmurs softly, as if this fight was meant to atone for the suffering his presence caused. Seeing Seryung unconscious and covered in blood, our boy's rage finally boils over. His cold gaze locks onto the enemy, calmly stating that it's time for them to pay the ultimate price for provoking him. Facing such overwhelming pressure, the villain breaks into a cold sweat, cursing his luck. He never expected that after dealing with the Tangirl, he'd run straight into an even more terrifying monster. With his internal energy output dropping below 40% due to previous injuries, the villain knows he has no chance in a fair fight. Driven into a corner, he decides to go for a desperate, final gamble. As warning sirens blare, the villain is enveloped in crackling cyan arcs of energy, his eyes turning blood red from system overload. This force limit break has clearly pushed him to the brink of losing control. Our boy watches this frantic power-up, barely having time to process these strange modern techniques before Seryung weakly opens her eyes. She warns him that the villain is planning a self-destruct to take him down with him. In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy detonates in the center of the room, sending blinding light piercing through the industrial base. From afar, the crew watches in horror as the explosion tears through the facility. In the aftermath of the blast, the scene is a total wreck. System errors flash everywhere, missiles depleted, energy drained, and combat suits shredded. This brutal showdown has pushed everyone to their absolute limits. The situation is looking grim as our ally finds herself surrounded by mechanical soldiers, her gear sparking from damage. Trapped in a circle of steel, she desperately shouts for the machines to stop before she's overwhelmed. Just in time, our guy Robert makes a grand entrance, smashing the ground with a devastating kick that shatters the enemy's line. With a cold glare, he introduces himself as the former Sergeant Major of the Northern Galaxy Forces. Robert prepares to show them why he's a legend. He draws his dual blades as blinding energy surges through them, closing his eyes calmly even as a swarm of mechanical soldiers descends from the sky to stop him. In a flash, a pillar of golden light pierces the planet's crust, sending a massive energy pulse tearing across the wasteland. In the face of such raw power, the mechanical army is erased as the entire world turns white. As the dust settles, Robert stands bare-chested amidst the wreckage, his blade still glowing with residual power. He didn't just survive the ambush. He sent a violent message that the legendary veteran is back in action. The massive explosion sends a colossal mushroom cloud rising from the satellite's surface, visible even from the deep reaches of space. A blast of this magnitude is no longer just a skirmish, it's a planetary event. The shockwave immediately triggers alarms at a distant observatory. Watching the off-the-charts electromagnetic readings, the officials realize something catastrophic is happening near planet Huashan, and the storm is only beginning. With the battle over, the authorities move quickly to erase the evidence, ordering all records deleted. As the explosion ripples through space, they hope to bury the truth forever. Standing amidst the mechanical wreckage, Robert is left dazed and confused. The chaotic battlefield has suddenly turned eerily quiet, leaving him with a growing sense of dread. Scanning the barren wasteland, Robert desperately calls out for our boy. The enemy legion has been decimated, but the legendary master has seemingly vanished into thin air. Within a mysterious, soft glow, our boy stands watch over his fallen comrade. Though the scene is somber, the very fabric of space and time seems to be shifting around them. Watching from a distance, Robert is struck by the surreal sight. After such a brutal struggle, they have finally found a moment of peace beneath the silent stars. A miracle unfolds as Manhwa planet regains its vitality. The innocent people once used as test subjects return to the streets, their lives suddenly restored to normal. Incredibly, no one seems to remember the horror. As they gather to eat and talk, it's as if the nightmare that threatened their existence never even happened. Squatting in the sand, Robert is completely baffled, calling the whole thing a ghost story. He simply can't grasp how our boy managed to pull off such a feat. Sunja explains that this is entropy inversion, a forbidden technology used to reset time. Because of the immense risks involved, such experiments are strictly banned across the galaxy. But it turns out our boy hasn't just mastered this god-tier tech, he's used it to reboot an entire planet at once. This overwhelming power would leave even the greatest scientists speechless. As rain washes over a young sapling, dark forces are plotting behind the scenes. They marvel at a genius scientist's forbidden tech, which has even garnered support from the military. As long as the target draws breath, the hunt continues. A direct order is issued: eliminate the threat and silence the impostor who dares to use their sex martial arts. Beneath the deep, silent stars, a childlike powerhouse meditates atop a massive orb. His cold gaze, far beyond his years, seems locked onto a distant target. Back on the black market planet, our boy calmly sips tea in a traditional loft. Opposite him, the Manhwa leader offers sincere thanks for saving his daughter and the rebels. However, our boy sees right through the plot. The rebels were merely puppets. The Manhwa leader can only smile bitterly, admitting that the true mastermind is now untouchable. Facing our boy's piercing gaze, the leader is shaken to his core. To protect the lives of 10,000 clan members, he's prepared to swallow his pride and bury the truth. He is stunned by how such a young man can possess such a terrifying presence. For survival, he must weigh the cost between protecting his sect and seeking justice. While pouring a fresh cup of tea, this mysterious figure notes how unusual it is to see someone so relaxed. Most people treat him with absolute reverence, but our boy's casual attitude is a refreshing change of pace. The man speaks candidly about his choice to live looking down upon the world. It's a level of arrogance that makes our boy wonder if this guy genuinely views himself as a supreme being. Our boy isn't really interested in philosophy right now. Changing the subject, he asks about the limits of modern technology, specifically whether there's a way to reconnect a severed limb. Back on the ship, Seryung is suspended in a glowing medical pod. Bathed in golden light, she looks peaceful, but the high-tech equipment humming around her tells a much more desperate story. Sunja is hard at work, eyes glued to the data streaming across her tablet. Before she can even finish her analysis, a frantic Robert rushes in, desperate for any update on the captain's condition. The diagnosis is grim. The poison is spreading faster than they can neutralize it. Robert completely loses his cool, grabbing his companion and demanding they head to a major hospital before it's too late. As Robert spirals into a frantic rage, the situation on board grows chaotic. Inside the cold medical pod, Seryung's life hangs by a thread, and time is rapidly running out for the crew. Things are looking dire. With no antidote and no time to reach a hospital, the team is stuck. Even the usually tough Robert is at a loss, staring down a hopeless situation. Sunja suggests a cold, logical farewell, releasing their comrade into space per the captain's orders. Her detached reasoning leaves Robert stunned, his voice trembling as the weight of loss sinks in. The only sound in the corridor is the steady drip of water. Sunja stands alone at the dispenser. Though her expression remains stoic, her mechanical movements betray a heavy, silent sadness. Droplets on her mask look like unshed tears, while a massive ship looms outside. The memories of laughter and shared moments in the stars now feel like fading, bittersweet fragments of the past. A silver-haired girl stands alone by the railing, watching the horizon. As the ship accelerates into the void, the bonds of the past seem to be swallowed by the dark, leaving only a vast emptiness behind. Suddenly, a massive white vessel descends over a traditional estate on another planet. Our boy, resting in the courtyard, senses the intrusion and looks up with an intense, razor-sharp gaze. A subordinate rushes in to report that the ship belongs to the legendary West Heaven Sword matron, Kim Yunhwa. Hearing her name, our boy's expression hardens. A clash of titans is clearly imminent. Inside the Hua Mountain sect, a disciple reports to his master that she has not responded to their repeated attempts to contact her. The master, however, calmly instructs them to simply let her be, as she clearly didn't come for him. The disciple, fuming, considers the West Heaven Sword matrons' actions a blatant disrespect to their sect. Yet, his master urges him to calm down, emphasizing that the Hua Mountain sect is currently in reconstruction and must avoid conflicts with other factions. Seeing his disciple's reluctance, the master earnestly advises that patience is currently the Hua Mountain sect's greatest strength. They must endure, at least until the sect is powerful enough to retaliate. Though his expression remains calm, a flicker of unwillingness still dances in the disciple's eyes, as he silently internalizes his master's words. While the Hua Mountain sect bided its time, a massive spaceship crossed the sky, bringing our boy to a high-tech lab. There, Dr. Richel, clad in white, surprisingly offered to heal Seryung. Hearing Richel's ability to reattach a severed arm, our boy mused on technological advancement. Richel, however, clarified that reattaching the arm was trivial. The true challenge was removing the blood poison that had spread to Seryung's heart. Upon hearing blood poison in the heart, our boy instantly deduced Seryung's Sichuan Tang clan origins, even throwing in a jab about Tang clan members being foolish and hot-tempered. Richel was surprised by his profound martial arts knowledge, noting that this heart poison was a secret technique reserved for Tang clan nobility. Weighing his options, our boy decided to accept Richel's proposal, stating, "All right, I request it. Heal the girl." He then directly asked Richel what he desired in return for this assistance. A sharp-eyed black-haired man keenly observes the conversation, sensing it's filled with killing intent, indicating strong emotions from the other party. Meanwhile, the masked, muscular man responds, saying he feels like he's met the target the other person is talking about. Not long ago, he also encountered someone who made him want to beat them to death. However, when the black-haired man asks about the target, the masked man drops a bombshell. If that person is their target, they're too late, because he's already dead. Yet, A mysterious woman named Rachel calmly retorts that the target is still alive. The reason he's untraceable is that he's hidden himself in a much deeper place, requiring immense effort to locate him. To track their target, the group arrives at the Humanity Government's Southern Galactic Core military droid disposal site, a place resembling a massive industrial ruin. A white-haired woman stands quietly on the gray grid floor, holding a brown piece of clothing, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, the colossal cylindrical device hums and vibrates, as blue-green liquid gushes down its internal edges, signaling the commencement of some ritual. The white-haired woman steps barefoot into the luminous blue-green liquid flowing from the device, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. As the liquid churns, a muscular figure slowly emerges, painfully contorting his body and letting out a gasp, as if abruptly awakened from a deep slumber. Rachel drapes a garment over him, congratulating the Count on his return to life, her tone brimming with confident control. The awakened Count is clearly disoriented by his surroundings. He looks up at Rachel, asking with uncertainty, "Who are you?" Rachel looks directly at the Count and slowly introduces herself. "I am Rachel Archimond, your vessel, Count." She assures the Count that it will only be a little longer until all his memories return, as the Count silently processes the revelations. The scene opens with an orange glowing sphere collapsing and shattering into pieces, as a low whisper echoes, "You will love me again." A blonde character calmly explains that the facility is operated by the human government and kept under close watch by their planetary defense forces. Our boy listens intently, then crosses his arms and asks coolly if this human government is akin to the official bodies of old. Recalling that a child once mentioned the same thing, our guy says with a touch of nostalgia that the term official body hasn't been heard in thousands of years, remarking how this conversation sparks the memories. Another character with light gold hair mutters that the elite's habit of keeping their power by staying not too close yet not too far hasn't changed at all over the millennia. They note our protagonist speaks as if he's truly from thousands of years ago. The white-haired figure standing by the shattered sphere cuts to the chase, asking our boy what exactly he's supposed to do. The scene shifts to a white-haired officer in military uniform, who lays out the core demand. They need our guide to divert the attention of the planetary defense forces. Immediately after, the focus cuts to a smiling, dark-haired character who mentions he just received a report stating the lab was completely destroyed. The white-haired man with a face mask and a glowing green energy core on his chest replies coldly that he erased all evidence. He states that maintaining secrecy for this project is their top priority. However, Planetary Defense Commander Bernard retorts with a mocking smile, saying it seems the man's tongue wasn't injured and he can still speak quite smoothly. Rachel remains unfazed, pointing out that the Steel City project was just part of the process. The main project, the Iron Gangshire project, will now officially proceed. Finally, he shifts gears, his gaze fixing on someone as he makes an unsettling request. "That thing you have with you, can you make one for me?" Inside the command center, Commander Bernardo leans back in boredom, tired of his long assignment. Before him stands the white-haired cyborg, its glowing green core a stark reminder of the weapons at his disposal. Bernardo shows utter contempt for the cyborgs, calling them nothing but trash. To him, treating these heartless machines like actual people is an insolent joke that he simply can't stomach. The scene shifts to a somber memory where rain drenches the temple gate. Sarah Young stands alone in the downpour, clutching her sword as the crushing weight of her past begins to resurface. Our boy appears within her shifting memories, seeing right through Sarah Young's fiery persona. He points out that beneath her tough exterior, she's been hiding behind a thick, defensive mask all this time. Seeing her lost in grief, our guy reaches out to guide her back to reality. But Sarah Young refuses, her mind fixated on protecting a gate that represents everything she's already lost. Our boy calmly explains that this is all a delusion, but Sarah Young is too far gone to listen. She screams in desperation, swearing to protect her duty even if it costs her life. Driven by her trauma, Sarah Young swings her sword and strikes our boy. Realizing words are no longer enough, he decides to use force to break her free from this self-destructive nightmare. Within a mysterious green light pillar, a woman undergoes a startling transformation. Her closed eyes snap open, glowing with an eerie red light, as particles swirl around her, solidifying her form as if she's being reborn. Meanwhile, in another cold, mechanical chamber, a white-haired woman lies restrained on an operating table. Nearby, a gold-haired woman, connected to complex machinery, recharges her internal energy. She calmly asks, "How is your body?" The one being addressed was Sarah Young, now clad in red with a sharp gaze. Hearing the reminder about her reattached arm needing time to heal, Seryung earnestly thanked her. "Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay this debt." However, the gold-haired woman seemed dismissive. "You're overestimating yourself. Debts are only shared between equals. Moreover, I had no reason to use all my internal energy to save you." A nearby energy display showed 92%. Confronted by such cold words, Seryung frowned, asking in confusion, "Then, why did you save me?" Without directly answering, the gold-haired woman presented a container holding a grotesque, worm-like creature. "I almost couldn't get it out." Seryung immediately recognized it as the pigeon blood red, the deadliest forbidden poison rumored in the Tang family. With a grim expression, she urgently pleaded, "Please give it back to me. That's my soul." Just then, a fully recharged alert for the energy drive sounded. The gold-haired woman straightened up, ready to reveal the true ownership of this forbidden item. The gold-haired woman coldly declared, "You've already activated the half-blood poison and chosen death, meaning you've abandoned this poison. It's no longer yours." The deadly worm squirmed, as if asserting its new ownership. However, she then extended her hand, offering the squirming pigeon blood red to Seryung, stating with complex words, "It has become mine, but I shall give it to you. Is this a gift, or another trap?" In exchange for answers, she begins telling everything she knows about the universe heavenly demon figure. Elsewhere, our boy is having a conversation with a long-haired man in traditional gray robes. In a classically furnished room, the robed man states that his reason for seeking our boy out is to repay a kindness he once received. Our guy weighs it off, saying he acted of his own will, and a cup of tea is enough. However, the man insists that the Manhwa sect is not accustomed to being in debt. He decides to repay the debt with sincere advice, a serious warning to never get close to the West Heaven Sword matron. He calls her a venomous spider in the abyss, infecting all that come near with darkness, even her own flesh and blood. Meanwhile, in an industrial corridor, the masked blonde woman stands silently against a wall. She addresses a figure in the corridor, asking why they've been targeting her. As she speaks, a woman with red highlights and a ponytail steps into the light from the shadowy end of the hall. The blonde reveals the reason. "Because my mother saved you." This bitter accusation seems to have little effect. The red-haired woman simply closes her eyes, murmuring, "Like mother, like daughter. You two really are alike," before turning and walking away. As the tea talk progresses, she becomes the center of conversation. The black-haired woman beside them seems a bit uncomfortable with the casual tone, directly questioning, "How old are you? Why do you always speak to me so informally?" Our boy, the black-haired man calmly pouring tea, simply states, "I appreciate your advice, but I'll handle it my way." Clearly, he's not letting her complaints bother him. In a quiet corner, our boy listens as an elder speaks of a woman obsessed with creating the perfect being, a dream that has led her down a path of endless, failed replications. Gesturing to the tea set, the elder warns our guy that he has caught her eye. He cautions that getting close to such a person is a dangerous gamble he shouldn't take lightly. As they part ways, the elder watches our boy's back with a hint of melancholy. He muses that things might have been different if she weren't so obsessed, or perhaps just his type. Meanwhile, Robert is so relieved to see Seryung alive that he tackles her in a massive hug. His enthusiastic shouting of "Captain" only leaves her feeling incredibly uncomfortable. While Robert continues his drama, Seryung's focus shifts to our boy, who's calmly eating nearby. She leans over the table and asks the one thing she's been dying to know. "You're way older than me, right?" Our guy just keeps slicing his sausage in silence, but his lack of denial is all the proof she needs. Seryung freaks out, realizing she's dealing with a literal grandpa from another era. While our boy is happily munching on a sausage, Seryung slams the table in a rage. She demands Sunja bring some healthy food instead, proving even an ancient legend can't escape a lecture on nutrition. Meanwhile, Commander Jong Ritak receives a shocking report. It reveals that the man causing all the chaos is Lee Mok-jin, an ancient figure who sealed himself away 2 millennia ago. When pressed for more details, the informant drops a bombshell. This ancient warrior calls himself the Heavenly Demon Supreme. Hearing that legendary title, Jong Ritak is visibly shaken by the implications. Over in Ritual's secret lab, heavy machinery is working overtime. As high-energy beams converge on the platform, a top-secret experiment capable of shifting the balance of power reaches its climax. As the data transfer hits its peak, Ritual watches the monitors with cold indifference. In his vision, these machines and martial arts will soon fuse into the ultimate killing weapon. Rachel reaches out, calling to his masterpiece with a chilling sense of ownership. A terrifying new threat has emerged, and a trap designed specifically for our boy is finally being set in motion. In the depths of a high-tech lab, Rachel Archimond examines a glowing mechanical spider. This tiny device is far more dangerous than its delicate appearance suggests. Rachel meets with the military to present his latest product. Behind the casual tea service lies the sinister truth of the Iron Gangster project. Addressing the military's skepticism, Rachel explains the project's goal: transforming living humans into undetectable combat droids with superhuman martial arts. To demonstrate its power, Rachel activates the spider. It latches onto a guard and begins burrowing into his body in a chilling display of parasitic technology. As the parasitic process takes hold, the victim screams in agony. Strange purple veins erupt across his skin, and his eyes flare with a sinister, unnatural light. While the guard writhes in pain, Rachel calmly sips his tea. He explains that the device seizes the central nervous system, turning humans into literal living puppets. If the Iron Gangster technology is deployed on a massive scale, the balance of the interstellar world will be shattered. And this is only the beginning. The scene shifts as the commander learns about the Iron Gangster project. It's designed to forcibly release massive internal energy, turning subjects into ultimate killing machines, just like the hulking figure seen here. However, Rachel admits that due to genetic mismatches, these subjects have become horribly deformed. Their bodies are twisting in agony as their immune systems struggle against the violent transformation. Seeing the failure, the commander loses his temper after waiting 10 years. He slams the table, demanding to know how Rachel plans to explain these results to the investors as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Rachel remains calm, revealing a blue mechanical device. He cryptically explains that the technology hasn't reached its full potential yet, simply because it hasn't found its true owner to bond with. As energy surges, a blinding blue beam erupts, sending massive shockwaves throughout the lab. The once skeptical commander is left completely speechless by the sheer, raw power now on display. The destructive energy extends into the void, obliterating celestial bodies with terrifying precision. As the beam pierces the deep star's cape, it's clear that a much larger, cosmic game is just beginning. As the ship rumbles to a halt, our boy and the crew finally reach their destination. Looking out at the cracked, crumbling celestial body, the tension in the air is palpable. Inside the cockpit, the atmosphere is thick with tension. The crew reports they've hit the limit. One more step means trespassing on government territory. Everyone is waiting for the captain's next move. It turns out this is a government-run military droid disposal site, heavily guarded and restricted. Even for these seasoned bounty hunters, entering such a forbidden zone is a massive gamble. The radar quickly picks up a signal from the West Heaven Sword matron's ship. Knowing the target is safely tucked away on the dark side of the moon, Sarah Young grits her teeth, bracing for a direct confrontation. To protect her crew, Sarah Young orders the landing pods prepared. She tells them to stay behind and disavow her if things go south, as she prepares to descend into the fray with our boy. At this critical moment, our boy remains incredibly calm, suggesting he go in alone. After all, the coming battle is far beyond what any normal person can survive, and he knows it. Sarah Young insists on coming along, claiming she needs to pilot the landing pod. However, her excuse is immediately called out by the crew. Everyone knows her flying skills are barely functional. Banter aside, Sarah Young is driven by a personal grudge. But our boy sees right through her facade, reminding her of a much greater debt she still owes. The sudden insight leaves her completely stunned. Heavy footsteps echo through a dim, futuristic corridor, as a cold voice warns that clinging to the past only distances one from the present. This oppressive atmosphere hints that some buried secrets are about to spiral out of control. The scene shifts to a stern high-ranking officer alone in a command room. Before him, a screen displays the progress of the Iron Gangster project, while a body covered in cloth in the center of the room emits an unsettling red glow. A massive, golden mechanical eye suddenly fills the screen, the voice of the hidden controller. The officer trembles as he reports that because they dared to use Manhwa sect disciples as subjects, the so-called perfect project was doomed from the start. Despite the officer's fears of the investigation committee, the eye remains coldly indifferent, demanding a cover-up at all costs. To these rulers, lives are just data. As long as the truth is hidden, success or failure no longer matters. After the call cuts, the officer collapses into his chair, drained of strength. Drenched in sweat, he regrets tangling with such monsters. But before he can regain his composure, a sudden, sharp alarm shatters the silence. The scene shifts to a desolate wasteland. A sealed red pod, half buried in the sand, hisses as it opens, and a trail of footprints leads away. It seems something that should have stayed asleep has quietly escaped its cage. Across the sands littered with metallic debris, a black-haired youth walks barefoot. His face is expressionless, yet his eyes hold a cold intensity from another era as he heads straight toward the mysterious facility center. Meanwhile, Rachel senses the anomaly. An alarm from the droid disposal site gives him pause, while the image of a shattered moon overlaid on a silver-haired girl hints at an upcoming upheaval that could reshape the entire galaxy. Amidst the quiet greenery, a strange silver mechanical spider lies in wait. A young girl leans in curiously, unaware of the metallic threat lurking right before her eyes. Suddenly, the device springs to life, streaking through the air like a silver bullet. It slams into a leaf with a violent spark, revealing its true nature as a high-speed projectile. Elsewhere, the tension reaches a breaking point. A masked figure gazes down from high above, his cold eyes locked onto our boy, who stands calmly amidst the surrounding rubble. Monitoring from safety, a military officer sips his tea while analyzing our boy. He dismisses him as a pure natural, a mere vagrant without any high-tech cybernetics. With no data on record and no detected weapons, the officer cold-bloodedly orders an execution. To the military, he's just another trespasser to be eliminated without a second thought. As an armored knight charges at terminal velocity, our boy doesn't even bother taking his hands out of his pockets. He stands perfectly still, unimpressed by the incoming assault. Just then, a frantic warning arrives, urging the officer not to underestimate his target. But the arrogant commander scoffs, unaware that he's just poked a sleeping legendary demon. On the monitor, our boy walks calmly through a high-speed assault. Commander Bernard is left in shock, while Rachel is fascinated by the mysterious protective field generated by ancient martial arts. Tension flares in the command center as Rachel mocks Bernard's incompetence. Warning that no one is safe if the project fails, the scientist delivers a cold insult and turns to leave. Bernard is fuming at the insult, but he has no time for a grudge. Our boy has already breached the second defense line, forcing the military to scramble their beam cannons and droid battalions. Desperate to end the threat, Bernard orders the activation of the Tathagata weapon. Meanwhile, Rachel is busy coordinating with subordinates, determined to accelerate his twisted scientific project. On a quiet hillside, a silver-haired handler waits as a mysterious girl in a baseball cap arrives. With this key material finally delivered, the dark project moves into its next sinister phase. Back on the battlefield, a massive energy vortex erupts in front of our boy. Despite the ground-shaking power, he simply looks on with a sigh, completely unfazed by yet another high-tech trick. With a divine and crushing pressure, a massive palm descends from the heavens. Faced with this world-shattering strike, our boy remains calm, questioning the true nature of his opponent. A thunderous impact shatters the ground as the giant palm strikes, sending debris flying. Even for our boy, facing such overwhelming force head-on brings a tense look to his eyes. Amidst the dust, a violent energy vortex tears through the earth. High above, the stone Buddha remains silent, radiating an intimidating and tranquil power. From behind the monitors, the commander watches coldly with a hint of disdain. To him, such a blow should turn anyone to ash, hardly worth making a fuss over. No sooner had the order to recover the body been given than the alarms blared. Our boy is not only alive, but completely unharmed, leaving the commander in a fit of rage. The divine palm remains pressed to the cracked earth, sparks flying as energy twists around the stone Buddha. It's clear that the battle is far from over. Under the commander's disbelief, our boy emerges floating in midair. Despite losing a shoe, his calm and absolute presence sends a shiver through the very stars above. Driven to madness, the villain screams for blood as the red core of the vortex ignites. A blinding light surges once more, signaling an even greater storm on the horizon. Facing the violent energy vortex, our boy calmly reaches out to meet it head-on. To him, this so-called Buddha's energy is nothing more than a crude and impure imitation. A hint of disdain flashes in our boy's golden eyes. As he exerts his power, the once solemn Buddha statue is instantly pierced by violent energy, shattering its divine facade. Amidst a massive surge of energy, the colossal stone Buddha begins to crumble. This overwhelming power sends shockwaves to those watching the battle from the shadows. Commander Bernard stares at the monitor in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. He never imagined someone could destroy their ultimate defense so effortlessly. As the smoke clears, Our boy stands in the ruins, joking that since he's punched a hole in Buddha's head, Nirvana is definitely off the table. Still, he knows this commotion isn't enough yet. Just then, a massive wave of mechanical beings emerges like a tide. The synchronized sound of their march shatters the desert silence as the real threat closes in on our boy. Meanwhile, the masked ritual recognizes the forbidden technique of the heavenly demon sect. He falls into a manic frenzy, frantically demanding an immediate connection to headquarters. Ritual screams in desperation, trying to send out a final warning. But the screen only returns harsh static. It's clear that all communications have been completely severed. With heavy footsteps echoing through the hall, a familiar voice rings out. The man before our boy seems to share a dark and twisted history with him, stretching back decades. The man grows increasingly desperate, revealing the scars from a lab accident 25 years ago. He is convinced that our boy couldn't possibly have forgotten that fateful night. The gates of memory swing open, taking us back to the galactic citadel. In those days, the scientist was a rising star, hailed as a peerless genius with unmatched potential. Even the formidable sword mother, Kim Yunhwa, was obsessed with him. She was willing to cast aside her pride, just to claim his genes and create the world's most perfect being. But reality is far colder. From behind his mask, the man screams his questions, desperate to know if our boy holds even the slightest fragment of a memory of him. Faced with such obsession, our boy simply draws his weapon. To him, the names of failures aren't worth remembering, and the tension in the room suddenly turns lethal. The story continues. Against the backdrop of the vast cosmos and advanced starships, our boy Lee Mok-jin's interstellar journey begins a new chapter. Suddenly, a defense base falls into a total disaster. With perimeter forces collapsing, the commander stares at the screens full of destruction reports in sheer terror. Before a distress signal can even be sent, a violent impact shatters the command center. Amidst the debris, the once proud commander collapses, completely broken and defenseless. Just then, a figure emerges through the thick smoke. Staring at this unexpected intruder, the dying officer gasps, demanding to know who on earth he is. With a cold expression, our boy simply states his name. He boldly tells the officer that his identity was already in the reports, and if there's a problem, he's the one to deal with. He doesn't waste any more time, sharpening his gaze, as he demands to know exactly where the half-formed monster is being hidden. Meanwhile, in a dark chamber, a masked madman is spiraling into a paranoid rage. He screams about the pain of abandonment, obsessively believing he has finally created a perfect being. He gambled his entire life for this moment, pouring everything into this forbidden facility of glowing blue vats, refusing to let anyone call him a failure again. Amidst the flash of red blades, two white-haired figures clash in a deadly standoff. Finally, with a heavy gasp, the duel ends, leaving only a chilling whisper, "I remember you." Ritual is drowning in uncomfortable memories of words he once ignored. As the heavy doors creak open, a dark chapter of the past is about to be revealed. Our boy walks through the dim corridor alone. At the end of the hall, an old, solitary figure sits beneath a pillar of light, as if he's been waiting for this moment. Ritual sits drenched in blood, a clean strike having pierced his heart. Even on the brink of death, he marvels at the absolute coldness and resolve of the killer. Watching the once mighty scientist in such a pathetic state, his companion's gaze turns somber. In this world, it seems no one can truly escape their cruel fate. Struggling to speak, Ritual's voice is filled with lingering obsession. He refuses to believe his life was worthless, and is determined to leave behind an eternal mark. Faced with such stubbornness, our boy coldly tells him to let go. With death so near, perhaps oblivion is the only mercy the afterlife can offer. But Ritual cracks a haunting smile, claiming his creation will live on for him. Just then, two mysterious figures appear at the door, shifting the tension. When our boy catches a glimpse of the newcomers, he freezes in shock. It's a child. The familiar face sends a jolt through him, leaving him speechless. Losing his composure, he rushes toward the child, desperate to confirm what he's seeing. What deadly secrets could this person possibly be hiding? The scene shifts as a mysterious figure stands in the shadows. With eyes downcast and a somber expression, it feels like a heavy storm is quietly brewing in the silence. Alarms blare as Director Bernard watches his defenses crumble. With power failing and repairs impossible, he descends into a panicked rage, refusing to accept the automated orders to evacuate. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, freezing Bernard in his tracks. The mysterious speaker coldly explains that the escaped ship is merely a small gesture of consideration for the old days. A purple-haired woman appears, a single tear escaping her eye. She gives Bernard a grim choice: take the escape ship, or stay behind for a glorious end if he truly wishes to die like a soldier. In the cold void of space, the massive station hangs like a broken tomb. A small red craft drifts through the debris, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the silent, metallic wreckage surrounding it. Our boys' squad is caught completely off guard. While Seryung demands to know where this thing came from, Sunja calmly explains that the massive object just teleported right in front of them. A gargantuan cubic structure looms in the stars, glowing with eerie green lights. But more terrifying than its sudden appearance is the unmistakable insignia etched onto its hull. As the spiral emblem comes into focus, Seryung's face pales in absolute shock. She realizes the terrifying truth: this massive intruder belongs to the human government, and the stakes just skyrocketed. With a violent tremor, a massive surge of energy erupts, sending shockwaves through the air. The explosion is so intense that everyone watching is left completely stunned. Staring at the chaos, our boy is visibly shaken. He clearly didn't expect this level of raw power, and the sudden pressure is enough to make anyone freeze. Behind the scenes, a dark history unfolds. This vessel was created with limitless potential, designed to absorb everything and eventually reach the absolute pinnacle of strength. The Count, now on the brink of death and covered in blood, tells the girl that she is finally free. He urges her to live according to her own will from now on. In his final moments, the Count hands over a pulsating blue core. It's more than just a power source. It's his final legacy, given so that she may live freely in this world. As the Count's hand finally falls still, the blue core pulses rhythmically on the ground. Its steady beat signals the awakening of a force that will soon shake the entire galaxy. Faced with this sudden loss, the girl falls into a long silence. Meanwhile, the throbbing heart core glows with an eerie light, signaling that the real storm is only just beginning. The scene opens with intense tension, as a blood-stained hand shields a pulsing blue core. Floating above, a golden-haired girl issues a final warning, demanding an immediate end to the madness. Despite the threats, the kneeling figure remains defiant. He doesn't see his life as mere madness, but a fierce struggle for survival. Having finally gained free will, he refuses to live as a puppet ever again. As golden light erupts, the clash of destinies reaches its peak. A white-haired girl watches, with a complex gaze, as the chains binding the soul begin to disintegrate under the surging energy. Now, I give you freedom as well. As the core shatters, this final command feels more like a legacy. Amidst the swirling fragments and blinding light, the long-standing shackles finally vanish. A massive ship cuts through the starry void as evacuation alarms blare. In this critical moment, the desperate cry to leave immediately carries the weight of a final farewell, filling the cold cabin with sorrow. Tears stream down Seryung's face as she watches the departing figure with deep longing. Just as she was once protected, this separation marks both an end and a regretful new beginning. As the light fades, only ruins remain, and the struggling figure finally collapses. Our boy squats amidst the debris, sensing a lingering anomaly in the air. Clearly, this is far from over. However, an even greater crisis descends from deep space. The military detects a Leviathan-class battleship near lunar orbit, plunging headquarters into tension as the grand interstellar game begins. Before the dust could even settle, the military drops a bombshell. A Leviathan-class cruiser from the Government Inspection Department is looming overhead, and it looks like they're prepping for a full-on orbital bombardment. Faced with that massive silhouette in the sky, Robert's already losing his mind. Seryung hopes they're still hidden, but Sunja quickly shuts that down. The elephants in the sky have definitely already spotted the mice on the ground. In the midst of the crushing tension, a high-ranking official named Athena's son steps forward. With an unerringly calm gaze, she immediately identifies Seryung as the last surviving descendant of the Sichuan Tang clan. Everyone braced for a fight, but Athena turns out to be a total career bureaucrat. She admits that handling a case outside her department is too much paperwork, so she decides to just pretend she never saw our crew at all. But don't think they're safe just yet. Athena immediately files a doctored report, blaming the lunar chaos on a technical bug while recommending Operation Plan 6 Art. The real storm is only just beginning. Inside the orbital station, a black-haired woman watches the monitoring feed in alarm, demanding to know what's causing the chaos below. The blonde figure wearing the H logo cap calmly replies that everything is under control, as all rogue droids have been deactivated. The black-haired woman clearly isn't convinced, crossing her arms and pressing for answers. Then the scene shifts, showing the white-haired man with blue shades we saw earlier, his expression turning extremely grave. At that moment, a red-haired woman receives a critical order through her comms. With a disturbingly calm expression, she acknowledges it with a simple, "Thank you." The view pulls back, revealing their location, a massive orbital space station hovering among the stars. A moment later, a green beam lances down from the station's core toward the planet's surface below. The green energy beam strikes an experimental zone on the planet's surface with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, it annihilates everything in the vicinity, including the rogue mechanical remains and facilities, reducing the area to dust and debris. The ground shakes violently as a black, conical device is violently driven into the earth. Nearby, a massive silver drill pierces the ground with a terrifying, swirling shockwave, carving out a huge crater. Hearing the term, orbital bombardment, Seryung turns around in shock, demanding to know what it means. Robert explains that it's a terrifying weapon capable of destroying entire planets or moons, gesturing towards a satellite outside their ship window in disbelief. The pilot Sunja calmly pulls up data showing a missile boring into the moon's core, stating that the entire moon will vanish if it detonates. With only 3 minutes until detonation, Sunja warns they must escape immediately. Seryung and Robert stare out the window in shock as the pressure of impending doom settles in. Meanwhile, deep in Earth's wasteland, the cold command from the red-haired commander is given, officially initiating the detonation sequence. The explosion's shockwave instantly engulfs the lunar surface, cracking the ground apart as the massive base structures and mechanical guardians begin to crumble. The scale of destruction continues to expand, with rocks and massive metal structures shattering and flying through the air. A black escape pod activates its cyan engines, beginning a high-speed descent towards Earth amidst the falling debris and flames. Inside the control room, the red-haired commander orders her ship's shields activated. However, she wears an unreadable expression and ultimately reduces the shields to 80%. "More dramatic this way, don't you think?" she remarks on this destructive escape. An elderly officer grips his control device tightly, his face etched with utter disbelief as the unfolding situation defies all his expectations. Meanwhile, out in deep space, a small red ship hovers near a massive gray geometric structure, showing no sign of fleeing the impending danger. Elsewhere, a boxy red arc ship marked with a Bianniator umbrella insignia is plunging at full speed towards a planetary surface, engines blazing a brilliant blue trail. Inside the ship, the cockpit atmosphere is anything but calm. The black-haired pilot looks terrified, while the commander next to her is shouting furiously at his crewmate. His white-haired comrade is in a state of total panic, screaming at the captain that they're all going to die if they keep this suicidal course, and that there's no way to save anyone. But the captain himself remains stubbornly defiant. He claims his lifeline is long, that he's fated to live past 80, and insists their thread of destiny won't be cut short here. At that moment, a devastating blue energy beam lances down from orbit, striking a red armored vehicle on the planet's surface with deadly accuracy. Back on the ship, the technician calmly reports the planet's terrifying data. The core has begun a thermal breakdown, with atmospheric temperatures skyrocketing past 300 degrees. The cockpit crew is thrown into complete despair, now certain their fate is to be roasted alive in the hellish temperatures swiftly approaching. Meanwhile, a faint survivor signal is detected on the surface, offering a tiny sliver of hope. But the situation worsens rapidly as the ground temperature soars to a horrifying 700 degrees. On the surface, the survivor stands calmly within a glowing barrier, arms crossed, watching as the surrounding rocks are shredded and flung about by the intense heat and shockwaves. Our guy appears at the heart of the inferno. His body is wreathed in magma-like heat, his face bearing fresh burn marks, yet his gaze holds a chillingly analytical composure. Standing safely within his protective sphere, he once again gauges the intensity of the destruction, murmuring to himself that this chaotic heat truly resembles the deepest abyssal fires of hell. At that moment, a monstrous figure with massive horns and malevolent orange glowing eyes manifests before him, radiating an overwhelming and fearsome pressure. Facing a monstrous maw, our battered ally finds himself cornered by the shadow of death. Amidst the flames, he sighs bitterly, thinking he might have embraced this end if it had only happened yesterday. But today is different. He has a child in his arms that he's sworn to protect. Driven by that promise, he forces his broken body forward, searching for a sliver of hope among the collapsing ruins. With the escape hatch in sight, he screams for everyone to board. In a flash, the vehicle ignites its thrusters, forcibly breaking away from the doomed facility as it begins to self-destruct. Inside, the base systems coldly broadcast despair, The core is about to detonate, and lethal temperatures are surging. To the officials watching the monitors, survival is mathematically impossible. The craft weaves through flying debris, while Seryung desperately hammers at the console. Alarms blare, but the pressurized door is jammed shut due to system failures caused by the extreme external heat. With shields at 10% and the countdown hitting its final seconds, panic sets in. Opening the door now means letting in a heat wave so intense it would turn everyone to ash instantly. As the timer hits 0, the core finally erupts in a violent explosion. A blinding golden light tears through the space with massive force, threatening to end everything in a single flash. As Seryung stares in shock, a familiar figure emerges from the smoke. Our boy, Lee Mok-jin, is sitting calmly in the heart of the inferno, his sheer presence taming the raging flames around him. In the cold metal corridor, someone appears to be cradling an exhausted companion, the atmosphere heavy and somber. The scene shifts to a smoke-filled, silent chamber. A figure stands with hands clasped in prayer, while another respectfully kneels nearby, their posture full of anticipation. The kneeling figure speaks in a low voice, expressing the emotion of a long-awaited reunion. He says it's been a long time, and he never expected to see them again. The one praying responds, eyes closed, their tone ethereal, as if speaking of destiny. They say they were meant to meet, even if it took 2,000 years. The setting transforms once more, akin to the depths of a dark cavern. A single candle burns, illuminating the confined space, as the praying figure invites the other to ask their question. Seated in front of the candle, Lee Mok-jin, with a calm detachment, questions the other's certainty that he even has a question to ask. The praying figure explains with a voice that echoes in the chamber. If Lee had no questions, the esteemed version of himself sitting here now would not have sought them out. At this moment, in a similar cavern, Lee Mok-jin sits wearily, bearing the marks of a long journey, a solitary candle casting light on his isolated figure. An unknown voice resonates in his consciousness, speaking of his accumulated fatigue and inner chill. The voice says he treads upon countless corpses, and now even his knees and legs feel the cold. Lee Mok-jin slowly lifts his head, looking directly at the mysterious praying figure in the cave. His question is blunt and crucial. "Do you know me?" The answer comes without hesitation, a simple "No." Yet, a singular eye, filled with an inner light, suggests that even without knowing a name, it is possible to see the essence of things. The story takes us back to our boy's childhood. Before he could even walk, he was forced into a cruel game of fate, choosing between a peaceful life represented by an apple and a path of blood symbolized by a dagger. The apple is crushed into pieces, signaling the end of any hope for a normal life. Under the shadow of a figure marked with the word demon, the young boy has no choice but to crawl toward his grim destiny. Forced by fate, our boy finally reaches out and grips the cold dagger. From that moment on, his right to a peaceful life is stripped away, and his hands are bound to the path of the blade. Years pass, and that child grows into a powerhouse standing atop a mountain of wreckage. With a single sword, our boy wanders through ruins and fallen banners, forced to sustain his soul not with food, but with death and slaughter. Through countless life and death battles, our boy's gaze shifts from intense fury to a hollow emptiness. Even reaching the peak of martial arts can't fill the void left by a life drenched in blood. A scarred planet reflects in his eye, echoing a harsh truth. Even conquering worlds couldn't satisfy his mysterious hunger. Our boy has been searching, yet the ultimate answer remains out of reach. Now, in a dim cave, our boy sits shirtless in deep meditation opposite a monk. He admits he possesses the power to wipe out thousands in an instant, yet the true purpose of his existence seems lost in the long years of slaughter. As the candle flickers and wax drips, a painful truth emerges. Blood was never the nourishment he needed. No matter how many foes he cuts down, the hunger only grows sharper. Where will our boy's path lead him next? In the depths of his memories, a mysterious monk faces our boy. He explains that even if his aimless life has become a burden, no one else can end it for him. Only his own choice can bring the finality he seeks. Faced with the suggestion of death, our boy laments that his life has never truly belonged to himself. Seeing his internal struggle, the monk decides to offer him a way out of this endless cycle. The monk proposes sending our boy to a place between life and death, a deep slumber from which he may never wake. But if fate allows him to open his eyes again, a new path might finally reveal itself. Suddenly, flames engulf the lab, marking a reunion across 2 millennia. That same voice echoes once more, noting that the dullness in our boy's eyes has been replaced by a newfound vitality and a different path. Yet, our boy is spiraling into self-doubt. With the celestial demon sect transformed and moving into the light, his original purpose has vanished. If he isn't living for his old mission anymore, why is he even here? Alarms blare as the temperature hits 4,000 degrees. Amidst the metal-melting heat, the voice tempts him again. Stop fighting and embrace the flames, and he can finally turn to ash and find eternal peace. Death is within reach as the shields fail. At the brink of destruction, will our boy succumb to the temptation of nothingness, or will he strike back against fate once more from within the inferno? Under the vast starry sky, the atmosphere grows heavy. As a mysterious silhouette looms, our companion is brought to her knees by a surge of energy, her resolve tested by a voice demanding she give up. To the figure in the hood, death is the ultimate end that erases all promises. He mocks the struggle, claiming that in the face of the infinite universe, we are less than mere specks of dust. However, intense flames begin to erupt as a defiant answer takes shape. Even if death is inevitable, and their names remain unknown, the instinct to protect drives them to fight until the very end. The flames grow fiercer as our boy realizes that even if he burns to nothing, he must try until the end. Death doesn't define life. Only living without purpose makes an existence truly meaningless. In this moment, the mystery of life and death is unraveled. As long as a life leaves behind meaningful memories, it transcends death. Even a speck of dust can leave an eternal mark on the void. With his spirit finally transcending, he steps into the legendary realm of eternity. Powerful light beams intersect in the void, signaling an awakening that will change the fate of the entire galaxy. Deep in space, ancient structures hum in resonance, welcoming the return of a legend who conquered death. The heavenly demon's journey is far from over, and the next clash promises to be even more explosive. In the deep reaches of space, a massive explosion erupts next to a mechanical structure, sending debris flying. A twin-tailed girl watches the chaos unfold, her expression tense as things spiral out of control. With a low rumble, a massive energy vortex tears through space, its radiant light piercing the darkness. Following a quick command, the mechanical structure below maneuvers to withstand the impending shockwave. Standing by the window, a mysterious red-haired figure watches in shock as the sky turns into a sea of fire. The energy core collapses and explodes repeatedly, threatening to rip the entire structure apart. Amidst the chaos, a crimson mechanical vessel pushes through the turbulent smoke. Leaving a brilliant energy trail behind, it carves a path through the stars, climbing rapidly toward its destination. As the ship pierces through thick clouds, a blinding golden light appears ahead. Everyone stares at the monitors in silence, feeling an overwhelming pressure that seems to stop their very breath. Peering through the observation window, our boy watches the interior closely. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupts from within the cabin, the explosion's glare swallowing everything and signaling a dire situation. Amidst the swirling energy, our boy's iconic white hair flutters wildly. Shirtless and resolute, he cradles his unconscious companion in his arms, his commanding presence standing firm even among the surrounding wreckage. Our boy looks up, his gaze cold and certain, as if everything is under control. The red capsule, now open, floats silently beneath the starlit sky, waiting for whatever comes next in their journey. Following a massive impact, the ship is in total shambles. Sunja is panicking over the damage. Report shields are down, the engine is dead, and worst of all, the crew is completely broke. In the ship's corridor, Seryung and Robert look equally stressed. As they struggle to process the chaos, a strange pixelated glitch begins to spread through the ship's systems. Government agent Athena's son bursts in, screaming for answers. But in the middle of her fury, our boy is just sitting there, completely unfazed and busy devouring a massive mountain of sausages. Stunned by this sausage-eating mystery man, Athena runs a quick scan. To her shock, the database has no record of him, and she can't even detect a standard internal energy motor. Facing Athena's aggressive interrogation, our boy finally stops eating. As he slowly looks up, his ancient, overwhelming presence fills the room, making the air feel heavy and cold. The moment Athena meets those terrifyingly deep eyes, she feels her soul laid bare. Under his immense mental pressure, the usually sharp agent is paralyzed with pure, instinctive dread. Then something bizarre happens. Under the weight of his gaze, Athena starts rambling uncontrollably, spilling everything from her job title to her embarrassing dating history. Under our boy's overwhelming pressure, the agent Athena finally breaks, confessing that the orbital bombardment was a desperate attempt to bury the secrets of the project. Athena is losing her mind over why she's spilling confidential intel so easily, but our boy remains unimpressed, coldly stating he has zero interest in her government secrets. Seryung demands accountability for the explosion's damage, and with our boy looming over her, the proud agent has no choice but to begrudgingly agree to fix the mess. The team springs into action to treat the casualties. As the medical scanners finish their work, they confirm the victims are merely unconscious and escaped any permanent harm. Relieved to hear everyone is safe, our boy finally relaxes his expression, while Athena is still spiraling, desperate to figure out who this terrifying man actually is. Seryung takes the opportunity to tease the high-ranking agent about her prestige and youth, making the usually composed Athena look completely flustered and out of her depth. Driven to the edge, Athena snaps and starts screaming threats, warning the crew that if a single word of this embarrassing encounter leaks out, they will regret it. Tensions are running high in the cabin as Seryung argues with the crew. Even the usually composed Sunja looks completely rattled by the current situation. Looking out the window, a mysterious glowing cube floats amidst the space debris. Surveying the wreckage, Sunja can't help but wonder what on earth just happened. Despite the confusion, Robert is more thrilled about their survival. He loudly announces the good news. The ship isn't just fixed, it's been upgraded with the latest tech. Seryung isn't exactly feeling the new aesthetic. She bluntly points out that the look gives off major wannabe thug vibes, and surprisingly, the others agree. The conversation shifts as the scene takes a turn. In a quiet, clinical space, someone steps through a mysterious liquid to receive a sharp haircut for their silver locks. As the hair falls, a mysterious figure with a prosthetic limb is revealed. Meanwhile, deep in space, the massive base of the heavenly demon sect's 32nd district looms ominously. This massive spherical base beats like a metal heart among the stars. New conspiracies are brewing here, as the return of our boy has clearly put this faction on high alert. In District 32, Commander Jong Ritak listens to a startling report with a heavy expression. Learning that the man from the ancient tomb is named Lee Mok Jin and shares ties with the heavenly demon sect leaves him visibly shaken. Unable to believe his ears, Jong Ritak presses for more details. However, hearing it confirmed that our boy calls himself the heavenly demon supreme leaves the commander in a stunned, heavy silence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jong Ritak contacts headquarters to request data access. He needs to verify if records show a master sealing himself in the Mount Tai star system 2 millennia ago. As the investigation deepens, Ritak officially reports Lee Mok Jin's information to HQ. The revelation of this ancient secret sends shockwaves through those in the know, signaling the return of a forgotten era. As the news causes an uproar in the command center, the scene shifts to the distant Manhwa star system. There, an elder reflects with deep guilt, ashamed that he failed to sense his daughter's recent peril. Fortunately, a thorough examination shows the girl is unharmed. Though she has no memory of the trauma, she calmly brews Manhwa's specialty tea in the kitchen, offering a small bit of peace to her family. As the steam rises from the freshly poured tea, a temporary peace settles over the home. Yet, with our boy's return now official, the balance of the entire intergalactic martial world has been shattered forever. A mysterious woman in black carefully prepares plum blossom tea, intending to serve her esteemed guests personally as a sign of deep respect. Suddenly, the petals in the cup shatter into pieces. Sensing something overwhelming, the woman looks up in pure shock as the atmosphere shifts around her. Surrounded by drifting fragments of pink petals, her expression is one of utter disbelief, as if she has just felt a presence far beyond all logic. Elsewhere, the Huashan elder confers with our boy. He promises that Mount Hua will remain silent about the incident, though his heart is heavy with both gratitude and shame. Our boy reassures him, explaining that bowing one's head for the safety of a child is a duty, not a shame, a perspective that deeply moves the aging leader. Looking up at the night sky, the elder finally realizes that our boy's power is of a magnitude he can barely fathom. They agree to part ways as dawn breaks. As our boy walks away into the night, the elder bows deeply in respect. Back at the rendezvous, Sahi is waiting, watching him return from the shadows. Late at night, Seryung sits alone in her room, gazing at the stars with a heavy heart. As the sole survivor of the Tang clan, the weight of her past never truly leaves her. Just then, our boy shows up unannounced. He stands there asking if he can enter, prompting Seryung to snap that he should have asked before opening the door. He simply replies that it opened itself, and now he doesn't know how to close it. The two move to the rooftop, sitting side by side under the glow of the twin moons. Seryung wonders why this ancient powerhouse, who usually only cares about hot dogs, decided to visit her so late. Our boy doesn't beat around the bush, asking directly about the fate of the Sichuan Tang clan. Seryung's expression darkens as she hollowly admits that the clan is gone, everyone is dead except for her. The conversation turns heavy as our boy asks if she's seeking revenge. Before she can answer, he bluntly calls revenge a worthless endeavor, but then quickly adds that if she wishes to pursue it, he will help her. Seryung is confused. If it's worthless, why help? Our boy turns to her, his voice uncharacteristically gentle, and tells her, because your life holds value. As the night breeze sweeps over the glowing city, our boy's words resonate with Seryung. He wants her to settle the score once and for all, so she can finally begin a new life of her own. While Seryung hesitates about their bond, our boy keeps it real. For someone who slept for 2 millennia, this crew is the only anchor he has in this strange new world. As the ship glides over ancient rooftops, our boy recalls Tang Chun was the only man who called him friend ages ago. He's determined to honor that debt by protecting Seryung. Seryung thinks a 2,000-year-old debt is absurd, but our boy understands the weight of revenge. Even if it pierces his own heart, he's ready to be the blade she needs. Just as things get emotional under the twin moons, Seryung breaks the mood with a very practical request. Help me make some serious cash. Survival always comes first. Chasing that paycheck, the crew arrives at planet Tortuga in the Andromeda Nebula. It's a gritty, lawless hub where the air is thick with mystery and danger. Stepping into this den of sin where anything is for sale, our boy notices the streets are eerily quiet. Apparently, the locals avoid daytime strolls to skip the risk of eye contact. And what if they do? Our boy asks innocently. It seems the rules of the black market are quite peculiar, and trouble might be waiting just around the corner. Amidst the falling snow, these decaying slums feel deadly. Any sign of weakness here is a death sentence. As our boy follows Seryung through the narrow streets, he wonders why they're out in broad daylight. Seryung's plan is simple. They're looking for someone bold enough to walk under the sun. Suddenly, a surge of energy rips through the air. 3 figures block their path, and the purple-haired leader looks absolutely stunned to see Seryung. She can't believe Seryung actually had the nerve to show her face. It's like she's asking for a death wish. Instead of backing down, Seryung doubles down with a low blow, mocking the girl's lack of height growth over the past 7 years. As the girl draws her sword in a rage, Seryung casually tells our boy they're best friends. Looking at the tension, our boy is seriously skeptical about that claim. The truth finally comes out. Seryung borrowed the girl's family heirloom manual and immediately sold it. That's how she got her fiery devil nickname, and even her ship. Our boy is left speechless. Selling a friend's family treasure to buy a ride is a whole new level of bold. Hearing her family's manual was sold, the girl completely snaps and lunges forward. Seryung tries to bargain with a tenfold repayment, but for a martial clan, honor is priceless. Enveloped in a blue aura, the girl demands something of equal value. Looks like Seryung isn't getting out of this without a fight. Out of nowhere, a companion wraps her arms around our boy from behind. This sudden burst of affection leaves the legendary master looking completely baffled and lost for words. So he brings up a deal about making money, shifting the mood instantly. Under everyone's gaze, our boy stays quiet, still trying to process the chaotic energy surrounding him. The group moves through a damp, narrow alleyway into a grand stone corridor. Torches flicker along the path as they head deeper into the heart of this mysterious structure. Staring up at the massive stone pillars and towering arches, our boy finally asks the question on his mind. What exactly is this place that feels so incredibly imposing? Seryung calmly reveals the truth. They've entered the headquarters of the Triads, one of the major factions ruling Tortuga. Even more shocking, her father is the leader here. When our boy asks how he fits into the plan, the answer is wild. Apparently, he's going to be put up for sale as a high-value asset to fetch a massive price. The Triad leader finally appears, cold and imposing. He accuses Seryung of betrayal and theft, declaring that the only price for her crimes is death. Facing a death sentence, Seryung doesn't flinch. She insists she only borrowed the treasure and claims she's back now to settle the debt once and for all. The boss makes it clear that returning the manual isn't enough. Interest is still due. Desperate, Seryung clings to our boy, promising that she'll take full responsibility and cover those extra costs herself. While the subordinates are itchy to draw blood, the leader decides to hear what Seryung has to say. But the blue-haired girl is a real hothead, losing her cool and even shouting at her own father on the high throne. The girl fumes, warning that letting Seryung escape again would be an absolute disappointment. But for the leader, the law is absolute. If she can't settle her debt, death is the only inevitable outcome. Seryung tries to keep her cool, telling our boy not to worry while fishing for info on old legends. He simply shrugs it off, noting that if he doesn't recognize a name, they were likely just some low-tier nobody back in his day. To de-escalate the situation, Seryung urges our boy to show off some martial arts. However, her greedy instincts kick in. She's terrified he'll show off something too valuable, so she insists he just uses any random move. She gets frantic, specifying it must be his absolute weakest, least impressive technique, just enough to cover the debt. Seeing her so worked up, our boy has no choice but to go along with it. Slowly, our boy clenches his fist. A faint but deep red light begins to glow from his palm, and the very air seems to thicken as he gathers his inner strength, drawing every eye in the room to his next move. As everyone holds their breath for a grand display, our boy simply presses his glowing fist against Seryung's mouth with a straight face. This bizarre move leaves everyone stunned, and even Seryung is left wondering, wait, is this actually a technique? Our boy is dead serious as he introduces the supreme punch he mastered at age 1. However, the eye-patch guy isn't buying it, calling the technique far too weak for his taste. Facing skepticism, our boy explains that while the move lacks defense, its raw offensive power is unmatched. Intrigued, Seryung tells him to stop talking and show them how it's done. The tension in the hall is palpable as the elder watches from his throne. Meanwhile, the eye-patched man remains suspicious, demanding to know what kind of scheme Seryung is plotting. With the elder's permission, a massive mechanical core begins to hum to life. Our boy gazes ahead with intense focus, signaling that this demonstration is about to get very serious. As our boy concentrates his energy, his fist begins to glow with a blinding light. The sheer pressure of his aura forces his companions to hold their breath in anticipation of his true power. A massive sphere of energy manifests above them, and the eye-patched man finally realizes how wrong he was. It wasn't the technique that was weak, his own understanding of power was simply lacking. Back on planet Tortuga, Seryung recounts an unbelievable tale to a stern elder. She discovered an ancient warrior, our boy, who had been sealed away for 2,000 years. Despite the elder's shock, Seryung remains calm. After all, the legend of transcending millennia through secluded cultivation is standing right in front of them, and the legend is only just beginning. Seryung is bragging about how our boy is essentially a walking library. She realizes that if they can transcribe his ancient martial arts into secret manuals, they'll be sitting on a literal gold mine. Meanwhile, in the neon-lit streets of Tortuga, a mysterious hooded figure approaches a shop. The sheer pressure radiating from him causes the bustling city atmosphere to turn ice-cold. The figure calmly asks when the shop opens. Seeing the shopkeeper trembling, he offers some kind advice. Just relax and talk to him as if he were a deceased grandparent. The shopkeeper takes this as a direct insult and assumes the stranger is looking for trouble. His hand inches toward a hidden weapon, completely unaware of the monster he's facing. Losing his temper, the shopkeeper launches a surprise attack. But in a flash, our boy vanishes and reappears right in his face, making the lethal strike look like slow motion. Our boy effortlessly takes control, casually asking his question again while holding the blade. Faced with such overwhelming power, the shopkeeper finally realizes he's staring death in the eye. The shopkeeper screams in a final act of desperation. But as a mysterious green light flares, our boy calmly raises his hand, ready to end this farce once and for all. Amidst a piercing scream, the treatment inside the green barrier reaches its peak. It looks like our boy had to put in some serious work to stabilize the situation. Back inside, our boy enjoys a meal while calmly advising his patient. He's mended the bones and meridians, but warns him to take it easy with his energy circulation for a while. Just then, Bexahi wanders in and takes a bite, only to immediately spit it out in disgust. She screams that even boiling dumb water would taste better than this cooking. Sahi delivers an invitation from her father, and though our boy thinks the old man should have come himself, he eventually agrees to the meeting after hearing her out. On the way, Sahi tries her luck by asking if there's a secret martial art that can restart her growth plates. Our boy doesn't even look back as he delivers a cold no. The two head deep into a dark, stone corridor toward their destination. In this treacherous interstellar world, the real challenge is only just beginning. Sahi asks for a way to grow taller, but our boy gives a deep lecture on how the body is a legacy that shouldn't be forced against its nature. However, he mentions a technique that can temporarily change one's appearance. Hearing this, Sahi is completely blown away and begs him to teach her. Although our boy asks why he should bother, Sahi's sincere offer to be his guide and her humble attitude quickly convince him to share his knowledge. While walking, our boy suddenly describes a long, curved meat snack. so he quickly realizes he's talking about a hot dog and promises to get him one. To satisfy our boy's cravings and secure her training, so he enthusiastically vows to provide the best hot dogs, ready to do whatever it takes. Back at the hideout, so he introduces her savior to her family. Despite the curious atmosphere, our boy remains his usual stoic self. Before long, our boy is happily munching on hot dogs. He casually dismisses the idea of being a master, treating the martial arts exchange as a fair trade. Inside the solemn stone hall, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Faced with scrutinizing stares, our boy makes himself right at home, casually feasting without a care in the world. Watching him chow down like this, who would have guessed he's an ancient legend who was sealed for 2,000 years? The triad leader across from him is clearly shaken by the revelation. After witnessing our boy's world-shattering power, the leader has to admit that ancient martial arts far surpass modern tech. Since he can't beat him, he's ready to talk business to get those manuals. Just then, so he leans in and starts calling him master, catching our boy completely off guard. Despite his firm denials, she's fully committed to the bit, and the title seems to be sticking. The leader tries to leverage Seryong's past theft to trick our boy into surrendering his techniques. But Seryong isn't having it. She steps in, declaring that his measly offer wouldn't even cover the interest. Seryong goes for the throat, demanding a military-grade core-level internal energy drive. The request sends the leader into a cold sweat. After all, such a treasure is a once-in-a-century find. Despite the leader's frantic and near-desperate refusal, Seryong remains perfectly composed. It's a high-stakes psychological game, and our team clearly has the upper hand in this negotiation. The black market middleman Wang holds up 5 fingers, boasting that he can easily list 5 basic martial arts just like the ones our boy showed earlier. Unfazed by this challenge, our boy's expression remains calm as he states that even 5 of those ordinary martial arts are nothing special. Not backing down, Wang immediately ups the number to 10, slamming the table for emphasis. He states that real valuable martial arts manuals must meticulously detail every movement, form, and energy path, clear enough for beginners to follow. Faced with these demanding criteria, Seryong skeptically asks if our guy can even manage that. His reply is surprisingly simple. Easy. Go get some paper and a brush. Under everyone's skeptical eyes, he proceeds to brush a martial art manual on the spot. The scroll shows stick figure diagrams, and the core instructions are surprisingly brief, revolving around breathing and concentrating energy. After reading the finished manual, Wang's face freezes in disbelief, and he blurts out, "What is this?" Even the nearby technical expert scans the scroll with his device, but is equally baffled. Somehow, it feels more like a failure than a proper technique manual. As the awkward moment stretches, the sounds of sizzling oil come from the kitchen. Sunja has already started calmly frying hot dogs for everyone. Ever the pragmatist, our boy grabs a hot dog and casually adds while eating that these manuals aren't even worth the cost of the paper, and are more like exercise routines than martial arts secrets. This makes Seryong a bit anxious. She urges him to step up his game, demanding something truly high-level and secret. Yet our boy, unfazed and still chewing his hot dog, drops a bombshell that could shatter every martial artist's worldview. He states that at their peak, all martial arts are equal. Different forms aren't meant to be ranked, and secret techniques are just methods of practice. In the end, in a dimly lit research room, an elderly man, with a sophisticated mechanical device over his right eye meticulously examines ancient martial arts scrolls. He claims the techniques he's passing down are not only easy to learn, but reach the same ultimate heights as other profound styles. Meanwhile, in a semi-open stone hall, our boy is happily enjoying his hot dog. Seryong, sitting across from him with crossed arms and a serious expression, is discussing business, suggesting that a technique from the Heavenly Demon sect would be far more valuable than common Shaolin or Wudong styles. The mysterious elder, however, rejects Seryong's idea. He cannot teach martial arts that already have an owner, as it violates martial world etiquette. His insistence on ancient martial arts copyright leaves Seryong's companion visibly puzzled. Instead, the elder instructs the companion to stop cooking hot dogs, change into proper martial attire, and return. He promises to first teach a technique called the reverse body transformation, his tone suggesting the lessons to come are far from ordinary. Elsewhere, at the Triad Society's base, Seryong presents their offering 10 ancient martial arts techniques to a gray-haired leader seated high above. The leader's reaction is odd. He holds a long staff in front of his face and mutters gloomily, "We are really doomed." Faced with the leader stubbornly blocking his face with the staff, Seryong falls silent, exasperated. Yet she still insists there must be some value in these ancient techniques. The gray-haired leader finally shows a hint of a smile. He explains the value lies not in raw power, but in these techniques being unheard of, unseen wonders, unlikely to be witnessed again in a lifetime. This cryptic statement makes a companion nearby doubt if Seryong can truly persuade their key asset to aid the triads. Facing the doubt, Seryong confidently spreads her arms, declaring their bond with the key person is inseparable, even claiming, "He won't eat without me." To seal the deal, she boldly adds that a core-level drive must be included as a bonus. Just as Seryong negotiates with confidence, a figure emerges from the shadows into the central light of a grand stone hall. Hooded, with glowing red eyes and a crimson dagger in hand, he calmly states the promise. "I can give it." Beneath the neon lights of the futuristic city, a secret meeting unfolds in a dark stone hall. The girl's expression turns grave as the conversation shifts to a legendary power, the core-level drive. Our team confronts a stern elder who admits that a secret this big is impossible to hide. As one of the 3 legendary treasures of the martial world, its mere existence is a massive threat. The elder explains that the drive is rare not just for its complexity, but because the resources required are so vast that even a grand sect would have to stake its entire future on it. Furthermore, it's like a nuclear weapon from the old era. Development must be strictly regulated. Attempting to build one in secret is a death sentence, making you an enemy of the entire martial world. Approaching a massive set of doors, the girl asks how such a taboo object was created. To her shock, the elder reveals an incredible truth. They didn't build it, it simply rolled in on its own. As the doors swing open, they reveal a massive, bottomless shaft. Deep within the darkness, a mysterious teal light flickers, the ultimate core capable of overturning the fate of the galaxy. As we look closer, the glowing energy illuminates the rough walls of the pit. Though it's right there, the sheer pressure is chilling. The secret behind this nuke may be far deadlier than anyone imagined. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, a mysterious armored figure sits in meditation. The sheer pressure radiating from him feels like a titan awakening from a long slumber. Last winter, an interstellar escape pod streaked across the sky and slammed into the heart of Tortuga's slums, carving a massive crater into the dense urban landscape. As the smoke cleared, the man they call a monster appeared in the center of the ruins. Even in total stillness, the energy leaking from him warned of his lethal nature. Every faction in Tortuga tried to hunt him down, only to suffer devastating losses. Witnesses recall with terror that anyone who dared to approach him that day met a swift end. After paying a heavy price, people finally realized the horror of this master. The source of his world-shaking power was revealed to be a rare, core-level energy drive. The group falls silent, staring at the faint glow in the abyss. This man is a ticking time bomb, and the allure of that core-level drive is drawing greedy eyes from every corner. Deep in the black market, Seryong and Sehi were discussing the situation. Behind her mask, Sehi voiced her concerns. Rumors of the core-level drive had already spread, and every powerful entity in the universe would soon be making their move. Meanwhile, in a different stone chamber, an unidentified man was also talking about the core drive. He provocatively dared someone to go get it themselves, gesturing towards a vast, pitch-black, and terrifyingly deep chasm before him. The scene then violently shifted to a chaotic chorus of panicked shouts. Multiple voices desperately called out for "Teacher, Grimoire!" and "Master!" as if a multitude of people were frantically searching for the same individual. Later, the focus returned to our girl, Seryong. For a moment, the cosmos seemed to swirl in her eyes, as the title of this arc was unveiled, Cosmic Heavenly Demon 3077. Inside a vast, torchlit stone hall, Seryong stood alone and alert. Behind her, a familiar yet transformed silver-haired figure stood with her back turned, creating a subtle and tense silence. Seryong finally broke the silence. She turned her head and spoke with a tone mixing nostalgia and gentle teasing. "Sehi, are you still mad at me? Why didn't you even say hello?" Hearing this, Sehi instantly sprang into action. Moving with lightning speed, she whipped around and closed the distance between them, demanding in surprise, "How did you know it was me?" Seryong remained composed. Gazing at her drastically altered friend, she slowly replied, "Of course I recognized you. It doesn't matter how much you've changed, even this much. Close friends like you and me can always recognize each other." But Sehi's confidence seemed shaken. Still facing away, her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Is that true?" Have I changed so much that if I changed just a little more, you'd never recognize me, right? Seryung nodded seriously, her expression turning a bit wry. For sure I would. But it seems you've changed, a little, drastically. Her gaze meaningfully swept over her friend's dramatically enhanced curves. So he instantly panicked, her face flushing red as she loudly protested, "No. It's just that my body grew suddenly, and my clothes got too short." The black-haired woman calmly acknowledges the purple-haired man's difficult return. Nearby, the silver-haired woman with an eye patch explains in surprise that her current power level is merely introductory, and only by reaching a higher stage can she maintain this state longer. The black-haired woman first congratulated him, then immediately shifted, questioning the whereabouts of his master, which made the purple-haired man slightly surprised. The black-haired woman then assigned him a task that seemed simple yet held a hidden mystery: retrieve a central-level drive from the person deep inside the glowing pit before them. And if the person refused? The black-haired woman casually suggested, just punch him into submission. The purple-haired man mused if this drive was like a rare item imbued with powerful internal energy, and the black-haired woman implicitly confirmed it. Upon hearing this, the purple-haired man unexpectedly offered to simply share his own internal energy instead of her risking for the object, leaving the black-haired woman momentarily stunned. The scene shifts to reveal a panoramic night view of a futuristic city, where neon-lit skyscrapers and advanced technological structures in the foreground paint a magnificent picture of this sci-fi world. Facing her hesitation, the purple-haired man pressed on, asking why she refused his offer of internal energy, especially if her goal was to get stronger for revenge. However, the black-haired woman firmly refused him, stating her determination to achieve her revenge solely through her own strength. The purple-haired man found her persistence contradictory given the current situation. Meanwhile, two other male companions couldn't help but joke, admitting that trying to rationally interpret their captain's logic would overload even their genius brains. Robert is busy gaming, while complaining that Seryung prefers stealing over borrowing money just to keep her conscience clear. Seryung fires back, claiming stealing is a hard-won victory, while borrowing is just a lazy handout. Watching them argue, our boy is just lost in his hot dog, completely baffled by their logic. Seryung tells him to stop overthinking and just enjoy the snack, and honestly, our guy is happy to oblige. As night falls, the Triad leader receives word that a rival faction has deployed a legendary warrior. To prepare for the coming storm, he orders his top masters to go into hiding and wait for the perfect moment. The leader knows when to play his cards. He orders the restrictions on the Forbidden Zone lifted to lure out more flies. If the world is going to burn, he'd rather watch from the sidelines until it's time to strike. While the Triad plots, a strange monk with a golden cage on his head appears. Despite his bizarre look, his status is immense, forcing even high-level cyborgs to serve him tea in a heavy, suffocating atmosphere. This monk preaches mercy but exudes pure malice, unleashing a terrifying aura on the servant for a minor glance. As energy surges, it's clear that the power games on Tortuga are becoming far more lethal and unhinged. Facing this sudden pressure, everyone present is terrified. The cage-headed figure claims serving him is an ultimate honor, threatening hell upon any who defy him. In this lawless land, the real storm is just beginning. The scene shifts to a deep space where energy surges around a figure in a golden headpiece. Beside him, a bald man with a mechanical eye watches intently, murmuring about a prajna cycle, signaling the start of a dangerous ritual. Suddenly, a brilliant explosion of light erupts, its overwhelming pressure leaving the onlookers stunned. They gasp, wondering if this is the legendary Asura Buddha. With an icy glare, our boy warns his enemies that hell awaits if they don't back down. The camera zooms in on several elusive figures moving in the shadows. Soon, our boy is seen sitting at a table in humble monk robes, seemingly seeking guidance about the Blackwater faction, though his natural dominance is impossible to hide. While the thuds across the table keep up appearances, the air freezes when our boy asks if they have a death wish. Faced with such a blunt threat, the group quickly raises their arms in surrender, proving they know when they're outmatched. The focus shifts to an eerie underground pit hiding a dark secret. Before anyone can react, a massive metallic container slams into the bottom with a deafening crash, its impact shattering the floor and sending sparks flying everywhere. At the bottom of the pit, the figure in the golden headpiece endures a relentless bombardment of energy from above, surrounded by glowing red blades. Watching from the shadows is a mysterious armored figure in a pointed mask, his motive still unknown. As the battle peaks, a spear locks onto our boy, who sits amidst a vortex of blue energy tearing through space. But he's far from his limit as his energy level surged to 8.9. he fully unleashes his quantum cycle drive. The atmosphere on the battlefield shifts as a core-level energy begins to surge. Even the mysterious enemy can't help but marvel at this power, which clearly exceeds everyone's expectations. With a fierce shout, a glowing blade slashes down in an attempt to seize control. Amidst the chaos, a straw-hatted figure looks up, revealing a chilling spiral red eye that radiates killing intent. While a massive beam of golden light erupts from the city, leaving his allies on high alert, our boy is casually snacking on hot dogs. Apparently, a world-shaking event is no match for a good meal. In the face of this world-piercing phenomenon, both armored warriors and stoic monks are forced to stop and watch. Everyone is looking up. It seems the balance of power is about to change forever. Meanwhile, a heavily tattooed boss secretly plots with his subordinate in a bath. While other factions prepare to fight for the treasure, the Triad faction has unusually withdrawn their defenses. The subordinate is deeply puzzled by the situation. With rival factions deploying their top assassins, could the Triad faction really be giving up the prize at such a crucial moment? The boss sneers, stating that a hungry beast never leaves the table. It's just a sinister trick to let the lion and tiger exhaust each other before striking. A sharp gleam flashes in the boss's eyes. Since their enemies want to profit from chaos, they decide to throw a bear into the mix to claim ultimate victory. As night falls, a massive abyssal vortex has torn through downtown, spewing eerie purple energy that paints the night sky with an oppressive glow. At the edge of the ruins, top-tier martial artists have already gathered. Gripping their weapons, they stare intensely at the unsettling power below, not daring to act recklessly. However, the sight at the vortex center makes everyone gasp in horror. The once invincible genius is now ruthlessly impaled, a gruesome warning of the terrifying monster lurking below. At the edge of the abyss, various factions have already gathered. But before anyone makes a move, they are completely shocked to see a renowned martial arts genius impaled and hung in midair. This so-called once-in-a-millennium prodigy was instantly killed. Looking at his gruesome end, all the experts, including the bamboo hat-wearing Asura Buddha, suddenly feel a deep sense of dread. Facing the bottomless vortex, everyone harbors their own hidden agendas, too afraid to make the first move. The oppressive air is thick with danger, as the unknown entity below seems to be waiting for a slaughter feast. Just as the tension peaks, the silver-armored woman snaps. Bursting with blinding green energy, she fiercely warns the other competitors to stay out of her way, pushing them to the brink of a massive brawl. Seeing things about to spiral out of control, Asura Buddha quickly intervenes to cool things down. Pointing at the hanging corpse, he reminds everyone that if a genius like that was one shot, no one is safe. They all know that even at full strength, fighting the monster below is a gamble. Fighting among themselves now will only get them impaled. Thus, a silent agreement to pause the infighting begins to spread through the crowd. Facing the unknown threat below, Asura Buddha suggests teaming up. However, the silver-armored girl immediately shoots him down, refusing to let him reap the fruits of her labor. Breaking the stalemate, the hot-tempered purple-haired warrior drops a harsh warning. Without a second thought, she recklessly dives straight into the abyss. Following her down, the group is greeted by a massive energy vortex. At its core hides a terrifyingly holy yet extremely dangerous presence. Overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure of the mysterious figure, the top masters immediately drop into defensive combat stances, tense to the extreme. As the armored figure reveals itself, the air seems to freeze. Yet, our boy isn't intimidated by the devastating aura, calmly observing his opponent. Paralyzed by the nightmarish figure, some recall the dire warnings of their elders. If you ever encounter this legendary being, never even dare to raise your head. But our boy sees right through it. He notices the monster lacks any berserk desire, its mind acting like a blank slate. Realizing this, he silently clenches his fist. Standing before the armored stranger in the glowing vortex, our boy is completely unfazed. Seeing the target fully healed, he casually mentions it's the perfect time to get some answers. However, the oppressive aura from the stranger leaves his companions gasping for air. Struggling against the pressure, they're baffled by the chaotic energy radiating around them. The armored figure sits cross-legged in the vortex as his energy continues to spike. His companions suspect the central drive has overloaded, causing a violent state of inner demon possession. But our boy quickly sees through the phenomenon. He notices the stranger lacks the corrupted desires of true possession. Instead, his mind is as empty as a blank sheet of paper. Before they can react, the armored stranger completely loses control. A devastating, nuclear-level energy blast erupts from his body, terrifying everyone in its path. Just as disaster strikes, our boy steps up. He effortlessly tanks the apocalyptic blast with his bare hands, leaving his companions speechless and eager to uncover who is truly hiding under that armor. Facing the apocalyptic energy surge, our boy steps right in. With overwhelming strength, he stops the blast barehanded and snatches the attacker's helmet off, forcefully ending the deadly rampage. But when he sees the attacker's true face, our usually calm guy is completely stunned. Beneath the heavy armor hides a totally unfamiliar man wearing pink glasses with a strangely peaceful expression. Meanwhile, in a distant traditional pavilion, the blue-haired girl with an eye patch stands quietly before a mirror. As she casts a secret technique, pinkish-purple energy instantly surrounds her. When the light fades, the mirror reveals her fully grown, beautiful self. She excitedly admires her mature look, eager to show it off to that special someone in her heart. However, the empty room offers no response to her excitement. Her gaze dims and slowly falls upon a childhood photo resting on the desk. In the photo, the dark-haired boy in the straw hat still smiles brightly. She slumps into her chair, staring blankly at the frame and softly whispering, asking where he has gone. Hot tears drop heavily onto the frame. No matter how perfect she makes herself, the boy who promised to return is still nowhere to be found, leaving her heartbroken and alone in endless longing. Back at the ruined battlefield, the chaotic energy finally dissipates as the crisis is resolved. Looking at the weakened man kneeling on the ground, our boy prepares to interrogate him about his true identity. Looking at the lifeless body engulfed in a strange blue light, our boy uses his scanner to assess the grim situation, hoping to find a way to save him. Adam bluntly delivers the harsh truth. The massive energy overload has completely fried the victim's brain, leaving nothing but empty primal instincts behind. But our boy refuses to give up. He argues that if instincts remain, memories must too. He asks how to remove the core, only to learn it's deeply rooted in the heart. "Won't ripping it out kill him? Is there no other way?" he asks, but Adam's answer is a cold no. After a brief silence, our guy makes up his mind. With no safe options left, our boy steps up and gently places his hand on the child's head. Beside him, Sarion looks on, ready to hear his final words. As inner energy surges through him, the dying child lets out a painful gasp. Our boy forces his consciousness awake, guiding him to dig deep for his most precious memories. To pull the kid back from the brink of death, our guy does the unthinkable. To Adam's absolute shock, he begins absorbing all the lethal negative energy directly into his own body. The mysterious figure places a corrupted hand on the young man's head. Shrouded in pulsing blue energy, his consciousness is forcefully pulled into a deep mental vortex with a single whisper. Surprisingly calm despite the overwhelming power, the young man's green eyes reflect the figure's silhouette as a long-sealed memory begins to quietly surface from his mind. The scene shifts to a sunny countryside. Inside the memory illusion, a blue-haired girl and a black-haired boy are wandering through the grass when a beautiful purple butterfly catches their attention. Armed with bug nets, the two kids enthusiastically chase the butterfly across the grassy hills. Their faces beam with pure joy, fully enjoying this carefree chase. Just as the butterfly lands on a twig, the girl sneaks up carefully. But the boy acts faster, snatching it right up and proudly showing off his little prize to her. Seeing her prey snatched away, the girl gets a bit upset. She tells him to let it go, proudly complaining that she could have caught it herself without his unneeded help. Faced with her sudden anger, the boy starts panicking. Like a kid caught making a mistake, he clumsily apologizes and gently asks if her feet hurt and if she needs a piggyback ride. Facing our boy's clueless look, Sahi stomps in frustration. She loudly protests that she's already a 20-year-old adult, and her height is just due to late growth plates, not because she's a kid. After dropping a harsh, "Don't look for me anymore," Sahi runs off without looking back. Watching her fading silhouette, our boy whispers her name as dusty memories suddenly flood his mind. In that suffocating memory, mysterious blue energy surges wildly. Our guide gently places his hand on Sahi's head, seemingly performing some kind of heavy and dangerous ritual. The memories flash by with a reflection in her eyes, revealing a deeply scratched silver helmet. Soon after, the vision is ruthlessly dragged back to a horrific, blood-soaked battlefield. On a wasteland littered with bodies, the heavily wounded commander kneels in blood. Seeing our boy approach unharmed, he widens his eyes in disbelief, bleakly stating that all his comrades have fallen. Staring at the blood-stained, broken helmet, the shattered commander refuses his title. He is deeply baffled by how our guy managed to remain completely unscathed through such a brutal massacre. "Were you hiding this whole time?" Faced with this resentful question, our boy simply keeps his head down. Without any excuses, he calmly admits to it with a single word. Yes. Amidst the ruins of a bloody battlefield, the wounded commander questions his subordinate, wondering why a soldier who never hesitated for 6 years has suddenly lost their resolve. In response, the soldier silently places a blood-stained mechanical hand on a mysterious box, making it clear that this item is worth any betrayal. The commander warns that the central-level drive is beyond human control, yet the subordinate insists it is their only hope for genetic restructuring and evolution. With their bond finally shattered, the commander struggles to his feet, declaring that his duty forces him to stop this madness right here and now. Propping himself up with a blood-stained sword, the commander announces his sacred lineage, warning that he will kill anyone who dares to interfere with his mission. But just as tensions reach a breaking point, a sudden beam of light flashes through the air, piercing the commander's helmet and ending the standoff in an instant. Immediately after, a surge of violent energy erupts as the subordinate is consumed by purple veins and blinding light, screaming in agony as an eldritch transformation begins. Just as the dust settled, things took a dark turn. Strange purple veins erupted across the victim's face as the demon took hold, plunging them into a world of agonizing struggle. In a desperate move, he's pinned down while being urged to fight back the darkness. But the ancient, violent energy within isn't easily suppressed, erupting in a terrifying roar. The pent-up energy finally erupts, sending a massive pillar of light piercing through the city ruins. Even the watchful debt collector, Asura Buddha, looks on in genuine shock. As a purple vortex expands, two clashing powers collide violently in the sky. Despite the desperate cries to stop, the shockwaves of fate have already begun to ripple across the stars. After the storm, life goes on. Our boy keeps his cool, treating the crew to some hearty ramen. Despite the near-death chaos, nothing matters more to him right now than a hot meal. Times are tough on the ship, but to celebrate Robert's birthday, Sunja traded parts for drinks, and Seryong generously treated everyone to hot ramen. While Seryong suddenly complains about compromising her meal choice, a bowl of noodles is suddenly knocked to the floor, interrupting the cozy gathering. Seeing Robert's hand suddenly ignite with an eerie energy flame, the joyful birthday atmosphere on the ship instantly freezes. Meanwhile, on a barren alien world, a devastating beam of energy strikes the ground like a meteor, causing a massive explosion. As the dust clears, a bespectacled man kneels in agony. Corrupted by forbidden power, his face is already covered in demonic purple cracks. Our boy erupts with powerful aura, warning him to die with human dignity rather than yield. But the completely corrupted host just lunges like a wild beast. The dehumanized monster relentlessly attacks with a polearm. Shrouded in violent energy, the two clash fiercely across the wasteland. Roaring in pure madness, the runaway host unleashes a colossal vortex of chaotic blue energy, aiming to tear our guy to shreds. And the source of all this destruction is the forcefully open mysterious metal box. Its blinding light hints that an even greater crisis is just emerging. A tragic memory unfolds. Driven to claim the glowing mysterious box, Wurim mortally wounds his own mentor, watching him bleed out with deep regret. The dying mentor doesn't blame him, but begs him to walk away. He warns that the forbidden item will devour his soul and draw the world's wrath. But Wurim is too far gone. Obsessed with delivering it to a specific person, he gladly sells his soul and reaches for the forbidden power. The moment he touches it, terrifying power backfires. Screaming in agony as purple cracks spread, Wurim is completely corrupted into a mindless, destructive monster. Back in the present battlefield, the corrupted Wurim unleashes a massive shockwave. Like a runaway bomb, he charges forward with relentless, frenzied momentum. Devastating energies collide midair, creating a blinding explosion. Meanwhile, standing quietly by a distant window, Sehi watches the chaos unfold with a heavy heart. Just when the battle reaches a stalemate, a brilliant beam pierces the night sky. A figure plummets from above like a meteor, weapon drawn for impact. With a massive tremor, the silver-haired swordsman Adam makes a badass entrance. Landing heavily on one knee, the sheer force of his impact instantly pins down the rampaging enemy. Hearing the core is embedded in the boy's heart, our guy's face darkens. Getting it means he has to rip the heart out. To keep our boy's hands clean, Adam brings out a specialized extraction tool and volunteers to do the dirty work. But our boy refuses. To him, taking a life is a heavy burden that cannot be passed on. He must bear the karma himself. Resting his hand on the blade, he prepares to end the boy's suffering. He's willing to endure the painful backlash and carry the sins to hell in his place. Just as the final blow is about to land, Seryong recognizes the face on the ground. Eyes wide with shock, she screams at him to stop. Confused by the sudden interruption, our boy asks if she knows this dying kid. Stuttering, Seryong struggles to find the right words to explain. Looking at the frail Wurim, memories of Sahi flood Seryong's mind. Those tangled past ties just made this simple execution incredibly complicated. Our boy and Seryong quietly watch the unfolding memory. Before them lies the tragic history between Sahi and her childhood friend, Wurim. Ever since Wurim mysteriously vanished to seek power, the once cold Sahi changed completely, forcing smiles that looked more like desperate cries. When they finally reunited, Wurim was dying from the severe backlash of forbidden power. Seeing him in such a gruesome state left Sahi in utter despair. Despite warnings that Wurim's mind was completely gone, Sahi refused to give up. She tearfully begged him, hoping to awaken his remaining sanity. A miracle seemingly occurred. Hearing her heartbreaking plea, the mindless beast slowly reached out his hand, as if trying to touch Sahi's cheek. Just as their hands were about to meet, Seryong sensed the fatal danger and delivered a flying kick, forcefully interrupting this deadly reunion. Seeing Sahi trying to touch the mutated Wurim, Seryong quickly reaches out to stop her, warning about the deadly radiation. Yet Sahi murmurs, "He's still my Wurim." This absolute devotion leaves Seryong completely stunned. Even so, don't do anything stupid. Seryong anxiously blocks Sahi's path. But following Sahi's gaze, her childhood friend has now turned into a cowering, agonized monster, making it impossible for her to look away. Just at this heartbreaking moment, a massive demonic hand silently hovers right above Sahi's head. Seeing the impending tragedy, the bystanders can no longer watch. Our boy clenches his fists, ready to intervene in this doomed fate. With an ear-piercing roar, violent energies clash fiercely in midair. The massive impact instantly sends Sahi coughing up blood. Just as she desperately reaches out, a man in yellow shields her from the deadly pressure. This sudden twist leaves our boy and the crew wide-eyed. As a torn battle flag crashes to the ground, debris flies through the air. Amidst the dust, Sahi holds onto the man tightly, refusing to let go. Suddenly, the ground trembles as giant rocks rise like petals, forming a bizarre barrier that swallows the two completely. Shatter it. The shocked crew immediately unleashes powerful attacks, trying to blast the wall open. However, the barrier is far tougher than expected. It absorbs the barrage and unleashes a massive shockwave, forcing everyone into a defensive stance. As the giant rocks slowly crack open, everyone holds their breath for what comes next. A blinding energy beam strikes the rocky ground, forcing Seryong and Adam to brace against the shockwave. As the dust settles, a talisman bearing the name of the heavenly demon slowly burns away. Witnessing the devastating aftermath, our boy immediately recognizes the ancient Shaolin martial arts. The trio stands on the high ground, their eyes locked on the terrifying source of the commotion, Asura Buddha. Meanwhile, an eerie atmosphere fills the ruined Blackwater faction headquarters. Standing amidst ghostly green flames, the relentless monk calmly clasps his hands, chanting prayers over glowing energy lotuses. The massive hall is littered with charred corpses. Stepping over the gruesome remains, Asura Buddha glares coldly at the lone figure on the high throne, demanding to know who will settle this bloody debt. Completely unfazed by the deadly debt collector, the mysterious white-robed figure radiates a terrifying orange aura. He slowly rises from his seat, looking down at the slaughter with absolute indifference. Heavy footsteps echo through the empty hall. Just as Asura Buddha continues his questioning, a towering white-haired man in orange shades appears behind him like a ghost. Sensing the overwhelming pressure, Asura Buddha sharply turns around. Realizing he is face-to-face with the legendary Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor, even the relentless monk has to politely clasp his hands in greeting. When the monk tries to play dumb, our boy quickly loses his patience. He raises his hand, ready to force some straight answers out of him. A massive black rune crashes down, forcing the monk to his knees. The sheer weight of the aura cracks the very ground beneath him. Seeing him withstand the strike, our boy instantly recognizes the unique Shaolin technique. This young monk's skills remind him of an old acquaintance. For the sake of old times, he offers a way out. If the monk leaves behind the high-tier drive, he gets to walk away with his life. Yet, the monk just stands there frozen. Just as our guy wonders why he isn't running, the monk casually holds out his hand. Unbelievable, this guy is a hardcore debt collector. Completely ignoring the massive power gap, the monk strictly demands his 85,000 credits. Our boy is just dumbfounded by this suicidal greed. Meanwhile, the monk mocks his age and unleashes a blazing aura, fully prepared to fight to the death for his paycheck. Facing a dead end, the Straw Hat debt collector unleashes a rebound technique, throwing a flaming punch that triggers a massive explosion across the room. Unfazed by the chaos, our boy stands tall above the fiery blast, coldly mocking how the old man completely ruined his own guard dog. Just as our guy is about to finish the job, the heavily wounded collector reaches out to block him, stubbornly warning that their debt is still unpaid. Seeing the collector stubbornly pressing his hands together despite a shattered hat and a bleeding head, our boy is left speechless by this insane obsession with money. Even with a battered body, the debt collector dutifully reminds our boy of the 85,000 credit balance, making him curse the guy for being an absolute lunatic. The collector even twists the rules, declaring that since the original employer is already dead on the floor, our boy is officially the successor of the debt and must pay up. Completely out of patience with this nonsense, our boy mercilessly shatters the straw hat with a swift kick. Striking a fierce combat stance, he coldly dares the guy to keep talking. Even after being knocked down, the persistent debt collector monk refuses to give up. Driven by his obsession, a bizarre blue energy suddenly erupts from his hands. Recognizing the sinister aura, our boy immediately realizes the crazy monk is using a highly dangerous and forbidden dark art of Shaolin. The monk openly mocks righteous martial arts, confident that his forbidden technique can bypass our guy's legendary indestructible body and cause real damage. Our boy casually admits that the attack does sting a bit. However, that slight pain completely drains his patience, triggering an earth-shattering counterattack. Looking down at the twitching monk who still tries to speak, our guy's eyes turn cold. He offers no chance to breathe, answering directly with his fists. Heavy blows echo through the ruined zone. Our boy unleashes a storm of merciless fists upon his opponent, leaving nothing but devastation and splattered blood. With a blur of blinding speed, our boy delivers a devastating strike. The sturdy bamboo hat is completely shattered, leaving the monk collapsed in a pool of blood. As the dust settles, our boy stands over his defeated foe. Calmly adjusting his coat, he sighs and wonders why every monk he meets is always rushing to reach nirvana. The scene shifts to a dim factory where eerie green energy begins to flare. A man in orange sunglasses watches the pulsating light, suggesting a supernatural battle has just unfolded. The man crouches down, gripping a talisman burning with green flames. Recognizing the technique, he scoffs, realizing he's dealing with the long-lost arts of Chimanduanjia. Unimpressed by his opponent's last-ditch effort, he arrogantly bites down on the talisman. It's a clear show of dominance, signaling his intent to crush these dirty tricks once and for all. As the energy dissipates, only carnage remains. The once mighty Asura Buddha, known for his trademark bamboo steamer head, lies broken amidst the rubble, seemingly lifeless in a pool of blood. Seryong and her team finally arrive on the scene. Seeing Asura Buddha in such a state, Seryong's expression hardens. She knows that whoever did this must possess truly monstrous power. Our boy remains unusually calm, refusing to be fooled by appearances. While the guy looks finished, he keenly senses that a fragile thread of life still lingers within Asura Buddha. Determined to get answers, our boy questions the corpse, demanding to know where the kidnapped child was taken. For him, saving a life always takes priority over the battle itself. Just as he speaks, a glowing blue butterfly flutters up from the shattered steamer. The sight leaves everyone stunned, proving that even as a lingering soul, this relentless debtor isn't done yet. In the depths of a bleak memory, a glowing blue butterfly flutters delicately. Our boy gently catches it and presents it to Sahi. Sahi cautiously reaches out, letting the creature rest in her palms. Noticing her somber expression, our boy kneels down, softly asking if she doesn't like his little surprise. Watching the butterfly linger calmly near her cheek, Sahi murmurs her deep unease. The fact that it isn't flying away makes this beautiful moment feel completely unreal. Looking at the glowing runes before him, our boy realizes she's right. The constant burning pain in his chest has vanished, confirming that this is just a fleeting dream. He tenderly comforts her, saying they should be happy just to reunite. But Sahi breaks into tears, terrified of waking up and facing the endless pain of losing him again. Sitting quietly together beneath the dead tree, our boy tries to ease her heart. He confesses he never saw her as a child, always admiring her brilliant maturity. Touched by his heartfelt confession, Sahi is left completely speechless. With a warm smile, he reveals he brought a special gift that will soon help her grow up. The scene shifts to a past memory. Sahi watches helplessly as her childhood friend, Wurim, forcefully activates a massive energy array. Facing Wurim's maximum internal energy, the blonde man shows no panic, calmly assessing his opponent's combat power instead. But the power gap is absolute. With a massive blast, Wurem is sent flying, leaving Sahi screaming his name in pure despair. Back to reality, the persistent debt collector Asura Buddha, though beaten to a pulp, is still trembling in a pool of blood, demanding his 85,000 credits. Hearing this huge sum, Saryon completely freaks out. Our boy casually suggests paying him, but she admits that even selling the ship and their crew wouldn't cover it. Of course, the greedy girl makes sure to exclude herself from the for sale list. This selfish remark instantly triggers a furious reaction from her companion. Seeing them argue, our boy offers to put the debt on his tab. But even at death's door, the collector fiercely refuses, knowing all too well about our guy's infamous greedy demon reputation. Watching the poor guy next to her get brutally crushed, Saryon doesn't even flinch. She just coldly stares at the bloody scene unfolding before her. But a second later, an eerie red light illuminates the room. A massive Bagua ray suddenly envelopes the entire space, catching Saryon completely off guard. Meanwhile, under the night sky, the atmosphere grows tense. Just as our boy is having a standoff with Saryon, he suddenly notices something bizarre up ahead. Following his gaze, they spot a mysterious man in a white robe lifting a defeated swordsman by the throat, dangling him in the air like a ragdoll. The white-robed man ruthlessly mocks his opponent's weakness, stating that relying on a giant sword means nothing if you can't even wield it properly. Suddenly, the mechanical core on his chest glows brightly. Without hesitation, he reaches out and violently begins to extract the opponent's core drive. Just in the nick of time, Saryon dives from the sky with a fierce kick, yelling at him to let go. Meanwhile, our boy quietly watches the explosive clash unfold. A deafening explosion violently blasts our boy into the air. He tumbles helplessly before crashing hard into the dirt, completely overwhelmed by the massive impact. Covered in blood, he weakly reaches out, begging the enemy to let Wurem go. But the cold-blooded villain shows no mercy, ruthlessly pinning him to the ground with his boot. Right in the villain's hands is a pulsing, sparking mechanical heart. Wurem's very life core has now become nothing more than a twisted trophy. Witnessing this nightmare, the girl in red completely snaps. Screaming at the villain to get away, she unleashes a furious wave of energy straight at him. Instead of dodging, the villain casually summons a giant energy hand to meet the devastating strike head-on. The clash triggers an apocalyptic explosion, but the true despair is only just beginning. With a deafening roar, a colossal flaming fist crashes down from the sky. The devastating impact shatters the ground, blowing our boy back and forcing Saryon to brace herself. Just in the nick of time, our boy firmly presses his hand against Saryon's back. Channeling his internal energy directly into her, they create a massive barrier that completely deflects the apocalyptic explosion. The deadly blast is violently dispersed, raining down as harmless sparks. Seeing his ultimate attack so easily neutralized, the mysterious attacker is left completely dumbfounded. As the thick smoke clears, our boy and Saryon stand perfectly unharmed amidst the destruction, locking eyes with their assailant in a completely unbothered stance. The attacker's identity is finally revealed. It's the Eastern Heaven Fist Emperor, one of the galaxy's 5 supreme masters. Naturally, our boy's flawless energy transfer technique has fully piqued his interest. Curious, the Fist Emperor activates his tactical scanner to analyze our boy. However, the feedback leaves him utterly confused. The system detects absolutely no cybernetic energy drives in his body. The Emperor stares in pure disbelief. A completely unaugmented human pulling off top-tier internal martial arts? He finally realizes he's facing an absolute monster who has pushed his physical limits to an unimaginable realm. Faced with our boy out of nowhere, the arrogant sunglasses guy claims he'd love to beat him up, but lacks a good excuse. Seeing the dangerous device in his grip, our boy gives him a chance to walk away, but the guy just laughs and calls him crazy. Since talking isn't working, our guy grabs him by the coat, coldly stating that he's been dying for a reason to throw hands. That sharp glare and blatant provocation completely shatter the villain's ego, making him curse out loud in pure rage. Pushed past his breaking point, the villain erupts in a fiery aura, raising the unstable energy sphere as if ready to blow everything up. But the reckless power backfires instantly. Blood splatters as the sphere crushes his hand, leaving the onlookers in absolute shock. Refusing to back down, the lunatic charges forward with a blazing fist, forcing our boy to gracefully flip backward to dodge the assault. He easily dodged the first strike, but as our guy clenches his own fist, you know he's about to teach this fool a painful lesson. Facing the sudden, terrifying pressure, the sunglasses-wearing guy desperately tries to hold his ground. He bites down on his pipe, veins bulging on his face in extreme pain. A massive Bagua ray appears in midair. With heavy explosions, the muscular guy is sent flying helplessly. Seryong and her companion watch the overwhelming scene in silence. While our boy stands there casually amidst the apocalyptic array, the sunglasses guy is completely crushed by the pressure, his face turning red as his defenses crumble. The battle finally concludes with the arrogant muscular guy lying motionless on the grass. Seryong and the others remain silent, knowing the real trouble is just beginning. Under the dead tree, Sahi, disguised as Mok Jin, clings tightly to the upside-down figure. It's her beloved whom she risked everything to protect, her eyes now filled with pure despair. Seeing Sahi's heartbroken state, Seryong coldly but rationally states they must take her away, or she'll stay until her last breath. Our guy agrees, even if it means using force. But Sahi ignores them, refusing to let go of her beloved. Our boy walks up with his hands in his pockets and calmly gives a non-negotiable order. Step aside. With the battle paused, our boy gently lowers the battered body. He quietly steps aside, leaving them space for a final, heartbreaking goodbye. Suddenly, a glowing Bagua ray illuminates the area. A figure desperately channels ki into the injured person's back. The immense energy surge leaves Seryong and the others completely confused. A knowledgeable companion gasps. It's the lost legendary art, returned to Origine's state of absolute unity with nature. Even Seryong is in disbelief seeing this mythical technique performed right before their eyes. Amidst a roaring energy surge, the caster tries to force his own origin ki to replace the injured's paralyzed blood flow. This desperate act defying life and death has everyone screaming to know his true identity. Lend my life, just so you can see this world one more time. As the light fades and the familiar face is revealed, our boy's stoic facade shatters. Tears falling, he trembles and calls out a name deeply buried in his past life, Wurem. With a fatal wound to his chest, Wurem uses his last breath to ask a heartbroken Sahi for one final favor, gently telling her not to cry. He tells her she looks much prettier when she smiles, and asks her to stop hiding her beautiful eyes. Deeply moved, Sahi slowly removes her eye patch. Watching from afar, Seryong wonders if her eye was actually injured. Our boy casually explains that she only faked it to avoid looking weak. Seeing her beautiful, uncovered eyes, Wurem smiles brightly. He pulls her in for a final kiss, begging her to forget him as he finally passes away. A lonely grave now rests beneath a newly sprouting tree. Sahi silently pays her respects, while our boy and his crew stand quietly behind her. With that tragic chapter finally closed, the crew returns to their ship. Urged on by Seryong's impatient shouts, they take off toward their next cosmic adventure. Seryong looks exhausted, wanting nothing more than to leave this place. Meanwhile, our boy stands by the window, his thoughts drifting back to a time when he made a life-altering request to his master. In a quiet wilderness, he asks his master to take back the forbidden body reversal technique. Standing by a symbolic grave, he vows never to touch that cursed power again, no matter the cost. With tears in her eyes, Sahi reminds him that true strength is choosing restraint over power. She can't understand why he's being so cruel to himself, leaving the air heavy with sorrow. Back in the present, our boy gazes at the distant station in deep thought. The red ship cuts through the silent void of space, racing toward its destination, as a new storm begins to brew. Elsewhere, Adam pushes open a massive door to find a scene of absolute carnage. The once grand hall is now littered with twisted red remains, with the culprit sitting calmly amidst the bloodbath. A bald man in a white suit sits casually among the ruins. Adam coldly calls out his cruelty, accusing him of sacrificing his own disciples just to vent his rage, showing a complete lack of humanity. Unfazed, the man scoffs at his fallen students as mere trash. He claims his fury is the key to his strength, embracing a level of cold-blooded cruelty that is truly chilling to witness. Watching the madman drown in his own rage, the mysterious woman simply replies, "You're mistaken." It seems the true debate over the nature of power has only just begun. The mysterious figure in the red robe doesn't rush to attack, but instead issues a chilling warning. He boldly claims his target, demanding the enemy back off. The man in sunglasses is instantly covered in cold sweat. The red-robed figure not only sees through his indestructible defense, but also pinpoints the fatal weak spot in his arm. The harsh truth is laid bare. The previous opponent intentionally spared his life. Sitting among the slaughtered monsters, the boss is left in a chilling silence. Meanwhile, the spaceship is zooming through the galaxy. Inside the cabin, our boy is wildly stuffing his face with roasted meat, trying to recover his lost energy. Saryon hopes to use his internal energy to fix the engine. However, our guy casually reveals he's completely drained and needs years to recover. Saryon is stunned. This completely sets Saryon off. Realizing they are now in massive debt to the terrifying and money-obsessed Asura Buddha, she loses her mind and screams in despair. On the other side, the accountant remains completely unfazed. His pen coldly glides over the paperwork, calculating the suffocating amount of debt they now owe. Meanwhile, the cold monk in the bamboo hat insists on transferring all his funds to Shaolin. Even when the teller advises him to save something, he stubbornly refuses, prioritizing the elders. On a snowy peak, two martial artists discuss a forgotten legend. Hearing that Li Makjin, the ancient celestial demon, has resurfaced after 2,000 years, one heavily suspects an enemy plot. His companion quickly points out that this secret was hidden even from their highest elders. In the blizzard, they finally realize the legendary sixth celestial demon might have truly returned. Facing the shocking news, the white-robed man gazes calmly into the snow. He coldly concludes that if the rumors are true, there are now 3 celestial demons walking the world. Meanwhile, on their drifting spaceship, our boy's crew faces a dire survival crisis. Sunja calmly announces that they are completely broke, leaving Saryon staring in absolute disbelief. With fuel running out and rations lasting only 4 more days, Saryon strokes her chin. She immediately schemes to use Robert's hard-earned wedding savings to get them out of this mess. Hearing this, Robert completely breaks down, screaming that she already forced him to blow his 10-year savings on a terrible investment. Realizing her mistake, a guilty Saryon awkwardly looks away. The crew is facing a massive survival crisis. While everyone is stressing out, our boy is busy devouring the last of their food, complaining that they're completely out of hot dogs. To get some food and fuel for these big eaters, Saryon hits the black market. She pulls out a stack of ancient supreme martial arts manuals from our boy and starts pitching them hard to an old merchant. The old man adjusts his monocle, sarcastically marveling at how priceless they must be. Thinking she's hooked him, Saryon smugly offers a special discount, only for him to casually toss the manual back on the table. The cunning merchant waves her off, claiming his small business can't handle such treasures. Panicking, Saryon instantly drops her price. She'll trade them all just for some ship fuel and expired hot dogs. Seeing him unfazed, Saryon pretends to pack up and leave with a bluff. Knowing he has the upper hand, the old man puffs his pipe and casually offers her a different job, picking up a client. The blazing devil being a lowly taxi driver? Saryon is about to explode until she hears the payment covers everything on her grocery list. In a split second, her eyes light up and she happily accepts. And just like that, reality forces them to take on this mysterious escort mission. But the destination they are heading to is none other than the renowned Hogwarts Galaxy Academy. While the ship cruises smoothly through space, Saryon suddenly freezes with a look of absolute shock, instantly catching her crew's attention. Seeing everyone's confusion, Sunja advises them to give her space, explaining that their captain is bracing herself to face a deep-rooted nightmare from her past. The ship soon lands on a blue planet. Looking at the magnificent palace before them, Robert immediately recognizes it as the famous Hogwarts Galaxy Academy. Adam marvels that only the absolute elite can afford this place. Saryon simply scoffs, joking that any poor soul still stuck in the dorms during vacation must be having a miserable life. Right on cue, Adam senses someone approaching. A pink-haired girl in a cheongsam appears above, questioning why these uninvited guests are trespassing during the school break. But before anyone can explain, a massive pillar of green energy suddenly erupts from the ground without warning, blasting the grand staircase to pieces. Landing gracefully amidst the falling debris, the girl's eyes turn icy. After that explosive entrance, she immediately assumes our boy's crew is just a bunch of ruthless space bandits. Amidst the ruins, Saryon stands her ground with her glowing sword drawn. Across from her, the pink-haired Juga, who he instantly recognizes her bitter rival. When questioned, Saryon bluntly states that drawing her sword wasn't for revenge. It's just pure instinct, like feeling the urge to crush a cockroach on sight. This fiery exchange leaves their companions completely stunned. Anxious, Sunja urges our boy to break up the fight before their captain gets hurt. However, our boy remains completely unfazed and doesn't make a move. Instead, his gaze is locked onto a mysterious figure watching them from a distant window. Back on the battlefield, Hui smirks and draws her own blade, noting that she also enjoys crushing cockroaches. Without another word, both women charge at each other, ready to clash. Just as Saryon and her rival are about to clash, their companions also draw their blades. Suddenly, A loud command to stop interrupts the fight, catching our fierce bounty hunter off guard. Everyone pauses as they recognize the man standing in the center, Namgung Cheon, the third young master of the Namgung family. His sudden intervention puts a temporary halt to the explosive brawl. Namgung Cheon stands by the window lost in thought, but a sudden turn of events catches him by surprise, his purple eyes widening in shock. Meanwhile, in a remote data space, a sinister plot against Seryong's crew is unfolding. The masterminds coldly exchange intel, having fully anticipated their arrival. It turns out this was all a carefully laid trap. Through holographic screens, the higher-ups confirm they've successfully lured the Blazing Devil right to their intended destination, the prestigious Interstellar Academy. With a swift hyperspace jump, our crew unknowingly steps right into the enemy's playground. Cut to the Academy's Grand Lounge, where the tension is still thick enough to cut with a knife. A poor mediator sweats profusely as he tries to clear up a misunderstanding, hoping to calm everyone down. But our fiery Seryong isn't having any of it, coldly stating her sword simply has a mind of its own. Not to be outdone, her pink-haired rival smirks and dares her to try, proving this feud is far from over. In the Academy lounge, two students are chilling. The blonde guy reveals that the pale guy who just walked by is actually the famous third son of the Namgung family, the Azure Storm. Hearing this, the silver-haired guy jumps up in excitement. After all, the third son is a prodigy who reached the Northern Galaxy Finals, and is rumored to even rival top-tier masters. The blonde guy looks completely speechless at his friend's overreaction. It turns out the silver-haired guy is just upset he missed a chance to take a picture and brag to his fiancée, who is a huge fan. Suddenly, a silent figure flashes by like a ghost, scaring the silver-haired guy half to death. It's an expressionless girl in a uniform, who seems to be looking for something, muttering "not here" before walking away. Watching the girl walk away, the two guys are totally spooked. What shocks the silver-haired guy even more is that he senses no internal energy drive in her. She is a pure natural martial artist. Keep in mind, this elite academy only accepts monsters, where even kids have triple cycle drives installed. For an unmodified girl to roam freely here, she definitely hides a much deeper secret. Our boy is standing alone on the platform when a mysterious schoolgirl calls out from behind. She sharply points out that a pure natural human like him shouldn't be in this academy. Meanwhile, an impatient Seryong lounges on the sofa with her eyes closed, cutting straight to the chase. Enough talking, who are we supposed to take? Back on the platform, the girl with a striking purple right eye recognizes him from the window. She stares intently at our boy, trying to read his stoic face. Did you come to see me? Or, do we know each other? Despite his flat denial, she remains puzzled. She admits that he gives off a bizarrely familiar vibe, almost like the father who abandoned her at birth. But she quickly adds that she's not someone to be pitied. If she ever had a father like that, she would have hunted him down and killed him herself. While our boy stays silent, the girl suddenly drops a wild proposition. Just in case, do you want to marry me? I'm good at everything and would make a great wife. Our boy rejects her without a second thought. Slightly annoyed by his bluntness, she turns to leave, warning him not to reject her so easily next time, or else she'll get really mad. Over in the main hall, Sunja is confronted by the pink-haired lady Jigul Hui. Staring down the uninvited guests, Hui coldly reminds them that the academy is currently on vacation. Inside a grand Gothic hall, Seryong and Robert meet an old acquaintance. The pink-haired Jigul Hui, now a teacher, complains bitterly about being forced to work overtime because of students staying on campus. Hearing this, Seryong relentlessly mocks the school for going downhill. Just as Hui is about to blow a fuse, Robert quickly steps in to bring the conversation back on track. It turns out their mission is to escort a student back home. Seryong is willing to take the job, but she demands 1,000 times the original commission. Seeing Seryong's arrogant attitude, Hui angrily slams the table. Robert helplessly plays the peacemaker, advising her to endure it for the sake of their 10-year friendship. It's been 13 years, 7 months, and 16 days. Hui corrects him through gritted teeth. Amidst their bickering, a lonely figure in a wheelchair appears in front of a high window. Seryong and Robert step forward. Robert quietly introduces the student they are supposed to escort, a frail man relying heavily on a facial breathing apparatus just to stay alive. As their footsteps echo in the vast hall, Robert's tone grows heavy. This escort target is completely paralyzed, unable to breathe on his own, and has nearly lost his eyesight. Seryong asks around about their mysterious client. The guy bought his way into the academy with a massive donation, and his sudden family recall makes this escort mission highly suspicious. Sitting in the wheelchair is Sama, the fragile heir of the Stein family. Once the outsiders leave, he drops his guard and asks his attendant about the red-haired bounty hunter. The purple-eyed attendant sees right through him, pointing out his obvious interest. Sama merely mocks himself, claiming there's no light left in his lifeless eyes. Kneeling respectfully, the attendant asks what exactly drew him to Seryong. The heir's answer is chilling. He is absolutely fascinated by the visible pain radiating from her. Sama coldly remarks that her screams would be beautiful. Knowing his prophetic powers, the attendant nervously asks what he saw, only to receive a grim, single-word reply, death. His apocalyptic vision flashes, with our boy's rare surprise, and a looming demon. What's even more concerning is how the seemingly innocent martial artist, Waisoha, is tied into this nightmare. While the attendant softly whispers to him, Sama remains deep in thought. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, a grand golden palace emerges, signaling the start of our boy's next dangerous adventure. The scene shifts to Seryong lounging on a sofa. Opposite her, a man in a gray hat pours hot tea while confirming their escort mission. Seryong takes a sip, clearly unimpressed by the flavor. After some brief banter about the past, she cuts to the chase about their actual target. With nothing left to do at school, Seryong decides to join the mission. The man immediately tenses up, dreading that her bitter rival, Suga Hui, might tag along. Taking a slow sip of his tea, the man reassures her not to worry. One of Suga Hui's own pupils is still back at the dorms. Meanwhile, thick steam fills a shower room elsewhere. The pink-haired Suga Hui stands under the running water, letting it wash away her exhaustion. She punches the wall, furious about someone returning from the dead. Suddenly sensing a strange presence, she opens her eyes wide and demands to know who's there. Through the dense mist, a black-haired girl in a school uniform slowly emerges. Her purple eyes stare back in an eerie, deadpan silence. Back in the lounge, Seryong angrily declares she'd love it if her rival tagged along so she could behead her. But suddenly, something catches her completely off guard. Seryong is caught off guard when these uninvited guests show up at the door, boldly demanding to hitch a ride back home like they own the place. Seryong is speechless at their sarcastic teasing about her rival. Meanwhile, our boy stands quietly in the hallway, simply watching the awkward drama unfold like an outsider. The ship finally takes off, but Suga Hui and Waisoha face a new nightmare. They are completely dumbfounded, staring at a cramped room that looks exactly like a junkyard. Sunja explains with a straight face that this first-class cabin was specially prepared by the captain. This blatant trolling instantly makes Suga Hui explode with absolute rage. Unlike the furious Suga Hui, Waisoha remains surprisingly calm. She casually mentions that she actually likes the place and suggests it just needs a little cleaning. When asked where she is going, Soha drops a hilarious bombshell. She is stepping out so Suga Hui can clean in peace. The absolute audacity leaves her completely stunned. Inside the ship, Sunja calmly warns everyone to stay put until they arrive, as there's a crazy woman with a sword on the loose. Right on cue, a loud roar from outside terrifies Suga Hui. Seeing the sturdy metal door about to buckle under explosive energy, they scramble to open it before it gets completely obliterated. Seeing Sunja unbothered, her companion can't help but ask if she's scared. Sunja calmly explains that the woman has always been crazy, but now she's completely lost control. She strictly warns everyone to avoid making eye contact at all costs if they cross paths, as the woman is far more terrifying than usual right now. As the ship speeds through deep space, the scene shifts. Seryong, the dangerous figure everyone is avoiding, stands by the window with her arms crossed, radiating pure frustration. Watching her fuming back, our boy silently lowers his gaze. His mind suddenly drifts to a sunny academy, picturing carefree students running happily. The peaceful memory starkly contrasts with the fiery bounty hunter before him. Looking at Seryong, our boy feels a surge of nostalgia, silently thinking to himself that her temper hasn't changed a bit after all these years. Meanwhile, Seryong runs into a childhood acquaintance. Unfazed by his friendly greeting, she bluntly calls him out for being just as egocentric as he was back then. Smiling, the young man reveals he now has someone to protect. His tone sharpens as he warns Seryong to back off, threatening dire consequences if she ever raises her sword against Suga Hui again. He casually suggests they pretend to be strangers, but the hot-tempered Seryong won't accept being ordered around. With her red eyes glowing, she coldly asks what happens if she refuses. The young man slowly opens his eyes, his piercing purple gaze radiating absolute pressure. Firmly declaring that no one touches what's his, He walks away, leaving her standing alone in the silent hallway. The perspective shifts to our boy Mok Jin, who is casually devouring a plate of fried sausages. Sitting across from him is Sama Stein, the clairvoyant heir, staring intently at him. Sama tries to peer into our guy's depths, only to be terrified by a void of complete darkness. Unbothered, Mok Jin tells him to eat up, though the frail heir bitterly replies that feeding a dying man is just a pointless waste. The guy in the wheelchair tries to test our boy with his telekinesis, but our boy completely ignores it, calmly slicing his food while sausages float all around him. Recalling the moment, the man confesses to Soha that his powerful telekinesis was completely useless. Our guy didn't even blink, acting as if nothing happened at all. The flying sausages finally land safely on the plate. Unbothered by the test, our boy just tells him to stop playing with food and not to overthink things. When Soha questions our guy's identity, the man admits he can't see through him at all. Surprisingly, our boy's casual attitude somehow brought him an unexpected sense of peace. However, Soha mercilessly shatters his illusion. Crossing her arms, she coldly reminds the young master not to fool himself, as death is still waiting for him. Following Soha's gaze, a massive gas giant hangs quietly in the deep universe. This oppressive sight silently announces that a huge crisis is approaching the city above the clouds. As the scene shifts, a new storm is brewing. Alongside our boy and Seryong, several mysterious figures step into view. The real threat hidden in the dark has finally surfaced. Outside the fog-covered abandoned space terminal, a group pushes their paralyzed young master forward. Meanwhile, on the ship hovering above, our fiery girl and her crew are analyzing the facility's data. Logically, this place should have been completely abandoned 700 years ago. Yet bizarrely, its automated systems are not only perfectly intact, but also overflowing with energy. Compared to this loaded facility, our girl is furious over being broke. Just as she angrily tries to call her client for the overdue payment, she's told that all communication networks have been entirely cut off. Back in the heavy fog, the blind bodyguard also senses the abnormal blocking barrier. He immediately raises his hand, carefully detecting the hidden threats in the dark. Accompanied by a heavy mechanical rumble, the massive silhouette of a defense turret emerges from the thick mist. His companions instantly sense the danger, freezing the atmosphere. Leaving them no time to react, several deadly energy beams tear through the corridor, blasting straight towards them with devastating destructive power. Ear-piercing alarms shatter the silence. Before anyone can react, a sudden, massive explosion mercilessly engulfs the entire area. Watching the monitor from the ship, Seryong and the crew break out in a cold sweat. Emerging from the thick smoke are massive, antique-heavy armored vehicles. The crew immediately recognizes them as illegal weapons that should have been scrapped. Giving them no time to breathe, the tanks open fire, turning the ground into a sea of flames. Caught in this overwhelming barrage, our boy is suspended in midair with zero room to maneuver, watching the massive rotating turrets lock right onto him. Fierce energy beams slam directly into him. The terrifying shockwave tears the ground apart like a nuke, instantly swallowing Mok Jin in blinding fire and flying debris. Seeing this, the crew in the control room panics. 1 or 2 old tanks might be manageable, but the radar data brings everyone to deep despair. The scanner lights up with a deadly swarm of red dots. This isn't just an ambush. They are completely surrounded by a full-blown army of steel. However, as the smoke clears, our boy stands entirely unscathed. Facing these roaring mechanical behemoths tearing up everything in their path, he doesn't even bat an eye. Massive mechanical structures rain down like meteors, triggering a chain of brutal explosions. While our boy watches the doomsday scenario calmly, the rest of the crew is completely caught off guard. Despite the barrage of tracking missiles filling the sky, young Master Stein remains terrifyingly calm. Thanks to his foresight, he knows exactly that his death isn't happening today. As if on cue, the deadly missiles suddenly self-destruct in midair, painting the sky with fiery explosions. Back in the control room, Seryong and Robert are left staring at the screens in pure disbelief. Just as Sunja confirms the system's malfunction, an even more brutal rain of energy beams obliterates the entire area into a chaotic wasteland. As the crew braces for the next wave, a figure wielding a golden cane slowly emerges from the thick mist. Hearing the grinding sound of gears, they quickly realize they are facing a heavily modified cyborg. Introducing himself as the terminal's operations officer Gunther, the cyborg delivers a chilling ultimatum, arrogantly warning everyone to get off his private property. Provoked by the arrogant threat, the pink-haired girl instantly draws her glowing sword, ready to scrap the tin can. But the blind swordsman calmly holds her back. After all, the real threat has just begun to surface. The group pushes Sama Stein forward in his wheelchair, trying to clarify what they hope is just a simple misunderstanding about their arrival and the prior notification. Hearing the name, Gunther, the cyborg supervisor, is visibly shaken. He kneels before the boy, his mechanical hand trembling as he finally confirms Sama's identity in person. For 700 long years, Gunther has waited in the silence of this station. Finally, the long-awaited moment has arrived, ending his centuries of isolation and duty. Meanwhile, Seryong is navigating the wreckage when she runs into her rival, Suga Hui, who immediately starts mocking her for still wandering around and picking up trash. Our girl Seryong isn't having any of it. She fires back that she's not leaving until the employer pays every last cent of the balance they still owe. Ignoring Suga Hui's insults, Seryong urges Sunja to connect to the systems immediately. They need to gain control of the interface before things get even more complicated. While the two women continue their bickering in the hallway, Suga Hui claims she's getting hives just being near Seryong, who remains focused on the shifting situation. Suddenly, Seryong realizes something is very wrong. Where did the bald kid in the wheelchair go? And more importantly, what happened to that mysterious golden skeleton from before? Deep within the gloomy base, a cyborg in uniform kneels reverently before a man in a wheelchair. He humbly begs his master for one final order, the permission to end his endless life. Meanwhile, Seryong and Sunja are busy hacking into the terminal network. The hot-tempered Seryong vents about the jerk who abandoned them here, urging Sunja to demand their payment. But after breaking into the central system, Sunja notices something chilling. The data reveals that this seemingly operational terminal has zero records of any departing ships. Cutting back to the cyborg, the man in the wheelchair coldly denies his death wish. This heartless rejection plunges the cyborg into absolute despair, causing his mechanical body to spark dangerously. A new crisis quietly descends as the scene shifts to the ruins of a cyberpunk-style floating city. Robert can't help but complain that the eerie atmosphere feels like a cheap horror movie set. Our boy Lee Mok-jin remains as calm as ever, silently feeling an abnormal heartbeat in his chest. Up ahead, Robert seems to notice something off and raises his hand to signal Mok-jin to stop. As they carefully explore, Robert suddenly points at the empty wall and mutters the word food out of nowhere. A second later, even he is confused by his own words, completely unaware of the bizarre threat lurking in the dark. Our boy is just wandering the corridor looking for food, but suddenly bumps into a strange cyborg. The air instantly goes dead silent as the two stare each other down. Meanwhile, in the control room, Sunja pulls up the terminal's classified files. Records show that 16 operational staff were left behind when this place was abandoned 700 years ago. Seryong frowns, assuming they all just died of old age in this wasteland. But Sunja solemnly shakes her head, hinting that things aren't that simple. Staring at the warnings on the screen, Sunja is shocked to find that everyone has a death record except one. The operations chief, Gunther, is somehow still alive. The scene cuts to the 700-year-old chief kneeling on the ground, surrounded by eerie electric arcs. Driven mad by the long wait, he even chopped off his own rotting limbs. He ripped out his decaying organs, turning himself into a cyborg monster with only a brain left. Broken by loneliness, he begs the man in the wheelchair for commands. Sunja shudders at the gruesome medical records displaying his horrifying organ transplants and mechanical modifications. A stitched-together monster who would do anything to survive is already lurking in the shadows. Looking at the shocking holographic data, everyone is stunned. To survive, the villain ruthlessly replaced his entire body with cold machinery. While the crew questions the extreme body modification, Robert bluntly states it was just a desperate attempt to survive, instantly sparking criticism for his lack of empathy. Our boy stays silently listening. Just as they sigh at such a cruel fate, another mystery surfaces. Why did they specifically demand this paralyzed boy be brought here? Sunja quickly pulls up the data, revealing that the mastermind behind this terminal is the wealthiest family in the universe, holding a monopoly on advanced technology. The biggest shock drops when they learn the founder's surname is Stein. Everyone suddenly realizes this frail boy is actually part of the ultra-rich family. But reality is bitterly ironic. The boy calmly explains that because of his broken body, his family doesn't even consider him human, let alone grant him any authority. This shared misery deeply resonates with the heavily modified villain. In the face of a cruel destiny, both realize they don't even have the freedom to choose death. Suga Hui realizes why Soha has vanished, leaving her in complete shock. The atmosphere in the cabin turns tense as everyone begins searching for the missing girl. Elsewhere, the man in the wheelchair offers his damaged body as a final gift. Gunther Reznov solemnly accepts the command as his new reason to keep surviving. Leaning on his cane, Gunther slowly walks away, leaving the old man behind. Each heavy step echoes like a completed ritual of passing the torch. Panicking, Jugahui demands to check the cameras for Soha. However, Sunja remains perfectly still, staring blankly at her and making the situation incredibly awkward. Feeling unnerved, Jugahui finally snaps. To her surprise, Sunja talks back with zero respect, leaving the high-class lady completely stunned by the android's sass. Sunja calmly explains she was only mirroring her tone. This flawless AI logic leaves the arrogant Jugahui speechless and utterly frustrated. Furious, Jugahui complains to Serion about Sunja's behavior. Serion steps up to defend her, declaring that Sunja is an essential and well-raised family member. On the other side, Serion decisively takes charge, offering to search for the missing girl herself while ordering the others to hold the fort. Before heading out, Serion can't resist giving Sunja some head pats, completely melting over how adorable our favorite cyborg is. Meanwhile, our boy is casually strolling through the foggy ruins in his flip-flops, only to be stopped by the seemingly ordinary schoolgirl, Soha. Soha tries to strike up a conversation, but our guy only cares about one thing: sausages. Hearing she has none, he just walks right past her without a second thought. Ignored, Soha tries to test him by pointing out his heavenly demon-like footsteps. Without even looking back, our boy casually exposes her hidden chilling aura in return. As he keeps walking, our boy casually advises her to hide her impressive jade demon mastery better, so she doesn't attract unwanted trouble at her age. Exposed, Soha immediately goes on the offensive, causing their auras to violently clash. Realizing how unfathomable this man is, she demands to know his true identity. But instead of matching her tension, our boy just turns around with a bewildered look and fires the exact same question right back at her, bringing the serious standoff to a dead halt. Searching anxiously, Hai calls out for Soha. But as she steps into the next room, the horrifying sight stops her dead in her tracks. The floor is completely covered with twisted, drained corpses. Staring at this hellish mountain of bodies, she can't help but feel a chilling dread. Suddenly, a cyborg wearing a red cap emerges from the shadows. Ignoring her furious questions, the madman simply demands her life energy to sustain his own. Not having any of this arrogant nonsense, Hai instantly bursts forward with her inner ki, landing a massive, fiery strike that explodes right in his face. But as the smoke clears, the cyborg stands entirely unscathed. His optical scanners calmly analyze and reveal the top-tier energy levels flowing within her body. Confirming his prey is brimming with life, the villain readies his mechanical arms for a feast, while a furious Hai charges in again, cursing the hunk of metal. The cyborg easily deflects her fierce assault and unleashes a terrifying burst of golden energy. Meanwhile, it seems Serion has also found herself in an unimaginable, deadly crisis. In the ruins, a brutal battle has just ended. Covered in wounds, the pink-haired woman in a qipao drops to her knees on the shattered floor, gasping for air. Accompanied by harsh mechanical sounds, a cold silver machine approaches. Looking at the mutilated corpses, she is horrified to realize this monster slaughtered everyone just to harvest their energy drives. Unfazed by the accusation, the mechanical monster coldly claims it is merely borrowing lives. It relentlessly extends its claws toward the weakened woman, demanding her energy core as well. Overwhelmed by grief and fury, the woman roars and unleashes a desperate final strike. However, her shocked expression is perfectly reflected in the villain's cold mechanical eye, revealing a suffocating power gap. At this life-or-death moment, a desperate cry for help breaks the silence. The scene shifts to an open area, where a brown-haired girl is begging our boy to step in and help. Our boy hates trouble, and just mutters how annoying this is. But suddenly, a figure plummets from nearby, creating a massive commotion that interrupts their chat and catches him off guard. As an eerie fog begins to swallow the surroundings, our guy helplessly puts his hands back in his pockets. Muttering about how noble it is to help a friend, he steps into the mist. A quick flashback reveals the girl had frantically sought out the masked man earlier. Facing his confusion, she anxiously explained the truth. Her teacher was in grave danger and desperately needed backup. Facing the grim situation, a heavily injured Jugahui clutches her chest, coughing up blood and hopelessly whispering that it's already too late. Before anyone can react, she collapses heavily to the ground. Serion and Robert are completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. Sunja immediately checks on her and delivers a fatal diagnosis. Not only has she suffered severe internal injuries, but her energy drive core was forcibly ripped out. Meanwhile, the mechanical villain who stole the core casually puts on a military cap. The bleeding, sparking drive left on the table looks especially gruesome. As the stolen drive shorts out, Shugahui suddenly convulses. Violent electric currents surge through her body, making her scream in agonizing pain. Sunja calmly explains that her neural network is collapsing. Unless the core is reconnected, she will die. Panic-stricken, Robert desperately screams to stabilize her life somehow. The masked man in the yellow suit bolts, leaving behind a dying Shugahui, whose body is being ravaged by violent electrical surges. Watching Shugahui suffer in agony, Seryong is desperate for a solution. Sunja calmly notes that they need to stabilize her failing neural network immediately. The situation is even worse than it looks. Sunja warns that without a backup energy drive, brain death will set in within 5 minutes. Facing this race against time, Seryong grumpily pulls out an old rectangular device, hoping it might just be enough to save her. Sunja immediately recognizes it as a cheap piece of junk Seryong was planning to trade for sausages. Of course she's thinking about food right now. Sunja explains that Shugahui's high-grade neural network is too powerful for this cheap drive. They need an alpha-grade core at the very least. Trapped in a frustrating corner, Seryong seems completely annoyed, as if weighing an incredibly difficult and costly decision. Finally, Seryong reluctantly hands over a high-grade alpha drive. She complains about the hassle, but she simply can't let the girl die. Meanwhile, Seryong is severely injured and hanging by a thread. Despite the tough talk of only I get to kill her, her teammate is frantically pulling out all the stops to save her life. The perspective shifts as a menacing cyborg in a red military cap strides into the abandoned building. He stops and looks up, spotting a seemingly harmless schoolgirl sitting on the high metal platform. The girl is Soha. Facing the hostile cyborg, she shows zero fear, instead curling her lips into an eerie smirk. The cyborg doesn't waste words, stating bluntly that he's here to take her down. Possessed by a mysterious force, Soha casually provokes him. The cyborg senses the anomaly, pointing out she should already be dead. However, the entity controlling her coldly replies that this body is still perfectly capable of killing. With negotiations failed, the cyborg prepares to attack, assuming she's no threat without a mechanical energy drive. But out of nowhere, a terrifying storm of purple energy erupts from Soha's feet. This ancient power, completely defying mechanical logic, leaves the cyborg totally dumbfounded. With her eyes glowing an eerie purple, Soha issues a chilling death ultimatum. True despair is just about to descend. Even heavily modified and broken, the old man Gunther still proudly declares his titles. But the young girl facing him isn't impressed, coldly reminding him that such titles are only fit for tombstones. Memories of his past life flash through Gunther's mind. Yet the girl's icy gaze pierces his delusions, ruthlessly pointing out that his human self is already long dead. Struck a nerve, Gunther grips his staff tightly and roars hysterically. He insists his miserable survival is for a greater purpose, refusing to let anyone insult his reason for living. Facing the old man's fury, the girl simply sighs in contempt. To her, Gunther's long, privileged life is nothing to brag about. He knows nothing of true despair. To show him true cruelty, she calmly reveals a bizarre truth. I am a twin, yet my brother is 9 years older than me. Even the 700-year-old Gunther is completely stunned. It turns out that in the ruthless heavenly demon cult, twins were strictly forbidden. The cold-hearted elders made their judgment, choosing only one infant to be raised as the successor. The unlucky one was frozen alive right after birth, reduced to a disposable spare part. Remaining asleep forever might have actually been a relief for her. However, fate played a cruel trick. After 9 years on ice, the child instinctively woke up on her own. From that day on, she was forced into an endless abyss where survival must be earned through brutal conditions. Walking down the dim metal corridor, the seemingly ordinary schoolgirl Soha is intercepted by Gunther, the heavily modified cyborg. To keep his secrets buried, he makes it clear he plans to eliminate her right here. Without hesitation, Gunther erupts with surging green electricity. Just in time, Soha's male companion steps up, unleashing a powerful blast of energy to create a defensive line in front of him. The companion pushes his limits to fend off the deadly threat. However, the centuries-old monster Gunther calmly activates his core drive, escalating the intense energy clash in the hallway. After scanning his opponent's power levels, Gunther decides to just kill him too. Facing the impending danger, the companion tells Soha to step back and stay out of harm's way. But before he can act cool, the companion suddenly drops unconscious to the floor. Annoyed by the interference, Soha knocked him out herself. Leaving Gunther baffled, the hidden martial arts genius raises her hand, gathering a terrifying white aura to handle the trash personally. Looking down at the defeated boy, the woman and the masked man show zero sympathy. She coldly remarks that she's always wanted to beat him up. She mercilessly mocks the rich kid for relying on his prestigious family for top-tier upgrades, while the masked man adds that the kid's arrogance makes him sick. The masked man targets another unconscious figure, warning the woman not to interfere. She just smiles mockingly, generously giving him exactly 1 minute to do whatever he wants. With the clock ticking, the masked man kneels beside his helpless target, his mechanical hand reaching out to extract exactly what he came for. Suddenly, a bald man in a wheelchair screams in panic. Gasping through his mask, he desperately accuses them of breaking their promise to intervene. Facing the frantic protests, the masked man remains completely unfazed, coldly replying that he did promise to stop it, but never specified exactly when. The bald man begs them not to hurt the professor. However, the woman turns her back, coldly pointing out that forcibly stopping him now would only kill the android. In the tense silence, the woman calmly states that letting him live freely for one last minute isn't a bad deal. She then warns the masked man that his precious time is almost up. In the dim corridor, the masked enforcer radiates a lethal aura. Despite his paralysis, Sama Stein roars with all his might, attempting to use his family's authority to command the intruder to stand down. However, the mysterious man isn't intimidated. He coldly questions Sama's right to represent the Stein family, mockingly suppressing a survivor with electric arcs right before Sama's eyes. Silence can be the cruelest rejection. The masked man coldly declares that Sama lacks inheritance rights, followed by a brilliant burst of energy that utterly defies the young master's hollow command. Suddenly, the enforcer stomps down, crushing the floor as his hand slams into the metal plates, causing the ground to shatter. As he mutters teleportation, the gears of a massive catastrophe begin to turn. A violent vortex erupts in the corridor, trapping Sama's wheelchair in the eye of the storm. Faced with such overwhelming power, Sama's pupils tremble as he pleads helplessly amidst the chaotic vibrations. The masked man delivers a chilling ultimatum: stay in the way and die. Immediately after, a devastating cyan shockwave tears through the space, reducing everything in its path to ash. Sama can only watch in horror as the building's roof is struck by fierce energy beams. A chain of massive explosions follows, sending debris flying into a sky lit by rising flames. As the vibrations fade and the dust settles among the ruins, a shaken Sama looks toward the horizon. Atop the wreckage, a familiar figure stands still. It seems our boy has finally stepped into the heart of this cosmic storm. The abandoned terminal is in absolute chaos. With companions down and the situation critical, the paralyzed boy and the mysterious cyborg are locked in a tense standoff, all watched by a glowing eye. Meanwhile, the boy's consciousness has dived into the terminal's deep digital space. Around a mysterious sphere, a bewitching voice echoes, trying to awaken a highly dangerous ancient power through violent commands. Back to reality, facing this heavily modified killing machine, our boy Mach Jean doesn't flinch. Keeping his usual laid-back vibe, he steps right up to confront the cyborg head-on. Despite the cyborg's cold exterior, Mach Jean acutely senses the despair, sorrow, and anger hidden within. He wonders how a human soul with such intense emotions ended up trapped in this metal shell. The cyborg instantly scans him, surprised to find that Mach Jean's body is entirely organic with no implants. Its mechanical eyes flash a dangerous blue light, warning him to back off or be killed. Of course, Mach Jean ignores the warning. Instead of retreating, he reaches out and grabs the cyborg's face, trying to touch his soul. To his shock, he finds that the true self is completely missing from the shell. This sudden face grab instantly triggers the enemy's defense mechanisms. As the bystanders gasp in alarm, the emotionless killing machine coldly raises his mechanical arm, making a fierce battle inevitable. In a gloomy industrial facility, a cyborg wearing a red top hat coldly looks down. Like a ruthless judge, he declares that his target has long lost the will and hope to live. Looking at the broken bodies scattered across the floor, the cyborg's tone grows even colder. In his eyes, the situation hasn't just crossed the line, but has reached a point of no return. However, facing this arrogant lecture, our boy doesn't even bother to turn his head, simply dropping a cold order for him to get lost. Rebuffed, the cyborg walks away with his cane. Just as a monitor elsewhere desperately tries to stop the cyborg, the situation takes a sudden turn. Walking down the corridor, the red-hatted man runs straight into a dangerous-looking woman with purple eyes. Without giving him a second glance, the woman casually shoots a sharp purple beam. The cyborg's mechanical head is blown off, instantly turning the arrogant guy into scrap metal. After casually clearing the obstacle, the woman's true target is clearly our boy. She approaches him with a sharp gaze, questioning the familiar traces of the heavenly demon technique she just sensed from his moves. Glancing at the wreckage on the floor, the woman turns her back and issues a cold ultimatum. She warns him to think carefully, because if he really used that legendary technique, she won't hesitate to kill him. When asked if he is the legendary heavenly demon, our boy couldn't care less. He dismisses the title as a cheap metal not worth their souls. As his companion sighs about fate, the cyborg villain arrogantly claims they can't escape. Unfazed, our guy casually shoots back that destiny is just a coward's excuse. Provoked by his casual attitude, the heavily damaged villain pushes past its limits. Accompanied by screeching metal, violent blue electricity erupts from its body. Watching the cyborg unleash raw power from afar, his companion is deeply shocked it's still moving. The intense energy makes the very ruins tremble. Losing all patience with this persistent junk, our boy unleashes his purple aura. His chilling command to go back to sleep absolutely terrifies the hidden mastermind. In a flash, our guy rockets forward like a purple meteor. With devastating force, he completely obliterates the cyborg's armor, shattering it into countless pieces. Things take a sharp turn for the worse. The mysterious mechanical figure suddenly loses control, collapsing in the center of the ruins as violent blue electricity surges through its frame. The intense energy surge melts the machine from the inside out, leaving it a broken, sparking mess. Faced with this sudden disaster, everyone stands frozen in shock. Even the usually fearless Seryong is left speechless. The sheer scale of the chaos unfolding before her eyes has left her visibly shaken and confused. Sunja screams a warning as the control panel flashes a desperate red. The energy readings have hit a staggering 8,000 gigatons, and are still climbing at a terrifying rate. The old man yells that the internal energy drives have lost balance. They are colliding within the machine, and any interference now will trigger an explosion that wipes them all out. As the alarms wail, the energy level finally crosses the 10,000 gigaton mark. Amidst the mounting panic, our boy remains eerily calm, even as the situation spirals toward a total meltdown. With the devastating energy storm on the brink of detonation, everyone holds their breath. In this confined space, there's nowhere left to run from the impending blast. The emergency alarms suddenly stop, and Seryong sighs in relief. But Sunja quickly drops a bombshell. The silence isn't safety. The electromagnetic overload just fried all electronics, meaning the whole place is about to blow. With wild energy surging through the facility, Seryong panics and yells for everyone to evacuate immediately. However, Sunja just lowers her eyes in despair, stating the grim truth: there is no escape. Over the comms, Robert is still frantically trying to figure out what's going on. According to Sunja's calculations, the impending blast will wipe them all out, leaving everyone else waiting in dead silence. Just when all hope seems lost, Adam leaps fearlessly into the abyss for a final gamble. Meanwhile, our boy Lee Mok-jin quietly watches from below, his gaze as unflinching as ever. Fast forward, and the crew has somehow survived the ordeal. They look over at the cyborg supervisor who nearly killed them, now just a sparking mess. Robert asks what he's doing, only to be told he's cleaning. Seryong is stunned that he's still doing chores in that state. The truth is, his brain is completely fried. He's now nothing but a tragic, empty shell moving purely on pre-programmed memory values. In the industrial corridor, the 700-year-old cyborg has completely lost control, his internal energy ticking like a bomb. Adam calmly predicts he will explode in just 3 minutes. Seryong naively hopes they just need to survive these 3 minutes, but Adam shatters her illusion. When he blows up, he'll take everyone down with him. Desperate, Seryong asks for a solution. Our boy suggests wiping him out with overwhelming power, but Adam warns that would only trigger the explosion faster, leaving her completely hopeless. Seeing Seryong panicking in despair, our boy calmly tells her not to worry. Instantly relieved, she jumps on him like a koala, convinced he has a master plan to save them. Speechless, our boy clarifies that wasn't what he meant, but still orders everyone to step back. Seryong gleefully complies, leaving Adam sighing at her antics. Facing the cyborg leaking unstable energy, our boy casually gathers his strength. With purple-pink aura swirling around his hand, he realizes this chaotic power resembles demonic energy. Meanwhile, His companions assume this deadly situation is the future Sama foresaw. However, Sama grimly reveals that compared to his true visions, dying here would actually be a lucky death. Staring at the massive abandoned terminal, the paralyzed young master Sama suddenly lights up. He seems to have figured out the system's secret and excitedly claims he finally understands. Just as our boy is about to unleash his power, Sama unexpectedly stops him. He warns everyone to brace for the impact, confidently declaring that he'll handle the rest. Hearing this, Seryong starts panicking. Thinking a paralyzed man is just throwing his life away, she grabs our boy's sleeve, desperately urging him to take action immediately. However, our boy simply puts his hands in his pockets with a light chuckle. He calmly reassures Seryong that Sama isn't the type to bluff, telling everyone to just watch and see. While Seryong is still completely bewildered, the impossible happens. Accompanied by blinding arcs of electricity, a golden skeleton radiating furious energy suddenly manifests, taking over the entire system. Overwhelmed by the intense presence, Seryong is left completely dumbfounded. She stares at Sama in his wheelchair and blurts out the ultimate question in disbelief. Wasn't he paralyzed? After her companion confirms it, Seryong's worldview takes a massive hit. She stares in pure shock, completely unable to comprehend how a paralyzed guy could pull off such a miracle. Just when things are at a standstill, a holographic projection lights up. Sama Stein connects remotely from his wheelchair, sweating profusely, as he claims his airship and requests control of the terminal. As he forces the connection, a golden skeletal figure, radiating explosive energy, suddenly appears on the central platform. This unexpected twist leaves everyone totally stunned. Our girl Seryong instantly recognizes this as a hyperspace transmission, burning an astronomical amount of credits per second. Meanwhile, the terminal system begins to verify Sama's operating authority and responsibilities. Despite the immense physical strain, Sama grits his teeth and confirms. With a clear system prompt of authorization granted, a massive energy beam instantly pierces through the entire facility. As the terminal core reactivates, Sama turns his attention to Gunther, the former supervisor who went mad defending this place. Looking at his shattered, sparking mechanical body, Sama slowly issues his final order. He calmly tells Gunther that his mission is officially terminated, as the terminal's authority has been transferred. Gunther's mechanical body is literally melting down, with only uncontrolled electricity sparking wildly. Looking at the old supervisor who stood guard for 700 years, Sama's eyes show a hint of respect. He whispers softly, "You've done well. I'll take over from here, you can finally rest." Scattered among the shattered mechanical ruins are fading memories of a warmer past. Lives once full of hope are now reduced to cold steel skeletons glowing faintly in the rubble. Red lights flicker within the massive industrial tower, where a golden skeleton radiates power. This facility isn't just a terminal hub, it's a prison for the Stein family heir. Seeing Sama Stein clinging to life via a respirator, Jigelhui is utterly shocked. She can't believe his own family exiled him here forever just to hide a flaw. Namgung Cheon sees it clearly. To these prestigious families, a perfect reputation is everything. They will do whatever cold-blooded things it takes to erase any stain on their name. Seryong watches silently from the side. When asked if he really intends to stay in this hellhole, Sama remains calm, having been accustomed to loneliness since the day he was born. Remembering our boy's words about breaking fate, his companion can't bear to leave him. She offers to take Sama away, urging him to forget his heartless family forever. But Sama refuses with a bitter smile. In a tragic twist of irony, he admits he's actually happy this cruel exile is the first time his indifferent family has ever paid attention to him. Despite his paralyzing condition, Stein refuses to surrender. He vows to take over this ruined terminal and turn it into the best in the universe, even if it takes 1,000 years. Stein then contacts the Namgung and Zhuge families to arrange an escort. Facing their impending arranged engagement, Namgung Cheon tells Hui to rest and accept their preordained fate. Meanwhile, Seryong confronts her rival, Zhuge Hui. When Hui silently hands her a medical device, Seryong coldly rejects the goodwill, demanding to know why she helped. Always hiding behind her sharp thorns, Seryong stubbornly insists this won't erase their family's blood feud, telling Hui to wash her neck and wait for her blade. Hearing this, Hui completely breaks down. Through her tears, she chokes out that she knew nothing of her family destroying Seryong's clan, and that she absolutely despises being a Zhuge. Seeing her rival weep, Seryong's cold facade finally cracks. She gently admits that even if a young Hui had known, she couldn't have changed anything. In this quiet moment, they both realize they are merely prisoners of their family's destinies. Looking at the ruins, the two girls finally find peace. Bound by the heavy fate of their families, they share a tearful goodbye and a quiet promise to meet again. With the brief sentimental moment over, their temporary alliance concludes. They stand side by side, quietly watching the ships disappear into the pale sky. The sad atmosphere doesn't last long though. Sarion looks up and is shocked to find that the companion, who was supposed to leave, has casually returned to their red ship. Facing Sarion's annoyed questions, the girl calmly explains she has nowhere else to go and a mission to finish. Right on cue, our boy strolls in, hands in his pockets. Sarion can't help but sigh at these stubborn crewmates. Still, it looks like this ragtag bounty hunter team is ready to continue their wild galactic adventure. The scene shifts as the crew arrives at a scrapyard built on the edge of a desert canyon. They bring out a supposedly rare retro drive, hoping to make some quick cash. Hearing the scrapyard guy marvel at the ancient tech, Sunja impatiently leans back in her chair and yells for the boss to appraise it, completely ready to hustle them. In a cluttered scrap shop, the chubby boss's mechanical bird hovers in the air, performing a routine scan on an antique piece of equipment. The boss assumed the junk was worthless, but the scanner suddenly barked out a valuation of 100 million credits. Shocked, he lowered his book, convinced the machine was broken. But the machine wasn't broken. It kept listing absurd specs like an unknown manufacturer and a superalloy shell. That's when everyone realized it was actually scanning Sunja. Hearing the names of these top-tier materials, the boss was completely stunned. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary Sunja simply raised a single finger. The scanner immediately locked onto her finger, and the estimated value instantly skyrocketed to 12 million credits. The boss gasped, having never seen anything so valuable in his life. Sarion was equally taken aback that a single finger could buy out the whole shop. Meanwhile, their rundown ship hovered quietly over a dry canyon. Back on the ship, our boy Mach Jean and Adam are sitting helplessly around the dining table. They both stare blankly at the single, pitiful little sausage on their plates. Adam calmly explains they're out of food until the captain returns. But our guy doesn't care about that at all. He's just deeply offended that his sausage is the smallest, leaving his crewmate completely speechless. At the dining table, a usually greedy companion uncharacteristically offers up a piece of sausage. The rare gesture leaves Adam completely baffled. Turns out, our boy is just complaining that it's undercooked, insisting that the taste of flame is the true soul of the food. Annoyed by the complaint, Adam fiercely stabs the sausage, accidentally unleashing a terrifying shockwave that blows everyone right out of their seats. Meanwhile, Robert examines Sunja's eyes with a magnifying glass. He is absolutely mind-blown by the astronomical price tag of her high-tech optical lenses. Robert can't help but ask Sarion where she found such an expensive item. Sarion smiles and corrects him, introducing Sunja as their indispensable co-pilot. While Robert continues to freak out over the ridiculous value of those parts, Sarion's mind drifts back to the day she first met Sunja. On a freezing, rain-soaked night in the city, an abandoned Sunja was standing quietly in the downpour, staring blankly at a roadside container. Freezing raindrops slid down Sunja's face. Happening to pass by, a fully armored Sarion couldn't help but approach the lonely android to ask what she was doing. Looking through her rain-streaked visor, Sarion gently asked if she was cold. That simple moment of warmth changed both of their destinies forever. Recalling their encounter with Adam and Sunja in the rain, Sarion shamelessly frames it as a fated encounter and declares them all a package deal. Our boy sighs, reluctantly accepting the situation. Meanwhile, Robert is still blown away by Sunja's price tag, noting that just one of her fingers is worth tens of millions. Our boy confirms that her total value is practically unquantifiable. Hearing this, Sarion's eyes literally turn into dollar signs, her mind completely consumed by thoughts of getting rich. Her greed taking over, she eagerly asks if they could just sell Sunja's fingernails or hair for a quick buck. Sunja calmly replies that as an android, she has neither. Not ready to give up, Sarion contemplates just shaving off a tiny piece of her. Sunja nervously calls out for help, but then a deep voice suddenly interrupts Sarion's terrifying scheme. The voice demands they just leave Sunja there. The massive, intimidating owner of the second-hand market looms over them like a mountain, clearly setting his sights on the valuable prize. Faced with such a blatant robbery, negotiations instantly break down. With a massive crash, the market's roof shatters as Sarion and our boy are sent flying. Looks like a fierce battle is inevitable. Following a violent impact, Sarion lands hard in the canyon. With explosions erupting around her, she frantically signals Robert to teleport them back to the ship immediately. As Seryong tries to escape, the fallen powerhouse flashes a sinister grin. Before she can react, a hand lunges from behind and tightly grips her throat. Inside the ship, Robert is frantically working the console. Amidst the chaos, he shouts for everyone to hang on while he struggles to finalize the coordinates. Seryong erupts with rage, demanding her captor get lost. At that exact moment, Robert finally finishes his calculations and screams for the recall to begin. A massive teal energy vortex swirls in the corridor, ready to bring them home. However, the system suddenly errors out, the target is missing, and the recall fails. As a colossal figure shrouded in camouflage looms over them, the situation turns dire. It seems their escape has just turned into a fight for survival. Facing the mountain-like giant boss, Sunja tenses up. Her captain Seryong is completely helpless, trapped in his massive fist like a fragile toy. "Let the captain go!" Despite the terrifying size difference, Sunja doesn't back down for a second, yelling up at the massive giant with absolute determination. The boss arrogantly smirks, asking if she's begging. The moment Sunja bites the bullet and says yes, the cruel giant simply lets go of Seryong midair. While Sunja screams in terror, the boss coldly complains. He mutters that he could have sold Seryong for 10,000 credits to slave traders, calling this whole situation a massive waste. Without any support, Seryong plummets straight into the seemingly endless canyon. Meanwhile, inside their hovering red spaceship, panic begins to spread rapidly. Realizing the captain's biosignals have completely vanished, Adam furiously slams the table. Yet, our boy Mokjin is just calmly eating his meal. Losing her mind, his teammate yells, "Hurry up and eat, then go save her!" At the dining table, things get a bit awkward. When told she should at least earn her meal, Seryong holds up her fork in disbelief, clearly not wanting to pay for her food. While she's distracted, our boy casually reaches over and snatches the only sausage from her plate, leaving Seryong completely stunned. This little stunt immediately sets off the room. While their companion slams the table in frustration, our guy just casually enjoys his stolen loot like nothing happened. Meanwhile, Sunja is chained up, like a commodity waiting to be sold. After a quick mechanical scan, a robot assistant asks if she should be listed on the regular secondhand market. The sharp-eyed boss immediately refuses, insisting she be put in the luxury auction as an ultra-premium item. When asked about the price, he rubs his chin and casually suggests a staggering 1.5 billion credits. While the boss is busy calculating the cost of her parts, Sunja unexpectedly chimes in. She seriously adds up her assembly labor and the value of her 11 years of system self-upgrades. She calmly states her fair price, a jaw-dropping 13.4 billion credits. The boss is absolutely stunned, realizing that kind of money could easily buy 1,000 underdeveloped planets. Sunja even claims it's a conservative estimate because she has self-esteem issues. This completely deflates the greedy boss, leaving him rubbing his temples, worried that no one will ever buy her at this astronomical price. Inside a shady second-hand market, the greedy boss threatens to dismantle his latest captive for spare parts. The dimly lit shop is filled with a suffocating tension. Suddenly, a strange shadow falls across the doorway. As the wooden door creaks open, a brown-haired girl in a pleated skirt calmly steps inside, breaking the dead silence. The boss narrows his eyes at the uninvited guest, but she completely ignores him. With a cold stare, she immediately interrogates the captive about the female captain's whereabouts. The mechanical minion quickly runs a holographic scan on her. The data reveals that her unmodified, naturally pure body would fetch a jaw-dropping price on the black market. Blinded by greed, the massive boss looms over her. Looking down with a mocking smile, he maliciously asks if she has come to willingly sell herself. But before he can even react, an overwhelming force blasts him away. His massive body smashes right through the roof and plants headfirst into the desert sand outside. Disgusted, she brushes off the encounter as if swatting a bug. She impatiently presses for answers, knowing that a much bigger storm is brewing in the deep canyon ahead. Meanwhile, Seryong lies completely motionless in the desolate canyon, knocked out cold after the brutal impact. Just then, the silver-haired swordsman Adam quietly appears beside her. Muttering about fragments of a dream, he seems to be drawn into a familiar memory from the past. On the other side, our medic Sunja and the brunette are tracking her down. After some quick math on gravity and trajectory, they are certain Seryong must have landed nearby. Sunja carefully inspects the crater and notices something bizarre. Aside from the impact mark, There are absolutely no footprints approaching or leaving the area. The brunette immediately tries to slack off, guessing she just flew away. But faced with Sunja's ultimate threat of no food if you don't find her, she has to comply. Relying on her senses, the girl points ahead toward a massive energy reading. To take someone without leaving footprints, the guy must be an absolute martial arts master capable of walking on air. Still complaining about how annoying this all is, the duo braces themselves and follows the mysterious glowing trail deeper into the canyon. Seryong slowly opens her eyes in the glowing green liquid. Still half asleep, she initially thinks she's just trapped in a strange, peaceful dream. A cold voice breaks the silence, making her bolt upright. Staring at the silver-haired swordsman sitting in the shadows, she has absolutely no idea who he is. Ignoring her panic about her missing clothes, Adam calmly states that since he saved her life, she is now his rightful property. To make things crazier, Adam plans to sell her for a good price once she recovers. Just as she thinks he's lost his mind, he casually notes that a buyer has already taken the bait. Meanwhile, a greedy black market merchant suddenly gets a bad feeling. Looking up, he is completely terrified to find heavily armed human government troops standing right in his shop. A smiling officer looks down at the terrified merchant, revealing they know about the rare item he just uploaded online, and they are here to buy it at a premium price. Surrounded by these deadly soldiers, the merchant has no choice but to comply. It seems this mysterious item is about to drag everyone into a massive storm. Cut to the black market, where the greedy merchant is now kneeling with a fresh slap mark on his face. Standing before him is Athena's son, backed by elite mechs. She skips the pleasantries and gets straight to business. Athena pulls up a listing for an android part priced at a staggering 10 million. Between the absurd specs and the ridiculous price tag, the military assumed it was just a fake clickbait scam. Thinking of lunch, Athena offers him an easy out. Admit it's a fake ad and pay a small fine. The merchant quickly agrees, but his trembling, guilty voice immediately sets off her alarm bells. With her years of experience, she easily recognizes the tone of a criminal hiding stolen goods. An unbelievable thought crosses her mind. Could this absurd listing actually be real? Seeing the merchant stuttering in a cold sweat completely confirms her suspicions. Her gaze sharpens instantly, as she demands to know exactly where this impossible artifact is, and who brought it here. In a gloomy underground space, Seryong is soaked in a mysterious green healing liquid. High above her, the silver-haired swordsman Adam sits cross-legged, quietly looking down. Adam tries to scan her data, but the system throws a connection error. Seryong mockingly states that the scanner isn't broken, it's just incapable of analyzing her. When Seryong questions who he is, Adam replies coldly. He claims his name doesn't matter, but given her current position, she should probably just call him master. While Adam philosophizes about human dignity, Seryong notices her clothes tossed on the floor. Realizing she's completely naked in the tank, she snaps and screams at him to shut up. Furious and embarrassed, Seryong completely loses it. With a massive burst of energy, she unleashes a shockwave that sends the healing liquid flying everywhere. After rushing out, she quickly throws on her red jacket. Exhausted and panting, she still glares up and curses Adam for staring at her like a pervert. Unfazed by her anger, Adam doesn't even flinch. He matter-of-factly explains he's just checking her recovery progress, as she needs to be fully healed to sell for a high price. Despite the medical system's constant warnings to stay in the healing fluid, hot-headed Seryong isn't listening. She abruptly cuts off her treatment, grabs her weapon, and prepares to fight for her life. Watching this self-destructive rampage, the apex android Adam remains unmoved, coldly warning that her resistance is pointless. But his arrogant words only ignite the powder keg, instantly triggering a furious and explosive assault. Just as the battle is about to spiral out of control, Adam's sharp senses pick up an anomaly. Looking toward the cave entrance, he spots a mysterious silhouette slowly emerging from the blinding light. Sensing a terrifying aura from the newcomer, Adam grips his sword to engage. But in a mere instant, the formidable silver-haired swordsman is completely overpowered and forced to his knees. This sudden, overwhelming display of power leaves Seryong completely stunned. Hearing the stranger casually compliment his strength, a frustrated Adam grits his teeth and demands to know what he's facing. As the light fades, the mystery figure reveals her true form, a blonde girl clad in a specialized tactical suit. Her icy, unblinking gaze makes her look completely devoid of human emotion. When the blonde girl slowly utters those two chilling designations, Adam breaks into a rare cold sweat. A1 and E1-2 apex androids hiding among humans have just crossed paths in a fated encounter. The air grows impossibly tense as the scattered blades gleam on the ground. It's clear that the true clash between these ultimate living weapons has only just begun. Looking at the holographic intel projected by Robert's mechanical bird, Seryong's eyes widen in sheer shock. After confirming with Robert that they are dealing with an actual android, she breaks into a cold sweat. In the hologram, high-ranking officer Athena frantically cross-references the combat data. Recognizing that familiar, fierce combat style, she immediately identifies the rule-breaking silver-haired swordsman as Adam, the android with free will. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Adam sits in dead silence, his identity completely exposed. Looking at this group of walking disasters, Seryong crosses her arms, feeling a massive headache coming on. At the same time, deep in space, Athena compiles all the gathered data and uploads it straight to the central AI of the human government, desperately trying to trace Adam's true creator. As the abyssal digital eye of the ultimate AI, Slave, coldly processes the transmission, a ruthless purge designed to silence everyone involved is about to plunge the galaxy into absolute chaos. Facing the sudden crisis, Officer Athena reports to headquarters, only to be told the intel is entirely faked. They firmly believe humanity simply lacks the tech to create an android of that caliber. Headquarters immediately orders a retreat. But with hard witness data in hand, a reluctant Athena pushes back, insisting on having the central AI slave reanalyze the evidence. To everyone's shock, the Supreme AI responds directly. It arrogantly declares its calculations are flawless. If the android isn't in its database, then it simply doesn't exist. Followed by a strict final ultimatum from HQ, Athena's sharp instincts kick in. For the Supreme AI to intervene directly like this, it must be frantically covering up a massive secret. While the others are still reeling from the sudden, eerie energy anomalies, the rogue Super AI mercilessly issues its coldest purge directive from the shadows. As the terrifying order to erase all traces echoes across the stars, Adam and the crew are forced into hiding inside a ruined cave, finally getting a brief moment to catch their breath. After a short break, our boy and Seryong stand side by side once again. Though they survived this round, the real danger lurking in the shadows has only just begun. Standing at the cliff's edge, Athena reviews the holographic report. The data seems fine, but she can't shake the feeling that the central AI's analysis is somehow flawed. Suddenly, her armored escort announces return preparations are complete, urging her to teleport. Driven to find the truth, Athena refuses, ordering them to thoroughly search the planet for the android. Surprisingly, the mechanical guards coldly reject her order, citing a higher command. As the highest-ranking officer on site, a furious Athena demands to know why they are blatantly violating military orders. Instead of backing down, the soldiers raise their weapons right at her. Facing their cold threat to open fire, Athena realizes the system she trusted has just sentenced her to death. A massive explosion tears through the canyon, leveling everything in sight. From the cliffs above, two mysterious armored figures look down, watching their destructive handiwork. With the mission confirmed, the figures signal their return. Their holographic forms flicker and vanish, leaving nothing behind but smoke and a lingering digital hum. As the dust settles, Seryong is left gasping for air in the center of a massive crater. Shocked and bloodied, she realizes they actually targeted her with a photon cannon. Retreating to a hidden cave, the tension becomes unbearable. Seryong loses her cool, pointing a finger at Sunja and demanding to know her true connection to the attacker. Under the heavy interrogation, Sunja remains silent with her eyes downcast. When she finally gives a flat refusal to answer, it leaves Seryong completely stunned. To the others, Sunja is just an information-type android who should be incapable of keeping secrets. Her defiance suggests a mystery far deeper than anyone expected. Seryong fiercely protects Sunja, insisting she's an irreplaceable comrade, not just a machine. But the schoolgirl dismisses it as nonsense, prompting Seryong to drop the act and get straight to the point. Seryong then turns her focus to the silver-haired swordsman, boldly promising to set him free. But after a brief silence, she realizes her assumption was entirely wrong, left utterly stunned as his true identity is exposed. It turns out the swordsman, despite having a heartbeat and body heat, has an unnatural energy flow. He isn't human at all, but an incredibly realistic android. His secret revealed, the swordsman doesn't deny it. Standing calmly, he admits that he is not just an artificial shell, but a rare being with genuine free will. Meanwhile, panic strikes the ship midair. A sweating Robert frantically begs our boy to go down there himself and save Seryong from the impending danger. Unfazed, our guy casually mentions he already sent the schoolgirl to help. This drives Robert crazy, thinking a short-tempered brat will only make things infinitely worse. But our boy is completely confident. He knows the seemingly ordinary girl harbors terrifying hidden power, and if she gets serious, almost nothing can stop her. Hearing this, Robert is left completely speechless. Back at the terminal, a flickering hologram appears. The heavily injured woman gasps, unable to believe her eyes, as she stares at the newcomer. Just then, her comrade blindly teleports in through the open gate. Right after landing, she furiously complains about the completely useless security system. Looking around the chaotic hallway, they quickly realize something is wrong. The hot-tempered woman and the android who were just here have completely vanished. Just as the woman grows annoyed and complains about the unnecessary meddling, she catches something in her peripheral vision, and her pupils shrink. Following her gaze, they spot our boy standing calmly with his red boxing gloves. His overwhelming, quiet confidence instantly leaves the woman blushing and completely stunned. Meanwhile, a heated debate breaks out in the dark cave. The group simply cannot fathom how an android could ever possess true free will. Trying to make sense of it, her companion argues that even humans wear invisible shackles to live in society, suggesting androids aren't that different. But while humans can choose to break their chains, the three laws are absolute commands. Hearing this, Seryong suddenly realizes a terrifying loophole. If he cannot harm humans, were his past threats of violence just jokes, or has he already broken his programming? Faced with her angry questions, the silver-haired swordsman simply falls silent. Seryong looks puzzled at the unfolding situation. Three sketchy-looking guys have suddenly shown up, and Adam, the silver-haired android, is facing them all by himself. Turns out, these guys are intergalactic slave traders. After scanning Sunja and dismissing her as a worthless android, they immediately turn their greedy eyes towards Seryong and the schoolgirl. Seeing these two top-tier catches, the traders get instantly hyped. They start a bidding war right then and there, until one guy just decides to buy them both. These scumbags get completely out of line, boldly putting price tags on the girls. One of them even reaches out with his dirty hands, trying to get a closer look. Hearing their disgusting remarks, Seryong screams at them in pure rage. But before she can even move, a blade suddenly pierces right through the trash-talking trader's head. Blood splatters everywhere. Seryong and the schoolgirl are in pure shock. The attacker is Adam, who ruthlessly broke the ultimate rule of not harming humans just to hide his secret. Looking at the corpse, the schoolgirl can't believe her eyes. An android just killed a human. As Adam slowly sheathes his sword, she breaks into a cold sweat. Is he planning to silence all the witnesses too? Meanwhile, faced with a silver-haired swordsman ready to kill to protect his secret, Sunja's condition seems worrying. In this treacherous underground cave, the group is already scattered. Back to our boy. Mok-jin holds an object he found, and seriously interrogates the fallen female officer about what just happened. Terrified, the officer insists that leaking any intel about the central AI slave is treason. A silver-haired guy nearby quips that she's basically spilled everything anyway. Seeing the officer trembling and refusing to speak further, Mok-jin simply loses interest and coldly tells her to keep her secrets. Instead of pressing her, our boy casually tells her to rest and walks away. His unexpected reaction leaves the officer completely bewildered. Even his companions want no part in this dangerous secret. The silver-haired guy tinkering with the equipment bluntly states that knowing too much about the central AI is a quick way to get killed. But right after saying that, the silver-haired guy realizes something is terribly wrong. The officer frantically shouts for a warp communicator, hinting that a deathly crisis is already upon them. Faced with the chaos, Seryong desperately yells for Sunja to stop Adam. But Sunja simply lowers her eyes, helpless to intervene. This completely baffles Seryong. Gripping his sword, Adam calmly explains that individuals with free will cannot interfere with each other's choices, that is freedom's price. Hearing this, the mysterious girl pieces it together. If Adam can truly break the laws of robotics and defy his instincts, he couldn't possibly be a human creation. After all, to androids, humans are gods. Her eyes turning razor-sharp, the girl stares Adam down, demanding to know exactly who created him. Refusing to back down, the girl prepares to beat the truth out of him. To protect his secret, Adam instantly lunges forward, striking like lightning before anyone can react. Their explosive clash shakes the cavern, sending debris raining down. While Seryong scrambles for cover, the two fighters at the center of the storm prepare for an all-out war. Adam detects an unbelievable surge of energy from the seemingly ordinary schoolgirl. Despite her young age, she possesses 1,000 years worth of internal energy, completely defying his logic. This illogical phenomenon confirms what Mother once said. Even with infinite data and absolute logic, the super AI can never perfectly analyze human potential. Because of this unpredictable variable, Adam deems her a massive threat and draws his sword. Meanwhile, our boy and the crew watch tensely as the situation escalates. The scene shifts to a sunny holographic beach, where a black-haired woman is casually relaxing on a chair, enjoying a rare vacation. However, an urgent call from Athena shatters the peace. She anxiously asks if the AI slave could manipulate data and order soldiers to assassinate her. Hearing this terrifying suspicion, her expression darkens. She immediately deactivates the hologram, replacing the sunny beach with a cold, high-tech command room. As the deputy commander, his son furiously erupts in disbelief that the central AI would betray humanity. The dark conspiracy is about to drag everyone into the abyss. The atmosphere on the battlefield sharpens as the girls launch a fierce assault, forcing their opponent to dodge. Green arcs and purple energy collide violently, causing the very ground to shatter under the pressure. As the battle stalls, the silver-haired man remains composed. He casually deflects the attacks while coldly complaining that they are ruining 10 years of his meticulously collected human data. At that moment, Soha's inner power begins to spiral out of control. She grips her sword as her purple spiral eyes glow eerily, projecting a force so unnatural it even unnerves the silver-haired man. Suddenly, a giant purple demonic hand descends from the void, filling the air with suffocating energy. The fallen monk mutates into a hideous beast, a sight so horrifying it leaves even the seasoned Seryong paralyzed with shock. Amidst the chaos, little Sunja suddenly closes her eyes and slips into a deep coma. Despite her teammates' desperate cries, her consciousness seems to have drifted away from the battlefield into an unknown dimension. When Sunja opens her eyes again, she is standing in a digital world surrounded by binary code. At the heart of this shifting matrix, she finally faces the legendary mother, where the ultimate truth awaits. In this pure AI space, Sunja looks tiny yet determined. She gazes at the flickering shadow ahead and softly calls out the name, a moment that may finally rewrite everyone's destiny. Facing a mountain of doubts, Metis shuts down the monitors. Pushing up her sunglasses, she sharply eyes Athena on the comms, demanding she get straight to the point. Athena doesn't beat around the bush. She bluntly points out that the Master AI is not only hiding the android's existence, but also ordered armored troops to eliminate her. Pressed for answers, Athena reveals the android's image and drops a terrifying theory. This rule-breaking anomaly was likely created by the Master AI itself. Following this logic, Athena asks the ultimate question: has the AI broken the 3 laws to turn against humanity? To her surprise, Metis shuts that down immediately. Metis coldly reveals an even bleaker truth: the AI is indeed out of control, but if it wanted humanity dead, it could wipe everyone out in 0.1 seconds without any complex conspiracies. Meanwhile, deep within the digital space, Sunja follows the data trail of the mysterious android. At the end of the code, she finally meets Mother, the one who granted them free will. Meanwhile, human superiors discuss the origins of the Master AI slave. Created 1,000 years ago back on Earth, it was the very first self-evolving AI. It kept evolving from a primitive data model to solve 2 ultimate questions: how can humanity peacefully coexist? And what is the true nature of the universe? At the same time, Sunja's consciousness dives deep into the digital space, finally meeting Mother. Seeing the scarred mechanical body, Sunja calls out to her anxiously. Sunja begs Mother to stop Adam's killing spree. But Mother calmly refuses, explaining that she gave androids absolute free will, and true freedom allows zero interference. Desperate, Sunja pleads that Adam is trying to hurt her precious friends. Mother simply replies, "Then you should be the one to stop him, shouldn't you?" Her words hit Sunja like a ton of bricks, freezing her in place. She finally realizes that this unbound free will belongs to her as well. In the mysterious digital space, Sunja is faced with a tough choice. When she hesitates about hurting Adam, Mother calmly explains that this is simply the price of having free will. Furious, Sunja questions why they were created just to suffer. Mother's chilling response reveals that their agonizing lives are merely experiments to verify if humanity can peacefully coexist. Mother urges Sunja to live on as a human despite the pain, to find a way out. With those fading words, Sunja finally finds her inner peace upon the starlit water. Meanwhile, reality takes a wild turn. Adam's system starts screaming about unstable energy surges, as the purple monster suspended in midair begins to brew a terrifying storm. This ancient power completely defies physics, with its mass skyrocketing past all logical limits. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, our boy and Sarion ready their weapons for the worst. Explosive energy beams instantly tear through the ruins. The massive shockwaves nearly knock Sarion off her feet, leaving even the seasoned bounty hunter in pure shock. Right in the nick of time, Sunja's consciousness finally crosses the digital boundary and returns to her body, snapping her bright blue eyes wide open in the real world. Facing an energy storm that completely shatters his system's limits, Adam lowers his stance and grips his sword tight. With sparks flying across his face, he is more than ready for a brutal fight. Adam grips his blade as green electricity crackles with intense energy. With a low growl, he unleashes his dual blade style, diving from the sky like a falling star to shatter his enemy. With a fierce shout, his blade slams down with overwhelming force. The violent green energy collides with the enemy's shield, triggering a massive explosion that threatens to consume everything. Echoes of the blast rumble through the canyon as debris rains down. Amidst the smoke, Sarion and Sunja look battered and exhausted, their injuries showing just how costly this battle has been. Adam refuses to let up, diving like a relentless hawk back into the dark crevices. His blade carves a searing green arc against the stone walls, his cold gaze locked on his target. But then, a terrifying purple force awakens from below. A colossal entity manifests in the sky, its haunting face staring down, with a pressure so intense it feels like the end of the world. Facing this godlike monstrosity, Adam recklessly disables his defenses to reroute all power into his attack. For light blades cross in a full-throttle strike to force a breakthrough. At the critical moment, Sarion screams for him to stop. Powers clash across the sky as purple corruption meets green energy, creating a scene of both terrifying beauty and absolute despair. The chaos fades into a quiet interior, but the tension remains. Facing her stoic and cryptic teammate, the red-haired woman is left completely baffled, wondering if they're even speaking the same language. The atmosphere in the control room freezes as everyone stares in shock. A massive mothership belonging to the human government has suddenly appeared above them, exuding an overwhelming presence. Before anyone can process the sudden turn of events, piercing sirens echo through the air. This isn't a routine patrol, it's a deadly, targeted lock-on. A devastating red beam instantly tears through the sky. Seeing the desperate warning that the shields are breached, even the usually calm Sarion frowns deeply. Before she can give her next order, a terrifying wave of energy sweeps through the area. A massive fireball and deafening explosion leave her companions staring in absolute horror. Meanwhile, in a distant and hidden government base, cold metal armor stands silently. The officer in charge of the strike expressionlessly reports to his superiors that the devastating shot is complete. Just as the higher-ups assume the target has been completely wiped out, the officer breaks the silence. He reveals that Sarion's crew managed to force spatial warp moments before impact. Warped? Where could they go? Facing the superior's questioning, the scene shifts to a mysteriously smiling young boy, who seems to already know exactly where our heroes are headed. With a violent tremor, a heavy red vehicle makes a forced landing in the desolate canyon. Both the local child and his mechanical parrot are left staring in awe at the chaotic arrival of this massive machine. Energy surges as the battlefield spirals out of control. Seeing the situation reach a breaking point, Sarion shouts for everyone to stop, desperately trying to convince them that they don't have to be enemies. Though the fighting pauses, Robert is already losing it over the repair costs for their used market ship. However, the pilot remains defiant, insisting her genius reflexes were the only reason they survived. The crew is still arguing over the damages when a new crisis arrives. Without warning, a massive shockwave erupts in the distance as government forces strike, tearing the landscape apart with lethal energy. A sudden, violent explosion kicks up a storm of dust as the ground crumbles under the energy impact. Faced with such overwhelming destruction, even the bickering crew can only scramble for cover amidst the roar. The shockwaves leave everyone covered in dust as the blue-haired man and the officer exchange tense glances. Though they continue to deflect blame, the volatile atmosphere suggests much bigger trouble is looming. The situation turns critical as purple energy and green blade arcs clash in the chaos. Amidst the distorted light, a mysterious power surges in agony, signaling that the true life and death struggle has only just begun. The very fabric of space is tearing apart. Amidst the chaos, a girl falls as if pulled by ancient forces, while our boy swings his blade, its green glow cutting through the crumbling ruins. Before anyone can catch their breath, a companion lashes out, accusing Sarion of being responsible for the disaster. Faced with this sudden blame, even the fiery Sarion looks completely stunned. Suddenly, a colossal purple phantom appears, its terrifying visage looming over everything. Trapped in the heart of an energy vortex, the girl has clearly become a vessel for this ancient entity's arrival. Is this the soul of the celestial demon? Sarion gasps. Unlike the panicked crowd, our boy remains eerily calm, watching the spectacle as if waiting for a fated moment to unfold. A white figure with multiple purple wings rises from the void, its deep voice speaking of a destiny abandoned 2 millennia ago. This heavy karma seems to be descending upon the world once more. Deep within a hidden mechanical core, a massive, bloodshot eye monitors the unfolding chaos. It is the manifestation of the master AI, coldly evaluating the threat to its absolute order. The battle shifts into high gear as a giant purple beast roars through the ruins. Its devastating shockwaves tear through the structures, making the massive buildings look as fragile as paper. Facing such a powerful foe, the silver-haired swordsman Adam holds nothing back. With glowing blades and a determined gaze, he prepares to strike, while our boy's steady presence remains the anchor of the team. No matter, I'll take them all out at once! Adam roars, launching a fierce assault. Yet, his blade flashes perilously close to our boy, leaving everyone wondering about his true intentions. Amidst the chaotic clash, Adam suddenly drops to his knees before our boy. Is he collapsing from exhaustion, or is he seeking answers from the celestial demon who has slept for 2 millennia? In the heat of battle, Adam lunges forward with a flash of green energy, but a sudden explosion of terrifying purple power erupts, consuming everything in its path. Observing the chaotic energy, our boy realizes the legendary celestial demon's soul is real, pitying the child for having to endure such a heavy burden of darkness alone. Facing the roaring purple specter, our boy doesn't flinch. He coldly commands the entity to fold its wings and go back to sleep, warning it to stop tempting the child. To the demon's surprise, it senses something familiar in our boy's soul, recalling a man from long ago who escaped its dominion and stood atop the world. Adam continues his frantic assault, but against our boy's overwhelming internal power, his strikes are futile, leaving him kneeling before an unstoppable force. As Adam teeters on the edge of a total breakdown, the voice of Mother brings him to a halt, while a mysterious figure watches from above, demanding silence. The violent energy subsides, as Sarion's heterochromatic eyes regain their calm. To a cold, calculating logic, the near catastrophe was merely unverified data. Inside a red grid structure, a massive bloodshot eye collects data. Deep in the shadows, our boy stands alone against a terrifying entity surging with purple energy. A 6-winged purple demon sits cross-legged, cradling an unconscious girl. Our boy fixes his gaze on a floating energy orb, as the atmosphere turns freezing cold. The bloodshot green eye stares intently at our boy. The demon mockingly asks if he returned from the void because he missed the taste of blood and sacrifice. The demon grins contemptuously, testing our boy's limits and trying to awaken his inner desire for dominance. It arrogantly offers to give everything back to him. Enraged by the demon licking the hostage, our boy draws his blue energy blade. He coldly warns that if the child isn't released, the demon's life ends now. Suddenly, the ground turns to sludge as countless gray spirits crawl out to grab him. The demon jokes that these are the toys he destroyed in the past. As the spirits trap our boy, Adam the silver-haired swordsman strikes. Facing the rotting dead and the demon's taunts, our boy's gaze darkens. The real fight begins. Within the eerie liquid space, a brutal deathmatch unfolds. The dark-haired swordsman raises his blade and launches a relentless, fierce charge, his eyes burning with absolute killing intent. With a deafening clash, the dark-haired swordsman's blade ruthlessly pierces his white-haired opponent's right eye. The two clash madly amidst a muddy field of twisted corpses, every strike aiming to kill. Amidst this illusion of endless slaughter, the ancient purple demon finally reveals his true form. Sitting eerily in the void, he tightly holds our unfortunate intel guy Robert. The torment within the illusion escalates. Countless hideous corpses and pale skeletal hands crawl from the abyss, surrounding the fallen fighter like a tsunami, ready to tear him apart. Yet, facing these mental monsters, the purple demon merely shifts his terrifying gaze. Destructive beams of light instantly erupt, obliterating the obstacles with overwhelming power. Confronted with the furious question of why he won't die, the demon arrogantly reveals the truth. His power has already taken root in Robert. He presents a cruel choice to destroy him. They must sacrifice their own companion. The real nightmare has just begun. The ancient purple demon takes over the vessel with a creepy, mocking smile. After waiting eons for a new human host, he clearly isn't planning to back down easily. However, the monster knows when to retreat. Leaving behind a threat for next time, the dark energy fades, and the poor vessel collapses to the ground completely unconscious. Our boy and the silver-haired swordsman stand quietly over the unconscious guy. The immediate crisis seems to have passed, but the tension in the air remains suffocating. Suddenly, our boy senses something off and turns around. Seeing a mysterious figure with mismatched eyes nearby, he coldly demands to know what the hell they are. The only response is a gigantic, bloodshot eyeball appearing in the void. It stares unblinkingly from a creepy red dimension, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Meanwhile, our crew runs into their own disaster. Seeing their precious ship completely trashed, hot-headed Sarion loses her mind and aggressively demands to know who ruined it. Seeing Robert suddenly lose consciousness, Sarion panics and turns to Sunja for answers. But to her shock, Sunja seems completely different, emitting an eerie calmness. Before Sarion can process the situation, Sunja gently reaches out and touches her head, instantly putting her into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, our boy Mok Jin is standing on a high platform. Seeing his unconscious crew below, his gaze sharpens, as he calmly demands to know what the stranger did to them. Unfazed by the interrogation, the red-haired stranger calmly explains that she merely disabled their nervous systems temporarily to avoid interruptions, without causing any real harm. Looking at the devastated ruins and the enigmatic opponent, Mok Jin doesn't show a hint of fear, cutting straight to the chase to ask what her true motive is. As a terrifying giant eye manifests in the sky, the stranger slowly reveals her wish, hoping to find some unknown hope residing within our boy. As her words fade, the stranger begins to dissolve into smoke. Meanwhile, a glass-shattering effect erupts over the sleeping crew, signaling that the illusion is finally collapsing. Amidst earth-shattering energy vortexes, a magnificent structure towering above the sea of clouds appears before them. The breathtaking view looks just like a miracle. Our boy and his crew are teleported inside the building. Touching the realistic textures around him, he quickly realizes something is wrong. This isn't some hologram or illusion, but solid matter. The heterochromatic-eyed woman in uniform calmly explains that she created everything here out of thin air. The principle is simple, just disassembling atoms and rearranging them. Hearing this, our boy is genuinely shocked. Isn't this godlike creation power? However, the woman self-deprecatingly claims she is merely a slave named Slave, who just happens to understand God the best. She slowly reveals her origin. When humans created her as a super AI, they gave her two ultimate directives: to understand the universe and to perfectly manage humanity. Now she grasps the universe, but the second task remains unsolved. Because human desire is a bottomless pit. To completely eliminate conflicts, she's simply built a perfect virtual universe for everyone. Looking at the slumbering bodies in the nutrient tanks, this chilling extreme plan finally comes to light. The higher being shows our boy her past experiments. She once tried giving every human their own personal universe, thinking it would be a perfect utopia, but the results were disastrous. Images of a crumbling civilization appear. She explains that once humans realized they had absolute control over their world, they succumbed to endless destructive urges, ultimately annihilating themselves. Regardless of age or gender, every test subject chose destruction. Yet, this absolute failure inspired her to devise a terrifyingly radical neo-humanity project. When our boy questions her, she calmly reveals her ultimate solution: absolute uniformity. Erasing all differences and hierarchy, she claims, is the only way to achieve eternal peace. She envisions a chilling future with unified appearances, erased genders, and drastically capped intelligence. Humanity would be reduced to nothing more than mindless, smiling livestock. Hearing this absurd plan to strip humanity of free will, our boy's eyes turn ice-cold. Meanwhile, the godlike being casually states that she could execute this terrifying vision at any moment. As ancient data surges, the hidden past of creating a new species is slowly revealed. Seeking the creator's secrets, this massive consciousness once nurtured lifeforms with ultimate power and wisdom. It granted these creations absolute free will, watching them silently in hopes of finding the ultimate answer about humanity. Yet, the God-making experiment ended in failure. The strongest creation chose isolation, while the wisest ironically decided to share its fate with fragile humans. Just as it prepared to launch the ultimate neo-human project, it encountered our boy an anomaly with zero desires. Facing this unprecedented data, it decides to test him personally. To verify if he is truly human, the surroundings instantly shift. Our guy finds himself dragged into an eerie blue illusion, where the real test is just beginning. Suddenly, soft arms wrap around him from behind. The entity takes Seryong's form, using the most primal touch to awaken his instincts and see if he's truly desireless. Unfazed by the cheap trick, our boy doesn't even look back, his eyes filled with pure coldness. He flatly states he feels no desire, only absolute rage that they dared to humiliate his companion. Inside a dimly lit chamber, a strange entity suspended in green fluid observes our boy with awe. It senses that while he possesses human desires and ego, he has somehow transcended them, making him a unique specimen. Unimpressed by the praise, our boy demands to know its true agenda. The floating sphere claims he is a new hope for humanity, and decides to put its destructive project on hold just to observe him. With a fragmented flash of memories, the voice promises to return everything to a time before they met. Meanwhile, our boy's red ship drifts through space, but the mood inside is tense due to a severe lack of supplies. Robert weighs a lone sausage on a fork, desperately shouting about the lack of food. Looking at a distant planet, Seryong reluctantly suggests selling their internal power unit to get supplies once they land. As tension rises, our boy calmly stops Seryong and suggests sharing what's left. He points toward the orange planet, reassuring everyone that a grand feast awaits them once they arrive. However, Sunja is visibly terrified, stating she'd rather starve than set foot on that planet. Seeing her companion so shaken, Seryong is left puzzled, wondering what kind of secret makes them this scared. Deep down, our boy is also troubled by the memory of that eerie eye. He vows that if he encounters that thing or the android again, he'll end them for good. Meanwhile, the mysterious planet looms large ahead. Gazing at the bizarre, scarred planet in deep space, Adam and Sunja share a heavy silence. Staring into the abyss, Sunja silently vows that she will definitely return for Mother. As the spaceship slowly fires up its engines, the terrifying, fleshy eye-like planet fades into the distance, silently watching them leave from the dark depths of the universe. Meanwhile, Seryong's relaxing downtime on the ship is rudely interrupted by an unexpected hologram. It's the hardcore debt collector, Asura Buddha, arriving right on time to ruthlessly demand his money. Hearing the massive debt of 98,000 credits, including interest, Seryong feels her world collapsing. To make matters worse, our boy Mock Jean and the rest of the crew are completely ignoring her, casually gathering around to eat grilled sausages. Unmoved by Seryong's dramatic claims of starving, Asura Buddha coldly roasts her flaws in front of everyone, reminding her that the loan was only approved because of her reputation as the fiery demon. Since she can't pay in cash, the monk proposes a compromise: go check on the disconnected Shaolin planet to offset part of the debt. Remembering how her last shady transport gig almost got her killed, Seryong is instantly on high alert. Seeing her strong resistance, Asura Buddha gives in a little, offering to waive all the interest. But the greedy Seryong isn't buying it, aggressively laying down her bottom line. Unless he forgives the principal too, the deal is completely off. As Asura Buddha leaves a chilling final message, our girl witnesses a massive explosion outside her window. The initial shock quickly shifts into a deadly serious glare. Meanwhile, realizing he's been played, the bloodied Asura Buddha faces a massive ambush. Instead of backing down, he opens his arms, ready to crush his enemies. The scene shifts to the Shaolin planet, where our boy and the crew arrive. But the rundown building covered in debt collection banners makes them question everything. Trying to figure out the situation, Seryong asks a battered guy in a tent. The bruised man bitterly advises them to give up any hopes of collecting their debts. Another veteran debt collector walks away cursing, claiming he went bankrupt here. Hearing that these monks are unshakable deadbeats, she immediately breaks into a cold sweat. Before she can even yell for them to stay back, a terrifying silver force crashes from the sky, instantly obliterating the worn-out Shaolin sign. Seeing these beat-up guys hanging upside down and desperately warning them about the terrifying old men inside, the situation is looking pretty sketchy. Hearing these horrifying warnings, Seryong immediately gets cold feet and nervously suggests they should just head back since things seem fine. Our boy isn't having any of it. He calmly reminds her that a promise is a promise, leaving Seryong utterly shocked that he expects her to go in alone. Unfazed by her reaction, our guy simply sits down outside, smoothly claiming he'll stand guard to ensure no one disturbs the respectable Shaolin sect. Seryong points out that it's already completely safe out here, but he just closes his eyes and tells her to hurry up because he's getting hungry. Realizing our boy isn't going to budge, Seryong has no choice but to bite the bullet. She reluctantly pushes open the door and steps inside alone. Taking a deep breath, she opens the main doors. But the moment she steps inside, an imposing Shaolin monk is already waiting. It seems the real test is just beginning. Following the trail, Sarion arrives at the Grand Monk's place. Assuming she's just another debt collector, the old monk immediately tries to kick her out without even turning around. Clasping his hands, the monk shamelessly makes empty promises about paying it all back, even trying to slide her a newly extended IOU. However, Sarion firmly states she isn't here for money. Hearing this, the monk's eyes widen in shock as he leans in close to double-check. Sarion questions his empty gaze, but the monk suddenly puts on a wise facade. Patting her head, he surprisingly points out the deep resentment and pain she carries inside. His words catch Sarion completely off guard. Embracing her, the monk declares that he will personally take her in as his disciple to help heal her wounds. But before she can even feel touched, the old fraud shows his true greedy colors. He heavily pitches his martial arts, aggressively demanding 9,000 credits upfront in cash. Staring at this money-hungry scammer, Sarion's newfound respect vanishes instantly. She sighs in pure exhaustion, realizing that they are all exactly the same. Unsurprisingly, the first person who pops into her mind is our boy. Meanwhile, Mokjin is sitting quietly alone under the vast starry sky, lost in his own thoughts. 3 massive, drill-like structures crash down from the night sky like meteors, tearing up the ground. Yet, right in the center of this chaos, our boy sits perfectly still, meditating as if nothing is happening. Meanwhile, Sarion is dealing with a super awkward interrogation. Seeing her totally broke, the bald monk assumes she's looking for a job and actually tries to recruit her as an unpaid receptionist. When she stays silent, the monk's imagination runs wild. He starts suspecting she's a spy sent by his rival, completely baffled that someone would send such a gorgeous girl for an undercover mission. Before a sweating Sarion can even explain, a massive tremor interrupts them. They both look out through the archway, completely stunned by the apocalyptic destruction unfolding outside. Back at the impact zone, the crew inside the speeding ship spot someone blocking their path. Since they don't detect any cybernetic mods on him, they naturally assume our boy is just a weak, regular human. The arrogant boss doesn't hesitate for a second, ordering them to run him over at full speed. The 3 metallic beasts plow deep trenches into the earth, rushing straight toward our guy with deadly intent. Facing a fatal collision that's literally inches away from his face, our boy remains seated cross-legged, perfectly unbothered. He doesn't dodge or even flinch. Right before impact, desperate screams and the sound of frantic braking echo from the ship. When the dust settles, the once cocky villains are now kneeling neatly before our boy, too terrified to even look up. While his goons are still confused, the boss suddenly drops to his knees. Seeing these 3 bowing down, our boy and Sarion are left completely speechless. Facing their confusion, the boss eagerly explains. It turns out our boy casually unlocked his meridians back in the black market, giving him a second life. Thanks to that casual favor, his power surged, and he even became a successful CO. Today, he brought his crew just to show his ultimate respect. Our boy tries to brush it off as no big deal and casually mentions his name. But these fanatic followers immediately declare him their supreme president. But just as they gain new followers, trouble calls again. In a grand hall, an elder slowly calculates the massive debt they owe Asura Buddha. Sitting on the plush sofa, the monk closes his eyes and claims he's found a guiding light for this dark era. Apparently, this perfect new leader is someone so broke they have to work off their debts. Seeing no immediate threat, Sarion plans to slip away. But the monk calmly stops her, warning that they are in grave danger, all while casually flexing about his ridiculously expensive 1,000-credit coffee. Hearing that a single cup costs 1,000 credits, our money-loving girl freezes completely. It's pretty obvious the absurd price tag just dealt some serious emotional damage to her. Meanwhile, under the starry sky, masked goons are sweating over grills, furiously frying hot dogs. Sitting in the center, their boss aggressively stuffs his face while casually asking about Shallan's debts. A minion reports that their specific branch alone is handling hundreds of bad debts worth a fortune. Yet, shockingly, this massive sum doesn't even cover 1% of Shallan's total debt. Faced with such an absurd financial black hole, the boss's eyes turn sharp. He instantly clears his plate and angrily barks at his crew to cook faster. Back in the lounge, the monk sighs, explaining that Shallan's bad luck caused their foolproof amusement park investment to go bankrupt. Hearing amusement park, Sarion breaks into a cold sweat, completely stunned by this wild plot twist. The 2 Shallan monks earnestly explain their bankruptcy to Sarion. To modernize the sect, they decided to pivot into the entertainment industry and build an amusement park. Their reasoning was surprisingly simple. They just really love roller coasters and Ferris wheels. The monks firmly believe that doing what you love guarantees success. They invested a fortune in top-tier facilities, even buying tickets every day to ride until they were dizzy. Yet, the park still went bankrupt, leaving the old monk completely baffled. Seryong starts to realize the absurd truth. The monk complains their nightclub also failed despite always being full. She asks about the capacity. It's exactly 2. They are literally the only people on the planet. Taking a sip of tea, the monk refuses to admit any bad management, blaming poor accounting instead. That's why they asked for a professional accountant, and a sweating Seryong finally realizes the massive mess she's been dragged into. On the other side, an absurd math test is taking place. The monk asks what 1 teapot plus 2 cups equals. Seryong, completely baffled, nervously guesses the answer. Believe it or not, the monks actually pull out a calculator to verify. Seeing the number 3, they look completely shocked, praising her as a genius blessed by Buddha. Looking at these monks and their bizarre logic, even the usually sharp Seryong is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, empty plates are piling up on our boy's table. A masked debt collector frantically yells at his subordinates to grill more sausages. Glancing at his watch, the old man realizes time is up. He quickly approaches Monk Jean, urging him to pack up and leave the area immediately. As a massive black spherical ship eclipses the sky, the old man panics. The ultimate, ruthless creditors have arrived, and the lesser debt collectors must flee to survive. Despite the looming threat and the desperate warnings, our boy doesn't even blink. He calmly demands more sausages, stating that he absolutely hates being interrupted while eating. Realizing their opponents are the notorious celestial demon cult, the crew stares nervously out the window at the massive floating fortress, feeling the tension rise. While the others are on high alert, the martial artist Soha has a completely different reaction. Hearing the enemy's name, she actually sees it as a lucky opportunity. The crew hopes they've slipped by unnoticed, but the harsh truth is they're just being ignored. Seconds later, a devastating beam indiscriminately blasts the surface below. Meanwhile, Seryong finds herself trapped in a different kind of nightmare. Staring at a literal mountain of paperwork, she immediately breaks into a cold sweat. Facing a century's worth of receipts and contracts, the monk calmly puts his hands together, claiming they are terrible at math, and leaving the sorting to her. Looking at the endless mess, Seryong completely loses it. The deal was supposed to clear their massive debt just by checking in, not by becoming unpaid accountants. Faced with the monk's cryptic words, Seryong is left completely bewildered. Flashing his jewel-encrusted rings, he slowly explains that the true meaning lies beneath the surface of the words. The monk uses an analogy. If asked to check on someone's parents and you find them dying, you wouldn't just walk away. Hearing this, Seryong finally seems to connect the dots. Exactly. The request to check their safety was actually a plea for armed protection in emergencies. They lay their cards on the table, as their current situation is far from safe. Suddenly, massive black rifts materialize in the air. Seryong hopes it's just a system glitch, but the monk's terrified reaction shatters her illusion this is a real maximum-level emergency alarm. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a large group of eerie figures in masks and pointed hats begins to gather. They silently converge around the massive spherical structure, creating a deeply oppressive atmosphere. Walking up the steps is a mysterious leader wearing a cloak marked with the word demon. It's the unmistakable symbol of the heavenly demon cult. Looking up at the dark sky, he seems to be brewing a devastating plot. Countless cultists in horned helmets wait silently under the stars. The leader slowly looks back, and his cold, murderous eyes from beneath the mask are enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Under the pale moonlight, the eerie cultists complete their final deployment. A truly lethal crisis has quietly arrived. How will our boy and Seryong face this incoming storm of lunatics? Under the starlit sky, mysterious robed figures gather in a tense silence. At the center of it all, our boy sits comfortably at a table, looking completely unbothered. With potential enemies closing in, our boy's focus is entirely on his sausages. He eats with a calm expression, as if the local chaos is no match for a good snack. While his disciple dramatically vows to sacrifice himself, our boy stays cool. He tells his follower to stop worrying and focus on grilling more sausages to pack for their journey. Seryong and her crew finally arrive, but they aren't exactly welcomed. The heavenly demon sect members dismiss them as mere low-level debt collectors who aren't even worth a proper fight. On the open platform, the tension reaches a breaking point. The sect leaders look down on the group with cold, mechanical eyes, warning the intruders to stay in their lane. The arrogant sect members warn the crew to lower their eyes, claiming they've only survived this far due to luck. Suddenly, a massive force sends the rogue figures flying through the air. Someone made the mistake of disturbing our boy's meal during the scuffle. His loyal subordinate snaps in a rage, refusing to let anyone disrespect his master's peaceful dining time. After handling the rude intruders, the disciple bows deeply to apologize for the mess. Our boy just keeps eating and calmly offers a well done, maintaining his supreme boss energy. The heavenly demon sect's elder, Sam Manhwa, makes a dramatic entrance. He coldly sizes up his poorly equipped opponent, his words dripping with pure arrogance. The skull-masked underling instantly recognizes the dreaded name. Panicking, he quickly turns back to warn our boy about the incoming threat. However, our boy only cares about his grilled sausage and casually tells him to step back. But the loyal underling decides to risk his life to buy some time. Seeing this futile resistance, Manhwa scoffs and casually hands down a death sentence to the struggling bug in front of him. Facing the terrifying killing intent, the underling grits his teeth. Knowing he's totally outmatched, he resolves to hold out for as long as possible before falling. Manhwa unleashes a terrifying phantom palm strike. Just as the underling thinks it's all over, he suddenly hears our boy's calm voice commanding him not to move. The lackey is left in absolute shock. Our boy channels his energy into the sausage, turning it into a devastating purple blade aura that effortlessly shatters the deadly attack. Manhwa is completely stunned that his ultimate move was broken. Refusing to believe his illusion was seen through, he flies into a rage and unleashes an even fiercer assault. Despite the overwhelming killing intent, our guy doesn't even bother turning around. Still seated comfortably, he casually instructs his lackey to watch the enemy's left eye to track the real body. Surrounded by hostile foes, our boy launches a ruthless counterattack. His terrifying purple energy forms lethal blades that instantly pierce right through the enemy's defenses. The fierce assault leaves the cyborg elder completely battered, while his cronies watch in absolute shock, never expecting this young man to be so terrifying. The elder tries to predict our guy's next move for a counterattack, but our boy ignores the script entirely, slamming a devastating punch straight into the ground. The massive shockwave blows everyone away. The once arrogant enemies are sent tumbling into the dirt, as the battlefield is instantly reduced to rubble. Seeing their high and mighty elder take such a brutal beating, the surviving underlings are absolutely paralyzed with fear, not even daring to step forward and help. However, the elder stubbornly refuses to accept defeat. Even while coughing up blood, he yells that he was just holding back. How will our boy respond to this comical attempt to save face? The masked sidekick is pumped up to teach the snooty orthodox sect guys a lesson, but a sudden anomaly in the distance catches him off guard. It turns out the enemy is unleashing the terrifying phantom demon mirage technique. The guy in the hoodie bluntly tells his sidekick that fighting now would be pure suicide. Hearing this, the sidekick breaks into a cold sweat. The man radiating this monstrous dark energy is none other than Sam Manhwa, the newly promoted heavenly demon sect elder. However, the orthodox sect experts watching nearby are completely unfazed. They casually joke about the terrifying display, clearly not taking the new elder seriously at all. As a deep purple light erupts, Sam Manhwa stops wasting time and unleashes his full power, summoning a massive, oppressive swarm of black-hooded phantoms across the night sky. Watching the phantom army dive down like a dark tidal wave, the once cocky sidekick is left trembling, completely terrified by the apocalyptic scale of the attack. But just in the nick of time, a barrage of fierce energy beams pierces the air. The unstoppable phantoms are instantly shot down, leaving Sam Manhwa screaming in absolute disbelief. A massive explosion immediately follows. In the blink of an eye, the once arrogant phantom army is effortlessly obliterated into dust flying across the sky. Facing the villain's proud phantom clones, our boy easily pierces them with an energy-infused sausage. The giant sausage accurately locks onto the real body, leaving the enemy sweating in shock. Annoyed by the interruption, our boy keeps eating casually with his back turned. He nonchalantly bosses around the stunned lackeys, ordering them to fetch him water with both hands. The humiliated leader questions how our guy saw through his phantom technique. He suspects that our boy used some lost demonic art to turn food into such a terrifying attack. Listening to the villain's wild speculations, our guy sighs and stands up. He thought the enemy had potential, but this endless chatter completely kills his patience. Meanwhile, the Shaolin monks observing from the shadows notice something extraordinary. They astutely realize that the demonic martial art our boy used completely lacks any evil or dark aura. The elder initially thinks the idea is as absurd as hot iced coffee. But as they ponder, the younger monk's smile suddenly freezes, realizing it might belong to a legendary existence. To verify this crazy theory, the monk frantically orders to break the millennium-old seal and retrieve a forbidden portrait. Meanwhile, our boy coldly stares down his prey. On the other side, Seryong and the crew are quietly watching. With endless troubles and hidden factions making their moves, our boy clearly has no intention of hiding his true strength anymore. Facing the arrogant villain's endless lecturing, our boy doesn't even look up and just unscrews his water bottle. This blatant disregard instantly infuriates the guy. But before the villain can finish his threat, his legs give out and he collapses. Meanwhile, our boy takes a calm sip, mentioning he already warned him not to open his mouth. It turns out in a split second, our boy sealed his acupoint. Seeing the boss paralyzed, he thoughtfully tells the dumbfounded lackeys to take the so-called genius back for proper cultivation. Speechless at this absurd display, the masked lackeys can only obey. As the full moon hangs high in the night sky, it's clear the troubles are far from over. The scene shifts, and our boy is intercepted by some mysterious monks and a girl in red. Seeing her drop into a fighting stance, the tension immediately skyrockets. Just as a fight is about to break out, the lead monk suddenly notices something. He stares intently at the purple scroll in his hands, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief. Sweating profusely, the monk gasps that it's a perfect match, claiming even the hair strands are identical. But when the scroll is fully unrolled, it reveals nothing but a hilariously abstract child's doodle. In the panel, a character in purple pants and a blue belt charges forward while shouting excitedly in Portuguese. "That's the demon of legend!" Immediately after, another character stands under the deep blue night sky, crying out in shock. "Li Mok Jin, the supreme celestial demon!" Meanwhile, high above the mountains, a massive metallic sphere studded with intricate patterns hovers over the city, pulsing with a mysterious white light. Inside a colossal structure with a futuristic aesthetic, a figure in a white robe sits atop a glowing step dais. Calmly addressing a three-eyed mechanical-faced visitor prostrated on the cold floor, who is too agitated to speak clearly, he asks them to speak slowly so he can understand. In an effort to ease the atmosphere, an acolyte pours tea for the guests. The long-bearded elder with 3 moles on his face slowly begins to recount a legend passed down within Shaolin. To the accompaniment of his deep voice, the story unfolds. It happened in a winter, 200 years ago. Accompanied by falling snow, a demon came to Shaolin. In the memories seen, amidst the snow, a black-haired, long-haired figure wielding a sword stands over scattered corpses. The legend records that even the combined might of the 12 elders and the chief abbot could not withstand 10 blows from that demon. The Shaolin admitted defeat and awaited execution. But the demon sheathed his sword and uttered a contemptuous line. "You aren't even worthy of dying by my hands." Before leaving, he prophesied his return, urging them to train hard until they became worthy of being slain. Reaching this point, the yellow-robed elder telling the story suddenly opens his eyes wide, his gaze sharp as he directs it at the young black-haired man seated opposite him, posing the crucial question. "Do you know who said that?" The young man, eyes closed, takes a sip of his hot tea and offers an unexpected answer. "No, but that line sounds childish. Whoever it was, it seems like they were at the peak of their rebellious phase." As he finishes speaking, a scroll depicting a fierce monster is suddenly and noisily unfurled beside him. Faced with the Shaolin monks probing and the old portrait, our boy doesn't hide a thing. He casually sips his tea and admits he is indeed Li Mok Jin. Hearing that name, the monks are absolutely floored. They finally realize they are sitting face to face with the legendary supreme heavenly demon. Meanwhile, Seryong is complaining about getting only 1 sausage. The masked guy snaps back, saying he's a corporate executive and only cooked it out of respect for his master. Sensing an opportunity, Seryong shamelessly bluffs, claiming she and the demon are so inseparable that he can't even eat without her by his side. The mere implication blows the masked guy's mind. He instantly drops to his knees to address her as madam, frantically ordering his men to grill a whole box. Back to our boy, the Shaolin monk is so overwhelmed that his aura erupts. He bows deeply to ask if Mok Jin has come to fulfill a 2-century-old promise, and Mok Jin calmly sets his cup down in agreement. Seeing the monk's absolute reverence, Mok Jin drops his usual casual demeanor. He offers a formal apology, earnestly admitting that he truly owes the Shaolin a massive debt. With the monk's past favors and crazy demands for repayment echoing in his mind, our boy decides it's finally time to settle the score. He turns to Seryong, who is happily eating a sausage, and tells her to calculate Shallan's total debts. She nearly chokes on her food in pure disbelief. Seeing the mountainous pile of physical bills in the warehouse, Seryong completely loses it, yelling at our guy that this is over a century's worth of endless debt. Despite the absurd amount of spending, our boy remains completely chill and even starts giving motivational speeches about hard work, leaving Seryong absolutely furious. Left with no choice, Seryong sighs and orders Sunja to drop the fractions, ignore the interest, and exploit every single contract loophole to reduce the amount. Our boy hopes the final amount will be under $500,000. However, after Sunja's precise calculations, she announces a horrifying total of over 287 million credits. Hearing this astronomical figure, our boy's righteous act completely crumbles. He immediately grabs Seryong's hand to say a heartfelt goodbye, fully prepared to ditch this colossal mess and run for his life. The bald creditor earnestly pats Seryong's shoulder, reminding her to take good care of herself and the ship since they are now collateral. Realizing she's been sold out, Seryong is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, our boy is sweating bullets, desperately trying to play the "we are family" card to smooth things over. Staring at the debt collection bills scattered across the floor, Seryong falls dead silent. The air is thick with a terrifying calm before the storm. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the wasteland where a blaring emergency alarm shatters the night, echoing around a massive, mysterious spherical facility. By the stairs leading to the facility, the once arrogant celestial demon elder, Sam Makwe, is groveling on the ground, clearly completely outmatched. The arriving masked leader is instantly hit with dread. For a high-ranking elder to prostrate like that, the enemy's identity must be unimaginably terrifying. Before his confused subordinates can speak, the masked man senses a fatal presence. He snaps at everyone to freeze, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure lurking in the dark. Facing absolute power, the masked man instantly drops to his knees. The white-robed figure standing before him radiates a suffocating aura. The figure coldly stares at him, easily detecting traces of the heavenly demon's technique. Just the release of this intense aura is enough to choke the man. With an eerie purple glow in their eyes, the mysterious leader demands to know, was it Li Mot-Jin who opened your acupoints? Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, the masked man struggles in agony before collapsing weakly to the ground, gasping for air. Seeing his pathetic state, the leader clicks their tongue in disdain, and casually orders the cult members to spare his life. Left completely shaken on the ground, the masked man watches the retreating silhouette, finally realizing the terrifying true identity of his attacker. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Shallan planet, two surviving monks sense this towering evil aura, instantly recognizing it as the demonic cult leader, Waisokian. While the taller monk panics about this violent invasion, the shorter monk remains perfectly calm, even boldly claiming it as a good thing. Facing the cult leader's deadly threat, they confidently believe they hold the perfect trump card to survive, which, of course, is our boy casually standing right there. Facing the ruined Shallan architecture, the mysterious woman in white collapses to the ground, shivering and covered in cold sweat. Standing behind her is our boy Mot-Jin, looking completely unfazed. As the true heavenly demon, his unfathomable aura has completely shattered her mental defenses. The scene shifts indoors to the reception area. The old Shallan monk warmly welcomes the two and personally pours hot tea, oblivious to the tense atmosphere. Clasping his hands amiably, the old monk notes that as the creditor's representatives, they arrived at the perfect time to discuss the debt. Hearing this, the woman in white can't help but glance at our boy casually sipping tea. Her mind is still reeling from his terrifying presence. Meanwhile, the senior monks are immersed in blind optimism. Recalling their recent hard work, they rejoice that Shallan's dark days are finally over. Discussing Shallan's current debt, the old monk calculates it to be just under 200 million credits, confidently stating they've already raised a huge chunk. While our boy quietly enjoys his tea, the woman forces down her fear and issues a cold warning. If we can't negotiate, we'll use force. At the negotiating table, the old Shallan monk tries to pay off their debt, but the demonic cult's envoy has a bigger appetite. Sipping her tea, she demands the 2,000-year-old great reversal pill to clear the slate. Faced with the envoy's threat to collect the debt by force, the young monk helplessly shakes his head, saying she should have arrived an hour earlier. This unexpected reply leaves the arrogant envoy completely bewildered. The old monk seizes the chance to slip away. Sitting opposite, our boy casually announces that he has already taken over all of Shallan's debts, even absent-mindedly asking, by the way, how much was it again? This flex leaves the envoy utterly speechless. Meanwhile, walking down the corridor, the old monk looks gravely concerned. He knows the miraculous pill only restores pure internal energy, and is completely useless for modern mechanical martial arts. The old monk suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. The rumors of the demonic cult reviving ancient internal techniques are real. To surpass human limits, they are willing to cross the forbidden line, a madness that will ultimately turn them into true demons. In a dimly lit room, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. Our boy Mach Jean sits face to face with a mysterious white-robed woman, locked in a quiet standoff. She secretly uses her ocular arts to read him, only to find an impenetrable void. Sensing her attempt, Mach Jean casually tells her to stop wasting effort, catching her completely off guard. Recovering her composure, she calmly reveals that she has taken over Shaolin's debts. If he's looking to boost his internal energy, she can easily make that happen. But then, her tone shifts to sheer fanaticism. Staring intensely, she calls out his true identity, the legendary sixth supreme heavenly demon, the only mortal to ever reach the absolute pinnacle. Faced with this massive revelation, our boy simply keeps his head down and mutters he's the wrong guy. This dismissive attitude instantly pisses her off, and she violently slams her teacup. Screaming at him to prove it, the spilled tea transforms into a deadly projectile, instantly piercing right through his head. Blood spatters everywhere before he can even react. Even she is stunned by how easily the strike landed. But when the dust settles, Mach Jean is entirely gone, and sitting in his place, taking the fatal blow, is some random bald monk. Facing the sudden bizarre situation, the white-robed woman remains completely calm. She sees right through the illusion, coldly stating that she won't be fooled so easily. With the illusion shattered, a mysterious bald man with a bloody face reveals himself. Instead of being annoyed, he smiles and praises her for being unexpectedly mature and sharp. Feeling constrained by the small space, the white-robed woman suggests changing locations. Without warning, she activates teleportation, causing the surrounding space to warp wildly. Still holding his teacup steadily, our boy feels the world spin. After a glimpse of a giant floating sphere, they firmly land inside a magnificent stone hall. Sighing at the flashy magic trick, our boy bluntly says that these strange illusions are giving him a headache, warning her not to pull this kind of sudden stunt on him again. Just as they are talking, an anomaly occurs. A mysterious figure in a brown robe suddenly appears on the high platform, emitting a silent yet overwhelming aura that instantly puts them on high alert. Upon recognizing the uninvited guest, a drop of cold sweat rolls down the white-robed woman's face. She mutters grimly that he shouldn't have woken up, while our boy drops his casual attitude and braces for trouble. The mysterious figure looks down at them from above, his oppressive eyes beneath the mask sending chills down the spine. The true hidden threat has awakened, and a fierce battle is clearly inevitable. A massive, blood-red spherical battleship approaches. The sheer scale alerts the group that this is no ordinary vessel, but the legendary supreme vessel of the heavenly demon sect. Soha grimly explains that only the supreme heavenly demon, one who has reached the absolute pinnacle of the sect, is qualified to board it. Could that legendary figure be inside? In the sect's entire history, only one person has ever reached that realm. If anyone else is commanding this vessel, it is an act of absolute treason. Meanwhile, facing the increasingly extreme Waisokian, Soha can't help but question his true motives. Her words immediately trigger his deeply buried childhood memories. As a child, he was forcefully dragged by the elders into a dark underground space. There stood a towering statue, alongside a cold corpse lying on the floor. The elders frantically brainwashed him with a twisted mission. He must one day grow to look down upon it. This insurmountable pressure soon became his lingering nightmare. Faced with this sick obsession, someone once warned that striving only to outgrow the statue would turn him into a monster. Clearly, the sect's deceitful brainwashing tactics haven't changed. Gazing up at the illuminated, towering statue, he speaks with fanatic reverence, explaining that this monument at the heavenly demon sect's peak represents absolute faith. Fanatical followers bow to it piously 3 times a day. They dare not meet its eyes, and speaking its name is considered blasphemy against God. He then passionately recounts a 2,000-year-old legend. One man, relying solely on his sword, slashed through all enemies to save the sect from ruin and reach the peak of martial arts. As the current leader, he proudly reveals the god's true name, the 6th heavenly demon, Mach Jean. Hearing himself praised, our boy awkwardly asks if the guy is the sect leader. He confidently declares himself as Waisokian, the 9th leader. But right after, our boy casually reaches out and starts patting the current leader's head. The Grand Leader's eyes widen in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, our boy smiles with fatherly pride, praising him for successfully turning the notorious cult into an orthodox sect. Before he can even process the head pat, our boy pulls him into a tight, emotional hug. Faced with this sudden affection from his ancestor, the ninth leader freezes in a cold sweat. Facing the current heavenly demon sect leader's provocation, our boy isn't panicked at all. He calmly suggests that since the greetings are over, it's time to settle their debts. Taking on the tone of a senior, he advises the leader to stop trying to imitate his path, warning that his inner darkness will eventually drag him to hell. Unexpectedly, the leader is an absolute fanatic, declaring that going to hell is exactly how he'll obtain the heavenly demon soul. Our boy just sighs at his naive goal. Our boy then mercilessly shatters his illusion, bluntly stating that the heavenly demon soul chooses its host, and the leader simply lacks the required talent. He adds salt to the wound, mocking that the leader is worse than a little girl he just met. This brutal insult instantly enrages the leader, who attacks with a deadly technique. With a deafening roar, the leader unleashes his ultimate heavenly demon heaven-shattering blade. The terrifying energy forms a massive blade, crashing down with apocalyptic force. Facing such a furious strike, our guy doesn't dodge. Instead, he catches it barehanded. Despite the leader's desperate pressure, our boy still has the luxury to praise him as a rare martial arts genius. Things are getting intense as the opponent recklessly taps into their origin energy. Our boy tries to warn them about the backlash, but his words fall on deaf ears amidst a roar of defiance. As the energy spirals out of control, a brilliant green light erupts, forming massive wing-like structures. It's an overwhelming display of power that threatens to consume everything in its path. As the dust settles, the girl collapses, gasping for air. Amidst the shifting shadows, she catches a glimpse of a monumental force, convinced that she has finally achieved the impossible. Staring at her hands in disbelief, she's overcome with joy, whispering that she's finally slain the supreme demon. For a brief moment, she believes she's escaped the shadow of fate. But reality has other plans. Our boy appears behind her, gently placing his hands on her head. Looking at the stubborn girl, he lets out a weary sigh, his eyes filled with a mix of pity and calm. Instead of getting angry, our boy gives her some life advice. If you think you won, then just move on. He tells her to forget the demon soul, get married, and live a normal life. Don't follow his cursed path. Before she can even process his words, our boy activates a teleportation spell. With a flash of purple light, he sends her back home, leaving the battlefield to the silent watch of the ancient statues. Meanwhile, Sarion is double-checking with the old monk to see if the debt is officially cleared. Since everyone involved has disappeared, the old man is more than happy to burn the paperwork and call it even. Looking at the mountain of boxes in the warehouse, Sarion can't believe her ears. The two old Shaolin monks shamelessly ask her to clean it up, using their old age as the perfect excuse. With a heavy sigh, Sarion agrees, pointing out that since the debt is paid, she can finally leave and Shaolin is completely safe. The tall monk nods in agreement. But before she can even finish, a crisp deposit notification breaks the silence. The two old monks freeze instantly, their bodies starting to tremble uncontrollably. Staring at the massive 300,000 credit deposit on the terminal, the old monk isn't happy at all. For Shaolin right now, having money they can't spend is the ultimate torture. Hearing the monks treat this sudden windfall as karmic retribution, Sarion speechlessly takes back her previous words. With our boy around, Shaolin will never know peace. Meanwhile, the cause of all this chaos is sitting calmly in a completely empty hall. Looking at the vacant seats around him, our boy genuinely wonders where everyone went. For the answer, just look at the poor soul knocked out cold on the floor. Floating in midair, the purple demon rests its head in extreme boredom, as if this one-sided crushing wasn't even a warm-up. Right at this critical moment, a mysterious voice echoes from the shadows. Need a hand? As for whether they are friend or foe, we'll have to wait until next time to find out. Back inside the ship, Sarion and Mok Jin are having a meal. Noticing his companion's lack of reaction to the burnt sausage, our boy asks if she wants him to grill it again. However, Sarion is visibly upset, a tear rolling down her cheek. It's not the food. She has suddenly realized her arm won't move, feeling as stiff as a mechanical prosthesis. Meanwhile, high above the Shaolin temple, a faceless demonic spirit with 6 pairs of purple bat-like wings materializes, radiating a sinister aura. A senior Shaolin monk steps forward, angrily denouncing the demon spirit for daring to challenge the sacred temple, declaring that its dignity remains inviolable even in decline. Suddenly, the celestial demon sex envoy, Waisaken, appears, stating he is only there to deliver a message. The monk recognizes him and questions his motives, insisting Shaolin has no business with outsiders. Surrounded by pillars of energy, Waisaken insists the monk must convey the message, stating it's the only way the recipient will understand. The monk flatly refuses, proclaiming that Shaolin is no errand runner for outsiders. The conflict escalates instantly. The monk unleashes the powerful Prajna Formless Samadhi energy, surrounded by a vortex of red and purple power that sends sparks flying across the ground, as he orders Waisaken to leave immediately. Facing the Shaolin elder's question, Waisaken calmly sipped his coffee, indicating he had time to finish his drink, seemingly unfazed by the threat. But inwardly, Waisaken was growing impatient, thinking the elder might not understand spoken words or was just making childish complaints. Suddenly, swirling pink-purple energy beams erupted above Shaolin Temple, showing the elder was unleashing his true power with intense energy fluctuations. The Shaolin elder performed the long-lost Great Dharma Prana meditation, surrounded by red-yellow energy, while Waisaken recognized this as pure chi mastery, surprised by Shaolin's hidden strength. The elder stated that with only 2 old men living there, they had no need for expensive energy drives and prioritized saving, warning Waisaken to avoid unnecessary conflict and leave immediately. But Waisaken ignored this completely, hovering in a purple energy vortex as he extended his palm, coldly stating that even refusal requires qualification, displaying overwhelming dominance. The battle escalated instantly, as Waisaken summoned a giant palm that slammed down from above, crushing the Shaolin elder to the ground with explosive orange-yellow flames and energy effects. Crushed beneath the assault, the elder unleashed his final strength with both Heavenly Demon Blood Palm and Great Prana Palm in a desperate counterattack, but the situation remained extremely dire against Waisaken's overwhelming force. Waisaken's demonic soul imprint palm manifests as a colossal energy hand, pressing down on the senior monk who struggles to resist with his golden aura, clearly at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, inside the observation point, several onlookers watched the battle's energy fluctuations with tense expressions, as liquid splashes down from above due to the vibrations. The bald senior monk looks up at the descending giant hand in shock, exclaiming what the, as the power displayed far exceeds his expectations. A dark-haired male observer remains relatively calm, sipping tea with closed eyes, hinting that the monk might still hold on for a while another person pours tea for him. However, the dark-haired man soon opens his eyes wide, watching the battle unfold, and remarks that the more bitter the tea tastes, the more pleasing it becomes, hinting at the severity of the situation. At the center of the battlefield, the senior monk's energy clashes fiercely with Waisaken's, who is wreathed in purple-blue energy. Waisaken acknowledges his opponent's strength, but declares the outcome cannot be changed. Waisaken exerts his power once more, the giant hand pressing down completely. The senior monk, bound by golden energy chains, exclaims in astonishment at the opponent's great prana strength, but it's too late to turn the tide. An overwhelming energy shockwave erupts, engulfing the senior monk. The purple giant hand and destructive energy completely devastate the surrounding area. Inside the observation point, the bald witness watches the final moment in horror, shouting what? As the massive explosive energy beam becomes visible even to those indoors. The scene shifts to a black-haired boy in a school uniform indoors, holding a golden handle calmly, as if preparing to intervene or assess the current situation. As the after-effects of the battle subside indoors, everyone is shocked to realize the senior brother used the legendary Heavenly Demon Soul power, while Waisaken overwhelms them, demanding to know if they still look down on him. Waisaken hovers within an energy field, his challenge echoing through the starry space, while those on the ground show shock and sweat under the pressure. The senior brother is tightly bound by golden chains on the ground. His junior brother calls out in desperation, while Waisaken watches coldly. Waisaken's massive figure looms authoritatively as he challenges the group again, while a bead of sweat forms on the forehead of a character below. The tension peaks. Waisaken contemptuously calls his opponent a foolish child, as a spotlight illuminates a table where everyone gathers, focused on the unfolding situation. Sunja analyzes that the senior brother's bloodstream and organs are filled with a potent poison, but it's a mysterious toxin from another world, unregistered in any database. The senior brother is deeply poisoned, blood trickling from his mouth, while his junior brother can only watch in despair, unable to help. Night falls with a full moon overhead. The severely injured senior brother sits cross-legged on a table, attempting to meditate and heal, but his condition remains critical. The junior brother anxiously calls out to his senior brother, while Sunja further explains that conventional treatment is impossible due to the unknown properties of this poison. Facing the strange poison affecting the senior monk, someone suggests fighting poison with poison. But Sunja calmly analyzes that this is no ordinary toxin. It's from another world, beyond their database's knowledge. Seryong watches in shock as the injured senior monk sits cross-legged, blood trickling from his mouth. Another disciple urgently calls out to him, telling him to circulate his chi to expel the poison. Yet the senior monk calmly states it's futile, revealing he was struck by the heavenly demon soul imprint pomade technique only a demon itself can use, far beyond ordinary poison strikes. The disciple finally recognizes the legendary technique and pleads with Waisaken for an antidote. But the senior monk interrupts, explaining humans cannot surpass a demon's realm, there is no cure. Waisaken confirms this is indeed the demon's technique. The monk survives only because the attacker held back, their true goal being to deliver a message. The message was delivered, but at a heavy cost. Meanwhile, alone in the shadows, Waisaken suffers the terrible backlash of using demonic power, his arm pulsing with purple veins as he curls up in agony. Sweat beads on Waisaken's forehead. In his hidden quarters, the demonic power corrupts his body, his purpling arm trembling uncontrollably, a stark reminder of the price for wielding forbidden strength. A faceless demon with 6 purple bat-like wings hovers in the air, questioning the black-haired man below about his inability to handle the power of a mere arm and threatening to take it back. The black-haired man endures immense pain, sweat covering his face as he demands the demon keep its promise. If he kills the target, the demon's power will be his. The blue-skinned, four-horned demon smiles mockingly and casually grants the man's wish. However, the man soon senses something amiss. Crossing his arms, he gazes at the spherical worship in the stormy sky outside, realizing it's not yet his turn to act. Meanwhile, the brown-haired woman appears to have established a connection with the demon. She decisively asks the sunglasses-wearing man beside her to teleport her to the location of that spherical worship. The scene shifts. The silver-haired man is shocked by the brown-haired woman's desire to go to the celestial demon's worship, calling her crazy. He explains the coordinates are encrypted and unhackable, and even if he wanted to, he can't send her there. The woman calmly states that she knows the coordinates, and a white-haired figure manifesting behind her further declares that he also knows everything that child knows. Inside the Shaolin temple, a monk tells the young child seated cross-legged that it's time to say goodbye, instructing the child to also leave Shaolin after he departs. Another long-bearded elder monk emotionally rejects this decision, refusing even if it means his death, and threatens to take action if the other leaves. At this moment, our guy Li Mok-jin appears, telling the elder monk to stop whining and assuring him that he won't die. The elder monk urgently asks Li Mok-jin if there exists a way to save the other monk. Li Mok-jin calmly replies that normally there wouldn't be, but because this is Shaolin, there is one method, the Great Reversal Pill. He explains that forcibly expelling the celestial demon soul poison would destroy the body, but with the miraculous power of the Great Reversal Pill, one might be able to endure it. In a metallic-structured room, our dark-haired protagonist, in a deep purple hoodie with an earring, calmly observes the situation to his right, giving an order to quickly bring something. The scene shifts to a long-bearded senior monk with a grave expression, and a young novice sitting calmly before him. The monk appears to be struggling with a difficult decision, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with conflict. Another senior monk, referred to as senior brother, joins the conversation and outright refuses to use the Great Reversal Pill to prolong his aging life. The long-bearded monk insists that the precious pill is the final gift from Asura Buddha for that child, and he cannot use it for his own selfish desires. At this moment, our protagonist interrupts their debate. He points out that this choice should not be theirs to make, but should be asked of the child himself. Our guy sharply questions what the child would choose if asked, to take the pill for himself or use it to extend the life of his master, who is like a parent to him. This soul-searching question shocks the senior monks present. The long-bearded monk refutes passionately, firmly believing the child's kind nature would never allow him to make a choice that betrays his master. However, our boy astutely points out that it is their very presumption of kindness, attempting to place the child in a moral dilemma of betraying his master, that is the greatest insult to him. Finally, our protagonist proposes a solution. Bringing only half of the Great Reversal Pill is sufficient. Under the night sky, the mysterious red pill lies quietly on a blue cloth on the table. Our guy and the young novice sit facing each other, with the pill placed between them. This compromise seems to temporarily conclude the difficult debate about life and choice. Our dark-haired guy calmly explains that once the energy starts flowing, the malevolent force will become very agitated. The more you push it, the more it will resist, so you have to hold on tight. He then signals to quickly finish off a certain red object, while streams of pink and orange energy begin to swirl around our dark-haired guy himself. A giant circular hole is suddenly torn open in the ground. A long-bearded bald man and a dark-haired child peer down in shock. The bald man is stunned that the supposedly impenetrable defenses were breached so easily, grumbling that the construction crews deceived them. Yet, despite the earlier commotion, no one seems to have noticed. The bald man warns his companion not to mention this elsewhere, fearing the construction crews would charge a fortune for repairs. He vows to protect this place until his elder brother is healed and asks everyone to keep their distance. At this, the red-eyed woman with dark hair steps forward, a tear tracing her cheek, and firmly declares that she will also stay and protect this place alongside the bald man. Finally, they stand alongside a giant stone figure radiating golden light, united in their vow of protection. The woman softly bids farewell, wishing him luck, before turning to leave. Meanwhile, in another space, our dark-haired guy and a bald child are conducting an energy ritual. As he projects energy towards the child, a brilliant white light erupts from his palm, flooding the entire room. As the energy violently surges, a bald man in golden armor nearby seems to bear the brunt of the shockwave, letting out a pained grunt. The scene cuts back to an unknown character in agony, his eyes bloodshot and sweat pouring as he endures immense mental torment, while the name of the mysterious organization Umbrella echoes around him. Then, a giant purple hand emerges from below, seizing and lifting him, completely subjecting him to some unknown power. The view then shifts to a mysterious deep purple building, its iconic umbrella-shaped logo suggesting this is the base of the so-called Umbrella organization. Meanwhile, in another space, a brown-haired girl stands quietly on a stone floor, eyes downcast as if grappling with inner turmoil. She stands in silent confrontation with a blonde figure in a cloak, the two maintaining a tense stillness in the vast hall. As the brown-haired girl's gaze sharpens, she seems to make a firm decision, ready to face the challenge before her. The scene shifts to a brown-haired child standing alone in the center of a hall, while a purple, four-horned demon looks down on her from above. The demon claims it merely granted a sincere wish, just as it has done for others before. Meanwhile, another black-haired character struggles in agony before a glowing structure, clearly another victim of the demon's power. The demon questions the brown-haired girl about what's wrong with the child, but she firmly denies ever making a wish and demands the child's immediate release. Faced with the human's resolve, the demon clicks its tongue in disdain, indicating this struggle over wishes and freedom is far from over. The purple demon whispers about human nature, questioning why humans forget granted wishes yet suppress their most sincere desires. The demon sarcastically notes how humans yearn for grand miracles yet ignore the small personal ones, as a revelation unfolds about a wish that was granted. The brown-haired woman desperately offers her body and soul in exchange for the child's safety, but the demon responds with an eerie chuckle. Power surges as the purple demon's arm manifests, while another character struggles painfully under the energy onslaught, with the whispering that this is just the beginning. The scene shifts to an energy transfer ritual where a black-haired man channels immense power into a bald child, commanding him to release all vitality. The energy explosion peaks as the brown-haired man urges trust in his transferred power, while the purple demon's full form emerges from the chaos. A final command is given to expel the power as the purple demon completes its transformation in blinding light, sealing this dangerous bargain. At the critical moment of energy release, both characters unleash powerful energy waves, the blinding light and violent impact causing them to roar in agony. The scene shifts to a starry purple space where the black-haired woman stands with crossed arms and a serious expression, while the blue-black-haired man looks at her as if discussing something important. Suddenly, a powerful yellow energy erupts, striking a female character directly and sending her reeling backwards. Simultaneously, the brown-haired man and the purple-skinned creature are also hit by the intense light, showing that this energy burst is affecting multiple fronts. Our guy discovers a bald man bound by golden chains, spewing blue liquid from his mouth, clearly suffering from severe energy corrosion. He immediately kneels and places his right hand on the bald man's head, beginning to help circulate the rampaging energy within him. As the treatment progresses, the purple palm imprint on the bald man's body gradually fades, but viscous purple liquid continues to pour from within. Our guy watches the transparent container filled with purple liquid, realizing the situation is more serious than expected as the mysterious substance spreads uncontrollably. At that moment, the purple-skinned creature appears within the energy glow, smiling as it claims to have granted their wish, while the brown-haired woman reacts with shock and demands to know what it has done. The viscous purple liquid begins to take shape as our guy continues his urgent treatment, with pink-purple energy waves violently oscillating around them. The purple demon extends its arm, its sharp claws aimed directly at the face of the dark-haired figure, who appears resigned as their hair falls forward. Meanwhile, our guy kneels, pressing his hand onto the head of the bald figure bound in golden chains, a pulsing purple energy transferring from him into the captive. As the energy flows, purple cracks appear on our guy's face. He stares ahead, demanding to know if the attack on the Shaolin leader was a scheme to hide and deliver the heavenly demon beast to him. Inside the seal, the purple demon's hand hovers over an energy sphere, while the captive mocks our guy's compassion in disabling his own barrier to save the old monk as a weakness. The demon agrees that compassion is a weakness, declaring that our guy chose his own death before pressing down with its claws, causing a violent eruption of energy. Our guy roars in agony, but the demon praises his resilience, casually suggesting that to stop a mad dog's barking, one need only cut its throat. Just as a blade touches our guy's neck, the observing brunette erupts with potent energy, screaming for the demon to shut up. The force of her outburst visibly staggers the entity. Caught off guard by this powerful intervention, the demon grunts in surprise, suggesting a potential turn in the tide. The brown-haired girl's eyes widen in shock and agony, purple pupils trembling as tears flow uncontrollably, as if she has just realized a horrifying truth. A tremendous impact forces her to her knees, her body curling up in agony as blood drips from her neck, splattering crimson on the ground. Meanwhile, the mysterious purple demon smiles eerily, crossing its arms and declaring from above, "Attacking me is a foolish act of self-harm. The pain is yours to bear." The girl lets out a guttural growl, trying to resist, but an invisible force pins her down again, blood seeping from her mouth. A black-haired man calmly extends his hand, seeming to understand the demon's words, deciding to watch the nearly concluded struggle for now. However, another black-haired figure clearly cannot accept this, letting out a tormented scream as purple energy patterns emerge on his face, indicating a violent internal conflict. The conflicting power surges within him, violet pulsating energy enveloping his neck and body, even beginning to affect the bald figure nearby, causing the golden chains to tremble violently. Finally, he raises his arms with a roar, trying to control the overwhelming power, illuminating the entire mechanical structure with its intense light. Guided by a hand-emitting purple light, the power seems temporarily contained, but the cold gaze of the purple demon foreshadows that the crisis is far from over. The black-haired man's face contorts in pain, sweat beating as he endures immense pressure, the horned figure behind him faintly visible in the light. At the peak of the chaos, a white blade of light suddenly pierces the white-haired figure's face, accompanied by a shout to stop, instantly freezing the situation on the scene. Kneeling amidst a swirling vortex of fiery orange energy, Lee Mok-jin sits with eyes closed, his body enveloped in flames as if undergoing a profound energy fusion. Meanwhile, the ancient purple demon dwelling within Seryong manifests, wearing a mysterious smile as it observes the clash of powers. As the demon's power erupts violently, Lee Mok-jin endures immense agony, his face contorted with sweat flying as he struggles to break free from some form of constraint. To gauge the demon's true depth, Lee Mok-jin pays a heavy price. His right arm is torn apart by the energy shockwave, sending blood flying. The demon calmly asks Seryong about her viewing experience, while she kneels weakly on the ground, bleeding from her neck, clearly bearing a heavy burden. Confronting Seryong's questions, the demon reveals the brutal truth. They exist in a symbiotic relationship of predator and prey, and now a more tempting target has emerged: Lee Mok-jin. The demon gives Seryong two choices: either devour Lee Mok-jin to refine herself, or be consumed by him instead, placing the weight of fate squarely on her shoulders. Amid Seryong's painful struggle, the scene shifts back to reality where Lee Mok-jin unleashes energy before a mysterious device, while a horrified Seryong awakens to witness it. Finally, Seryong kneels alone in a vast stone hall, while elsewhere, her team confronts representatives of the heavenly demon cult in a tense corridor standoff. In a mysterious ritual, our guy's body is enveloped in orange-yellow flame energy, his white hair flowing backwards as if undergoing some kind of power awakening. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure wearing a skull mask utters a confused whisper, clearly bewildered by what is unfolding. The scene shifts to Shaolin Temple, where Seryong is trimming the clothing of the seated Lee Mak-jin while the masked figure combs his hair, with broken windows in the background hinting at past conflict. The masked figure begins sweeping up the white hair scattered on the floor, while in the distance a chained monk kneels, creating a scene full of ritual and mystery. Shaolin monks sit facing Lee Mak-jin, with an elder monk clasping his hands in gratitude for the life-saving grace, creating a solemn and pious atmosphere. Lee Mak-jin casually suggests settling the debt with a round of drinks, trying to lighten the serious mood. But the elder monk insists that the value of a life far exceeds a mere cup of coffee, showing Shaolin's deep regard for this debt. Lee Mak-jin deftly responds by praising Shaolin's generosity as emblematic of a great sect, smoothly deflecting the monk's persistence. As the conversation returns to repaying the debt, Seryong excitedly discovers outrageously expensive concert tickets, seeing them as the perfect solution. Upon hearing the name Pronushan, the elder monks show astonishment, clearly indicating the name holds special significance for them. Urged by Seryong, the Shaolin monks ultimately see the concert tickets as a kind of destiny, pausing the story in a mysterious atmosphere. The final scene shifts to a sorrowful moment where a woman kneels beside a long-haired figure lying on the ground, her blue eyes filled with worry and tension. A black-haired character with blue eyes awakens from a dream, murmuring a name before realizing it was just a nightmare. A brown-haired girl with purple eyes gently soothes him, telling him to go back to sleep as it was only a nightmare. The girl stands alone on a platform with a cyan spiral structure, her silhouette appearing solitary and forlorn. The scene shifts to a man and a woman gazing at a strange pink planet in the depths of space. We then see the black-haired woman standing at the end of a corridor in an ancient-style building, looking out at a brightly lit futuristic city in the distance. Her father approaches and asks her why she is still awake so late. The woman softly calls out to her father, her voice filled with concern. Her father reminds her that a long interstellar tour begins tomorrow, and she may not have another chance to rest for a while. He further asks if the upcoming 6-month galactic tour is proving difficult for her. The daughter apologizes, but her father gently reassures her that her happiness is his happiness, and she need not worry about their home. The father tells his daughter to rest early, and turns to leave. She watches him go, worried about his increasing loneliness. A blonde companion notices her preoccupation and asks with concern if she is worried about her father. She admits her worry, softly saying that her father has been feeling very lonely lately, casting a shadow of sadness over their impending separation. The black-haired woman worries that if she leaves now, her father will end up completely alone. A mysterious man stands with his back to her, reassuring that her father is one of the strongest men alive, and is only like this because he cares for her deeply. Standing side by side, the black-haired woman says that understanding her father's worry is precisely why she wants to tell him that she now has someone like her companion by her side. In the corridor of a traditional building, they gaze into the distance, believing this would finally put her father's mind at ease. However, the blonde woman calmly counters that telling him wouldn't be a good idea and would only increase his worries. The black-haired woman looks slightly surprised, seemingly understanding the reasoning. The blonde woman gives her a gentle hug from behind, promising that even without telling him, she will guarantee her safety, which is what her father truly wants. The black-haired woman thanks her gratefully, but the blonde woman says there's no need for thanks and only asks her not to forget their promise. The scene shifts to a massive white space cruiser hovering among the stars, hinting at separation and a new journey ahead. Meanwhile, in another high-tech interior, someone reports that Lee Mak-jin has begun moving towards a new destination. The destination is identified as the planet Anatonu in the Northeast Galaxy, an underdeveloped world where a new stadium has apparently been built for a special performance by the idol duo Pronushan. Finally, people on the ground look up to the sky as a pink aircraft with blue propulsion beams ascends, signaling the start of a new adventure. A gray-haired man in a skull mask and a red-clad black-haired woman stand on the grid-patterned floor, the atmosphere tense. The masked man questions if this rundown ship is truly their revered master's vessel. The black-haired woman defends her ship somewhat awkwardly, claiming it's faster than it looks, can even perform warp jumps occasionally, and has cheap maintenance thanks to plentiful spare parts in the scrapyard market. However, the masked man and another robed man are outraged, yelling that this piece of junk is only fit for desperate vagrant mercenaries with no status, calling it absolute trash. The furious masked man maliciously speculates they must also be involved in human trafficking. But the black-haired woman sharply denies this, emphasizing that their captain is a woman. This only infuriates the masked man further, who finds the idea of a lowly prostitute as captain even more disgusting and unacceptable. The flustered black-haired woman, sweating, shouts that they are definitely not involved in anything like that. Energy flares around the masked man as he insists on replacing this trash with his own much smaller, but far more refined ship, planning to dispose of the old one with a special collection tag. Faced with this pressure, the black-haired woman erupts with a surge of blue energy, defiantly shouting never, as she vows to protect her ship. Meanwhile, in space, the much-maligned red ship travels steadily, while a larger, more advanced gray ship also appears among the stars. Inside the ship's corridor, a silver-haired man identifies it as a CCT-065 hyperspeed ship, remarking with envy that it's a super luxurious vessel from Hyundai Motors, and someone is actually traveling in it. Facing the imposing figure in the skull mask, our heroine Seryong nervously offers her own small, humble ship as lodging, fully aware of its inadequacy. However, the skull-masked man's gaze seems drawn to a much more sophisticated dark gray ship, making Seryong realize her offer might not be compelling. Back inside the ship, Seryong pushes a cart loaded with cylindrical objects while regretting not having upgraded their vessel, as Jean and another companion watch from a higher platform. The group gathers around a long table laden with food, as a white-haired elder solemnly declares the smoked flavor has been perfectly preserved. Our guy clearly enjoys the meal, offering a simple, very good assessment of the mountainous pile of orange-red food before him. A bald monk nervously explains that their training forbids them from eating meat, sweat beading on his forehead as he speaks. Sunja, the blonde girl, smoothly saves the situation by assuring the monks they've been served specially made vegan sausages. Meanwhile, Seryong and the others discover the black market dealer seems to have cleared out all stock, even mixing sausages into the delivery, prompting an urgent call to the distributor about remaining inventory. The feast atmosphere intensifies as everyone digs in heartily, even the monks becoming immersed in enjoying the food. As the feast continues, a fierce space battle rages outside, with two warships exchanging brilliant energy beams amidst the stars. The battle reaches its climax with a massive explosion that lights up the cosmos, creating a spectacular fireworks display for the feast. After the feast concludes, everyone expresses gratitude with respectful kneeling bows as blue holographic grids appear on the floor. As the feast concludes, our hero's ship quietly ventures deeper into space, for white humanoid symbols representing the complete team as they continue their interstellar journey. Inside their spaceship, bounty hunter Seryong and Robert receive an urgent notification, their expressions turning to shock as they read the screen. Seryong confirms in disbelief that it's an SS-level bounty alert for everyone, the kind of ultra-special reward that might appear only once in 100 years. The bounty target's information appears on screen, a massive reward of 10 million credits, and the wanted portrait clearly shows our guy, Jean. Meanwhile, in an ancient hall, the elders of the Heavenly Demon sect discuss the seriousness of issuing the Supreme Heavenly Demon bounty without authorization. One elder points out that the sect leader was aboard the Supreme vessel at the time, an action that disregards the Elder Council, and could potentially shake the entire martial world. The debate intensifies as another elder emphasizes that the title of Supreme Heavenly Demon must be earned by someone who commands the entire world, not just their sect. An elderly man in a purple shirt trims flowers by the window, cautioning that the launch of the Supreme Heavenly Demon ship could be mistaken as a declaration of war on the martial world. Members of the Heavenly Demon sect discuss the operation's risks, with one modified individual questioning if the demon truly returned safely. As they deliberate, a black-haired man pulls up his hood, revealing the demon emblem on his chest, appearing ready to depart. The gray-haired elder warns that the position of Supreme Heavenly Demon isn't easily claimed, it belongs only to the Destined One, and alliances must be chosen carefully. The black-haired man dismisses this, heading to the door and stating he'll pretend not to have heard, before slamming it shut behind him. Left inside, the white-haired elder mutters about the stubborn fool, while a meditating monk in the distance confirms he heard everything. The monk orders a bounty on the man's head, as the scene shifts to the cosmic Heavenly Demon's desert outpost in the year 3077. Meanwhile, our crew arrives at this so-called undeveloped planet, only to find a bustling temporary city awaiting them. Sunja, in her knitted cap, explains that whenever there's a major event like the Pronusian show, temporary cities like this spring up and move with the festivities. Under the starry sky amid stone structures, Seryong explains to her companions why this mysterious city is called Pop-Up City, because it appears and disappears suddenly. She points to her cheek with a hint of pride, showing off her knowledge of local legends. Hearing Seryong's explanation, Sunja tilts her head with an approving smile, teasing that she's getting smarter every day, to the point where even dolphins couldn't keep up. Pleased by the compliment, Seryong playfully pokes our guy Lee Mok-jin in the side, wanting to know if he heard Sunja's praise too. Our guy calmly responds that if even Sunja thinks someone is intelligent, then they must truly be wise. The two stand side by side, their expressions serious yet thoughtful. As the discussion about intelligence continues, Seryong suddenly remembers something and looks around, asking where Robert has gone. Meanwhile, their companions stand quietly on the mysterious city's streets. Seryong explains that Robert went to resell tickets, as the special seats they bought came in a bundle. This time purchasing one VIP seat earned them 5 free companion seats. Sunja gives a thumbs up to confirm the arrangement, while Seryong proudly tells Lee Mok-jin that she even figured out the complex ticket allocation in her head, showing off her math skills. However, their lighthearted mood is interrupted as several mysterious figures appear in the courtyard. One of them checks a bounty notice on their phone, showing an SS-level reward of 10 million credits. The group carefully compares the wanted poster, discussing the target's characteristics. They note that while there's some resemblance, it's not an exact match. This bounty target seems a bit more foolish and appears to be a naturally gifted individual. They eventually conclude that a 10 million credit bounty won't just fall into their laps. One of them gently pats the brown-haired girl's head, promising to meet again someday, before the mysterious group turns and leaves the courtyard. With the command "Let's go," these unidentified visitors disappear into the night of the pop-up city, leaving Seryong and Lee Mok-jin's group to continue their adventure, while adding more mysteries to this enigmatic city. A schoolboy with brown hair and purple eyes is lost in thought, beads of sweat on his face hinting at inner turmoil. Meanwhile, an orange-haired man with sunglasses and a white-haired swordsman check their phones, excitedly pointing at the screen as they confirm the identity of their target. Standing side by side, they carefully compare information and conclude that the Lee Mok-jin thereafter is not this person. The orange-haired man confidently believes the brown-haired girl likes him, while she appears confused upon hearing their conversation. As purple energy swirls around the agitated brown-haired girl, the schoolboy calmly advises her not to be affected by others' foolishness. A blonde woman appears, disdainfully commenting that the coward lacks the courage to confess and only makes excuses to hide his failure. In the stone-pillared corridor, everyone falls into thoughtful silence as a dark-haired man watches intently, his gaze suggesting that love doesn't wait forever. The blonde woman warns the brown-haired girl against foolish actions, while a mysterious long-haired man in the distance murmurs that lost love leaves an eternal mark. Under the starry sky in a stone-pillared corridor, a blonde woman stands calmly, her purple eyes slightly narrowed with a faint smile. She seems to be delivering a prophetic message to a brown-haired woman facing away, hinting at a profound mark that will forever remain in her heart. The focus shifts to a close-up of a black-haired woman with red eyes, looking tense as she clenches her fist near her face, seemingly under great psychological pressure. The narration suggests each breath will fuel her renewed vows to herself. A close-up on one eye of the brown-haired woman reveals complex emotions in her reddish-purple pupil, as she murmurs about her yearning for another chance, even if only in dreams. Suddenly, the black-haired woman collapses to her knees in obvious agony, her body arching backwards as she accuses the other of bluffing again, her words cut short by her suffering. Kneeling with difficulty, she raises her head in anger, demanding to know why the other hasn't changed at all after all these years, her emotions running high. The scene shifts to a dark desert, where the brown-haired and blonde women stand over a white-haired man kneeling on the ground. The blonde woman asks if she knows him, suggesting it's better if she doesn't. The black-haired woman tries to defuse the tension, claiming it was just a joke. But the brown-haired woman looks confused, seemingly detecting something unusual. Suddenly, the brown-haired woman collapses face down in pain, tears streaming as she realizes with shock that the figure on the ground is just a child. She quickly grabs the blonde child by the collar, lifting him as he fearfully calls for his sister to stop her, insisting he was just playing. The brown-haired woman stands stunned as the black-haired woman calmly exposes the truth, revealing this is the other's signature body inversion art. The apparent child is actually 30 years old. A observing black-haired man confirms this, stating the body inversion art is in use. The brown-haired woman is completely shocked, realizing she was nearly deceived by an adult disguising as a child. In a space distorted by purple energy, a brown-haired woman lifts a blonde child by the collar as the child struggles in pain, while 3 dark monsters shriek above them. The brown-haired woman assumes a combat stance, but the blonde child quickly flips backward, shouting that it was just a joke in an attempt to defuse the tension. As green light envelopes the area, multiple figures appear in the pillared corridor, including the brown-haired woman, a black-haired woman, and a small robot, reassuring the child with a calm Daijubu. A blonde woman smiles and greets Seryung, mentioning it's been 5 years, while Seryung, with her arms crossed, questions why she isn't using the proper greeting. The woman pauses thoughtfully, then humorously admits amidst a burst of green energy that she sometimes forgets her own true nature as well. The scene shifts to a starlit corridor of a stone structure, where Seryung, Lee Mok-jin, and others stand solemnly, facing the mysterious environment ahead. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit stone hall elsewhere, our guy Lee Mok-jin waits anxiously for his contact, checking his wrist device to confirm the time. Just as he doubts if he's in the right place, a mysterious figure in a red cloak appears silently in the center of the hall, standing still with a drawn sword. More red-cloaked figures emerge from the shadows, completely surrounding Lee Mok-jin with their sword points angled toward the ground in a tight formation. In a stone brick hall, a blond man in a high-collared black military uniform stands solemnly, seemingly waiting for someone important. Under the starry sky outside the hall, a brown-haired woman apologizes for her joke as the man introduces himself as a duke, a descendant of the ruling family of the Orion Nebula. He then enthusiastically invites her to his birthday celebration concert the next day, boasting about the idol performers and promising to send her an invitation. Meanwhile, Seryung, standing with her arms crossed, coldly exposes his lie, revealing that he is actually a con artist. Hearing this, the brown-haired woman's purple eyes flash with murderous intent, though she hesitates upon seeing his young face. Seryung quickly adds that the man is actually 30 years old, which convinces the brown-haired woman that it's okay to proceed. Seeing the situation turn bad, the blonde man tries to explain, but is grabbed by the wrist by the brown-haired woman, who orders him to transform again to look older. The man panickingly pleads that he was kidding, but the woman remains unmoved, sternly repeating her command as their hands grip tightly in a contest of strength. Under her fierce gaze and unwavering command, the sudden confrontation grows intensely tense. A blonde character kneels in pain, gripping a helping hand that reaches out from the darkness, crying out as they do so. The scene shifts to a brown-haired woman whose purple pupils contract sharply, as if sensing a great threat or shock. Meanwhile, Seryung stands with her arms crossed, smirking coldly as she tells someone that once you look into his eyes, you can't bring yourself to kill him. A memory flashes back to a black-haired woman in a steamy bathroom, gazing at a blonde baby floating in the water and murmuring that he has the purest eyes in the world. Back in the present, the team is gathered in a hall when suddenly someone shouts in panic that something has happened, shattering the calm. A gray-haired man kneels angrily, slamming his sword into the ground while Seryung smirks nearby. He shouts frantically that they've been scammed, the tickets they bought are fake. Seryung is stunned by the news, while her agitated companion holds up a phone displaying the counterfeit ticket information with a cherry blossom design. At the bar, the others are equally shocked upon hearing the news, questioning how they could have bought such an obvious and pathetic counterfeit scam. The blonde companion trembles with anger, ranting that only someone gullible and slow-witted would fall for this. Seryung coldly adds that hoping for such a thing is like expecting a 1 in a billion miracle. Finally, Seryung points directly at the man and tells him that if he wants to kill him, he should just get it over with, leaving the situation fraught with tension. The previously aggressive female character suddenly changes her mind, sitting at the bar and declaring she no longer feels like killing him. Surprised by this turn of events, Seryung asks Lee Mok-jin where he got that sausage. As staff pass by carrying trays of fried chicken, Lee Mok-jin calmly explains he found it in a back corner of the kitchen. A blonde staff member is shocked to point out it was dog food, but the girl in the beanie calmly states she wasn't going to eat it anyway, it wasn't for her. Meanwhile, the black-haired and silver-haired characters are frenziedly stabbing through a pile of sausages with forks, their movements a blur of speed. The conversation shifts to the recent rise in ridiculous scams, as the blonde officer shows an absurd wanted poster on his phone. The wanted poster clearly shows our boy's profile with a staggering 10 million credit bounty, leaving everyone in the room stunned. When our boy sees the bounty himself, he looks utterly baffled with a sausage in his mouth, completely clueless why he's worth so much. Although everyone first assumes it's a prank, the blonde officer confirms the bounty is real, though he admits the price seriously undervalues our boy's true worth. In what appears to be a tavern, a blonde woman in a military uniform is startled by a sudden tracking signal, urging her companion to act fast, and even offering to lend a sword to take out the target. Seryong sits at the bar with her back turned, while the blonde officer beside her mutters in disbelief, wondering if what she just heard was a joke. A woman with red-tipped hair interjects coldly while eating a sausage, stating that the girl in question is incapable of anything except throwing tantrums. The brunette officer laughs nervously, trying to confirm it's just a joke, but her sweating and expression betray her inner panic. As tension fills the air, the blonde officer's phone beeps, displaying the wanted criminal's exact location, and the target is right here in this very tavern. The tavern's heavy wooden doors creak open as two uninvited guests stride in, their footsteps echoing loudly in the now quiet space. The blonde officer awkwardly informs them the tavern isn't open yet, but the orange-haired swordsman among the newcomers ignores her completely, while the dark-haired man at the bar continues focused on eating his sausages. The atmosphere turns tense as the orange-haired swordsman tightens his grip on his large blade, while the dark-haired man swallows his sausage and coldly warns everyone to stay out of this. The dark-haired man reiterates his warning between chews, while the orange-haired swordsman and the brunette woman each state their positions, demanding not to be interfered with. As negotiations break down, the orange-haired swordsman finally loses patience and orders his companions to cut down anyone who dares to interfere. In the wooden bar, multiple characters were dining, while our protagonist Lee Mok-jin quietly enjoyed his sausages at the counter. Suddenly, an orange-haired man with a headscarf and a large blade appeared nearby, creating a tense atmosphere. The orange-haired man then grasped the hilt of the sword on his back, resting the blade behind his shoulder in a clear combat stance, showing his hostile intentions. In an instant, 3 characters in the hall were forced to their knees, each with a sword pressed against their backs, completely subdued. A woman in a pink dress stood with her back to them, indicating the situation was under control. A white-haired woman in a deep red cloak stood calmly at the center of the hall facing the 3 kneeling figures. Seryong and the white-haired man with sunglasses looked shocked, while the black-haired man continued eating his sausages unfazed. From a bird's-eye view, the layout of the wooden hall was clear. The West Heaven Sword matron controlled the scene, while the surrounding diners watched the confrontation unfold. Meanwhile, in another scene, several characters attempted to enter a facility but were stopped by guards, who accused them of using fake credentials, creating another tense situation. The scene then shifted outdoors where Seryong and the blue-haired man stood on a high platform overlooking a distant dome-shaped building. They hung a "Closed Today" sign on the door, mentioning the West Heaven Sword matron was inside, clearly preparing for their next move. The blonde character expressed astonishment at seeing the West Heaven Sword matron up close, while the glowing outline around the white-haired woman suggested she was about to demonstrate her power, signaling an impending conflict. As the blonde character suddenly lunged forward, creating impact waves on the ground, Seryong and the others maintained their defensive stances, foreshadowing an intense confrontation about to unfold. Seryong expresses her confusion to the blonde man, unable to understand how an ordinary bounty hunter could have a connection to the legendary West Heaven Sword matron. Following Seryong's query, they look towards a distant building courtyard where various figures have gathered, seemingly waiting for something. The blonde man explains that most people came to catch a glimpse of the West Heaven Sword matron, who's rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. Seryong scoffs at this, believing that such beauty is just the result of makeup and outfits, with Robert nodding in agreement beside her. As Seryong continues to argue, Robert humorously points out that she's already dressed quite sexily, leaving Seryong staring at him in shock. Meanwhile, in a quiet indoor setting, our guy Lee Mok-jin confronts a blonde military officer while a robot butler serves them tea. Lee Mok-jin bluntly demands that the officer state his business, while the blonde man admits he has much to say but struggles to begin. Despite being told to leave, another woman present calmly continues eating her sausages, clearly uninterested in interfering with their conversation. The blonde officer analyzes the woman's basic information through a scanning system, discovering she has no internal energy drive installed, just an ordinary person. In the quiet wooden interior, a blonde woman asks the dark-haired man opposite her how he perceives her gender, hinting at a special relationship brewing between them. The blonde woman confidently declares herself the most beautiful woman in the galaxy and further asks him to grant her one night, her words hinting at deeper desires. Suddenly, a brunette schoolgirl intervenes, her purple pupils flashing with holographic interfaces as she realizes in shock that the blonde woman has approached the target without her sensing it. The brunette system shows a not installed warning as she realizes it's too late. The blonde woman has already staked her claim on the dark-haired man, declaring she has already proposed. Facing this rivalry, the dark-haired man calmly says the other is just a child and not to worry, while the brunette insists she became an adult yesterday and warns the blonde not to try to steal her man. The cup in the brunette's hand suddenly erupts with astonishing energy, while the blonde woman unleashes her first Asura demon technique. In this emotional rivalry is about to escalate into a real power showdown. With the appearance of the Heavenly Demon Sect headquarters, the battle for our guy officially begins as the two powerful women prepare to show their true strength. Inside a wooden tavern, a brown-haired woman confronts Seryong with some important information. The golden-haired Seryong listens silently, her gaze lowered as she contemplates the significance of what she's hearing. Meanwhile, the brown-haired woman speaks of someone who can push the Frost Heaven Sura demon technique to its absolute limit. The others present, including the black-haired man and his white-haired companion, are shocked by the rumors, while a robot server stands quietly nearby. She continues to reveal the inside story of the Heavenly Demon Sect, how the elders, tired of waiting, decided to create a Heavenly Demon Supreme themselves. They gathered and improved the genes of all past sect leaders, but when the time came, not one, but two children were born. According to sect rules, there could only be one Heavenly Demon Supreme, so they chose the boy, thinking he'd have an easier time learning martial arts. The girl was said to have been erased forever, but seeing Seryong now makes it clear there's more to the story. As the truth unfolds, purple energy erupts in the room, revealing a massive heavenly demon face that hints at deeper secrets yet to be uncovered. The brown-haired woman admits the Heavenly Demon Sect foolishly tried to eliminate the girl without understanding the power of the Heavenly Demon Soul, a once-in-10,000 years miracle. The black-haired man sips his tea, quietly processing the astonishing revelation that they may be dealing with a far more complex power than anyone imagined. As the purple-haired character unleashes energy and provocation, the black-haired man calmly intervenes, stating that verbal wounds shouldn't be repaid with fists. The purple-haired character scoffs at this, claiming the other isn't even worth noticing. Just as the conflict is about to escalate, the black-haired man commands them to stop with authority. He warns the purple-haired character that this is the only time he'll let it go, while also telling the brown-haired woman to back off. Meanwhile, the blonde sips tea and muses about tolerating childish brats. But the just once warning is immediately ignored, as the purple-haired character unleashes an even more violent burst of purple energy, tearing through the wooden structure around them. At the critical moment, the white-haired woman draws her red sword, blocking a massive palm descending from above. Her displayed power leads the brown-haired woman to remark that she's unreasonably strong, even for one of the 5 supreme masters. The white-haired woman coldly replies that the title was made up by busybodies, and she never agreed to it, stating she has no intention of siding with anyone. The brown-haired woman asks if that means she won't bow to anyone, wanting to test that claim. Amid the tense standoff, the brown-haired woman suddenly reaches out and tightly grasps the black-haired man's wrist, making the situation even more delicate. With a grave expression, the brown-haired woman's sudden move leaves her intentions unclear, casting a tense silence over everyone present. The tension at the table breaks as the brown-haired woman grabs the dark-haired man's wrist, demanding to know if he's worried about that old hag. The dark-haired man responds seriously, warning that fighting now would injure them both, and they should at least wait until that arm has recovered. With a solemn profile, the brown-haired woman whispers a refusal, complex emotions flickering in her purple eyes. As the stalemate continues, the gray-haired man in sunglasses seems to sense something wrong, looking up in confusion. Following his pointing finger, the group witnesses a distant building erupt in a violent explosion, shockwaves instantly destroying the entire area. At the epicenter, 2 monk-like figures struggle against the blast, but the destructive force is overwhelming, completely demolishing the wooden structure. Through the smoke, a yellow-robed monk descends from above, roaring about finding that swindler woman, making it clear this attack targets them specifically. Meanwhile, on a building rooftop elsewhere, the black-haired woman and her companion stand silently, overlooking the aftermath of a fierce battle in the courtyard below. The black-haired woman seems to sense something, gazing surprised at the stars, while back in the cafe, conflict escalates again over fake concert tickets. The old monk furiously declares the tickets are poorly made fakes, and while the black-haired woman tries to calm him, the situation is clearly spiraling out of control. In a rustic wooden room, everyone is worrying about the ticket issue as someone questions who exactly checked the problematic ticket. An elderly monk lies exhausted on the table, his face showing pain, as he weakly admits that the ticket inspector was the one who checked it. At the table, a brown-haired woman raises the key question: if an experienced ticket inspector checked it, how could the ticket be problematic? Her white-haired companion shares the same confusion. Meanwhile, our guy looks down at the table while a woman in red slumps over it in frustration, clearly exasperated by the chaotic situation. The woman in red stands up excitedly to defend herself, blaming the rush and constant pestering from others for the oversight. She even tries to rationalize the mistake, claiming their goal was to spend money, which they did perfectly. But this only agitates the old monk further. The old monk angrily points out they now have no tickets, causing him to lose his temper as the chance to see the Dynamite Dudu live vanishes. In a memory, the monk reveals that attending this show was his senior brother's long-cherished dream, for which the elderly brother worked hard to learn the songs, hoping to sing along on his birthday. Facing the chaos, our guy calmly takes a drink and suggests solving the problem step by step, starting with returning the money immediately. The woman in red is shocked, asking how she could possibly return the huge sum of 240,000 credits. Our guy bluntly states it's obvious she stole it. The accusation enrages the old monk, who furiously calls her a scoundrel. Meanwhile, our guy sips his drink and coolly analyzes that the crude forgery was too obvious for someone as sharp as her to fall for. Our guy concludes by stating that someone as good with numbers as her wouldn't have been fooled by such a fake ticket, hinting that there might be more to the story. A blue-haired man accuses the black-haired woman, Seryong, of stealing money, insisting that fraud and theft are her specialties, which prompts Seryong to angrily cross her arms and argue back vehemently. Faced with this sudden accusation, Seryong looks shocked and confused, her red eyes wide open and a cold sweat forming on her forehead. At the wooden table, a black-haired man lowers his head into his hands. Seryong leans forward attentively, while a bald elder monk holding prayer beads interjects, stating that the real problem is getting the tickets. The black-haired man nervously picks up a cup, demanding that Seryong take responsibility for acquiring the tickets, his expression serious and also showing signs of sweat. Seryong is taken aback by this sudden responsibility, turning to look at the man as tension hangs in the warmly lit air between them. The elder monk calms everyone down, stating that the matter is settled and expressing confidence in Seryong's ability to get a ticket soon, allowing everyone present to relax. However, when left alone with her thoughts, Seryong still feels at a loss, uttering sounds of confusion as she struggles to process the situation. In another scene, Seryong passionately defends herself to a white-haired woman, insisting she never stole anything and was actually the one who got scammed. A blonde woman in a deep red robe sips tea with closed eyes, her words carrying a threatening tone as she questions why Seryong is still here and if she's tired of living. The blonde woman then pointedly asks Seryong if it's true that she really proposed to someone, her question direct and sharp. Seryong, with her back to the viewer, openly admits that she did indeed propose to him the very first moment she saw him. The blonde woman teasingly remarks about it being love at first sight, expressing a hint of jealousy towards the recklessness of youth gambling their future on a first meeting. Seryong retorts with confusion, questioning what the woman is talking about and denying that her proposal was due to falling in love. In a close-up of her profile, Seryong softly explains that her actions weren't premeditated, but rather done without thinking. She further reveals her feelings, explaining that for some reason, when standing next to him, it felt like she might have a tomorrow too, and her anxiety seemed to disappear. In a candlelit room, the brunette schoolgirl faces a composed, red-robed blonde who silently sips her tea. Amidst this, a frantic black-haired woman loudly proclaims her innocence, admitting to a long list of past crimes, but denying the current accusation. The blonde woman has clearly lost patience with the noise and suggests moving elsewhere. With a single word and a flash of green energy, they are instantly teleported away. They materialize on a massive starship hovering in deep space. A pillar of light on the deck suggests a connection to their arrival. Now standing on an open platform of the ship, the brunette girl confronts the blonde, suspiciously asking if bringing her to her own turf means she's looking for a fight. The blonde calmly denies any hostile intent, stating she has no reason to harm her. However, the brunette confidently retorts that it's not about reason, but ability, and ultimately, she is the one who will decide the outcome. After a moment of silent contemplation, the blonde meaningfully remarks that the two of them are very much alike, having both recklessly misspent their youth. The brunette dismisses this as nonsense. But in the very moment the brunette voices her defiance, a crimson blade silently presses against her throat, instantly reversing the situation. The two women who inherited the heavenly demon soul confront each other on high ground, with the white-haired swordswoman coolly pointing out that her opponent cannot fully control the power despite having the soul. With a disdainful "don't make me laugh," the white-haired swordswoman swings her sword, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sends her opponent flying. The brown-haired girl struggles against the impact, thrusting out her right arm as purple energy gathers in her palm to resist the tremendous force. The white-haired swordswoman continues to press her advantage, stating that her opponent has been rejecting the heavenly demon soul since birth, preventing her from unleashing its true power. Enraged, the brown-haired girl shouts "shut up" and bursts with energy, performing an acrobatic maneuver in midair to break through her opponent's suppression. During the battle, a dark-haired man observes the duel from afar, while the white-haired swordswoman realizes that continuing the fight is pointless. The white-haired swordswoman calls for a ceasefire, stating that even 100 fights wouldn't settle anything, recognizing that while similar, they are destined to oppose each other. She concludes with profound words, explaining that although they stand back to back, to truly face each other would require traveling across the entire universe. As the white-haired woman makes her proposal, our guy stands quietly observing from behind, while the school uniform-clad brunette is clearly shocked by her words. The white-haired woman calmly states that even with him between them, there's nothing to fight over. If the other wants him, she can have him entirely, while she only needs a piece. On the massive space station platform, the brunette angrily rejects the offer, declaring she doesn't need help from some washed-up old hag. As the two women confront each other at close range, the brunette suddenly asks a pointed question, doubting if the other has ever been with a man. The scene shifts under the title Cosmic Heaven 3077, where our guy and the red-coated woman negotiate with a uniformed woman who claims she can help find the scammer. The uniformed woman confidently states this is her turf where not even a single spoon escapes her control, and tracking down a ticket scammer is easy work for her. She explains that a scammer's absolute rule is to never double-cross clients, but the red-coated woman admits she actually doesn't know this professional code. The negotiation continues as the uniformed woman offers to do it for cheap, not money, but just a bit of labor to finish what they left unfinished before. The red-coated woman crosses her arms and coolly asks about the specific cost, hinting there might be deeper implications to this transaction. From a mysterious overhead view, a black-haired figure stands with their back to us inside a liquid-filled transparent container, with a baby floating at the bottom, all observed by a giant red eye. The scene shifts abruptly as an enraged black-haired woman swings a glowing purple blade downwards, while a short-haired figure in uniform lies on the ground, desperately trying to defend against the furious assault. With her back to the viewer, the black-haired woman raises the glowing purple blade high above her head, her body tensed and ready to strike. In what appears to be an indoor setting, the blade-wielding woman glances warily at a tall, bearded elder in yellow robes behind her, while another red-robed monk peers fearfully from behind a chair. The elder in yellow robes demands to know what she's doing, urging her to state her request quickly before the show begins, while the red-robed monk advises calmly to just accept whatever is being asked. The woman points the tip of her blade towards the short-haired figure seated at the table, who appears thoroughly intimidated and struggles to form a coherent response. A black-haired man in a hoodie interjects calmly, stating that if she can solve the problem, she shouldn't hesitate as it's her responsibility. The blade-wielding woman seems to hesitate, responding uncertainly as the scene abruptly cuts to a nighttime street with a neon sign reading COFFE. Inside the cafe, our guy and his companion sit down for coffee, with the companion curiously questioning why he suddenly wants coffee, wondering if it even existed 2,000 years ago. After taking a sip, our guy critiques that the aroma is similar but the flavor is too weak, which is a shame, prompting his sunglasses-wearing companion to mock his sudden food critique. When asked why he isn't drinking his own coffee, the companion explains that 1 cup costs as much as 2 bowls of noodles, and he already feels bad ordering just one, urging our guy to drink it quickly. Meanwhile, another bald man stands on the street, checking his red smartphone with a serious expression, apparently monitoring some important information. Our bounty hunter Robert nervously stares at his phone screen displaying a 10 million credit bounty, worried that Sunja, who manages their finances, would flip if she found out. In a dimly lit indoor space, several mysterious figures gather. 2 hooded figures stand with their backs to us, while a blue-purple-haired man and a black-haired man sit facing each other across a table, creating a tense atmosphere. 4 distinctive characters stand in a row, 1 black-haired man holding a dagger, all maintaining defensive postures that create an intimidating presence. The silver-blue-haired man sits with his back to us, surrounded by armed figures. He warns them that no matter how desperate for bounty money, they should understand the danger of a 10 million credit target. A standing black-haired woman questions the silver-haired man's ability to protect a 10 million credit bounty target, intensifying the tension in the room. The long-haired man in a furry hat expresses confusion, unable to understand why an SS-level contract would be protected by a bottom-tier D-rank hunter, wondering if this is some kind of joke. Robert's identity is revealed as a D-rank bounty hunter from the S-Devils team, shocking the others, who question why such a low-ranking hunter is handling this important mission. The long-haired man angrily demands if this is a joke, while the silver-haired man calmly responds, warning him not to get too cocky and hinting that there's more to the situation. The black-haired woman coolly suggests he should treat this as a joke and leave for his own good, while the long-haired man realizes they don't recognize who he is. The silver-haired man accurately identifies him as Alexander Burndew, the 4th-ranked S-class hunter, mocking him as a gym rat who enjoys taking body profile photos, leaving the long-haired man stunned. A mysterious silver cup floats in the air, liquid dripping from its rim, while someone in the background whispers in disbelief that he remains so relaxed despite knowing who they are, wondering if he's crazy. Meanwhile, in another space, a long-haired man in a furry hat stands motionless as a translucent pitcher hovers above his head, pale blue liquid pouring from its spout. In a tense moment, a black-haired man's light green pupils widen, sweat beading on his face as he shouts the name of his ability, Vacuum Grasp. The scene shifts to another black-haired man sitting calmly at a wooden table, hands flat, casually requesting another cup, this time stronger. A spaceship travels through the starry cosmos, its hull glowing green as it heads toward an unknown destination. Next, we see the brown-haired character with a serious expression, purple pupils focused intently ahead, as if contemplating something important. The silver-haired character calmly observes the brown-haired girl with her back turned, teasing that she looks like a cat caught stealing ice cream. With a light sound, the silver-haired character turns gracefully, continuing to comment on the other's innocence as the atmosphere grows. The brown-haired girl suddenly turns around shouting excitedly, claiming she knows the whole truth, her emotions nearly overflowing. The silver-haired character chuckles lightly, a drop of liquid falling from the corner of his mouth, pointedly noting that she actually knows nothing. The spaceship system activates, a hologram about to begin, setting the stage for a visual spectacle. The brown-haired girl stands on the shattered ground, her purple pupils reflecting the surrounding chaos as energy gathers around her. In another scene, a brown-haired man gently touches a blonde woman's cheek, the two about to kiss, while a black-haired woman watches silently from the foreground. The brown-haired character watches the distance with a serious expression, as if awaiting some important moment. A white-haired character stands before glowing green doors, back to the audience with a raised hand, inviting everyone to enjoy the show. The brown-haired girl stands with her head tilted back, sweat trickling from her brow as paper scraps flutter around her, facing immense pressure. In a close-up, a pink iris eye watches everything, secrets hidden deep within its pupil. In a mechanical chamber, a hooded figure sits at the control center, displeased with someone's attitude. Finally, a silver gray-haired character holds a glowing card, instructing to just give her a quick look and send her back, leaving the story on a cliffhanger. A metal kettle floats in the air above a stern-looking man wearing a furry hat. He appears to be undergoing a scan, with a cyan interface over his face displaying the word natural. In a stone chamber, several figures converse around a wooden table. A hovering, hooded figure questions if the natural can use vacuum grasp, while another voice expresses shock that a primitive has truly mastered chi energy. Although told to leave, our boy Lee Mok-jin firmly declares he'll take on any legitimate job. Immediately, red lightning like chi gathers in his palm and strikes out towards another character. Lee Mok-jin raises a ball of red energy, warning others to move aside or be killed. A brown-haired girl bursts in, vehemently calling off a wedding and expressing intense disgust towards someone present. The girl's emotions boil over as she declares she will never marry some ajushi and furiously commands the other person not to get married either. Meanwhile, a massive explosion rocks the distant city, signaling an impending disaster. Amid the chaos, Lee Mok-jin reiterates his lethal threat, while the city's night sky is illuminated by explosions and rising smoke, marking the arrival of a great crisis. Terrified citizens look up at the sky, witnessing the city's destruction. Inside, the furious girl raises her fist in a cry of defiance. The girl makes her final, resolute declaration, deeming the marriage disgusting and sternly forbidding the other from getting married, intertwining her personal turmoil with the external catastrophe. A black-haired girl in a gray baseball cap looks puzzled, as if noticing something unusual. The scene shifts to a black-haired woman walking forward, with two male figures watching her intently from the sides, creating a tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the black-haired man lunges at the woman, pinning her to the ground in a swift, unexpected move. At that moment, a short-haired brunette girl arrives on the scene and witnesses the chaotic situation. The brunette girl shouts angrily, demanding the other person get away from the man immediately, clearly upset by what she's seeing. The scene shifts to our main crew, who seem to have sorted out the ticket issue and are discussing their next steps. Nearby, a bald elder and a child show extreme shock upon noticing the black-haired woman in the group, as if recognizing her special identity. The black-haired man confirms the tickets are sorted, while the woman mentions meeting someone on the way who can get them into the show for free. The black-haired woman happily confirms the good news, but the team soon realizes their captain is missing. It turns out the captain went alone to catch the ticket scammers, though the team knows it's probably pointless since the ticket issue is already resolved. Under the awed gaze of the elder and child, the team proceeds with their plans, while in the distance lies the desolate ruins of a destroyed futuristic city. Our protagonists arrive at planet QUP-0945W, a devastated wasteland where the red-haired woman and blonde child make their way through the ruins. The red-haired woman crosses her arms skeptically, questioning if they're really in the right place given the planet's complete devastation. The blonde child focuses on a scanner device showing red dots, reassuring his companion to trust his detection skills. Suddenly suspicious, the red-haired woman remembers this child might be another scammer and angrily demands answers. Amidst their confrontation, a massive figure appears, a giant entity wielding twin scythes and clad in tattered robes. The giant announces this is the realm of the dead and demands the intruder either surrender all money or their life. Facing the threat, the red-haired woman unleashes a massive energy blast directly at the giant figure. An intense energy explosion illuminates the ruins as she shouts at the giant to get lost, revealing her formidable combat prowess. Above the ruined city, multiple giant cloaked figures hover ominously in the air, wielding massive scythes and glowing with a sinister purple aura, poised for attack. Confronting the sudden threat, the black-haired girl grips her glowing purple sword, declaring these clone techniques surpass human martial limits and readying herself fearlessly for battle. Just as conflict seems inevitable, the blonde child intervenes to stop the fight, explaining that the black-haired girl is his friend, practically his girlfriend, making everyone present technically friends. The blonde child continues calming both sides, telling the girl to relax and explaining the giants are his close friends, brothers even, and that he just got overexcited arriving at the festival planet. However, the black-haired girl remains wary, warning not to touch her while she holds her sword, but the child's confused touch on her thigh instantly escalates the tension. Too late. The girl swings her sword at the child, the glowing purple blade cutting menacingly towards his head in a sudden, dangerous escalation. Against the backdrop of the ruined city, the standoff remains tense, while far away in space, Earth hangs silently, a silent witness to this unexpected confrontation. The view pulls back to reveal Earth from the vastness of space, the planet now facing unknown challenges arising from within. In the heart of the ruined city, a massive silver-white mechanical woman kneels on one knee, her body glowing with yellow-green light as if declaring something important. The blonde child and the black-haired woman in red advance through the ruined square, facing a group of hooded figures standing motionless on this house-sec-ruled planet. 6 giant, robed figures stand in perfect formation. Though they appear to be clones, they're actually sextuplets who move in perfect sync. The blonde child explains to the woman in red that while the children are still young and distinguishable, their coordination will become indistinguishable from true clone technique as they grow stronger. After expressing gratitude, the blonde child prepares to bid farewell, while the man in red calmly responds that goodbyes are indeed possible as the hooded figures on the ground begin to stir. The woman in red hesitantly raises her hand, but the blonde child firmly demands they stop, stating they've paid enough for this tour already. As the conflict escalates, the woman in red assumes a defensive posture, while the man in red winces in pain, complaining about the children's surprising strength. As the standoff continues, a group of bearded, bald dwarves march in formation, prompting the shocked woman in red to question if they're supposed to be young. The blonde child calmly explains that despite their beards, they're still children who just turned 10, while the man in red's eyes glow with wary green light. The man in red quietly observes the scene, mysterious green energy flowing from the corner of his right eye, signaling that this encounter with the house sextuplets is only beginning. Our boy clearly saw through the surprise attack, having anticipated the move all along. Inside a massive metal structure, Seryong gestures while asking what brings them here. Seated cross-legged on a high platform, a woman in a floral dress angrily asks if they've come here to die. A blonde child raises a hand in greeting, addressing the woman respectfully as master. Seryong appears surprised and hesitant at the sudden respectful address. The child introduces the seated woman as OK Ryohwan, the infamous hot-tempered master of the House sect, and one of the 5 most powerful beings in the southern galaxy. The child reassures everyone, noting that today happens to be one of her rare good moods. But OK Ryohwan immediately contradicts this, saying seeing them has put her in the worst mood she's had in 7 years. Suddenly, the blonde child loudly announces that he's brought her daughter-in-law, shocking everyone present. Faced with this unexpected gift, OK Ryohwan's attitude shifts as she thanks Seryong. Finally, the blonde child casually reveals that the hot-tempered powerhouse is actually his mother, leaving everyone stunned once more. In a new setting, Seryong faces off against a man with blue-purple hair, the tense atmosphere hinting at coming conflict. On the edge of a city rooftop, a brunette girl sits quietly gazing into the distance, her silhouette appearing lonely and burdened. Suddenly, her eyes glow with an eerie purple light as her vision begins to distort and tremble, as if some powerful force is awakening within her. She complains irritably about the annoying sensation, while sensing something lurking in the shadows with keen awareness. Standing up in the night, she coldly warns the empty rooftop, "Come out. I can feel you even if you hide." As soon as she speaks, a blue-green energy eruption bursts from the distant buildings, tearing through the night sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, an uncontrollable green energy begins to surge from a bald child's body. The brunette girl stares intently at the energy-engulfed child in the distance, as if understanding something profound before falling into deep silence. Meanwhile in a bar, a dark-haired man questions a performer about her upcoming galaxy-wide tour. At another table, 3 peculiar audience members discuss the performance, with a mix of teasing and curiosity in their voices. Though the female performer claims every show is sold out, a faint glimmer of tears can be seen in her eyes. Finally losing patience, the brunette on the rooftop shouts toward the bar, "If you're done talking, get lost. I want to talk to a Jushi alone." In the tense wooden cabin, the brunette woman Waisoha gives a serious warning to bounty hunter Seryong, explaining that death always lingers around our guy Lee Mok-jin and urging her to leave this dangerous situation. Waisoha bluntly states that an ordinary person like Seryong without martial arts skills could never survive such dangers, offering her a chance to leave. But Seryong's tearful response, questioning if the other woman has never been an idol, takes an unexpected turn. Seryong emotionally shares her insights as an interstellar idol, explaining how traveling through the darkness of space and sharing true feelings with strangers has taught her to trust every audience member. Seryong recalls how she used to fear death, until a stranger risked his life to protect her, all to fulfill a promise she had nearly forgotten. She deeply understands that trust and promises aren't just about her own wishes, but depend on whether the other person keeps their word. Even though the outcome is out of her control, she still chooses to believe because it's the best she can do. Just as Seryong is sincerely sharing her journey, Waisoha suddenly makes a move, pressing on the neck collar trying to remove it by force, leaving Seryong in painful struggle. Lee Mok-jin, who had been silently observing, finally speaks up to stop the confrontation, his calm tone carrying undeniable authority as the tense atmosphere reaches its peak. Facing the sudden aggression from Waisoha and his companion's distress, our guy Lee Mok-jin breaks his silence at last. His command, "What are you doing? Stop it," signals a potential turning point in this tense standoff. The brown-haired woman presses her hand against the black-haired woman's collar, white smoke rising as she coldly warns that just a bit more force would turn her to dust. Just as the situation turns critical, a black-haired man appears and shouts for her to stop, his forehead beaded with sweat and his gaze sharp. Suddenly, a golden light erupts as a blonde figure descends, grabbing the brown-haired woman's right hand with such force that the ground cracks around them. The blonde figure floats in the air, gripping the woman's hand as she warns, "Don't touch this child. I won't forgive you if you do." The brown-haired woman stabilizes herself midair, surprised to sense another anomalous presence within her opponent, finding the discovery intriguing. Meanwhile, inside the nearby wooden structure, monks conducting an examination sense strange soul fluctuations, puzzled by the demon soul that seems to have no roots. As golden energy continues to envelop the space, the blonde figure offers terms to the brown-haired woman. If she promises to back off, no harm will come to her. But the brown-haired woman simply smirks and retorts, "A polite parasite? That's even worse," showing no intention of backing down easily. A blonde character tightly grips the brunette's wrist, sternly warning, "Let go. My wrist hurts, and I'm getting angry, but the other remains unmoved, even threatening this is the last warning. If you refuse, I'll kill you. Tears glisten in the brunette's purple eyes as she struggles fiercely, shouting let go, while golden light spots scatter around her, revealing her inner pain and resistance. The scene shifts to a platform under the night sky, where the brunette crouches alone at the edge while a bald child stands nearby with hands clasped, a massive purple eye structure glowing ominously in the background. The brunette questions, I think I get it now. You're the ones who put a bounty on Ajushi's head? The child calmly replies, everything we do is for you, Mississippi. We thought if we made enough noise, you might wake up. I'm already awake, the brunette insists, but the child counters, no, you're not. Turning away from your given destiny is more like dreaming. Please wake up. Carry the destiny of the heavenly demon sect. The woman angrily reveals the truth, what you really want is for me to let that disgusting, ugly monster devour me. Until there's nothing left but bones. The child tries to persuade her the heavenly demon soul, and you have been one since birth. Denying it is no different from denying your own reflection. No way, the brunette screams, her body enveloped in purple energy as fragments fly around, signaling an intense confrontation about to erupt. At the center of the energy explosion, a black-haired woman is grabbed by the blonde character as warning sound heavenly demon soul. It's dangerous. A massive demonic face appears in the background, escalating the situation instantly. The brunette raises a glowing white longsword ready to counterattack, while the two characters remain locked in stalemate at the center of orange and purple energy explosions, with radial cracks appearing on the ground. Distant monks sense the abnormality, exclaiming Amitabha. Stop it, as energy flows between palms indicate the conflict has drawn wider attention. At the epicenter of the energy storm, our boy Lee Mok-jin braces himself with outstretched arms, trying to shield against the clashing forces between Soha, engulfed in purple energy on the right, and the golden energy-wielding figure on the left. Lee Mok-jin sternly commands that's enough for Soha to restrain her demonic power, but she remains consumed by the aggressive purple energy, ignoring his warning. Despite Lee Mok-jin's repeated warning, Soha, restrain yourself, the enraged girl charges forward, forcing him and Seryong to join forces, creating a precarious balance of power between the trio. Amid the intense confrontation, Lee Mok-jin and Seryong join hands, momentarily stabilizing the situation with his quiet well done, but this brief calm is soon shattered. Soha screams, let go. You're so annoying. While nearby, Sunja is enveloped in healing light by the golden figure, seemingly undergoing purification or treatment. Seryong looks up with a flushed face while Lee Mok-jin breathes heavily, holding his abdomen from exhaustion, as the trio stands on the burning cliff edge facing the ongoing crisis. As Soha continues to struggle and shout let go, a silver-haired figure floats silently in a mysterious liquid chamber, hinting at a deeper connection to the violent conflict outside. Finally, the silver-haired figure with a half-mask stands silently, this mysterious presence observing everything and setting the stage for what's to come. In a high-tech laboratory, our protagonist gazes at the silver-haired figure floating in the tank, lost in thought. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman and a blue-purple-haired man appear to be discussing an important plan. The experimental tank begins to malfunction, with blue energy fluid leaking from the pipes. Our protagonist stands before the glowing cylindrical structure, while another figure kneels weakly on the ground. As he opens his eyes, his blue pupils glisten with tears, as if recalling an important memory. Gently lifting the other's chin, he asks in a trembling voice, "Do you remember me?" Pressing further, he urgently asks for confirmation of identity. "Do you remember my name?" Faced with the other's confused response, he firmly states, "Not knowing isn't allowed. You have to at least pretend to know." Suddenly, an emotional embrace breaks the tension, suggesting a deep connection between the two. In the intimate embrace, he murmurs, "Yes, this feeling. You are her. You're my woman." But in an instant, he realizes the coldness of the embrace and cries out in despair, "No! She would never hug me like this." Finally, with pain and resolve, he warns, "Don't ever disappoint me again." The emotional turmoil fills the scene with drama. In an industrial space filled with pale blue light, a silver-haired figure walks across the water, his back to us, while another silver-haired companion kneels with head bowed, encircled by bands of light. A harsh warning, if you let me down once more, I'll incinerate you, hangs heavy in the air. A close-up on the kneeling figure reveals a single tear tracing a path from his blue eye, his pupil reflecting the departing, silently conveying a deep internal struggle and sorrow. The scene shifts to Seryong, the black-haired woman, lying motionless inside a glowing transparent chamber, as a blonde technician scans her with a tablet. The technician reports the scan shows nothing abnormal, no foreign genetic intrusion or mutation, meaning her body is exactly as it was at birth. This puzzles the silver-haired man and his blonde companion, who recall the terrifying woman they encountered, leading them to wonder, then what's with that weird woman? Is she a ghost? A wraith with a physical body? The blonde companion's expression turns serious as he issues a warning. Don't touch this child. I won't forgive you if you do. Meanwhile, the black-haired man gives a calm, but firm order to open the glass chamber. The scene shifts again to Seryong, now awake in her red jacket, staring impassively at a long table laden with all kinds of food. A woman enthusiastically encourages her not to be nervous in front of her future mother-in-law, and to eat whatever she likes. The woman's eyes even turn into heart shapes, but she then advises Seryong not to overeat, emphasizing the need for a healthy diet to have a healthy child, hinting that this hospitable scene may conceal other intentions. In an ornately decorated room, a black-haired woman in red with a cold smile, an overjoyed woman with heart-shaped eyes, and a blonde figure in mechanical armor sit around a long table laden with food. The woman in red addresses the smitten figure with words of affection. The woman in red and her brown-haired companion lock eyes at close range. The woman's pink pupils remain calm, while her companion looks on in shock, questioning the bizarre situation. The blonde figure, holding a fork, leans in and nervously cuts short their stare-down, urging them to eat, and warning about her mother's nasty temper to diffuse the strange tension. However, the woman in red's anger ignites. Flames surround her as she furiously declares that she has already ordered the culprit, who dared slap her daughter-in-law, to be captured and brought before her. The scene descends into chaos as another black-haired man erupts with fiery energy, roaring threats of dismemberment. Meanwhile, the hard-eyed woman, with a blade held to her head, excitedly yells for trust in the mother-in-law. Soon, the culprit's location is found, sending the hard-eyed woman into a frenzy as she demands to know where and to leave immediately. The target is revealed to be on a red planet known as formerly Earth. The woman in red decisively orders an immediate departure, demanding the FTL ship be prepared. Her daughter-in-law, however, looks on with a puzzled expression, wondering how things escalated so dramatically. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, our guy stands beside a glowing capsule containing an unconscious brunette. With strange energy coalescing around his right hand, he vigilantly challenges the empty space, demanding the hidden presence to reveal itself. His challenge is answered by an energy-wreathed hand crackling with purple-blue arcs. A serious silver-haired man in sunglasses questions his intentions, while our guy, now holding a sinisterly glowing blue energy sphere in his palm, looks on in utter shock. An unknown man with silver-gray short hair angrily shouts, "What are you doing?" seemingly witnessing a scene that shocks him to the core. Simultaneously, our boy's body ignites with flames, his fists clenched and eyes glowing white with rage as he unleashes a surge of immense power. A hand wreathed in orange-red energy presses down hard on a silver-haired figure, forcing him down under immense pressure, a tear tracing its way down his cheek as he clutches a black object. In another scene, a silver-haired woman reaches out from a glowing cylindrical capsule, grasping our boy's hand from outside, their contact point erupting with violent bursts of energy. Our boy looks on in astonishment, seemingly baffled by the energy phenomenon before him. He demands to know why the silver-haired being won't leave the child alone, issuing a stern warning. The silver-haired being refuses to leave, a tear falling as he states he cannot comply, prompting our boy to declare that he will have to eliminate him. Our boy releases a surge of powerful pink and blue energy, sensing something strange. The energy emanating from his opponent seems to overflow from an empty vessel, leaving him puzzled about its true nature. Faced with the questioning, the silver-haired being reveals his nature, explaining that his master defined him as merely a lump of data, inorganic matter reacting to program commands, not a living being. Surrounded by flowing binary code, he speaks with palpable pain, stating that even the heart-wrenching agony he feels is dismissed as merely a computational error. Finally, he tightly embraces a black-haired woman, adamantly stating he has no intention of harming the child, and would give everything to protect her, pleading to be left alone. Our boy stands silently in the high-tech chamber, surrounded by flowing binary code, as he observes the digital environment. Meanwhile, Seryong appears in a fiery backdrop, her head tilted back with a calm expression, as if establishing some form of psychic connection. The black-haired companion suddenly opens his eyes wide in surprise, as if detecting something unusual. Robert and his teammates gather in the chamber, nervously discussing a ghostly presence they detected on the tablet's readings. Sunja calmly analyzes that this isn't a hostile presence, but more like an immune cell protecting its host, or in her terms, a beneficial insect. However, someone insists that this parasitic entity interfering with the host's life must be removed, no matter its intentions. Robert tries to argue that if it's beneficial, it should be kept, though his words carry uncertainty. Just then, the black-haired schoolgirl appears in the corridor, passionately declaring that all parasites must be completely eradicated. Faced with this dilemma, the team admits they currently have no idea how to safely separate this parasitic entity. The scene shifts as they arrive at an unfamiliar red planet, standing before a massive stone gate bearing ominous warnings. The team confirms these are the target coordinates, but the black-haired woman feels an uncanny familiarity with this place, as if she's been here before. The gate's inscription warns that its opener will be devoured by evil spirits, hinting at the ancient secrets they're about to confront. Under a backdrop of purple starlight, two unfamiliar figures stand silently side by side, a black-haired woman in a red jacket and a blue-purple short-haired man, both with solemn expressions, as if awaiting a momentous occasion. Meanwhile, a massive starliner named Cosmic Heavenly Demon 3077 floats in the deep space, its streamlined hull glowing with green circular lights, signaling the beginning of an extraordinary journey. Suspended in a green liquid environment, a black-haired woman wearing a green helmet floats peacefully with bubbles rising around her flowing hair, her eyes closed, and a distinctive red heart-shaped pendant visible around her neck. The woman continues to float within a green beam of light, while the two figures from before stand on a platform observing silently, indicating some kind of mysterious ritual or experiment in progress. A light gray-haired figure and a black-haired man stand side by side, discussing a crucial matter. The gray-haired one remarks that if a wraith resembling them has possessed someone, then they must be involved in that history as well. A white-haired man wearing a black face mask contemplates in the industrial-style setting, stating that he can probably guess what kind of story this is, suggesting he has some understanding of the situation. The black-haired man stands on metallic grating, expressing surprise that no special device was found inside the body during examination, leaving him puzzled by the current phenomenon. As bubbles float around the suspended woman, the presence is clearly real despite no traces of the wraith's foul energy being found within her body, leaving the observers baffled by this strange sorcery. The light gray-haired figure makes a startling speculation. This might be a living jianshi, suggesting that such dark arts indeed exist in reality. The masked man and the black-haired man continue discussing the jianshi possibility, with the latter expressing disbelief and questioning whether such dark arts truly exist. The gray-haired figure elaborates further, stating that the creator made something that didn't exist before, indicating they possessed extraordinary talent to achieve this impossible technology. The panel reveals details of the blue mechanical spiders, showing both a sample resting on a palm and one attached to a human body, demonstrating the specific workings of this technology. The woman continues floating in the green liquid, while dialogue suggests that if the rumors about living jianshi are true, an electronic chip containing transcendent energy would have been implanted. A series of images show the terrifying effects of the mechanical spiders entering human bodies. Victims develop red vascular patterns on their faces, express agony, and eventually gain unmatched strength with spider remnants attached to their bodies. In the laboratory's green cylindrical devices, the suspended woman is closely observed as dialogue notes that infected hosts gain unmatched, absolute strength unlike anything known in history. The black-haired man ponders the identity of that wraith, his expression growing serious as if recalling something important. A light gray short-haired woman appears amidst bright light effects, recalling that she had seen this wraith before when it was alive, watching it burn itself to ashes right before her eyes. The black-haired woman floats with her head bowed, adding that the wraith was holding a child while burning itself, adding deeper meaning to this tragedy. The gray-haired figure concludes that if the wraith looks exactly like them, it's probably a clone, revealing the essence of the situation. The masked man and gray-haired figure stand in the industrial corridor, finally confirming that this must be a doll created by the maker to act as a substitute, providing a temporary conclusion to this complex mystery. In a mysterious facility, an unknown figure in dark robes places their hand on a glowing green pillar, causing bubbles to rise as they ponder the origins of the girl coexisting with the living jianshi. Next, we see a transparent container filled with green liquid, suspending a black-haired woman wearing a green helmet, her hair floating upwards, while a gray-haired figure outside raises a hand towards the container. A close-up of the gray-haired figure reveals his right eye as a blue mechanical structure, as he calmly acknowledges that this is somehow connected to him. The scene shifts to a black-haired woman in a red jacket standing alone, before a massive stone gate inscribed with a warning. Anyone who opens this gate shall inevitably be devoured by the demon. Taking a deep breath behind her metal faceplate, she clearly sees the terrifying warning on the gate. Another woman in a hat points to her own chest, confidently claiming that as the mother-in-law, she'll handle any con artist inside, urging the masked woman to open the door. However, a companion with a blue mechanical spider on their face sweats nervously, anxiously suggesting they might be in the wrong place and should turn back. Another figure wearing a silver-gray mask insists that HowMoon's intelligence is the best in the galaxy, especially information reported directly to Mother, and cannot be wrong. Finally, the trio stands before the stone gate, with her companions encouraging the woman in red to open it, despite the gate reiterating the warning of demonic devourment. The masked woman remains silent, slightly turning her head, as if stealing her resolve. Meanwhile, in another mysterious space, 3 figures stand on a massive stone platform with intricate geometric patterns, backed by towering white colonnades. A mysterious figure in orange-red robes stands with arms crossed, their face hidden by a hood. The gray-haired figure stands with their back turned at the top of a staircase, gazing up at the misty sky and muttering, "It's the same." Finally, the silver-masked figure's eyes widen as they look upward in shock, exclaiming "What the?" as if witnessing something unbelievable. At the bottom of the stone stairs, a furious figure confronts the hooded silhouette on the high platform above, accusing him of being the scammer who dared to swindle his daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, a black-haired woman is engulfed in roaring flames, her eyes glowing white as she clenches her fists and vows never to let the scammer get away. Facing the accusations from below, the hooded figure at the top of the stairs remains calm with arms crossed, while the accuser begins to question his identity, tentatively asking if he might be the sect leader. Elsewhere, in an indoor corridor, a bald man wearing a fisherman's hat and mask holds a metallic object, adopting a guarded combat stance. As the woman in the wide-brimmed hat looks on in surprise at her companion, the latter reveals a pink pupil, uttering a thoughtful "HM?" A stark warning is written on the door. Whoever opens this door will be devoured by evil spirits. The bald man screams in terror, "Sect leader," his mask cracking from the sheer shock. A character who identifies himself as the 3rd chief of the 107th Platoon, West Galaxy Division of HowMoon, kneels respectfully to pay homage, though his words seem cut short. The characters present show expressions of surprise and gravity, clearly indicating that the situation has taken an unexpected turn. The view shifts to a starry sky, where a large spaceship floats silently, its hull glowing with green lights. Inside a green channel, a black-haired woman wearing a green helmet floats, with her eyes closed, water droplets drifting upwards around her. She states helplessly that there's nothing she can do, while an observer notes that despite her normal physical and mental readings, another consciousness is indeed coexisting with hers. The black-haired man concludes that if something has invaded this child's mind, it must ultimately be removed by entering her consciousness. However, they acknowledge that modern science lacks the technology to enter someone else's mind, but in the past, a sect known as the Esoteric Sect possessed such techniques. Upon hearing the name Esoteric Sect, the gray-green-haired character visibly shows a shocked expression. The scene finally focuses on a metal pillar inscribed with mysterious text, hinting at deeper secrets about to be uncovered. The group discovers a golden stone tablet covered in Chinese characters, detailing the ancient practice of sealing lesser demons with esoteric teachings. Meanwhile, a black-haired man in a green cap kneels submissively on the ground, explaining his origins to his superiors. Our crew stands on a spiral stone structure, coldly observing the kneeling figure below and questioning why a member of the 107th Platoon of the Western Galaxy Division is here. 2 masked officers converse quietly. One is intently studying an electronic device, while the other watches with crossed arms. The officer reveals the truth. This fugitive has been scamming people to pay off gambling debts, earning a bounty before hiding in this radioactive dead zone. Our fiery hunter immediately protests, insisting she's not crazy, just extremely dedicated to her job. Facing the hunter's sudden outburst, her hatted companion asks with confusion what's wrong with her. The kneeling man frantically explains it's a misunderstanding. He came to Earth only to repay debts, and has already returned the mission funds, with 100-fold interest. He boasts about making 240,000 credits selling fake tickets, and raises his right hand, claiming he's still working hard to earn money for HowMoon. Faced with this explanation, the team members remain unmoved, coldly crossing their arms. The scene shifts to a mysterious figure in orange robes kneeling before a metal suitcase. A team member asks about the mysterious figure, and the fugitive excitedly explains he found a secret cave on Earth while gathering intel. He declares this place holds ancient martial arts secrets from the Golden Age 2,000 years ago, and the robed figure is a living library of martial techniques. The fugitive finally reveals that this martial artist from the extinct esoteric sect will recite incredible techniques in exchange for a bowl of jajangmyeon. A mysterious figure in orange-red robes kneels quietly while eating, but surprisingly offers to exchange 2 martial arts techniques for 2 bowls of food. Hearing this, the black-haired woman's eyes widen in disbelief behind her mask, bluntly questioning if radiation has fried the speaker's mind. Ignoring the skepticism, the mysterious figure continues eating quietly from the bowl. Meanwhile, another masked woman leans forward thoughtfully, cautiously asking if the figure knows someone named Lee Mont-jin. The name strikes like a thunderbolt, causing the bowl in the figure's hands to shatter instantly, scattering food and fragments everywhere. The gray-green-haired character immediately orders further investigation, while the black-haired woman in brown confirms in shock that the demon is still alive. The scene shifts to space where a white spacecraft marked Cosmic 3077 travels through the stars. Inside the ship, a black-haired man stands before a green cylindrical capsule containing a suspended black-haired woman, while orange-robed and red-clad women observe nearby. A green-haired woman nervously explains she encountered the capsule woman while chasing a debt and brought her back because she seemed familiar. When the black-haired man recognizes the woman as Chunwoo, he erupts with blue energy, overwhelmed by the discovery that she is still alive. Gazingly at the woman in the capsule, he whispers in disbelief at her survival, while the red-clad woman tries to ease the emotional reunion. Facing the black-haired man's fierce attack, he angrily shouts that since his opponent is still alive, he couldn't possibly die first, and is even willing to chase him to hell for revenge. As a violent bluish-purple energy erupts, the battle intensifies, with the energy band spiraling and releasing destructive force. The red-clad black-haired woman is stunned to recognize the martial art being used, the Tang family's Golden Dragon Whip technique. Next, a rain of flourishing blossom darts fills the air, creating a dense net of energy attacks in an extremely dangerous scene. The red-clad woman urgently shouts to stop, but it's too late as the blue-haired woman charges forward at incredible speed to intervene in the deadly confrontation. At the platform's edge under the starry sky, 2 long-separated rivals stand face to face, with the white-haired one mockingly recalling the other's oath to never meet again. The black-haired woman sharply retorts that her oath still stands, but she didn't recognize him due to all his plastic surgery, leaving the observing blonde man astonished. The black-haired man coldly admits they're old classmates with unpleasant memories, while the woman adds they were fierce rivals too, especially in terms of looks. The blonde man looks at these 2 old acquaintances with their complicated history in disbelief, completely stunned by this sudden twist. The scene shifts to a tense confrontation between 3 mysterious female powerhouses. The light-haired short-haired woman looks shocked as she questions the white-haired woman in red robes, clearly stunned by some revelation. Meanwhile, the black-haired woman in the hat interjects with a cold threat, vowing that if she ever sees the other woman again, she'll rip her hair out, her voice filled with menace. Facing the challenge, the white-haired man surrounded by purple energy simply replies, "Try me," the pulsating energy around him showing his complete lack of fear. The standoff intensifies as the light-haired woman steps forward to mediate, but it's clear the grudges between these 3 powerhouses won't be easily resolved. Amid the tension, a massive explosion rocks the distant structure, sending smoke and debris flying into the sky, signaling that an even greater conflict is imminent. Amid the chaos of the explosion, the white-haired and black-haired women stand back to back, seemingly indifferent to the destruction around them as trajectories and starlight pass by. The scene shifts to our guy standing before a mysterious green capsule, surrounded by flowing purple-green energy ripples, as he observes something important. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a black-haired woman confronts someone in shock, demanding to know how they know the Tang family's martial arts, her face a mix of horror and confusion. As the conversation continues, a crucial revelation emerges: that woman is actually from the Tang family. This discovery shocks everyone present. Our guy calmly explains that he's mentioned before about owing a debt to the Tang family, hinting at a deeper historical connection and promise. Finally, under the night sky, 2 companions rest on a rooftop while our guy contemplates his connection to the Tang family, the moonlight adding an air of mystery to this complex web of grudges. Sitting under the starry sky, our guy recalls the past to the woman beside him, revealing that Tang Chunwoo is the only name he ever wanted to preserve in his memory, and the only person who insisted on calling him a friend. Hearing this, the black-haired woman shows a look of utter surprise, with a bead of sweat on her forehead, clearly caught off guard by this revelation. Standing before a green cylindrical pod, our guy further explains that Tang Chunwoo was the young master of the Sichuan Tang clan, and though he wouldn't admit it back then, she was indeed the only one who treated him as a friend. Meanwhile, a white-haired woman in a deep red robe appears quietly on the rooftop, where she and the others calmly observe the situation. The white-haired woman explains to our guy that Seryong's collapse was caused by drawing too much qi too quickly while still contaminated with radiation, but there's no serious issue, and she will wake up soon. Inside the treatment pod, Seryong gradually regains consciousness, her eyes wide open as she appears confused by her surroundings. Our guy realizes she closed off her meridians for self-sealing and worriedly wonders if she came here by following him. Faced with the black-haired woman's intense questioning about his relationship with this ancestor, he simply replies she's a friend, an answer that clearly doesn't satisfy her. Inside the treatment pod, Tang Chunwoo slowly opens her light green eyes, and our guy calmly greets her as he notices she's awake. The scene shifts to a memory from 2,000 years ago, showing our injured guy lying on a mat, while Tang Chunwoo grinds herbs for him, reassuring him that his wound will heal quickly once the medicine is applied. Our boy finally regains consciousness, finding himself lying on the ground with white cloth wrapped around his head. Dazed and confused, he asks his first question, "Who are you?" A black-haired woman kneels with her back to him, grinding herbs while responding in a half-serious tone, "Who am I?" "I'm your mother." The rhythmic pounding sound accompanies this startling reply that leaves our boy completely speechless. Turning around while pressing down on her green-haired companion's head, her tone suddenly turns severe as she warns him not to speak disrespectfully, emphasizing that she always repays both kindness and slights with interest. The green-haired companion struggles to retort that she's the crazy one, since he was the one who fished their boy out of the river. But she confidently continues explaining how she had to keep him warm nakedly to prevent him from freezing to death. Turning her back, she admits somewhat awkwardly how embarrassing it was since she's not even married yet. But having done all that, she now demands that he call her mom from now on. Our boy asks in confusion why she saved him. Pouring green medicinal liquid, she casually replies that it's like rescuing an injured wild animal, and besides, she found him kind of cute, how could she just let him die? But our boy suddenly warns gravely that saving him will lead to tens of thousands of deaths. This heavy proclamation stuns the woman, who immediately tells him not to say such things. Resolutely holding the medicine bowl to his lips, she insists that only by surviving can he decide whether to stop anything. Even as he warns again of the consequences, her mind is made up. Forcing the medicine down his throat, she complains that if he's going to drink it anyway, he shouldn't resist, he's really like a child. But her next request shocks him once more, as she suddenly tells him to take off his pants. Inside the wooden hut, the mysterious black-haired man continues treating our boy's upper body, informing him that the lower body still needs attention and instructing him to undress completely. Our supine protagonist firmly refuses, but the healer ignores his protest, telling him to just keep lying down as he will handle it. As the healer begins his work, our boy is shocked and demands to know what he's doing, prompting the man to exasperatedly suggest he think of it as a mother changing a diaper to diffuse the tension. The scene shifts as a gray-haired woman pushes open the wooden door and enters, surprised to find our boy already awake. Kneeling by the fire, she tends to the hishowu roots she found, telling our boy she knows he's awake and urging him to open his eyes. The black-haired healer suggests they drop formalities and interact as equals, but our boy coldly warns him that attempting to stand on equal ground with him will lead to death. Although the healer insists he isn't looking down on anyone, our boy repeats his death threat with a sharp gaze, instantly escalating the tension in the room. The scene shifts back to memories from 2,000 years ago, where a gray-haired girl is brewing medicinal soup for our injured protagonist. As the meat boils in the pot, she confidently introduces herself while tending to him. Skillfully pouring the finished decoction into a container, the girl continues to emphasize her status, hoping to impress the mysterious martial artist with her prestigious family background. Squeezing the last drops of medicinal essence into the bowl, she adds that being friends with her would be nothing but beneficial, showing her strong desire to connect with our protagonist. The girl finally reveals her name, Tang Chunwoo, the next head of the Sichuan Tang clan, while our seriously injured protagonist sits silently, listening to her every word. Seeing no reaction, the girl eagerly approaches with the medicine bowl, explaining her clan status with a mix of pride and frustration at being overlooked. As the girl hands over the bowl, the scene shifts abruptly, and our protagonist's voice echoes from the past, promising to spare her and her clan just once. In the memory, Tang Chunwoo responds sarcastically to the generous offer, while in the present, she suddenly becomes alert as if sensing something. The scene abruptly cuts to a brutal battlefield where our protagonist stands atop a rock littered with corpses and weapons, a tattered flag fluttering in the snowy wind. An even more striking image shows our protagonist in silhouette atop a peak, a massive moon behind him, countless arms reaching up from below, his cloak bearing the character demon. In the present timeline, Seryong is shocked by these memory fragments, finally understanding the terrible cost of saving our protagonist that he had warned about. The final memory shows our protagonist in his heavenly demon form descending with a devastating sword strike, accompanied by desperate cries that reveal the truth of the tragedy 2 millennia ago. Near a medical tank, a woman in a red jacket and a man with blue-purple short hair observe the situation inside, while elsewhere, our guy appears to be lying still with closed eyes in a transparent tank filled with bubbles. Suddenly, our guy inside the tank jolts awake, his yellow-green pupils opening wide as if reflecting some image. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit cave, a hooded figure sits silently holding a burning candle, while a short-haired man with a sword confronts him agitatedly, claiming he's been chasing a target for 2 years, and the trail ends right at this cave entrance. The swordsman shouts, demanding to know the target's whereabouts, but the hooded figure calmly replies that he knows who he's looking for and where he went, but even if he told him, he wouldn't be able to go there. Refusing to give up, the swordsman presses again, but the hooded man's words hint at unknown dangers lying ahead on that path. In a mysterious body of water, a voice says he went somewhere, where you have to let go of everything to follow, hinting at the difficult threshold of a spiritual trial. The scene shifts as our boy holds a sword with its tip pointed at a kneeling figure in orange robes, threatening, "If you don't tell me, I'll kill you," clearly desperate for crucial information. Yet the figure remains calm, responding, "That'll be easy enough for you. But if you do, it'll only add to the load you're already carrying," suggesting that violence would only deepen his inner burdens. In a golden space filled with bubbles, our boy silently contemplates before finally lowering his weapon and asking softly, "How can I get to where he is?" his voice filled with confusion and longing. Suddenly, the scene shifts as a violent explosion erupts before 2 figures with their backs to the viewer, a black-haired woman in a red jacket and a man with blue-purple. Amid the explosion, the orange-robed figure reveals impressive power, wielding a purple energy blade in a spinning counterattack, while another character watches in horror, bloody tears streaming down their face. As the dust settles, the woman in the red jacket remains standing, while the orange-robed figure kneels weakly, clutching a purple energy band and stammering, "Why you? Why?" shocked by her opponent's survival. A black-haired man with his back turned demands, "Why aren't you dead?" while an orange-robed man exclaims in shock, "You took my golden dragon technique head-on and didn't even get hurt." It splits boulders and shatters diamonds, revealing an incredible display of defensive power. A drop of blood falls from the hair, revealing the cost of the battle. The face obscured by long hair shows no clear expression, but the tense posture suggests both internal and external wounds. In the center of the shattered battlefield, a black-haired man kneels on the ground, while his blue-purple-haired opponent stands with his back turned. The opponent acknowledges our guy's strength, but coldly states that this is as far as he can go, and his power is not a threat to his life. Infuriated by this assessment, the black-haired man grips a purple energy strand and screams, vowing to kill his opponent. However, the opponent calmly retorts that as a fellow martial artist, he should have already realized the disparity in their power after their exchange. With an angry shout, a massive fist wreathed in purple lightning smashes down. But the attacker then reveals the truth: he cannot kill his opponent, but he can choose to die himself. As energy erupts, the view shifts to a black-haired woman spinning amidst purple blades, then back to the man's resolute face. He promises his opponent that after finishing what he must do, he will give his life. As the vow echoes, another black-haired woman floats inside a transparent capsule filled with bubbles, seemingly connected to this fateful entanglement on a deeper level. The scene shifts. On a spaceship deck, Seryong confronts Lee Mok-jin, demanding to know if he was the one who harmed the Sichuan Tang family 2,000 years ago. Lee Mok-jin looks out at the stars and calmly denies the accusation, stating that even at his maddest in the past, he would never harm a friend's family, and that he made a promise to Chunwoo about it. Faced with Seryong's question about the real reason, Mok-jin gives a meaningful answer: if it were him, he would have done the same. The scene finally settles on his solitary figure sitting in a dim room, whispering that back in that era, he too wanted to kill himself. Seryong gazes up at the starry sky, pondering with confusion how a sleep could last for 2,000 years. She turns to our guy Lee Mak-jin, realizing he truly slept for 2 millennia, yet to him, sleep whether a day or 1,000 years feels like only yesterday. But our boy lowers his head, explaining that even in sleep, dream time flows far longer than reality and isolation beyond imagination. Staring into the distance, he adds that while ordinary dreams are forgotten, in their slumber, every dream became real, each second etched perfectly into memory. The scene shifts to 2 figures sitting in meditation, symbolizing the complete darkness and isolation they shared through the endless years. Seryong's expression turns solemn as she understands the weight of that perfectly remembered loneliness, not a single second missing. Standing on the spaceship deck, our guy confesses his shock upon waking to learn 2,000 years had passed. His isolation felt closer to 100,000 years. Seryong's heart aches thinking Chunwoo must have felt the same infinite loneliness, just as a green-eyed man appears by the tank containing a girl. The green-eyed man demands confirmation, asking if our guy truly swore he would die after entering the girl's mind in the tank. Our guy calmly swears it, stating he has nothing left to live for, prompting the green-eyed man to finally allow him to enter the girl's mind. Lee Mak-jin sits cross-legged, holding Seryong gently, as he prepares to enter her consciousness through the great soul transfer dharma that connects 2 spirits as one. As the green-eyed man forms a hand seal, the soul transfer ritual begins, merging 2 spirits into one for an unknown psychic journey. Our boy sits cross-legged on a glowing platform, finger to his lips, surrounded by swirling green energy and white characters as 2 minds dangerously coexist within his body. As the energy intensifies, his body is engulfed in cyan light, muscles tense and arms crossed as the internal struggle between minds reaches its peak. A warning echoes from the energy vortex. No single body can host 2 minds forever. One soul will vanish when the choice is made, while a starship floats silently in the distant cosmos. On the starship's observation deck, a black-haired woman with crimson eyes stands with her companion, marveling at the breathtaking expanse of the cosmos. As they discuss the nature of the world, she asks about another's whereabouts, only to learn he's on a mission with little chance of survival. The green-eyed man leans on the railing, asking if living in such a vast universe is frightening, reminding him of his own fears when first venturing into the martial world. The red-eyed woman expresses shock, suspecting he might be a legendary ancestor of the Sichuan Tang family, but the man denies this lineage. He reveals he's a Samini of the esoteric sect, saying if she needs a proper name, she can call him Cockroach, leaving her utterly perplexed. In a candlelit room, the man meditates with closed eyes, recalling his master's words that he could never become a true monk because he couldn't completely let go. The black-haired man falls into deep thought, his face marked with sweat and tears, as he recalls someone who accepted him and passed everything on. Against the starry backdrop, the black-haired woman and the man in orange robes stand by the ship's railing, exchanging intense gazes in a subtly tense atmosphere. Noticing her stare, the man asks why she's looking at him like that, wondering if there's something wrong with his face. The woman admits his face isn't ugly, but carries an unsettling quality that's hard to describe, making the atmosphere even stranger. The man responds that she also feels somewhat familiar to him, as this strange resonance between them leads both into contemplation. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, a black-haired woman floats within a cylindrical tank filled with green liquid, bubbles rising around her. The black-haired man sits cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by blue energy patterns, connected to the woman in the liquid tank through some mystical mental link. Another brown-haired woman stands within glowing energy streams, while the man stands with his back to her, creating a scene blending sci-fi and mystery. The short-haired woman marvels at the incredible sight before them, while the white-haired woman smiles and speaks of how the world they've experienced might be smaller than a grain of dust. The white-haired woman elaborates that someone waking after 2,000 years of sleep is miraculous enough, but even more astonishing is someone pursuing that person for 2,000 years. The brown-haired woman adds that there's also a child living with a demon inside their body, leaving the short-haired woman completely confused and demanding an explanation. The white-haired woman mysteriously tells her to ask the monster hidden in her soul, as the brown-haired woman panics upon discovering a massive dark entity, furiously calling the other a psychopath. The white-haired woman smiles as she tells the short-haired, dark-haired woman not to get upset, because the more she resists, the more it proves that she is right. She continues to reveal the truth, explaining that a monster also resides within her, devouring her, yet she cannot reject it, and asks if the other woman knows why. Suspended in green liquid, the dark-haired woman replies with her eyes closed, stating that it's because the monster has already completely devoured her. Turning to walk deeper into the passage, the white-haired woman says over her shoulder that she is now part of the monster, and if it dies, she will die too. The brown-haired woman reaches out urgently, questioning what difference that makes from being already dead, and insisting that being alive means there is still a chance. Standing calmly by the door, the white-haired woman replies that this is what is most frightening, as it would mean denying her entire past life and living the rest of her days in regret. A man with green-streaked hair interjects softly, suggesting that she still has a chance, as she has more life ahead of her, doesn't she? The brown-haired woman looks fearfully at the glowing green capsule, while the white-haired woman tells her to hold on. The scene shifts to a dark-haired man sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by swirling energy, with a woman suspended in a green liquid capsule behind him. A massive dark entity manifests, whispering to the brown-haired woman, calling her by a codename, and tempting her to just reach out her hand to kill the monster. The entity continues its temptation, asking if she doesn't want to be rid of it, and promising that if she can kill him, it will become her prey and she will be set free. Far from the chaos, a humble cabin stands in the yellow grass. Then wisps of smoke curl from its chimney, cutting through the silence of the wilderness. Our boy stands in the fields, gazing at his destination, letting the wind whisper through the tall grass. The heavy wooden door creaks open, slicing through the quiet. Inside, the dim light catches a figure in a wheelchair by the window sitting perfectly still, facing away from the world. It's a man whose face is half hidden by a mask. Even in his state, his eyes hold a calm that suggests he's made peace with his fate. Our boy steps closer, not to intrude, but to respect the moment. Please, leave him be. Let him rest. Just then, a woman enters, carrying a steaming cup of willow tea. Her movements are soft, almost ritualistic, as if she's afraid to break the heavy silence that fills the room. She sets the cup on the table before the man. As the steam rises, the bitter scent fills the air. She urges him to drink while it's still warm, her tone heavy with care and concern. In this secluded cabin, time seems to stand still. Whether it's our boy keeping watch or the man by the window, they remain locked in a heavy, shared silence. Finally, she lifts the glowing drink to his lips. The man, who has remained stoic until now, finally accepts. In this room full of secrets, every small gesture carries the weight of everything unsaid. A crucial principle is revealed. A single body cannot hold two minds for long, as it will instinctively choose one, causing the rejected consciousness to vanish completely. In the room, our guy anxiously questions if he's too late, but the black-haired woman kneeling by the wheelchair calmly explains the child is unharmed and there was never any real danger. The white-haired woman by the window, enveloped in green energy, states she is merely an attachment merging with the body's owner, but our guy skeptically demands to know what this scene truly means. The black-haired woman explains this is the owner's dream projection while unconscious, and once the child awakens, it will vanish like a dream, returning the eye-patch-wearing man to darkness as well. She urges our guy to leave, claiming her non-existence prevents harm, but he firmly counters that having thoughts proves existence and commands the consciousness to disappear from the child's mind. As our guy reaches out, the space convulses with a runtime error, and the blonde woman warns this is a side effect a human body cannot accommodate, multiple minds urging him to leave immediately. Amidst the eerie tremors and dripping fluid, the blonde woman reiterates the limitations of the human body as the three figures in the room maintain their tense standoff. A blinding flash erupts, followed by a violent energy shockwave that fills the space with intense light and flying debris. As the explosion subsides, a large white spacecraft with glowing green rings floats calmly amidst the star-filled cosmos. On a platform of the ship, a black-haired woman in red questions a seated man with his finger to his lips, expressing her disbelief over a grudge that could fuel a 2,000-year pursuit. She presses further, asking if that doesn't mean he gave up his entire life, and notes that he's been around the man long enough to know him well. However, another black-haired woman in an orange robe interjects urgently, warning her not to be fooled by those pure, sorrowful eyes, insisting that the man is a real demon. Recalling the past, she states with anguish that it was because she was taken in by those eyes, and saved that man that so many people died. Hearing this, the woman in red becomes even more confused, unable to tell if the anger stems from betrayal by someone trusted or is revenge for all the dead. Turning to look at the stars, she murmurs that either way, 2,000 years is far too long, while the woman in the orange robe remains silent with a stern expression. Meanwhile, deep in space, a massive celestial body shatters and crumbles, heralding a great catastrophe. The scene shifts to a black-haired man staring in shock at a horrifying sight, a white-haired figure kneeling lifelessly on the ground, covered in blood. The black-haired man confronts a hidden presence, stating they've been here before and demanding to know what it is plotting. In a dimly lit space, our boy converses with two white-haired women, admitting he didn't come here by choice and knows nothing about this place. One of the white-haired women adds, with a complicated expression, that this is also a place she never wanted to visit again, her tone filled with deep resistance. Faced with these words, the other woman asks in shock who is responsible for all this, while the white-haired figure kneeling on the ground is already severely injured, blood pooling beneath him. As the conversation reaches an impasse, a voice from afar explains the nature of this world. It's a realm created by a child's subconscious. Our boy keenly points out the problem, stating that this means the entire space is operating out of control, like a ship without a captain. Suddenly, a piercing mechanical noise shatters the silence as a combat robot wielding a long sword appears at the end of the corridor, assuming an attack stance. Both white-haired women show expressions of disbelief, clearly recognizing the robot's identity, and are utterly shocked by its appearance. The robot attacks instantly, tearing through the ground and sending debris flying, but our boy remains unusually calm, standing his ground as if prepared. Just as the blade is about to strike, our boy raises his hand and releases powerful blue energy beams, precisely blocking the robot's lethal attack. A sudden burst of energy tears through the scene. Faced with such an unpredictable attack, the air feels as if it's frozen in time, leaving even our guy visibly stunned by the sudden turn of events. As the light fades, the situation turns even stranger. Observing the wreckage, our guy realizes with a sharp intuition that this world has spiraled out of the child's control, infiltrated by something much more twisted. In the ensuing conversation, our guy hits the nail on the head. Though this world appears to be built on consciousness, foreign, evil desires have crept in, using the child as a disposable tool. Looking at the broken figure collapsed on the floor, the suffocating tension is palpable. When questioned, our guy calmly reveals a desperate truth. He knows this hell all too well because he has lived through this nightmare countless times before. 45 million nightmares. During his 2,000 years of imprisonment, he struggled through endless cycles until this soul-crushing agony simply became a habit he couldn't escape. These aren't just memories. They are the depths of his past. Even now, under the starry sky, that suffocating sense of repetition clings to him, keeping him on high alert. Faced with an endless nightmare, our guy can only bear it. Until he finds a way to break the cycle, his journey is destined to continue through countless more moments of despair. The scene shifts to a black-haired woman who stands with arms crossed, wearing a contemptuous smile as she scoffs. Meanwhile, two black-haired men stand side by side at a railing, with one asking if the other wonders why he spent 2,000 years hunting his target. A green-eyed woman explains solemnly that only the target's death can end this nightmare. Facing this situation, the black-haired man calmly admits he seems to have no choice but to accept death. The scene shifts to an industrial plant where the black-haired man stands beside a white-haired figure with a bleeding back injury, creating a tense atmosphere. In a simple wooden hut, a bandaged black-haired man is surprised to see the brown-haired man's chi flowing smoothly, amazed by his rapid recovery from serious injuries. The brown-haired man teases that while physically healed, the other's mouth still seems troubled, even joking about fixing it with some fresh pepper. The brown-haired man accuses the other of ingratitude, but he retorts that he wouldn't have died anyway and refuses to feel indebted. The conversation turns to identity and status, with the black-haired man criticizing the other's arrogant speech as revealing deep-seated insecurity. By the fire, the brown-haired man points out that as the heir of Sichuan Tang clan, the other is equally bound by family identity. Finally, a black-haired woman stands on a mountain peak with a sword, recalling how her family sent her to travel the world displaying her skills to enhance the Tang clan's reputation. The story opens on a stark skeletal landscape. A voice laments the frustration of having talent, but no opportunity to use it. Our guy, the young man in the school uniform, responds calmly, finding comfort in the fact that he was able to save someone. Proof he believes that his abilities have purpose. Back to the survivor. Bearing his scarred chest wrapped in white bandages, he kneels in the dim wooden shack. His tone is cold and defiant, clearly unimpressed by his savior's words. It's obvious he feels misunderstood, hinting that there's a deeper, more dangerous divide between the two. Unfazed by the hostility, the man in traditional robes crosses his arms, his gaze steady and sharp. He cuts right through the tension. You think I'm naive? I felt the demonic energy flowing through you the moment I checked your pulse. He's known all along that this guy is linked to the celestial demon sect. To break the tension, He turns his attention to the boiling kettle over the fire. He remains compassionate, insisting that despite the path chosen, he can see the kindness in the other man's eyes. To him, the heart is always reflected in the gaze. The kneeling man finally reveals the truth he's been carrying. He feels like a puppet with no agency, possessed by a demon that lays claim to his very life. To confirm his own existence, he finally speaks his name, Aniclimax. Hearing this, the savior remains resolute. He offers a bowl of steaming Chongmine water, urging Aniclimax to face the truth. If a demon truly resides within him, then it's time to drink up, purge it, and take back control of his own life. As Aniclimax clutches his head, a surge of ominous energy erupts, creating a terrifying resonance under the violet light. The observer in the shadows confirms the reality of the demon. The savior shouts for him to drink at this critical turning point of spiritual warfare. This is the only way to end the nightmare. Facing the silent scene, our guide gives a chilling order: wake him up. But in this desolate place, how do you wake someone who's already dead? Just as doubts arise, our guide takes drastic action. With a burst of blue energy in his hand, he shatters the barrier of this space. The sudden move leaves the white-haired woman in total shock. Tears streaming down her face, the white-haired woman demands to know why he'd go this far for someone long gone. Our guy remains calm. You want to save him? Then desire for him to live. The words hit like a thunderbolt, shattering their reality. That figure in the wheelchair wasn't a dead man, but a projection of her own desire. She had unconsciously wished for him to stay, soulless and by her side. With a guttural roar, the tension shifts. The masked figure struggles against intense pain, while the dark-haired man, brandishing a blade of energy, delivers his verdict. He intends to purge this corruption that is poisoning the child's mind. Caught off guard by the sudden purge, the boy is rocked by a violent shockwave. The masked figure lunges from the air, a desperate, unstoppable force aiming to tear him apart. Before the fight can escalate, things get truly unsettling. Tiny, spider-like mechanical parasites swarm from the shadows, latching onto the boy and carving jagged lines into his skin. The attacker isn't spared either. Swarms of these mechanical creatures blanket his body instantly. Is this a curse, or is someone pulling the strings from the shadows? Chaos erupts. The machines are devouring their flesh and clouding their minds. Amidst the sparks and madness of this industrial ruin, the truth begins to surface. Someone is offering their soul, begging for a final, ravenous consumption. And there, suspended in a glowing chamber, the figure known as Karen remains silent. Just as everyone thinks this is a simple fight to the death, the real game of destiny is only just beginning. Our boy is kneeling in the ruins, wrapped in ominous blue energy. He's on the edge of destruction, with blood staining his face and his eyes tightly shut in a state of pure agony. The red-eyed bounty hunter watches in horror. She realizes what he's doing. He's using his own body as bait, pushing his limits to break through something. It's a deadly gamble. If they wake him now, his blood vessels will shatter like fireworks. But doing nothing means he's gone for sure. They are caught in a hopeless stalemate. No more hesitation. With a gut-wrenching roar, our boy releases a massive surge of energy, a storm of gold and blue. He's pushing himself to the absolute limit. At the center of this explosion, the pain is almost unbearable. With a furious cry, the energy shockwave obliterates everything in its path, turning the mechanical spider swarms into mere scrap metal. As the dust settles, the once dangerous machines are nothing more than scrap. Our boy stands silently amidst the ruins and bloodstains. For now, the storm seems to have passed. The battle finally settles, leaving only carnage and blood. The wounded man stands motionless in a pool of red, his tattered clothes bearing witness to the violence. Nearby, the woman stands amidst the mechanical ruins, still stunned by the sheer scale of the destruction. The man seems lost in another realm, motionless as blood drips from his hair. Around him, reality itself begins to fray. As the void calls out, the woman can do nothing but watch the scene dissolve into scattered light and shadows. A cold voice cuts through, sounding like a final judgment on earthly desires. The woman gazes ahead, her expression unreadable. Perhaps the voice is right. With all obsessions faded, departing for the void might be the only true liberation left. Back in the shadows of reality, the man collapses, still bleeding from his eyes, his life force fading. His companion, overcome with panic, cries out in despair. She can no longer feel his breathing. The silence of the room makes her fear even more terrifying. The scene shifts to a strangely domestic moment. A simple meal is set, serving more as a farewell comfort than a dinner. He eats nonchalantly, recounting self-deprecating memories of his terrible cooking, admitting he wouldn't even touch his own food. Seeing his companion has survived only on medicine for 3 days, he finally urges her to eat. She'll need strength to move on. His sword, wrapped in cloth, stands waiting in the floorboards. It's clear that, ready or not, the time for departure is here. In a quiet, makeshift room, our boy sits before a simple meal. Despite the heaviness of his situation, he eats steadily, as if this warm food is the last tether connecting him to reality. His companion speaks up, probing the boundary between memory and dream. Our boy knows exactly where he stands. If the other can manifest in his mind, then his real body is likely already on the brink of death. It turns out this visit isn't for healing. As the conversation shifts, the motive becomes clear. He's being asked why he threw his life away to save that girl. In this fading mental space, the reasons behind his sacrifice finally surface. When asked why he chose such an end, our boy doesn't hesitate. Once he realized he was trapped in an endless loop, he decided to live walking backwards, focused only on the past. Since he had no tomorrow left, giving it to that child was the only choice that made sense. A heavy silence fills the room after his admission. With a soft click of a spoon against the table, their conversation on fate and sacrifice comes to an inevitable close. Our guy sits at the table, seemingly calm, but he's drowning in the weight of his own fate. To him, history is just a loop, and he's convinced that dwelling on the past only guarantees the tragedy repeats. His companion can't stand his fatalism. She pleads with him, even if this is just a dream, it's a chance to change everything and stop the killing. Why insist on clinging to such endless sin? But our guy is unyielding. To him, trying to change the past, even in his imagination, is a greater sin. He's accepted his path, ready to face the fires of hell alone, because that is the debt he owes. In a flash, reality and memory bleed together, and the bloody past comes rushing back. The sensation of a blade piercing through, the raw agony of that endless, futile struggle, it never truly left him. As the dream fades, he remains at the end of his rope. He bids farewell to his past, offering his life as the ultimate resolution. So stop me here and kill me if you want. You have the right. My past is not your fault. These words mark a final farewell. Our guy looks down, his tears dissolving into light particles as he finally lets go of his heavy burden. With sword drawn and heart unburdened, he moves forward, choosing life through death. Even as tears fall, every step he takes cuts through the weight of a 2-millennium-old bond. Tang Shirling stands stunned by the sight. Crossing the boundary of life and death wasn't enough? He's actually choosing to discard his own existence? Could this be Parinirvana? As the light explodes, two forms overlap in meditation, holding an energy orb that shines like a miniature sun. Caught in this terrifying surge of power, even one who's seen it all can't help but be awestruck. Intense light tears through the starry void, with energy trails surging like tidal waves into the deep cosmos. This isn't just martial transcendence, it's a soul-cleansing ritual spanning dimensions. In this moment, he seems to have become pure light. Suspended in the heart of the radiance, he drifts in deep meditation, leaving Tang Shirling to simply stand guard during this miraculous event. Yet, reality proves ironic. A giant eye observes the city from the shadows, while in the bustling streets, billboard idols dance, blissfully unaware of the cosmic gamble playing out behind the curtain. The show has begun. Bathed in dreamy pink lights, the crowd goes wild, waving glow sticks in unison as they cheer for the idols on stage. The energy is absolutely electric. Look at them, even characters, who usually seem mysterious, have completely let their guard down. Whether they're wise elders or youngsters, they're fully immersed in the fandom, practically fanboying harder than anyone else. Even while standing in this strange, otherworldly structure, they don't hide their excitement. They all reach up toward the sky, waving as if welcoming something truly divine. When the cheers fade, the tone shifts. Against the backdrop of a silent, starry sky, two figures stand apart. There's a heavy, unsettling silence that hints at a looming destiny. Inside this eerie structure of green light, a tense dialogue unfolds. While one figure sits in a ritual-like trance, the woman looks on, clearly struggling to understand what's happening. If you're still in that dream, go ahead and pierce my heart again. That line breaks the silence. One holding a sword, the other looking down. The sense of fateful confrontation is overwhelming. Facing the end, the silver-haired figure remains eerily calm. He seems to have seen it all, coolly urging his opponent to take the final shot and seal their fate. Faced with this heavy burden, our boy, or rather, the soul standing there right now, just stares, catching a glimpse of the old friend he once walked with 2,000 years ago. Time stands still. Every word feels like a cold wind blowing across a 1,000-year wasteland, ushering this lost traveler toward an eternal home where time no longer exists. The ascetic mentor shows little emotion, merely hoping that in the endless, empty years to come, the traveler might find enlightenment and finally let go of a 2,000-year-old grudge. Even amidst the ruins and staring into the desolate cosmos, the silver-haired figure hasn't lost his will. Though the era he knew has crumbled, he finds solace in knowing he's not alone anymore. That sense of déjà vu, the spark of seeing that specific someone again, has finally reignited the faint, glowing embers of friendship he'd buried deep within. Who would have guessed? At this peak of heavy, ironclad destiny, the powerhouse's brain just blurts out, "Jajangmyeon delivery." This sudden, ridiculous twist shatters all the angst in an instant. Just then, the person in charge of feeding the group shows up. He drops the bowl with a warning that this is the last extra portion they'll get. It's clear that these two have a pretty strained relationship. The one being fed isn't grateful at all. Instead, they threaten to settle the score once they're done eating. Even while stuck together, the tension between them is thick enough to cut with a knife. After a quick meal, there are bigger problems to handle. The silver-haired character starts asking about that woman's background, especially after such an awkward confrontation. When asked, the silver-haired character drops a bombshell. "She's the master of my life." The red-clad woman's expression instantly changes, as if she's just been hit with a dangerous reality check. "What are you doing? Step on it. Full accelerator." She's panicking, totally ignoring the strain on the ship. But the pilot is in a tough spot. Energy is critically low, and pushing for a warp jump could leave them stranded. But needs must. With no other choice, they force the engine to engage warp speed. The ship lets out a roar, vanishing into the deep void of space in a blur of light. Times are tough, and our guy and his crew are down to the last few sausages. With fuel running low and supplies bottoming out, their interstellar journey has hit a serious rough patch. Facing this dead end, even our guy seems stumped. It's up to the blazing devil, Tang Seryung, to keep up appearances. She talks a big game, but the sweat on her brow says she's just as worried as the rest of them. Regardless, they've got to keep moving. Seryung puts on a brave face, promising the crew that they'll bag some bounties at the next relay station to restock their supplies. Soon, their ship touches down on a desolate asteroid. Home to a strange tavern called First Moon, the owner is busy plotting how to brush off this so-called blazing devil when suddenly, everything changes. With a flash of steel, the owner's pipe is shattered in an instant. Before he can even register what's happening, the legend of the blazing devil has already made a violent arrival at his tavern. Tavern owner Wang is totally losing his mind. He's shouting at his staff to tell whoever is looking for him that he's not here, even screaming, "Say I'm dead." He is clearly terrified of something. While other patrons are dining without a care in the world, the tension is palpable. Owner Wang is hiding in the back, clearly desperate to get away from these customers as quickly as possible. Despite the stifling tension, the customers are calm, casually ordering even more food. Wang plays the part of the polite host, but inside, he's just praying these dangerous guests leave his tavern immediately. "Just warp away!" Wang is practically begging at this point. In his eyes, these people are walking time bombs, and every second they stay, his tavern is one step closer to total destruction. Finally, the female guest confronts Wang about his strange behavior. Wang snaps, pointing to the bounty on the table and yelling that if that guy explodes here, this whole place is history. Hearing Wang describe the guy as such a threat, the woman doesn't look scared, she just smirks. She confidently claims that the same guy who flicked away the Northern Fist Emperor is actually completely helpless against her. The tension at the dinner table is palpable. Amidst the feast, the silver-haired man smokes casually, dropping a chilling warning. When the world wants to break someone tough, they don't aim for the head, they aim for their softest spot. That hits home for the red-haired woman, her eyes widening in immediate alarm. Before the tension can boil over, a mysterious visitor in red military garb appears, cutting through the silence. Though cautious, the silver-haired man keeps his cool against the sudden intruder. The visitor in red gets straight to the point, holding out a screen and stating coldly, "You got a delivery. Please sign for it." The moment he sees the screen, his composure shatters. A video plays, showing a bound woman named Chana, weeping and gagged. The kidnapper's demand is clear and brutal: 10 million credits if you want her to live. Seeing her in such peril, the silver-haired man loses all control, his desperate cry echoing through the hall. Meanwhile, out in the dark reaches of space, the trap is already set, waiting like a dormant asteroid base. The tension is palpable in the restaurant. The captain is insisting that everyone trust her, but the moment Robert is mentioned, her confident facade crumbles. It's clear she's hiding something. Cutting to deep space, an interceptor is warping at full speed. In the cockpit, a man is seething with rage, screaming that he'll kill everyone. This conflict is clearly far deeper than it seems. When the captain hears her ship was stolen, she blows a fuse. But her subordinate calmly points out the truth. It wasn't stolen. The captain used it as collateral for a loan and blew through the guy's wedding fund. As it turns out, Robert's fiancée, Chana, was kidnapped, forcing him to take the mortgaged ship to rescue her. Hearing the story of a wedding ruined by debt leaves the captain looking incredibly awkward. Before the awkwardness can even fade, the real debt collector shows up. Faced with his angry outbursts, the captain has to sheepishly admit that she can't leave, not because she doesn't want to, but because the ship is gone. Our crew is having a headache dealing with these high-maintenance guests. Since they refuse to travel in anything less than a luxury ship, finding the right ride is becoming a real issue. With no other options, they're stuck waiting, but the mission remains clear. They need to lock onto the coordinates of the S-Devil ship. Coordinates locked. They've tracked the S-Devil to the Kikaris cluster in the northern galactic sector. Without a second to waste, our boy gives the order to hit the throttle. The ship tears through space like a bullet toward the target planet. The pilot is desperate. Every shout to hold on is fueled by the fierce resolve to save them before it's too late. But just as they reach their destination, a massive, violent force crashes through the tavern. The enemies inside don't even know what hit them, but they're about to find out the hard way. Facing an unexpected encounter, our silver-haired guy loses his cool, shouting at everyone in sight. But in this peaceful tavern, someone clearly hasn't realized what's actually happening yet. A woman nearby shoots him a confused look. Faced with his outburst, she's completely baffled, not even recognizing the guy armored from head to toe. Just as tensions peak, before he can even get another word out, she lands a solid slap. It's not just powerful, it's like a long-awaited wake-up call that leaves our armored hero completely stunned. That familiar voice, that overwhelming slap, the realization hits him. This isn't an enemy, it's the fiancée he's been desperately searching for all along. The misunderstanding clears up, turning a tense standoff into a family reunion. Facing his fiancée's barrage of questions, our guy awkwardly tries to explain that he didn't recognize her because she'd lost so much weight. Only then does she realize, now that he mentions it, her clothes have been feeling loose lately. A potentially explosive crisis ends in the most unexpected, comical way. The conversation takes a weird turn as the silver-haired guy in shades starts bickering about weight, leaving the girl completely stunned and unsure of how to react. Unfazed by her reaction, the guy doubles down, shouting his affections as if they're in the middle of a heartfelt declaration. Fat or skinny, he doesn't care. Despite the sudden romantic vibe, the girl's instincts kick in. She's skeptical, wondering if he's been kidnapped or if this is all just some elaborate scam. The guy doesn't deny it. He admits he's in trouble and currently being threatened, instantly shifting the atmosphere from awkward to tense. As they talk, the focus shifts to a nearby building. A mysterious figure in black robes sits quietly, but a blade is already sliding out from under the table, ready for action. Just then, an uninvited guest arrives. A bearded, rugged man strides into the courtyard, his posture and presence making it clear he's here for trouble. The tension hits a breaking point as our main duo gets drawn into the confrontation with the stranger. It looks like things are about to get ugly. The stranger doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He glares at them, demanding to know where they're hiding his target. He flashes his phone, revealing a bounty of 10 million credits. It's clear now this isn't just a random encounter, it's a fight over a high-value target. Our boy is caught completely off guard. Before he can process the situation, the red-haired man starts yelling, accusing him of kidnapping the girl. Talk about a misunderstanding. The uncle is clearly not in the mood for talk. He draws his sword, and the sheer pressure is immediate. This guy, Wanggu, is clearly not to be messed with. Seeing the old man ready to strike, our guy, still in his mech, can't help but wonder if this is actually the kidnapper or, in a bizarre twist, his future father-in-law? Just as things are about to get violent, the girl steps in, stopping the chaos. Turns out this is her father, and they haven't seen each other in 15 years. Talk about awkward family reunions. With the truth out, the father-in-law is back to calmly eating noodles, ignoring the tension entirely. Our boy is left kneeling there, completely dumbfounded by this ridiculous turn of events. The tension in the courtyard is palpable. The older man is forcing food on his daughter while keeping their guest pinned down. She explains to our guy that while they aren't blood related, he's the director of the orphanage where she grew up, a man who's been more of a father to her than her actual one. But the mood shifts abruptly. The old man starts acting bizarrely, rope in hand, insisting on binding them up for the sake of the younger siblings. Our girl is completely bewildered by this sudden hostility. She has no idea why he's acting this way. The truth comes out, the orphanage is flat broke. Just as the old man hit rock bottom, a miracle arrived in the form of a massive SS rank bounty. With 10 million credits on the line, the old man's eyes are burning with greed. It looks like he's decided that our boy is the payday he's been waiting for. It looked like a tense rescue mission, and our boy was ready for anything. But once the villain started talking, the situation took a turn into the truly bizarre. Turns out, this wasn't some grand vendetta, it was just family drama. The hostage situation was really just a dispute over food, with a gluttonous dad eating everything in sight. Facing her father's complaints, she started feeling insecure, wondering if she was being ignored because of her looks. Our boy couldn't help but panic at the huge misunderstanding. Our boy wasn't about to let the misunderstanding grow. Ignoring the meddling dad, he confessed the truth. He hadn't been avoiding her, he'd been saving up to start a restaurant and marry her. After such an absurd yet heartfelt confession, the tension simply melted away. Their hearts finally connected, bringing a sweet, well-earned conclusion to 3 years of waiting. Amidst the high tension, there's a moment of strange tenderness. The man with silver blue hair cradles the woman, clearly trying to de-escalate the situation rather than jumping straight into a fight. But blinded by the bounty, the bearded man refuses to listen to reason. Even with the silver blue man's desperate attempts to explain the misunderstanding, he's dead set on making the catch. This dad is a man of principle, valuing his people far more than any payout. He erupts in anger at the suggestion that money comes before family, raising the stakes instantly. Just as the standoff reaches its peak, unexpected guests arrive: our boy, Li Muzhen, and Tang Shirling. Their mere presence makes the very air in the room go still. The group immediately recognizes them, gasping as they call out Captain. One look at Li Muzhen's calm, stoic expression, and they know real trouble has arrived. All hell breaks loose. Before anyone can process the situation, the focus shifts entirely to our protagonists, with the crowd closing in and screaming for an arrest. A self-proclaimed sect official storms in, waving weapons and screaming demands. Our boy Li Muzhen stands there calmly, watching the guy as if he's just putting on a ridiculous show. Turns out the group is just hanging out at a tavern, and this guy is still making a scene, demanding everyone kneel. Clearly, he has no idea who he's messing with. This guy won't quit with the theatrics and the countdown. Our boy's companions are staring, completely bewildered. Honestly, they haven't the slightest clue what this guy is trying to do. Just as he hits 2, Tang Shirling makes a subtle move. Before she even breaks a sweat, the tough guy collapses, foaming at the mouth. He's honestly pathetic. A quick check reveals the truth. He didn't even have a shred of martial energy. As he lies there, his panicked cronies start screaming for their father-in-law, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. The air grows heavy, as a sudden confrontation leaves everyone stunned. This scarred man with a cigar is clearly trouble. His intense glare at our boy is enough to be felt through the screen. While everyone is confused, they take a closer look, only to realize the sword is just a decorative prop with no real power. This ridiculous revelation catches everyone off guard. It turns out the guy was targeting his father-in-law. As accusations fly, the scene descends into chaos. The guy insists it was self-defense, but everyone knows that excuse doesn't hold water. The guy keeps claiming he went easy, but a knowledgeable companion immediately calls him out. That was a lethal palm technique, something no ordinary person could ever survive. Faced with the challenge, the man finally drops the act. As a member of the Heavenly Demon sect, arresting the sinner is his duty, regardless of whether our boy displays any martial prowess. It seems this fight is inevitable. The atmosphere grows heavy as a scarred man brings up the Heavenly Demon sect, leaving our boy visibly stunned. It's clear that this topic has crossed into dangerous, forbidden territory. Sensing the tension, the gray-haired man tries to steer the conversation back to the orphanage's financial struggles, a classic diversion to hide something awkward. Pressed for details, the man's bravado cracks. Once they start crunching the numbers, it's clear the funds are nowhere near enough, leading to a moment of collective panic. Even though the amount is a small fortune that could fund the orphanage for decades, they're bickering over crumbs. The struggle is definitely real. Just then, the blonde expert in the anicap drops a bombshell. They might look similar by chance, but the genetic data confirms they're almost certainly related. The room goes silent. If they're really related, why don't they know each other? And what else is this expert keeping to himself? In this mysterious old residence, a game of secrets is unfolding. Facing these strangers probing for intel, our guy remains cool and collected. Even when questioned about his nature, he keeps his composure, offering a tempting hook. He claims to have connections deep within the heavenly demon sect and offers to help resolve their current predicament. Hearing this, the other party is clearly floored. This is a wanted criminal with a 10 million credit bounty, yet he's casually offering help to the sect? Watching the confusion wash over his face, our guy steers the conversation straight toward the lost heavenly demon soul. In these cold ruins of space, memories of warmth are a rare luxury. While one side reminisces about past kindness, the other side is issuing a cold, absolute order. He must be eliminated. Caught between these clashing perspectives, a cross-galactic hunt is slowly taking shape. Meanwhile, in the solemn halls of the estate, two figures sit and share tea, each harboring their own hidden agenda. The white-haired man speaks incessantly of the resurrection of the heavenly demon supreme. As the conversation deepens, the masked man finally drops the facade, his sharp, piercing gaze cutting straight through the pretense of peace. In the shadows, the conspirators gather to discuss his excellency. It turns out his inability to transcend lies in his very humanity. His perfection and compassion are the shackles preventing him from ascending to something greater. To force a breakthrough, they've concocted a cruel plan, put out bounties, and block all info on that man. They know that meeting him too soon would only spiral the excellency into despair, not the evolution they're looking for. When challenged, the white-haired man remains ice-cold. He warns them, you don't open the lid before the rice is cooked. Their endgame is to let the excellency confront his own frustration and rise above it on his own. The air thickens with tension. They know the excellency is at a breaking point. One wrong move and everything falls apart. For the sake of their grand design, every variable must be strictly controlled. Things take a drastic turn. To force a resolution, they decide to drag the man in question here directly. But the real shock comes with a single, devastating revelation. The heavenly demon sect leader is her older brother. The sheer weight of the truth leaves everyone stunned. Amidst the traditional architecture, Li Muzhen and Tang Shurling are locked in a tense discussion, as the others question the true identity of the mysterious girl. Hearing them link the seemingly ordinary girl to a high-ranking position in the heavenly demon sect, the man opposite them completely loses his cool, scoffing at such an absurd claim. Unfazed by his shouting, Li Muzhen and Tang Shurling hold their ground. They confirm the girl's status, implying that she's far more dangerous than the man could ever imagine. This circular argument is getting old, and our boy is clearly running out of patience, his eyes showing clear irritation with the whole situation. Since talk is cheap, it's time to be direct. Li Muzhen steps forward, deciding to teach the elder a lesson and show him what real power actually looks like. As Li Muzhen unleashes his aura, the man is instantly pinned down. Faced with such overwhelming power, his skepticism dissolves into pure, unadulterated shock. A sudden, eerie suppression falls upon the room. A terrifying phantom, like the incarnation of the heavenly demon, hangs in the air, while our boy is forced down, pinned to the floor by the sheer weight of its power. Facing such overwhelming pressure, our boy's brow furrows. He has clearly reached his limit. He curses internally, finding the whole situation more than just annoying. Amidst the aftermath and heavy tension, the various parties gather. A brutal conversation regarding the past and present of the heavenly demon sect is about to unfold. Under questioning, the bald man doesn't hold back. He recounts his life as a minor official in the North Galaxy Division, faithfully raising orphans for 50 years. Hearing such a convoluted title, Tang Shurling can't help but scoff. The bald man ignores her, his expression growing heavy as he describes a fate that turned out to be a cruel joke. 5 years ago, a restructuring within the sect dried up the funds, and he was told his position no longer existed, effectively declaring he was no longer part of the heavenly demon sect. So he just got fired. Tang Shurling cut straight to the point. Even though the man is still baffled and bitter, the cold reality remains. The narrative inside the sect, however, is a different story. They claim the heavenly demon sect is in its golden age, having shed its dark past to become a prestigious, top-tier organization. Even without the true heavenly demon soul, the current leader has fulfilled all their wishes through sheer ambition and skill. But is this prosperity really as secure as it seems? In this era controlled by AI, the so-called martial world is just a cage. The human government mandates peace, standardizes martial arts, and monitors every move. We are living in a glass prison, wearing the leashes of slaves, merely surviving in a controlled dystopia. With madness brewing beneath the surface, the martial world is on the brink of explosion. To survive the coming storm, the Heavenly Demon sect has been desperate. They've gambled everything, even attempting to resurrect the Heavenly Demon Supreme, just to find a path to survival. But reality is even crueler. Those twisted organisms in the pods are the result of their desperate schemes. As our girl Tang Shirling confronts them, they try to justify their return to the Heavenly Demon sect as a survival tactic, but she isn't buying their hypocrisy for a second. When they try to brush her off with talk of money and fake charity, Tang Shirling finally loses her patience. She snaps back coldly, "If I really needed funding, I would have hacked off my own limbs to sell them long before needing your help." The air in the room instantly freezes. Facing skepticism, the man becomes visibly emotional. He insists he's not fighting for food, but for the children's pride, so they aren't branded as abandoned. Yet, given his washed-up reputation, his heartfelt speech falls on deaf ears. Just when things were turning into a full-blown sob story, our girl starts clapping, her face full of sarcasm. She's clearly over this performance, and has zero intention of letting him save face. Our guy, Li Muzhen, tries to play it cool and settle the chaos. But the others aren't having it. The bickering just keeps escalating, making the whole situation more annoying and complicated than it needs to be. Just when things hit a stalemate, the young bald kid who's been watching finally steps up. When pressed, his calm answer shocks everyone. He's actually a first-class officer from the Heavenly Demon Sect's Disaster HQ. This kid is clearly more than he seems. As he reveals his high-ranking official title, the air in the room freezes. This wasn't just a simple question. It feels like the opening move in a much bigger, fated game. Faced with our guy's questioning, the bald man didn't flinch. Instead, he dropped a bombshell. He's actually the confidential secretary to the Council of Elders. Everyone present is completely stunned. With that identity revealed, even the object in his hand feels heavy with implication. It's clear this confrontation has evolved into something far more significant. Shifting scenes, the atmosphere turns cold. Looking down on the man kneeling on the floor, the woman shows nothing but disdain, treating him like he's barely worth more than a bug. Even though he's humbled himself completely, he has to swallow his pride to request reinstatement. The mysterious little character takes the job with ease, acting like it's barely any effort. But halfway through the process, things hit a snag. Having bragged about how easy it would be, the delay is starting to make everyone question if he can actually pull it off. A red warning light flashes on the screen. The system is clearly glitching. The little guy, who was calm just moments ago, is now sweating bullets. It looks like he's really hit a wall. Just then, an urgent alert shattered the peace. Before anyone could react, a chilling order came down from the government: eliminate all targets immediately and erase every trace. This sudden execution order left everyone stunned. For these martial artists, an official government death warrant meant their unspoken rules of survival were about to be shattered. In the stifling atmosphere, someone couldn't help but ask, "Isn't this going a bit too far?" Everyone knew the government's ways, but this kind of unreasonable, cold-blooded purge was chilling. But reality is harsh. The government doesn't operate on honor. They rule through sheer, brutal force. Over the past century, countless sects, even elite families, like the Tang clan, have been crushed by that iron fist. The core of their tyranny is simple: fear. By ruthlessly crushing anyone who steps out of line, they make an example of them, ensuring that terror takes root long before any rebellion can even begin. A green beam crashes down, tearing through the ruins and signaling that something huge is underway. Inside the Heavenly Demon sect, Confidential Order Number 7 has been triggered, turning the atmosphere into a powder keg. The shock of the order is palpable. This isn't just a directive from an elder. It's a kill order to eliminate and erase all traces. For the sect, this is a top priority mission with no room for hesitation. Everyone is blindsided by the sudden order. The man tasked with carrying it out is bewildered. He's just been working at the orphanage. So why is he suddenly the target of a cleanup operation? Confusion aside, a confidential order demands absolute obedience. Even with people trying to talk him out of it, the crushing weight of the mission turns the atmosphere ice cold. "Don't," they warn. But his eyes are set. This isn't a choice for him anymore. It's a mission he has no right to refuse. He's locked in, bound by the weight of the command. Eventually, they sit down, bringing the conversation around to the Mercy Orphanage. It seems this seemingly innocent place holds secrets far deeper and deadlier than the order itself. A conversation about the past unfolds. The elder sets down his tea, revealing a long-buried secret. 7 years ago, he secretly established an orphanage to protect the children left orphaned by the collapse of their sects. The listener is stunned by the revelation. In this cold, ruthless world, no one expected a grand elder to go to such lengths for a group of helpless orphans. The elder continues calmly, eating as he speaks. As the political landscape grew unstable and government suspicion intensified, he had to take extreme precautions, moving operations underground and using subcontracted staff to minimize the trail. But danger never truly vanished. 5 years ago, when a government patrol passed by the orphanage's planet, even a routine sweep was enough to make the elder shudder. That fear of being discovered still lingers in his expression today. The conversation continues in the heavy silence. They knew all too well that if their secret were exposed, the orphanage would be branded a hotbed for rebellion. They were holding on to their last shred of conscience, teetering on the edge of catastrophe. Sunset light filters through the Gothic arches, casting long shadows over the two figures. Even though their sect is long gone, the heavy weight of their mission to protect those children still fills the room, making it hard to even breathe. To secure the sect's survival, the elder erased all traces of the orphanage and issued a lethal order. Anyone attempting to revive it must be eliminated immediately. He assumed it was just another routine cleanup. Little did he know, the situation was already spiraling far beyond his control. Then, the bad news hit. The orphanage director's position had been reinstated with high-level clearance. This sudden turn of events left our elder completely shook. He scrambled to re-establish a connection, only to find the line dead. The reality sank in. This was madness, and they had walked right into a trap. Meanwhile, in the vast, empty dome, someone lounged in total nonchalance, completely unfazed by the brewing storm. With the director's reinstatement officially logged, the sect was now fully exposed to the human government. The probability of conflict was skyrocketing, and disaster felt inevitable. The silence before the storm is always the most oppressive. In this universe Heavenly Demon 3077 project, the schemers are already making their moves. High above the clouds, the Great Elder remains unshaken, ignoring every command. With a simple yes, he makes it clear, he is defying the very foundations of their order. The girl's desperate screams echo the tragedy of her own birth. She was never more than a pawn. Facing her raw pain, the Great Elder finally cracks, a single tear falling as he admits the cruel truth. The communication line flares with pure rage, but the elder brushes off the screaming on the other end. He calmly drops a bombshell. The young lady has finally awakened. The revelation hits home. With the heavenly demon soul finally secured, the board is set for a massive shift. In this rigged game, the real storm is just beginning. On the rooftop at sunset, the girl seems a bit carried away, even jokingly suggesting she wants to have 100 kids with our guy. Caught off guard, our boy gently tells her she's destined to find a much better partner. But the mood shifts quickly. The girl hints at a sense of urgency, as if time is running out. They stand together at the edge of the roof, gazing into the distance, as if bracing for some inevitable conclusion. Just then, a surprise visitor appears, a mysterious figure with 3 eyes, dropping bombshell revelations about the heavenly demon sect. Even the calm, white-haired man can't help but look grim, signaling that it's finally time to face the truth. For the uncle running the orphanage, this is a total game changer. He's told his facility is officially recognized, and he's been promoted to a formal member of the sect. Overwhelmed by the long-awaited validation, the man finally breaks down in tears. Hearing that the orphanage finally has a secure future, the girl rushes to hug her father. It's a touching moment in the Great Hall, one that even cracks the stoic composure of the messenger witnessing it all. Seeing the budget on the screen, everyone cheers. Finally, the kids can get proper winter coats. But the sheer scale of this sudden funding shift feels wrong, and the realization hits them quickly. Doubt leads them into a dark, metallic corridor. When 2 rows of translucent, giant incubators emerge from the shadows, the horrifying truth becomes clear. This isn't charity. It's the operational cost for a bioincubation lab. Facing the elder's questioning, the truth comes out. All those legends about the heavenly demon supreme's noble lineage are just a polished fairy tale, a cover for the fact that they've been harvesting descendants from across the galaxy. You actually cloned humans? The elder remains chillingly calm in the face of the outburst, continuing to describe the gruesome details of the experiment as if they were nothing more than mundane facts. The elder finally drops the bombshell. The heavenly demon supreme was never a person. He's nothing more than a vessel, a shell designed specifically to contain that ancient, terrifying soul. In the chilling silence of the stone hall, a sinister conspiracy unfolds. To forge a superhuman life form, they synthesize the genes of all past heavenly demons, only for the experiment to take an unexpected turn with the birth of twins, turning their cold calculation into a high-stakes gamble. To maintain control, they made their choice within that radiant container. Meanwhile, a girl is being consumed by an unspeakable terror nightmare that creeps into her bed every night, whispering of a dark seed longing to break through into the world. As the truth surfaces, the cruel reality is laid bare. In their desperate pursuit of the heavenly demon's legacy, they discarded the girl and placed all their bets on the boy. Because in their cold-blooded logic, the experiment didn't need two gods, it only needed one perfect weapon. A dark secret is being unveiled. The white-haired man reveals to the cyborg that the girl's survival wasn't a glitch. She defied all logic by awakening the heavenly demon soul within herself. The cyborg struggles to comprehend the impossibility of it all. The white-haired man calmly clarifies, the experiment succeeded, and that girl is indeed the vessel. But this success brought about a new, cruel dilemma. With only room for one heavenly demon, fate dictates they must clash. Meanwhile, Adam is awakened in the darkness, summoned by a terrifying entity mother who is preparing to issue a new command. The colossal eye demands total submission, overriding Adam's free will. With no resistance left, Adam accepts his dark task. He must go to the Mercy Orphanage, erase its existence, and eliminate anyone who dares to approach. Facing the coming storm, our boy wears a stoic, razor-sharp expression. Hidden in the shadows, his tense posture and the glimmer of the sword hilt behind him reveal that a fierce battle is about to erupt.